Hiss. Did I just get run over by a blender on wheels? It hurts so much my arm is broken. Leon's eyes scrunched up from the pain as he lay in a filthy alley by the roadside, his limbs twisted into a grotesque angle. He struggled to lift his head to look at his own body. What the hell, why is my butt in front now? Seeing his rear, which should have been behind him, somehow twisted to the front, Leon felt a chill of horror. Wait, I'm actually not dead. What is going on? It was clearly his original body, only now miserably mangled. And where is this place? Looking at the surrounding architecture, he could tell it was clearly not his own country. Instead, it resembled one of those sprawling metropolises often shown in foreign news reports. He only remembered that while waiting at a traffic light, a green heavy truck lost control and barreled toward him. Then came the sensation of his body twisting, his limbs breaking, followed by darkness. When he woke again, he was lying here. New York? He wondered. As the thought flashed by, he suddenly heard a burst of angry, manic laughter. A figure he found deeply familiar rushed into the alley, cackling madly, while viciously kicking over trash cans. Seeing that face, Leon felt it might be better to have died after all, because this place was Gotham, and this was the beginning of the Joker. Arthur, whose frenzy slowly subsided, seemed to notice Leon lying beside the trash bags. Despite everything, his instinctive kindness compelled him to step forward and check the stranger's injuries. When he saw Leon's body twisted like a towel wrung tight, Arthur froze in place. What stunned him even more was that this man was somehow still alive, staring straight back at him. At that moment, the gloom that had long shrouded Gotham's sky was suddenly pierced by a shaft of sunlight. The ray fell across Leon's face, adding a faint hint of color to his deathly pallor. At the same time, Leon felt a strange pull within his body, greedily drawing in the energy of the sunlight. Crack, crack, crack. Before Arthur's very eyes, Leon's twisted body was forcibly straightened by a surge of power erupting from within. Leon was utterly stunned. He had seen the movies. In this world, there were only a handful of beings who could absorb the energy of the sun. His injuries were healing at a terrifying speed, and on top of that, he felt himself growing stronger. Have I become another Superman? When he finally stood up again, Leon felt every cell in his body cheering, as if exulting in the caress of the sunlight. He looked at his palms. The old scars from his childhood mischief were flaking away like dead skin, vanishing and giving way to smooth, pale flesh beneath. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Arthur beside him was so shocked by what he'd witnessed that he suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter again. Then, still laughing, he handed Leon a small card. On it, he had written the explanation for his uncontrollable laughter. Leon knew what it was about, but he couldn't read the language. He had only ever watched the movie with subtitles. So after taking the card, a helpless look flashed across his face. In clumsy foreign words, he began to explain, "I can't speak English." Hearing Leon's stiff pronunciation, Arthur was startled for a moment, then slowly nodded. Leon had not mocked him, and that alone allowed Arthur to breathe a little easier. The gray sky was once again swallowed by clouds, and even the brief sunlight disappeared. Arthur did not know what to do, but he felt that this man before him might be able to save his wretched life. After returning the small card, Leon quietly focused on sensing his own body. His condition was excellent, and he craved sunlight intensely, just as Arthur in front of him craved a sliver of hope. With the language barrier between them, the two boarded a bus one after the other. Arthur was the one who paid the fare. Leaning against the bus window, Leon greedily soaked in the brief sunlight that slipped through the glass while Arthur made exaggerated funny faces at a little black child nearby. This was the seed of Arthur's future darkness. The black child's mother snapped at him to stop bothering her kid. Arthur wanted to explain, but Leon abruptly cut in, raising a middle finger directly at the angry woman. The stares that had gathered on Arthur suddenly shifted to Leon's brazen gesture. Even the brief sunlight had boosted his physical abilities by an order of magnitude. So he was not afraid of these angry people lashing out at him. At the same time, he wondered if he interfered, would the Joker still be born? Arthur was dumbfounded by Leon's unreasonable response. But since Leon could not speak English when faced with the woman's curses, he merely gave a light shrug, utterly unconcerned. Because of Leon's involvement, this little incident took a strangely different turn from what it might have been. After a silent ride, the two stepped off the bus and arrived at a small clinic. Arthur told Lien to wait outside while he went in to collect free medication. Standing where he was, Lien looked up at the sky. For some reason, he now longed desperately for the sun's rays. Exhaling softly, he turned his gaze back to the small clinic, pondering what he should do with himself that night. He also thought about the current point in the timeline. According to the films, both Batman and Superman were still children now. With that in mind, he wondered if he should somehow arrange for Arthur and Bruce Wayne to meet. He could even expose Bruce's father for the filthy capitalist he truly was. The thought made him grin with a shameless kind of glee. As for why he had suddenly gained the ability to absorb sunlight, he still had no idea. He decided to just treat it as a gift from some apocalyptic Green Knight. Scratching his head, he gave up trying to figure it out. What he urgently needed now was to learn the language and get as much sun as possible. Everything else could wait until he had grown stronger. Only then would he decide whether to simply live quietly or to change the world. Arthur walked out of the clinic carrying several bottles of medicine, his mood visibly low. Yet when he saw Lien, a faint glimmer of expectation flickered in his eyes. Being near him felt comfortable. From Lien, Arthur did not sense the slightest trace of contempt. In his heart, he thought that perhaps Lien could become a real friend. Back on the subway, Arthur began teaching him some simple English. Pointing at his own chest, Arthur said slowly, Arthur. You are Arthur. Seeing how quickly Lien picked it up, Arthur was genuinely astonished. As the subway pulled into the station, the two of them returned to Arthur's old apartment. Arthur lived with his ailing elderly mother. Listening to her clear and coherent way of speaking, Lien found it hard to believe she was truly mentally ill. Moreover, Arthur's attitude toward her made it obvious that he had not grown up under constant abuse. If he had lived his whole life in a violent home, he could not have remained this kind. Another question nagged at him: would a wealthy tycoon really hire a beautiful woman with a serious mental illness to be a maid? Surely not. Even with the wrinkles on Arthur's mother's face, he could still see the echoes of her former beauty. Dragging his thoughts back, Lien felt a pang as he took in the dim little apartment. Back in his original world, he had also lived alone in a tiny one-room place with only a bathroom attached. He realized he had lived worse than the future Joker. Arthur's room, though crowded, was far better than his old living conditions had ever been. Damn it, which one of us is really the clown here? Seeing Lien's inexplicable gloom, Arthur seemed to sense his low spirits. He hurriedly pulled Lien to the side and began introducing him to his mother, recounting everything he had witnessed that day. After one of them finished a slice of bread, the few of them sat together watching a dimly lit television program. In that show, Lien knew that Arthur regarded the character Murray as his idol. Yet knowing the truth behind it all, Lien understood that Arthur had mistaken a genuine clown for a guiding beacon. As he watched the television, Lien listened intently to the pronunciation in the show. He already had a bit of a foundation. He had simply lacked a language environment in the past. Time flew by, and after a week, Lien had already mastered everyday conversational speech. Meanwhile, his body had undergone a drastic transformation. After being intermittently exposed to sunlight for a week, he now felt as though he could lift a small car with one hand. One day, Lien and Arthur went to a performance venue to watch a professional show. Seeing Arthur jot down notes about the performance in his notebook, along with jokes that differed from everyone else, Lien fell silent. Their sense of humor diverged because Arthur's class was different from that of the people around them, and so their laughter naturally followed different cues. Arthur stood for those at the very bottom, while these peculiar people around them represented the capitalist class. Their capacity for empathy would never resonate with each other. Thus their laughter was completely at odds. It was neither Arthur nor the clown who was at fault, but the irreconcilable clash between classes. After watching the performance in silence, Lien looked at the excited Arthur clutching his notebook pages crammed with notes, and a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes. Arthur seemed not to understand why his life had become what it was, nor the true nature of his own poverty. This was the condition shared by most people at the bottom. On their way home, Arthur told Lien that he wanted to introduce him to his fat friend. Hearing this, Lien nodded in silence. When the fat man saw that Arthur had brought along an Asian-faced friend, the mockery in his eyes deepened. Facing this man who intended to give Arthur a gun, Lien gauged the state of his own body and realized that as long as he did not court death, he probably would not die. "Hey buddy, let me introduce you," Arthur said, excitedly hooking an arm around Leon's shoulder as he addressed the fat man. "This is my new good friend, his name is Lien." Lien nodded slightly to the fat man. Seeing his calm demeanor, a flare of anger flashed in the fat man's eyes. He could accept that look from others, but not from someone with yellow skin. He did not lash out, though other thoughts were forming in his mind. With Lien present, his plan to give Arthur a gun and then frame him during this meeting had fallen through. After lodging there for a week, Lien felt it was time to leave. He had to admit these foreigners really did smell quite strong. On their way home, he told Arthur about his decision. Watching Leon's departing back, Arthur felt a hollow emptiness in his heart. He had lost a quiet listener. Walking along the main street, Lien deliberately turned into several narrow alleys. He was fishing for trouble. If he wanted to gain a foothold here, he needed a legal identity. To achieve that, he had to come into contact with the local gangs. Therefore, when a hood was pulled over his head, Lien remained unperturbed. The wooden club that struck the back of his neck felt neither painful nor itchy. After feeling himself dragged into a dark corner, Lien tore off the hood on his own. Seeing the stunned black and Latino men before him, he landed a solid blow to each of their noses. "Take me to your boss," Lien said as he snatched the guns from their hands and bent a barrel with his bare hands. "Otherwise you'll end up like this gun." The black man gulped, his wide, repulsive lips parting to reveal yellow teeth caked with tartar. "Spare me, boss, I'll do whatever you say," he stammered. Beside him, the Latino was so frightened, he nearly wet himself, hurriedly throwing both hands into the air. In this way, Lien made his way smoothly to the gang's hideout in the metropolis. Facing the burly white man before him, Lien's mouth twitched slightly. So the gang's upper echelon was actually white. No wonder these black underlings were born to the whip. "I want a legal ID card. Can you manage that?" Seeing the heap of black men writhing and wailing behind Lien, cold sweat streamed down the white man's forehead. Lien stepped back and covered his nose. The place reeked worse than a pigsty. These foreigners truly stank. "Yes, sir, right away," the white man replied, obsequiously, fawning to the extreme. Faced with someone who could take a beating like a typewriter with his bare flesh, his courage melted quickly. "Henry Bob, you two bastards, get out here and work, or I won't mind bricking you up in a wall," he bellowed. Hearing the burly white man cursing in the direction of the toilet, Lien followed his gaze. He then saw a balding white man and a black man shuffle out, holding up their pants as they walked. The balding white man with a bulbous wynard nose reluctantly draped an arm over the black man's shoulder. The exchange of glances between them made Lien feel nauseated. Seeing this, the burly white man exploded in rage. "Dawdle any longer and I'll sew the two of you together and brick you into the wall. Get over here and get this gentleman's ID done." In the end, they took out a camera and snapped a photo of Lien, then produced a form and various documents, filling them out according to his instructions before compressing and laminating everything. These files would be entered into the local government's archives. Thus Lien obtained an identity of his own, complete with genuine official seals. For them, the records office was like a private garden. This white man was actually a white-gloved proxy nurtured by the government. Without gangs regularly stirring up trouble, how could those white officials above climb the ranks so quickly? Once he had his identification, Lien let out a quiet breath of relief. He wanted nothing more than to leave this unbearably foul place as quickly as possible. After putting away his ID, he knocked everyone there unconscious, carefully controlling his strength, so that they would merely lose the past few days of memory. Even if they truly ended up with amnesia, he would not care. With a money bag taken from the gang slung over his shoulder, Lien walked out of the alley, and seeing the sun again, leisurely soaked in its rays and breathed in the fresh air. At present he could withstand gunfire, though it hurt a great deal. Large-caliber shells and nuclear bombs, however, were beyond him, so he still had to keep a low profile. He inquired about Kent Farm, and then bought a plot of land next door at a high price. In his view, Superman was too upright, so upright it felt hypocritical, so he intended to give him some preschool education. He would teach him not to wear his underwear on the outside and ruin the city's appearance. Then there was Lex Luthor, whose intellect was so formidable that even Kryptonians struggled to withstand it. Pulling his thoughts back, Lien bought a beat-up pickup truck, and after roughly familiarizing himself with driving a right-hand vehicle, purchased a chainsaw, some new farm tools, and a few cooking utensils. He also bought some tools for car repair as well as an anvil, a hammer, a blower, and coal. Since he had come to this world, he intended to live out the life he had once imagined in his mind. Once everything was loaded, Leon studied the map with partial understanding, then drove the right-hand pickup toward his newly purchased land. Just as he was about to leave the city, he hesitated, then swung the truck around and headed toward Arthur's home instead. After a busy day, night had fallen and Arthur had just arrived back at his doorstep. Parking the truck, Leon took a stack of $10 bills, 100 notes thick, from his backpack. When the passing Arthur saw him, the suppressed look on Arthur's face brightened with a trace of joy. Arthur was dressed in his clown costume, blood smeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing him like this, Leon was reminded of the scene where he had gunned down 3 thugs on the subway. But this time he had not obtained the gun from the fat man, and thus the episode had ended with him being brutally beaten instead. The 3 thugs were still alive. Looking at the disheveled Arthur, Leon drew in a deep breath. He opened the car door holding the wad of cash in his hand. "Arthur, are you all right?" he asked, lifting the money slightly. Facing Leon's concern, Arthur suddenly cried like a child. "Woo-woo." Listening to his muffled sobs, Leon gently patted his shoulder. Once Arthur's emotions calmed down again, Leon shared what he had done today with him, placing the stack of dollars into Arthur's hand. "In this society, sometimes it's not you who is wrong." After pondering, Leon looked at Arthur, who was dressed in clown attire. "Perhaps you need to muster some courage." Looking at the dollars in his hand, Arthur fell silent. Tonight he had taken on 3 thugs alone. Although he was beaten badly, he indeed had the courage to fight back. "Thank you for your guidance, Leon." Grasping the dollars in his hand, Arthur did not refuse but instead said candidly, "I really need courage right now, and I got fired today." Taking a deep breath, Arthur wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I'll take this money." Leon nodded gently and then patted Arthur's shoulder again. Unsure how to comfort him, he handed him a piece of paper with an address written on it. "If you're in a tough spot, you can come find me." Watching the pickup truck drive away, Arthur stared at the dollars in his hand, lost in thought. At that moment, some thugs approached, looking at the cash with greedy eyes. However, facing these thugs, Arthur's reddened eyes merely glared, and it was as if they sensed the madness hidden beneath his clown disguise, causing them to flee without a trace. Driving the pickup truck, Leon looked at the sign on the pitch-black road. "Kansas Small." Then he took a sharp left turn. This woodland now belonged to Leon, as long as he remembered to pay taxes. In the dark night sky, Leon held a flashlight, gazing at the dilapidated villa in front of him. As he pushed the door open, a flurry of bats flew out. It startled Leon. However, his strong physique granted him boundless courage. Now, even if Sadako appeared, he could make her bear 8 children. With nowhere to stay, Leon decided to spend the night in the pickup truck. The sunlight awakened Leon, shining down and eliciting a comfortable groan from him. At the same time, his body continued to grow stronger. With the accumulation over this period, his physical strength reached a terrifying threshold. Thus his body became even more upright, and his already handsome face turned even more rugged. Coupled with his impressive physique, he danced the electric slide with flair. In this unfamiliar world, the power gradually strengthening within him made him let out joyful shouts. He then began to run wildly around the mountain he had purchased. As he accelerated, a series of sonic booms echoed in his ears. Woohoo! After venting his excitement, he set his sights on the dilapidated wooden house, deciding to build one for himself. You must know this was a process he had fantasized about countless times before. Now he could freely do what he loved. Without hesitation, he picked up the chainsaw from the pickup and began cutting into the thick, straight logs. In the distance at Kent Farm, a middle-aged redneck, Jonathan, Kent's Superman Clark, Kent's adoptive father, heard the sound of a chainsaw from next door, thinking someone was stealing wood. Such situations were quite common here. These bankrupt farms often attracted some troublemakers. He glanced back at his adoptive son, who was doing his homework, and said softly, "Clark, don't run around, stay at home." Clark, who was doing his homework, looked up, revealing a boyish face, and obediently nodded. Kent retracted his gaze and entered the stable, mounting a black horse. Dressed like a cowboy, he had a hunting rifle slung across his back and a revolver at his waist. It didn't take long for him to ride to Leon's location. When Kent saw an Asian face chopping wood, he placed his hand on the revolver at his waist. "Hey, yellow kid, what are you doing?" Lian turned around upon hearing the voice and saw a tall redneck hiding beside his pickup. Lian relaxed the chainsaw's clutch, stood up, and looked at this familiar-looking guy. However, he couldn't recall immediately, so he asked, "Who are you?" "This woodland is my private territory." Upon hearing this, Kent's brows slowly relaxed, and then looking at the various pots and pans in the pickup, he removed his hand from his waist. "You're my new neighbor. I'm the owner of the adjacent Kent farm. My name is Jonathan Kent." "Oh." Upon hearing this response, Lian quickly matched this appearance with the vague figure in his mind. "Hello, Kent. My name is Lian, the new owner of this woodland." This guy was Clark Kent's adoptive father. Lian remembered. Seeing that Lian was not a wood thief, Kent breathed a sigh of relief and dismounted, starting a casual chat with Lian. The more they talked, the more Kent felt that he got along well with Lian. No matter what, he wanted to invite Lian over for dinner. Lian appeared nonchalant, but inwardly, he was secretly delighted. Being called uncle by Superman seemed quite nice. So Kent rode his horse and Lian drove slowly, chatting as they headed toward Kent Farm. Through their conversation, Lian learned that the Luther family was the largest capital in the area, and they collaborated closely with nearby farmers to grow various crops. Looking at the cornfield, Lian couldn't help but think of the scene where young Superman dashed through the cornfield. It seemed that he was currently in his teenage years, the period when his Kryptonian physiology and life code awakened. As Lian approached, Clark, who was secretly lifting a tractor in the warehouse, suddenly looked in Lian's direction, sensing an energy similar to his own. Moreover, it was slightly stronger than his. "Oh no, Dad is back." Thinking of this, Clark gently placed the tractor down and quickly returned to the living room, adopting a serious posture, as if he was diligently doing his homework. When Lian saw Clark, his eyes lit up. This was what Superman looked like as a child. "Clark, come here and call Uncle." Kent beckoned to Clark, who was doing his homework nearby. Now his feelings toward Lian were simply extraordinary. The main thing was that no matter what questions he asked, Lian could hit the nail on the head, and every word resonated with him. He was very willing to befriend someone who spoke so well and was so knowledgeable. "Come here, Clark. If possible, I want you to communicate more with your uncle Lian. That way you should become much more cheerful." Although Clark was somewhat reluctant, he still obediently walked up to Kent and, feeling a bit shy, addressed Lian, "Uncle." Upon hearing this, Lian smiled at him. "Hello, Clark." At that moment, Kent looked around the wooden house, puzzled. "Is your mom not back yet?" "Mom went to inspect the farm," Clark responded. At the same time, his eyes narrowed, and he suddenly perceived a likeness in Lian, seeing common points between them. This couldn't help but bring a hint of confusion to his face. Lian gave him the feeling of kinship. "Hey Clark, go call your mom back today. I want to treat Lian, our intellectual neighbor." Kent ruffled Clark's hair and smiled at Lian. Clark shrugged. "Okay, Dad." He then bounced out excitedly. Lian and Kent both watched Clark's retreating figure. "What a good kid," Kent remarked. Hearing this, Lian nodded in agreement. Indeed. During the time Clark went to find Martha, Jonathan Kent had already moved the barbecue grill out of the storage. He was going to give Lian, the Chinese man, a taste of some redneck-style barbecue. Lian gazed at the endless cornfield, searching for something on the ground. Soon he spotted a familiar place where Clark's spaceship lay buried deep. However, he was merely curious and had no particular interest in it. Observing the layout of the Kent household, Lian was evidently learning how to build a sturdy wooden house. Moreover, Kent had promised to help him tomorrow. Therefore, he had to avoid drawing too much attention. At that moment, he was unaware if the couple had already discovered Clark's secret. Kent had placed the prepared beef on the grill, and Lian saw a woman riding a horse accompanied by Clark. This woman was Martha, the mother of Superman and his Achilles heel. After the barbecue, Lian gained Martha's friendship and spent a night sleeping in the Kent family's living room, which he truly couldn't praise, mainly because the body odor of these white people was too strong. At dawn, Lian took Kent back to his woodland. They immediately started building the wooden house. Since Lian had modest demands, he planned to build a small wooden house as a temporary measure. Later, he would construct a more substantial house himself. With Kent's assistance, many of Lian's unskilled operations were completely compensated for. The craftsmanship of these white folks was indeed impressive. By nightfall, the small wooden house had taken shape. Lian split a piece of wood in half and leveled it to make a simple bed. After waving goodbye to Kent, Lien let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment Clark had just awakened and his strength was slightly stronger than that of Clark. He also discovered that while basking in the sun, his source of power was identical to that of the Kryptonians. Yet he found nothing amiss. It was as if his ancient physique merely awakened after being struck by the Green Knight. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Lien lay on the hardwood board peering through it at the sky. Now his eyes could achieve X-ray vision, though his heat vision still lagged behind. While chopping wood today, he noticed that even the chainsaw could not cut through his skin, and the sensation of pain had diminished to almost nothing. Watching the satellites spinning above, Lien slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Why did the satellite have the Stark Industries logo? Isn't this the DC universe? Is Marvel intruding? Is Manhattan and Metropolis split into two cities? The power system won't collapse, will it? Who cares as long as Superman is here? I just need to sunbathe on the farm. Time passed quickly. Lien's new wooden house had been completed for a week, and now he was transforming the original temporary small wooden house into a forge. Inside there was an anvil, a hand hammer, and many metal scraps he had collected. His strength had reached a level he could hardly estimate. At the same time, he was now able to fly. Moreover, it was as if his mind had been thoroughly cleansed of old impurities, becoming extraordinarily sharp. He also occasionally noticed Clark secretly observing him. However, he remained indifferent, waiting for Clark to come to him of his own accord. After taking a sip of pure handmade coffee, Lien entered the forge where numerous broken swords lay scattered. These were all flawed products he had crafted. None could withstand the full force of his strikes. Some even disintegrated into atoms mid-swing. This illustrates just how powerful he had become. Last night he had found a black metal roughly the size of his head in outer space. At that time he was flying at near light speed, and his head collided directly with the metal, yet it showed no signs of damage. Instead he felt dazed from the impact. Thus what he desired today was to forge this head-sized metal into a sword, a special weapon that belonged to him. This metal felt incredibly heavy, requiring at least 2/3 of his strength to lift. Without the support of his biological force field, it might have pierced the earth directly. Encasing it in a biological force field, he continuously heated it with his heat vision. However, after burning for half a day, the stone remained cold. Lien scratched his head in confusion. What kind of metal is this? It wouldn't heat up. Somewhat vexed, Lien clenched his fist and swung with all his might, his arm moving faster than light, striking the metal wrapped in the life force field. Crack! Ah! Because the life force field enveloped it, the noise did not reach outside the wooden house. Lien covered the fist he had punched with one hand. It was now a pulverized fracture. It was known that his strength had reached an immeasurable level. To think his flesh could fracture under such circumstances. This shows how extraordinary this metal was. It was 1,000,000 times harder than super alloy. For Lien, super alloy was like tofu. The pain of his fractured bone brought tears to his eyes. He hurriedly ran outside to bask in the sun. As his arms slowly healed, Lien took a deep breath. This scene was witnessed by Karak at Kent's farm, who saw a struggle in his eyes, contemplating whether to confess everything to this uncle. Crack! Crack! The fractured bones realigned and the muscles rapidly repaired. After a long sigh of relief, Lien turned his gaze towards the sun. Indeed, he could look directly at it. The biological force field was currently expending 2/3 of his strength to support this metal. Finally, gritting his teeth, he lightly kicked off the ground and reached the core of the sun in mere moments. As he let go, the metal ball was forcibly drawn towards the sun's mass. The metal struck the surface of the sun, causing violent disturbances in the solar plates. Unbeknownst to him, this action instantly burned all satellites facing the sun on Earth due to a solar. Lien, the instigator, was leisurely absorbing the sun's radiation, while his power slowly ceased to grow. When he arrived at the core of the sun, with the metal, Lien felt an extreme heat, and the synthetic clothing wrapped in the biological force field began to melt. Lien also started to feel sweaty. One must know that the core temperature of the sun reaches 15 million degrees Celsius. He couldn't treat this place as a hot spring. His heat vision was only 300,000 degrees. Seeing the metal ball showing signs of turning red, Lien punched it directly, his fist transformed by the biological force field into a flat surface like a hammer. Ding! In the grand sun, this punch triggered another solar storm. The sun also expelled a wave of heat impacting the Earth. In Earth's orbit, a space station housed 5 people who were waiting to die, but before they could peacefully pass, the sun unleashed another solar storm upon them. Returning to Lien's perspective, he saw the slightly red metal ball had undergone slight deformation, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Beneath the sunlight, Lien reached an unprecedented peak state. Under his superluminal punches, this metal ball was quickly shaped into a sword. A double-handed sword with 8 facets, entirely black and non-reflective, with an edge sharp enough to cut through atomic nuclei. Seeing this design, Lien was utterly satisfied. After reshaping it, seemed unresponsive to the core temperature of the sun. In that case, Lien took the double-handed sword back to Earth. Back in the wooden house, Lien used his biological force field to support the sword, then planted it into a wooden post. This was to train his proficiency in controlling the biological force field. After taking a shower, Lien put on his cheap synthetic clothing again. He walked over to the stump and picked up the black double-handed sword to chop wood. Indeed, he was chopping wood. This was his way of honing his ultimate control over his power. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to find a girlfriend. Without this control, his girlfriend might accidentally have her mind blown. On the other side, Clark fell into deep thought upon witnessing this scene. Recently, his power had grown immensely to the point where he accidentally injured a classmate. Had he not managed to control it in time, that classmate might have died. After much deliberation, Clark decided to speak candidly with this uncle. He wanted to learn how to control the power of his body. Otherwise, he would feel very insecure at school and be afraid to use his powers, as a careless mistake could lead to death, which would cause him great distress. Lien was chopping wood with a double-handed sword. The wood was sliced smoothly, as if polished intentionally. The ability to cut through materials at an atomic level made Lien utterly enamored with this sword. He lightly grazed the blade with his fingertip, and his finger, devoid of the biological force field's protection, was easily cut. It's worth noting that his body could temporarily withstand temperatures of 15 million degrees Celsius, and its strength had reached an astonishing level. Yet this sword made of black material easily breached his defenses. The accompanying pain made him gasp. Moreover, the wound from the cut healed at an extremely slow rate. Upon realizing the sword's unique properties, a strange glint flickered in Lien's eyes. It seemed this universe was not as simple as it appeared in movies. Even a random piece of black meteorite could harm him, so he had to be cautious. Muttering to himself, the wound on his finger healed, completely leaving no scar. He had just emerged from the sun, his body filled with energy. The slow recovery rate was telling. If he were weak, a single strike from this sword could easily kill him. Just as Lien was quietly pondering, a clean-faced, good-looking black-haired boy shyly approached him. As his thoughts wandered, Lien's gaze fell upon the boy's face, which inexplicably reminded him of a black-haired boy, a priest, and a Jesus meme. "Uncle Lee! Uncle Lee!" Clark called out to the distracted Lien, who gradually returned to his senses. "Oh, it's Clark. What's up? Uncle, you have superpowers too, right?" Clark looked at Lien, his tone filled with certainty and a glimmer of expectation, hoping Lien would admit to having superpowers. That way he wouldn't feel so lonely. Finding someone similar was definitely a joyous occasion. Hearing this, Lien looked at Clark's handsome face, knowing he couldn't hide it from him, so he gently nodded. Seeing Lien's acknowledgement, a joyful smile appeared on Clark's face. He hurriedly asked, "Then, Uncle, can you teach me how to control my Bodis power?" Looking at the 11 or 12-year-old Clark, the sunlight illuminated his face, revealing an innocent demeanor. Hearing his ambiguous request, Lien covered his face with one hand, thinking, "I'm not a priest." Shaking off these strange thoughts, Lien handed the sword to Clark. "Here, help me chop all this wood into pieces the thickness of your fingers. That should help you with controlling your body." Clark looked at the black double-handed sword that was slightly taller than him with some confusion, yet he still attempted to take it with one hand. However, the sudden weight forced him to quickly extend his other hand. The weight of the black sword caused him to stumble, and he quickly gritted his teeth to steady himself, trying desperately to counterbalance the sword's heaviness. Clark had only ever lifted the tractor on the farm, and this sword felt as heavy as a fraction of the moon's weight, which was still too heavy for a boy who hadn't reached adulthood. Just as the black sword was about to plunge into the ground, Lien swiftly caught it with one hand. Phew! Clark felt a sudden lightness in his body and sighed in relief. "Uncle, this sword is too heavy. I can't lift it yet." Seeing Lian lift it with one hand, Clark couldn't help but look at him with admiration. After pondering for a moment, Lian wrapped the sword with a biological force field counterbalancing 99% of its weight and handed it back to Clark. "Try again." This time Clark still found it too heavy, so Lian reduced the weight again. After doing so 3 times and noticing the veins bulging on Clark's neck, he finally managed to grasp the sword, and Lian sighed in relief. "Now just get used to this weight." Lian pointed to the pile of wood next to them. "Once you adapt to the sword's weight, chop this pile of wood into finger-thick pieces. When you go home, just stick the sword into that stump." Lian pointed to a nearby tree stump. "Okay, Uncle." Clark's face was flushed red. He could barely hold the sword, unable to manage even such a simple weight. He could only brace himself with both hands, preventing his body from being pressed into the ground. His understanding of the biological force field was still quite rudimentary. Though he was exhausted, Clark felt a surge of excitement. In this world, he was not alone. With Lian around, Clark found a bit more joy each day. Every day after class, he would come to Lian's yard to practice with the black sword. It took him a week before he could move it easily. This progress was remarkable. Meanwhile, Lian wandered in the sun, aiming to become incredibly strong. Strong enough to confront any monstrous entity. For someone who felt insecure, he could only find satisfaction when he felt the power surging within him. After returning from the sun's core, Lian changed his clothes, having managed to withstand 5 more seconds in the sun's core this time. Moreover, he did it without using the biological force field. In the yard, Clark had already learned to perform some chopping motions thanks to his recent training. Turning on the television, Lian saw the news playing. Since there were no games available on the current phones, he had no interest in them. Upon seeing the news of Thomas Wayne being beaten up, he chuckled. There were also clips of Arthur mocking Thomas Wayne. It was laughable to think that a top billionaire would hire a beautiful young woman with mental health issues as a maid. This also sparked speculation about Arthur's identity, with many watching in glee. When Arthur spoke this line, Thomas Wayne was left speechless. Not long after, Arthur was locked up in Arkham Asylum as a mental patient. During a press conference where Thomas Wayne sought to clarify whether there was a blood relation with Arthur, he was shot dead by Arthur's mother. As she shot Thomas Wayne, she claimed in front of the reporters that he had deceived her affections. Moreover, Arthur was the eldest son of the Wayne family. After saying this, Arthur's mother tidied herself up and committed suicide by gunshot on the spot. Thus, Arthur's identity was confirmed. He was Bruce Wayne's half-brother. Arthur's mother received a brief proper treatment thanks to the money Lian provided, which enabled her to carry out this act of revenge. Upon seeing this news, Lian was shocked. Now all the involved parties were dead, and before dying they had confirmed Arthur's identity. Regardless of the truth, it seemed real now. This incident concluded with Arthur being locked up in Arkham Asylum. Martha Wayne, Bruce Wayne's mother, also committed suicide by poison on a rainy night. The timeline was once again altered. Batman lost his parents once more. Lian could not help but take a look at Arthur. When he saw Arthur, he realized that his aura was completely different from before. Now Arthur had truly transformed into a real clown. Moreover, his darkness was thorough. Even in madness, he adorned himself like a clown, his makeup reflecting the experiences of his life. He had lived like a clown. Without making contact, Lian quietly observed this person who once offered him assistance from the sky. In the end, he was pulled back to his rightful position by the timeline. However, after his story with Batman began, it was no longer a matter of class opposition, but rather a struggle for inheritance between brothers. Before withdrawing his gaze, Lian saw the clown looking at him with a grin. In his eyes, Lian detected a sense of nostalgia and relief. Gradually, these emotions faded, leaving only madness. At this point, Arthur had completely been assimilated by the clown persona. Shaking his head, he turned away, no longer interfering with the clown's timeline. Returning to the farm, under the sparse moonlight, Clark continued to control his power with the black sword held tightly in his hands. He was now able to manage the magnitude of his strength. Under the moonlight, he gently chopped wood with the sword. When he split a piece of wood, an unusual surprise appeared on his face. Lian basked in the moonlight, nodding approvingly at him. Time passed swiftly. Thanks to Lien's intervention, Clark had no feelings of inferiority while studying He was remarkably cheerful, and his handsome appearance attracted the admiration of girls at school. At the same time, his excellence also provoked resentment in others, notably his rival Lex Luthor. He discovered Clark's secret. Lien did not take these matters to heart. He was currently absorbing the sun's energy at its core. He was serious about becoming stronger, because he had no system, perhaps due to not having reincarnated. In this world, his body was his original one. Moreover, he had only a superficial understanding of this world, having merely watched the films without grasping all the details. Thus, he believed that only by continuously growing stronger could he maintain a basic sense of security. On this day, he could already persist in the sun's core for 3 hours. The surging power within him filled him with immense satisfaction. Now he could effortlessly swing the black 8-sided sword with one hand using just his physical strength. Entering the universe, he gazed at a small asteroid, gripping the black sword with one hand and swinging it at the asteroid. Without a sound, the asteroid was split in two. The cut surface was smooth, revealing that the interior of the asteroid was composed of dense metal. Looking again at the sword in his hand, Lien thought to himself, what strength is there? It's all just brute force and a tough body. Returning to Earth, Lien lay back in his wooden cabin. The sword was once again sheathed in the wooden post used for Clark's daily training. Clark had to attend classes during the day, and now that he was in high school, his time at home was even shorter, so Lien stayed home alone. Feeling bored, Lien used his X-ray vision and super hearing to spy on distant New York, where Tony Stark was still a young man indulging in a life of luxury. I must say his taste was quite good. All were blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties. However, Lien had no interest in these beauties, as he was not accustomed to the body odor of these Westerners. I must say it really stank. Not to mention the mixture with perfume, this combination of sweet and foul was truly disgusting. As his gaze swept by, he saw a guy being tortured inside a vacuum machine. This was Deadpool. Shifting his gaze elsewhere, he saw a bald man in a wheelchair who seemed to sense something and looked over at him. This bald man was Professor X. At this moment, he seemed somewhat astonished, muttering, "Is there really someone whose thoughts I cannot probe?" Beside him, Wolverine puffed on a cigar, asking, "What's wrong, Professor?" Hearing this, the bald man gently shook his head. "It's nothing." Seeing this, Lien could not help but glance towards the world's highest peak, where there was also a bald man. Just a quick glance, and Lien withdrew his gaze, but he was still noticed by the bald man. The bald man opened his eyes, scanning the area where Lien stood, softly saying, "An interesting outs." Seeing this bizarre world, Lien thought for a moment, and could not help but exclaim, "What the hell have I been transported into a comic book? I'd better just lay low." So the somewhat awkward Lien spent a decade quietly laying low. As Clark grew up, he began to roam the streets doing good deeds. Whether it was rescuing a cat or a dog, he was also combating crime. Meanwhile, he had already become a reporter at the Daily Planet, occasionally flirting with Lois. Watching the news report Tony Stark was missing, Lien knew that all the troublesome matters were about to begin. Now Lien poured himself a cup of coffee, enjoying the rare tranquility. His strength had reached a level that even he was unsure of how strong he had become. He only knew that when Clark's adoptive father was close to death, Lien merely used a biological force field from a distance to save Jonathan effortlessly. Jonathan, who originally wanted to teach Clark a lesson with his own death, felt quite awkward afterward. To this, Clark was very grateful to Lien. Without him, Martha would have faced a lonely old age. This chaotic world was indeed quite mad. It made Lien want to go out and have some fun. Thus, without hesitation, he strapped on the black sword and disappeared from the wooden cabin. Now he had reached a terrifying level, able to go anywhere as if teleporting. When he reappeared, he was at the highest point in New York. He heard a chatterbox mumbling about something. Lien focused his gaze and saw the bully Maguire. Seeing this, Lien quickly closed his eyes, afraid that he might throw dust into his sight. When the bully Maguire saw Lien, he was immediately struck by his appearance, as his spider sense failed him in Lien's presence. His hands and feet acted independently, seemingly wanting to flee from this dangerous guy. Ah! Bang! Thud! Seeing his uncontrollable body, Maguire lost his footing and fell from the high building, hitting the ground with a thud. When Lien stood before him, he was trying to reach for his back while moaning, "My back! My back! Oh my God!" Seeing this classic scene, Lien struggled to suppress his laughter. Sorry, Mr. Spider-Man. Saying this, Lien gently patted his back. The solid yet intricate biological force field provided a thorough healing treatment to his entire body. As a result, all the old injuries left by the Bully Maguire were completely healed. Oh yeah, after Lien withdrew his hand, the Bully Maguire had a blissful expression as he looked at Lien and asked, "Are you a divine healer, handsome man with a sword on your back?" Lien shook his head. "No, I'm just a fun seeker looking for amusement." Saying this, Lien gazed into the distance and then turned back to the Bully Maguire in Spider-Man attire, continuing, "Goodbye, Mr. Maguire." With that, Lien completely vanished from his sight. After 10 years of inconspicuous development, Lien could now effortlessly lift the moon with one hand. He secretly tried it once. That was why he had the confidence to seek some fun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the courage. Moreover, he was still being stealthy. The worldview was too chaotic, like a mixed version of a Western comic world. Everything bizarre was present. Passing by a small wooden house, Lien paused. Home alone. When he saw two fools being played around by a child, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, with his current strength, he had no intention of intervening with these mortals. Shrugging, he arrived at Times Square in Manhattan, New York. He saw on the big screen the news of Superman rescuing an airplane. There was also a report about Stark being missing for 72 hours alongside Stark Industries' plummeting stock prices. Lien paid no attention to these. Suddenly looking up, he saw a hammer falling from the sky. Upon seeing this hammer, a comical smirk appeared on Lien's face. He then moved faster than the hammer, arriving at its landing point first. He drew a square cut in the ground with his black sword, then used a biological field to lift the square piece of earth. The hammer landed precisely in the hole, and thanks to Lien's biological field enveloping it, there was no trace of change here. After that, he placed the square piece of earth back into the gap in the ground, then gently inserted his black sword at the hammer's landing point. Just thinking about the bewildered look on Thor's face when he saw his black sword made Lien want to laugh. Moreover, this sword weighed only 1,000th of the moon. Apart from himself and Clark, Lien couldn't think of anyone else in this world who could lift it. After doing all this, Lien found a small town nearby, starting as an observer to record Thor's blunders. Arriving at a bar, Lien had just taken half a sip of beer when he saw two blonde, blue-eyed women walk into the bar. Indeed, they were Jane and her best friend, along with the astrophysicist. They had observed something falling nearby, so they came with research intentions. Drinking beer, Lien exuded a deep sense of loneliness, which caught the attention of Darcy Lewis, Jane Foster's best friend. "Hey Jane, look at that brooding handsome guy over there. Should we go for a brief encounter?" Seeing Darcy winking, Jane shook her head and looked out the window. Observing this scene, Darcy Lewis shrugged. "Well, if that's the case, you can't steal him from me." Saying this, the mature woman strutted over to Lien. "Hey handsome, would you like to buy me a drink?" As she said this, she threw a flirtatious glance at Lien. However, Lien was not interested in such a woman. Oh, God knows how many one-night stands she had. At this moment, the black sword that Lien had placed attracted a lot of people's attention. Many people came over to investigate. An old man even tried to connect a chain from a pickup truck to the black sword to pull it out, but the black sword remained unmoved. His X-ray vision witnessed this entire scene. Retracting his gaze, Lien looked at the woman. "Sorry ma'am, I'm not into women." "Oh my God." Darcy Lewis looked at Lien in disbelief. "You so handsome are actually gay. What a waste." Hearing Lien's blunt admission that he wasn't into women, Darcy Lewis dejectedly returned to Jane's side. "Did you hear that? What a pity." Jane Foster glanced at Lien, then turned back to her best friend, smiling. "He's lying to you. He's not gay. He just politely rejected you." Disappointed, Darcy and Jane finished their beers and drove away with their teacher, Dr. Eric. Outside, a light drizzle began. As expected, Thor got hit by a car. Thor was knocked out by Darcy. Seeing this, Lien couldn't help but laugh. His laughter was not loud, so it didn't seem strange in the bar. When he shifted his gaze back to his black sword, Lien found that the area around the sword had already been cordoned off by S-H-I-E-L-D. Thinking about how soon he would see Thor's bewildered expression made Lien want to laugh. After finishing his beer, Jane and her group had already taken Thor to the hospital. Lien found a tavern and had a splendid nap. Awakened naturally, Lien suddenly froze. Oh crap, I overslept. Without much thought, he wanted to see how much he had missed. When he looked back at the black sword, he saw Thor drenched from the rain and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sprawled unconscious on the ground. Thor glanced at the black sword, his eyes filled with confusion. He had lost his divine power and could not sense that Mjolnir was right beneath the black sword. He wondered if it was possible that his father had set up an illusion for him. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the sword's hilt with both hands, roaring with all his might. But the black sword remained as immovable as if it were rooted in the ground. No. Thor knelt on the ground, looking up at the sky in disbelief. Seeing this scene, Lien felt exhilarated. Yet he still did not go to retrieve the sword. Instead, he found a mobile phone store and looked at the current phones. Upon seeing a touchscreen, he was overjoyed. Although he couldn't play Genshin Impact yet, he could play Plants vs. Zombies. After buying himself a luxurious version of an unknown brand phone, Lien eagerly tapped into Plants vs. Zombies. After playing for a while, he reluctantly exited the game interface. Checking the time, he realized that the second princess should be appearing now. So he put away his phone and headed to where Thor was held. Looking at Coulson, Lien focused on the top of his head, noticing that this guy had no signs of being decapitated. Lien also discovered that many of these agents were aliens in disguise. Moreover, these individuals didn't even realize they were aliens. This was quite terrifying. If they could mimic Superman's Kryptonian genes, then in this world they would directly become an invincible army. It was utterly horrifying. His purpose for coming here was to test his own strength. Mainly he aimed for Odin's secret weapon, the Destroyer. Now he had to wait for the Destroyer to descend. Then he would test his physical resistance. If he found himself lacking, he would hide and go to Camartage to learn some dark magic. After waiting for several days, looking at the incredible vortex in the sky, a flicker of anticipation finally crossed Lien's eyes. If it weren't for the fear of being crushed, he would have stopped eating beef long ago. The Destroyer descended and Coulson recklessly held a loudspeaker. Lien watched a red light shoot from its eyes. When he saw that this power only created a small pit on the ground and caused no significant damage, he was disappointed. It was even less powerful than a missile. Frowning slightly, he sensed that the potential power hidden within the Iron Man was far beyond this, yet its damage seemed deliberately suppressed, appearing very minimal. But adopting a cautious approach, Lien merely extended a finger to deactivate the biological field, then carefully used his fingertip to gauge the magic's effect on himself. As the red light shot past, Lien only felt a gentle breeze brush against his fingertip. The temperature felt to an ordinary person like 20 degrees of sunlight combined with a gentle breeze. Lien furrowed his brows, unable to believe the injury was so minor, utterly incomparable to the vast energy within the Destroyer. Damn, Odin has unleashed a vast ocean. So Lien decided to provoke this Iron Man, allowing Odin's consciousness to take over. Thus Lien transformed into light speed and struck the Destroyer with a powerful blow. The Destroyer's head spun twice and a half in the air. Meanwhile, Loki, who was struggling to control the Destroyer, looked utterly bewildered. What's going on? Before he could react, Lien reached out and grasped the Destroyer's evil arm, as if he intended to tear it apart. This scene left those around them momentarily stunned. With a single force, the power capable of splitting the moon in two was directed at the Destroyer's armor. At that moment, the sleeping Odin was awakened. He felt the Destroyer's armor emitting a mournful wail, as if it was about to be torn apart. Odin immediately took control of the Destroyer, sensing the change in the aura of its armor. Lien retracted his strength and swiftly retreated. Odin shared the sensory perception through the Destroyer, and he saw a young man with a pixelated face tentatively provoking him. The pixelated face belonged to Lien, who used biological means to alter the light direction on his face, thereby distorting the surrounding space to obscure his appearance. Odin was displeased that Lien interrupted his test for Thor, as it disrupted his retirement plans. After reaching their level of power, death merely meant the loss of a physical body, while the true spirit was immortal. At most, they would return to the world tree. With a grumpy demeanor, Odin waved his hand, summoning a spear into the Iron Man's grasp. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Lien felt a twinge of fear. This was a weapon of truth, the eternal spear. It would not stop until it pierced its target. Meanwhile, in Metropolis, at the headquarters of the planet Daily, Clark suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful force sweeping toward Earth, so he used his X-ray vision to look toward the source of the energy fluctuation, immediately spotting Lien confronting a metal man. Upon seeing it was Lien, he visibly relaxed, knowing that Uncle Lien was stronger than himself. Thus Clark redirected his focus to the computer and resumed working. The scene shifted to the standoff between Lien and Odin. Odin, holding the eternal spear, aimed it at Lien, able to see his face through the twisted space. Without hesitation, he gathered all his energy and launched a lethal spear at Lien. With his eyes twitching, Lien transformed into light speed and fled rapidly. The eternal spear pursued relentlessly from behind, already reaching light speed. After seeing Lien being driven away by the eternal spear, Odin fell back into slumber. Meanwhile, Thor began to chatter incessantly at the bewildered destroyer. But just as he was ranting, the destroyer suddenly turned around, and without the power of the thunder god, Thor was instantly knocked to the ground. Looking like he was on the verge of death, Jane rushed forward to support him, her worried expression. Lien, however, paid no attention to this scene. After several seconds of fleeing, he had already circled Earth dozens of times. Bang! Without sensing the imminent danger, Lien gradually slowed down, only to have the eternal spear pierce directly into his back. The clash of metal against metal created a sonic boom over Earth. The ocean was disturbed, generating massive waves hundreds of meters high, while an aircraft carrier on a secret mission suffered an unforeseen disaster nearby. It sank directly into the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. The pain made Lien frown, but it was bearable, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It also gave him a certain demystifying effect regarding these mythological figures. Perhaps due to age, or rather for the eternal race, the older they were the more powerful they became, so age was not a problem. Turning his head, he saw the eternal spear piercing through his biological force field, finally stopping at his skin. It hadn't broken the skin, but the force made Lien feel unprecedented intense pain. This was the accompanying effect of magic. However, it was still bearable. Taking a deep breath, noticing the eternal spear attempting to escape, Lien reached out and tightly grasped it, using his strength capable of lifting the moon to firmly restrain it. Just as he was about to succeed, the eternal spear directly phased out of Lien's grip. This scene left Lien stunned. Is this cheating? Lien, who did not understand magic, clearly felt a sense of being slapped in the face. He had originally wanted to play with this legendary artifact, but never expected it could phase out. Looking at his back, Lien had already formed a simple conjecture about Odin's power. If that strike had landed on the moon, it would have directly shattered it. The power was undeniably strong. Yet now he seemed hesitant, so he did not pursue him. From his simple tests, Lien concluded that he had nearly no means to suppress magic. To deal with a magician, he could only crush them before they cast their spells. Otherwise, if trapped in a mirror space by a top-tier magician like Ancient One, it would be troublesome. Reaching this conclusion, Lien breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he did not pretend to arm wrestle with the big shots, he would be safe. The main issue was that these big shots were too cunning. One wanted to retire while the other wished to enter the eternal sanctuary. They were indifferent to mortal affairs. All their actions were merely to find a reasonable excuse for an early retirement. Reeling in his wandering thoughts, Lien's eyes flickered as he murmured to himself, "Should I learn some magic?" After a moment of contemplation, he decided to give it a try. Having made his decision, Lien returned to the location of the Black Sword. At that moment, the destroyer incident was nearing its end, and after such encounters, Thor had successfully exploded in a final effort to save everything. When he saw a black sword embedded in the ground again, he stood there gripping Mjolnir in shock. How is this possible? Isn't this an illusion set by the old man? Murmuring, he reached out to grasp the sword's hilt, and immediately lightning began to envelop his body, but in the end, the black sword remained utterly unmoved. The enraged thunder god raised Mjolnir above his head, thunder rumbling as he struck the sword's hilt. Bang! Yet the black sword remained still, and instead the force of the thunder god's hammer sent him flying. Thor looked down at his palm, disbelief filling his eyes. But recalling what he had just witnessed, his instincts told him that this black sword had an unbreakable connection to that young man. He could think of no one other than his old man who could subdue the destroyer's armor with bare hands. However, this young man was definitely not his father. As he pondered who this guy was, Lien returned nearby, waving his hand and the biological force field lifted the black sword, returning it to his hand like a streak of light. Thor saw this scene and had no time to think further, for his homeland was currently under attack by frost giants. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the Rainbow Bridge, casting a tight gaze in the direction of Lien, clearly leaving an indelible impression on him. Holding the black sword, Lien fixed his gaze on the remnants of the destroyer scattered on the ground. He raised his hand and inhaled, causing the biological force field to automatically collect the fragments into a sphere. Then, after taking a glance at the scene, Lien vanished without a trace. As for the video of him colliding with the destroyer, it sparked speculation about his identity among the onlookers. However, the code he applied to himself was of no use to those who could not see his true essence. After obtaining the destroyer fragments, Lien returned the black sword to the wooden post and went back to the wooden cabin to study the mysterious URU metal in his hand. He pinched the URU metal, which immediately flattened under his grip with clear fingerprints visible on its surface. However, its strength was inferior to that of the black sword. Activating his X-ray vision, Lien discovered that it was engraved with hollow runes, each seemingly an application of certain rules. Each rune represented a specific function. Although these runes had become dull, Lien was able to piece them together to restore their original appearance. He casually picked up a coffee cup nearby, controlling one eye to emit thin hair-like thermal rays, and began to imitate the runes he pieced together by engraving one onto the coffee cup. Once the rune was constructed into a circuit, the coffee cup burst forth with a golden light. Thanks to his super brain and the ability to observe at a subatomic level, his imitation of the engraved rune was flawless. Holding the glowing coffee cup, Lien was attempting to decipher the meaning and function of the rune. The more he examined it, the more he felt a sense of familiarity with these runes. Holy crap, hieroglyphs! No! Just something similar, but its meaning can be inferred through its representation. Looking at its form, Lien immediately thought of the character for fire. As he silently recited this character in his heart, the rune within the coffee cup suddenly began to flicker, while the cup's temperature rose increasingly until the ceramic cup melted. The ceramic material could not withstand the temperature of the fire rune. With visible results, Lien's eyes lit up. He then began to learn and deduce the meanings and operational logic of these runes. Regardless of their utility, he decided to memorize them first. With his super brain, it didn't take long for him to remember hundreds of runes, although he was unable to decipher the meanings of many of them. However, the first few dozen runes he guessed were already sufficient for his use. The runes for metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and snow were the easiest to deduce. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze towards the direction of Kamar-Taj. I need to learn magic. Whispering to himself, he began to conceal all his energy, emptying himself of everything. He tried to appear as ordinary as possible. To avoid drawing attention, he chose not to fly, and instead boarded a train. After half a month of long travel, he had not tidied his appearance, making him look somewhat Having retracted his biological force field, his body accumulated a bit of dust with a noticeable stubble and messy hair. If one were to look solely at his appearance now, he resembled a disheveled, ordinary traveler. Coincidentally, he spotted a familiar black-skinned individual. Though he had a super brain, his previously vague and non-focused memories did not afford him the ability to read them frame by frame like flipping through photos. He had forgotten but vaguely remembered that this person was a villain. Thus, he subtly used his biological force field to momentarily distract the black-skinned man, causing an encounter between them. Although he couldn't recall the name, he knew that this black-skinned man held some weight in Kamar-Taj. When Master Mordo saw Lien's authentic Han appearance, his eyes lit up, for his teacher Master Gu-Yi also shared a similar look, even though Gu-Yi had no hair. A look of curiosity gradually emerged on Mordo's black face. Upon seeing Lien's life characteristics differing from the norm, he confirmed that Lien was indeed the person he had been searching for. He then approached Lien like an insurance salesman, flashing a wide smile and saying, "Hey there, sir, do you believe in magic?" Lien pretended to be dazed, asking, "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, sir, I am a sorcerer tasked with finding individuals qualified to practice magic for Kamar-Taj. Do you have any desire to become a sorcerer?" Lien feigned disbelief, replying, "Are you joking with me, sir?" Seeing Lien's skepticism, Mordo performed a hand gesture, and soon Lien found himself in a bizarre space. It was a liminal space between virtual and reality. When Lien witnessed this scene, he naturally recognized it as the mirror dimension, yet he still pretended to be shocked, saying, "Stop your little tricks, sir. This is hypnosis, isn't it?" Seeing that Lien still didn't believe him, Mordo gritted his teeth and directly used the mystic ring to open a portal taking Lien to Kamartaj. Only then did Lien appear, as if his worldview had been shattered. He murmured in disbelief, "This world actually has magic." Observing Lien's reaction, Mordo finally experienced that feeling of being above ordinary humans. As Lien caught a glimpse of Mordo's toothy grin, he secretly smiled as well. He had successfully infiltrated Kamartaj. Mordo then made a simple self-introduction. "My name is Mordo, a sorcerer from Kamartaj. My master is the legendary supreme sorcerer master Gu-E." Seeing Mordo join his hands in a Buddha-like pose, Lien mirrored the gesture and nodded. Lien, a traveler exploring the world on a budget. The scene shifted, and Lien was now practicing basic hand gestures alongside several magic apprentices in Kamartaj. As an apprentice, Lien did not strive to stand out. For now, he simply wanted to calm down and learn magic. In his mind, he imagined what astonishing effects would occur if he were to master magic and combine it with a physique akin to Superman. He knew that his body could now traverse to the core of the sun. If he were to add long-range magical attacks to that, he couldn't even imagine how exhilarating it would be. Thinking of this, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Clearly, he had recalled the moment when Gu-E could separate a person's soul from their body. Currently, the soul was his only shortcoming. While his physical form could crush everything, if his soul were to be corrupted by a mental scepter, he might encounter disaster. Realizing this, he secretly felt fortunate to have discovered another flaw in himself. What he didn't know was that, at this moment, the tension between Clark and Luther in Metropolis was escalating. Meanwhile, the military had also discovered the lonely fortress left by Clark's father in the Arctic. Luther believed he had found a way to restrain Clark using kryptonite. However, he was unaware that the Clark trained by Lien had already broken free from the saintly persona depicted in the films. On a quiet night, while Luther was still researching how to deal with Superman, he was incinerated to ashes by a thermal ray from Clark descending from the sky, as if he had never existed in this world. He then learned of his origins from his adoptive parents, leading him to the lonely fortress in the Arctic. Time passed quickly, and Lien, who was infiltrating Kamartaj to learn magic, had already made some progress. Moreover, he had been secretly studying dark magic. Everything was proceeding quietly. One day, Dr. Strange, in an out-of-body experience, saw a sneaky figure hiding in the library perusing forbidden books on dark magic. When he saw Lien's face, he froze. At that moment, Lien was fervently gazing at the location of the Dark God's book, recorded in dark magic, wanting to learn the spells and borrow a little bit of power from Dormammu. At the same time, he did not forget to steal a few spells to solidify his soul. The dark magic book in Lien's hand was the last one he intended to read in the library. He had quietly finished reading all the others. He had already mastered all the magic that Kamartaj had to offer. Aside from the white magic compendium of the Vishanti and the Dark God's book, he was now the sorcerer with the most comprehensive collection of magic types in the library. His eagerness to learn led him to not overlook even the simplest cleaning spells. This reflected his ferocity. Gu-E was unaware of his actions, as she was still confronting Dormammu in the dark dimension. At the same time, she was also making plans for her retirement. The soul state Dr. Strange hurriedly returned to his body, while quickly arriving at the library. "Wong, haven't you seen a person with a Han face like yours sneaking a peek at the dark magic book?" At this moment, Wong the librarian looked bewildered at Dr. Strange. "What? I didn't see anyone enter the library, except for your soul form." Hearing this, Dr. Strange quickly approached the spot where Lien had just been, but it was completely empty. It's worth noting that Lien's magical prowess now surpassed that of the librarian Wong. His ability to conceal himself was no small feat thanks to his extraordinary mind. I must say this brain of his is truly effective. At this moment, the books on the shelves remained utterly undisturbed, as if no one had ever been there. Simultaneously, there was not a single trace of the magic circle in the library being activated. This scene began to sow seeds of self-doubt in Dr. Strange. At this time, Lien had already arrived at the sealing location of the Dark Grimoire through the portal, Wanda Mountain. The Ancient One in the other dimensional battlefield sensed Lien's presence as soon as he appeared. Glancing at Dormammu, the Ancient One chose to let things unfold. Lian cleverly passed through the barrier. He merely observed without touching the magical grimoire. He didn't even spare a glance at the magnificent ruins surrounding him. His eyes pierced through layers of seals to view the contents within the altar. Moreover, he could sense the alluring aura emanating from it. However, he was not interested in it. After memorizing all the dark magic, he did not rush to use the magic from the dark grimoire to forcibly borrow power from Dormammu. Instead, he turned back to Camartage to search for the Book of Vishanti. Having learned dark magic, he thought it wouldn't hurt to acquire this white magic as well. Yet he searched Camartage but could not find the Book of Vishanti. "Is it with the Ancient One?" he murmured, squinting as he sensed the dark dimension, then cast dark magic. A flash of purple light streaked through the space, and Lian vanished from his previous location. In a void, Lian saw a bald figure in yellow robes. She was the supreme sorceress, the Ancient One, along with a face larger than the galaxy. Upon seeing Lian, the Ancient One seemed to have guessed his intentions. Thus, with an enigmatic tone, she said, "You have arrived." This statement instantly made Lian, who was brimming with confidence, wake up. In his current state, he still couldn't see the depth of the Ancient One. It's important to note that the Ancient One had reached the pinnacle of being a supreme sorceress with a mortal body, which speaks volumes about her strength. Unlike her portrayal in movies, she now exuded a tremendous sense of pressure towards Lian. The more powerful one is, the more they can sense the unfathomable depths of the Ancient One. To be safe, Lian immediately became more polite, saying, "I have met the supreme sorceress." Upon hearing this, the Ancient One gently nodded. "You have come for the Book of Vishanti, right?" Hearing her straightforwardness, Lian realized that everything he had done might have been under her watchful eyes. Thus a hint of embarrassment surfaced on his face, but he had already developed the trait of a strong person and extremely thick skin. Soon he regained his composure and lightly nodded, acknowledging the Ancient One's words. "You are an honest person." As she spoke, the Ancient One extended her hand and summoned an ancient book from the Eye of Agamotto, saying, "The Book of Vishanti opens its doors for you." Seeing the Book of Vishanti floating towards him, Lian instinctively reached out to catch it. At the same time, Dormammu went into a frenzy upon seeing this book, causing the entire dark dimension to tremble. He wanted to completely destroy this detestable white magic. However, just as he showed signs of erupting, the Ancient One raised her hand and pressed him down, leaving Dormammu in a state of powerless rage. Lian's reading speed was like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he memorized all the endless pages of the book into his super brain. Then Lian returned it. When he shifted his gaze back to Dormammu, he understood where the Ancient One's confidence to borrow Dormammu's dark power came from. At the same time, Lian silently rejoiced that he had not recklessly borrowed Dormammu's power. After reading the Book of Vishanti, he discovered that the worldview was truly vast. The Ancient One was also proficient in the spells of the Book of Vishanti, which was why she dared to borrow Dormammu's power, because she could control her thoughts and not be assimilated by him. Those who had not reached the level to learn the techniques of the Book of Vishanti could not resist the temptation and learned dark magic. Thus, they were inevitably assimilated. To borrow power, one must first master both white and black magic. This is also why Lian felt fortunate. If he had recklessly borrowed Dormammu's power without seeing the Book of Vishanti, considering his constitution, the crisis that would erupt from being possessed would be unimaginable. Not to mention the fact that becoming a puppet was the most unacceptable thing. His cautiousness over the years almost became Dormammu's wedding dress. Looking back at Dormammu, a crimson aura erupted from Lian, and the power of the sun within him surged like an unending ocean wave. The aura gradually condensed into a gigantic sword comparable to the size of the moon, and the biological force field gripped the hilt, then struck Dormammu's face with a single blow. It directly created a scar on his face that resembled a tear in the sky. However, it wasn't long before the energy of the dark dimension healed his wounds. The Ancient One looked at this scene with a hint of astonishment. She seemed not to expect that Lian would be so powerful. Moreover, this did not appear to be Lian's limit. Nevertheless, the Ancient One kindly reminded him, "Don't waste your energy. This fellow possesses endless power here. As long as this dimension exists, he is an immortal existence." Upon hearing this, Lian gradually calmed down. He merely wanted to test his strength. At this level apart from those ancient gods, he could still handle the rest. Ah! Dormammu's face revealed a furious expression. I will kill you, insect. As the energy of the dark dimension was mobilized by him, Leon also felt his eyelids twitch slightly, a sign of danger. Facing the enraged Dormammu, the Ancient One raised an eyebrow. It had been a long time since she had angered this fellow, so she did not plan to stay any longer. She instantly cast the mirror magic, trapping him with the time loop from the Eye of Agamotto. The Ancient One then cast teleportation magic to open a portal back to Camartage. Lien quickly followed. Upon returning to the library of Camartage, Lien's appearance immediately attracted the attention of Dr. Strange Stephen, as well as Mordo and Old Wong. These few looked utterly bewildered. Just then, a spatial gate beside the library opened and a guardian of the sanctum was stabbed to death before their eyes. It turned out that the sanctum in London had been invaded by dark wizards. Moreover, it was a traitor from Camartage. The explosion sent Stephen flying, causing him to disappear from the library of Camartage. At that moment, the traitor Caecilius had also conquered the sanctum in New York, and Stephen fortuitously got blasted to the New York sanctum. As the two battled, the Ancient One suddenly vanished from sight, leaving behind a phrase and a soft sigh in Lien's ear. Moreover, it was in Chinese, a language he felt incredibly familiar with. I am tired, do not intervene in this matter. Sigh. Seeing this familiar scene, Lien froze. This was the script the Ancient One had set for her own exit. Wong and Mordo beside him did not hear these words, while Lien lightly nodded. Thus a portal without spark effects opened before him with his intention. It was more like being torn apart from thin air. If one did not look closely, it would appear as if they were looking at a mirror. As Lien left, everything began to unfold according to the script the Ancient One had tailored for him. Because Lien left quickly enough, he was not caught in Dr. Strange's time loop. The subsequent events involved Dr. Strange annoying Dormammu through infinite retries, leading to a compromise and departure. Returning to the small wooden cabin, Lien May enjoyed a restful sleep. The black sword remained on the wooden post. Next door, the Kent family led their usual life. Unexpectedly, Clark activated the coordinates of the Fortress of Solitude, drawing the attention of a Kryptonian ship from thousands of light-years away. They were the last survivors of Krypton, having survived due to their exile. Now they received information from the Fortress of Solitude, which contained comprehensive breeding equipment for Kryptonians, a type belonging to the mothership. In the pitch-black void of space, a black starship opened a wormhole with a burst of energy and then vanished. Alert! Alert! Unknown signals detected in outer space approaching. The Stark Industries satellite in outer space suddenly issued a warning. This left the returning Stark momentarily stunned. At that moment, he was improving the model of his Iron Man suit. Ever since he had been beaten by Ironmonger, he had locked himself in the lab. He was even trying to find a replacement for the device on his chest. Jarvis, what's going on? Sir, the satellite detected alien signals. They are invading Earth's networks. As Jarvis spoke, he projected the starship where Zod was currently located, which was being broadcast all over the world. Currently, Superman was not well known on Earth, and due to Lien's teachings, he was particularly cautious. Upon seeing this, Tony Stark's eyes flashed with deeper anxiety. Without further thought, he donned the latest suit and flew towards the coordinates provided by the satellite. When he spotted a black starship, shock flickered in his eyes. As the starship detected Iron Man, it suddenly fired a laser cannon at him. Just as Iron Man was about to meet his end, a figure, wearing underwear over their pants, blocked in front of him. The machine gun fire was entirely neutralized by Clark's bioforce field. With Lien's early guidance and the sword training in front of the cabin, these attacks felt like mere tickles. Looking at the figure before him, Tony Stark silently glanced at his palm, and the despair in his eyes was palpable, hidden behind the metal shell. He could distinctly feel the technological disparity between his suit and that of the starship. General Zod, seeing this scene through the ship's screen, was filled with delight. They were of the same kind. Moreover, there was the perfect life planet behind Superman. If they could transform it, then the plan to restore their homeland could be realized. If it weren't for those old fools obstructing him, Zod would have already led Krypton to escape the destruction of their home. But now it was fine. Those obstructive old beings were all dead, and no one could stop him from rebuilding his homeland. Thus the starship quickly landed on Earth, and Clark and Stark followed closely behind. When Stark saw the humanoid beings emerging from the starship, Jarvis was rapidly analyzing the armor they wore. The density of these armors was far beyond any metal found on Earth. Moreover, these people could wear hundreds of tons of armor, as if it were nothing, making one wonder just how powerful they truly were. Tony Stark's eyes revealed despair. Compared to these people, he felt less than an infant. Humph! The sound of high-density gas being released echoed as Zod opened his visor, revealing a face marked by a scar. He looked at the family emblem on Clark's chest, memories flashing in his eyes. Kal-El, this is the name your parents gave you. Your father is Jor-El. Your father was the greatest scientist of Krypton, yet he could not save Krypton. Before he could finish, Zod began to weakly shake his head and then half-kneeled on the ground. After a moment, he adjusted to Earth's environment and stood up, truly a testament to the General's genes designed for war. He privately integrated the Codex of Life into your body and prevented me from saving Krypton. Seeing Zod's condition, Clark knew he was not lying, for he had also received this information from the Fortress of Solitude. It was merely a matter of differing stances. Now I am willing to put aside our previous conflicts, as long as you are willing to join me in restoring Krypton. After speaking, Zod fixed his gaze intensely on Clark's eyes. Zod had always wanted to recreate Krypton. He could compromise on everything else. After adapting to the special spectrum of sunlight, Zod's eyes flashed with a daze as he unconsciously murmured, "Your father truly is selfish. If Krypton had moved en masse here back then his people would not be wandering the universe as they were now." Looking at the yellow sun, Zod waved his hand, and the Kryptonians around him began to remove their masks and undergo transformation. Taking a deep breath, Clark flashed a hint of struggle in his eyes. "Aside from Earth, I am willing to cooperate if you want to restore Krypton on other planets." Before he could finish his sentence, Zod shook his head. "This place is very suitable for Krypton. If you cannot convince me, I will not accept it." As he spoke, Zod clenched his fists, his eyes glowing red. Clearly, he sought revenge for what Jor-El had done to him, wanting to beat Clark. Before long, the other Kryptonians also adapted to Earth's environment and activated their Kryptonian genes through the sun's inspection. Seeing this group of beings similar to himself, Clark felt a headache coming on, so he turned to Iron Man behind him and said, "Mr. Iron Man, why don't you leave now? Otherwise, it will be very dangerous here." In a daze, Tony Stark did not respond, only frozen in confusion, as he was wrapped in the Iron Man suit and taken back to New York. Meanwhile, a one-eyed black-skinned figure was rehearsing how to face Stark in Tony Stark's villa. When he came face to face with the returning Tony Stark, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. However, Nick Fury had a thick skin. He directly chose to skip the previous awkwardness and with a serious expression said, "I believe you have seen the aliens. Now I extend an invitation to you." Seeing Zod clenching his fists, Clark flashed a memory in his eyes, recalling the moments when Uncle Leon had beaten him. He had been continuously beaten for 3 hours and his feet had not even touched the ground. The feeling of being crushed was terrifying. Collecting his scattered thoughts, Clark raised the corner of his mouth, confirming, "Are you sure that as long as I can convince you, you will give up Earth as a target?" Zod looked at the eager Clark, a bad premonition flashing through his mind. However, he thought of his seasoned battle experience and nodded. The sunlight he absorbed briefly caused Zod's power to swell rapidly. He then removed the hundreds of tons of armor from his body. Boom! The armor fell to the ground, creating a deep crater. "Then let's do this." Clark's voice carried a hint of delight. Now he seemed to feel the sense of superiority that Leon had in front of him. Leon stretched his body freely after a good night's sleep. It had been a long time since he had slept so comfortably. Having integrated both white and black magic, he spent an excessive amount of brain power. Although he had a super brain, the top-tier texts of the Veshan Empire and the Dark Scripture contained magic far beyond the simple materials found in the Kamatage library. Now that he was well rested, he needed to experiment. Theory is called optics, but only through application does it become practice. Lien's X-ray vision scanned the Earth, and he was drawn to 2 figures engaged in a fierce clash. Zod! He directed his gaze into outer space. Indeed, it was Zod's starship. Lien didn't expect him to descend to Earth so soon, but he wasn't worried because with Clark's involvement he was no longer a rookie. He was more than capable of dealing with the current crisis. Lien's gaze landed on a figure observing the scene from a distance. Yes, it was Bruce Wayne, the half-brother of the Joker Arthur. Seeing Superman's brutal demeanor, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he had already regarded Superman as a potential threat. Clark grabbed Zod by the ankle with one hand and tossed him into the sky, causing Zod to transform into a streak of light that emitted a deafening sonic boom. Bang! Clark pushed off the ground, the surface wrapped in a biofield, resulting in only a small crater. Clark turned into a beam of light, speeding past Zod, who was hurled into outer space. Zod crashed onto a small asteroid, which was instantly obliterated, but under the sun's radiance Zod's injuries were fully healed. He looked at the sun, his pupils filled with intense longing. Simultaneously, his Kryptonian body rapidly adapted to everything. As a highly advanced, genetically modified being, his adaptability to war was far superior to that of a natural human like Superman. Clark gradually shifted from nonchalance to seriousness. When facing his kin, Clark exercised restraint. He did not wish to kill Zod, because his superbrain told him that Zod's actions were not wrong. What fault could there be in someone wanting to rejuvenate their own race? Moreover, Zod's methods were not extreme at all. If Zod were replaced by Uncle Lien, Clark felt his scalp tingle, because he knew that Uncle Lien would eliminate all life on the surface before descending to Earth, and the survivors would be eradicated using annihilation weapons from afar. Engaging in close combat would be an insult to his superbrain. Seeing Zod become stronger, Clark swiftly approached and enveloped Zod in a biofield, saying, "If this is all the strength you possess, then you should obediently find a planet near this sun to terraform." He then fixed his gaze on the sun. "Even if I can't defeat you, I have an uncle who is also a Kryptonian. If it were him standing in front of you instead of me, you would have already been cut into 100 pieces." Originally flashing with crimson, Zod was taken aback by these words. Are there others of our kind out there? Lien withdrew his gaze from Bruce Wayne, not concerning himself with him. For someone who played mind games, all he needed was to be cautious. Even with all the kryptonite facing a completely weakened Clark, it would still be unlikely to succeed. With that thought, he focused his mind, and a crack opened in the space in front of him. Lien stepped inside and emerged from behind Clark. Zod, facing Clark, narrowed his pupils at Lien's sudden appearance. This method had already surpassed the technological means of Kryptonian civilization. Simultaneously, his body instinctively felt fear, as if it were engraved in his genes. How is this possible? Zod's voice trembled. It's the ancestral Kryptonian. You must understand that Zod's experiences and encounters through the Kryptonian rebellion were beyond what Clark could compare. He also knew some ancient secrets of Krypton. Lien's features were exactly as described in those ancient records. Of course, Lien had no idea what was happening. On the contrary, when Clark saw Zod's reaction, he turned around and saw Lien appear behind him. "Uncle Lee." Clark greeted him enthusiastically. Lien smiled and nodded. "Long time no see, Clark." After greeting, Lien turned his attention to Zod. He had indeed heard Zod's earlier murmuring, and was somewhat curious, as he was merely an ordinary person in the original world. After being sent here by the Apocalypse Green Knight, his body seemed to resemble that of a Kryptonian. "Did you just say I'm an ancestral Kryptonian?" Looking into Lien's curious eyes, Zod forced himself to calm down. This state stemmed from the genetic programming coded in his genetics. As a general, this kind of fearful emotion was unacceptable, even to the point of death. After adjusting for a brief moment, Zod's gaze became resolute again. "Yes, sir, your physical characteristics are exactly as recorded in the ancient texts, and your power cannot be faked. Do you still have those records?" Lien actually held a great appreciation for Zod, considering him superior to Clark in his heart. "I don't have high clearance, so I don't know much, and Krypton has already." Hearing this, Lien understood that it would mean these things were now unprovable. "In that case, you should create a planetary fortress near the solar system and rebuild your homeland," he said, then turned his gaze to Clark. "You can take the Codex of Life and the Fortress of Solitude." Clark rubbed his nose and looked at Zod, who sighed in relief upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that this small planet could harbor such a significant figure. However, the hope to revive Krypton was already ignited. Thus they returned to Earth. They witnessed military aircraft and tanks engaged in a fierce confrontation with Zod's subordinates. The strength of these Kryptonians was no joke. Ripping tanks apart with their bare hands was akin to child's play. Lien then saw a historical moment where a redneck officer brandished a dagger towards a female Kryptonian. In Kryptonian, a soldier dies in battle and dies with honor. As the female Kryptonian was about to respect this officer and give her all the return of a group interrupted their standoff. Looking at the female Kryptonian, a hint of unusual interest flashed in Lien's eyes. However, it wasn't admiration. He simply appreciated her. Zod saw this scene and spoke, "Fiora." Upon hearing Zod's voice, Fiora, with her genetic sequence as a professional soldier, instinctively halted her actions. They were bred to obey orders. To be honest, she was stronger than Zod. She was Zod's personal deputy, primarily responsible for his safety. It's just that their genetic templates were different. Everyone present here had followed Zod in the effort to save Krypton back in the day. Therefore, their strength was beyond doubt. As Fiora sheathed her dagger, Lien looked at the white-skinned officer and gently nodded, "You are very brave." As soon as Lien's voice fell, Zod waved his hand, and the tall male Kryptonian and Aphra came forward. Fiora's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Lien. It was as if she wanted to challenge Lien, but she was suppressed by Zod's gaze. Watching the starship ascend, Lien withdrew his gaze and proceeded with Clark towards the lonely fortress. Gazing at the assembly line for childbirth displayed inside, Lien turned to Clark and inexplicably asked him, "Clark, do you want to be defined from birth or define your own life?" Faced with the sudden question, Clark's superbrain instantly analyzed numerous answers, yet he found himself unable to respond. The truth is that very few can possess an undefined life. Although their potential is vast, their limitations are equally significant. For those who are defined, however, things differ. While their upper limits may not be high, their starting point can be constant. This explains why a civilization tends to reach a certain point before such a situation arises. Noticing Clark's silence, Lien understood that this question had no answer. When the projection of Jor-El appeared and spotted Lien, he paused for a moment before greeting him. "Hello." The ancient gentleman. Upon seeing the intelligent projection, Lien seemed to have discovered something. This projection of Jor-El appeared to carry emotional undertones. So Lien asked, "Do you know about the progenitor Kryptonians?" Clark, standing nearby, also showed curiosity at Lien's inquiry. Jor-El's projection fell silent for a moment, seemingly evaluating whether to respond. However, when he noticed Clark's curious gaze, he displayed a projection frame. As Lien looked at the records in the projection, he was taken aback when he realized that the so-called progenitor Kryptonian was merely a corpse. Then Jor-El's explanation began to resonate. The gene editing of Kryptonians commenced with this body, which accidentally fell onto our home planet. This corpse astonishingly managed to be immune to the harmful effects of red dwarf star radiation on the frail Kryptonians. Thus we extracted its genes and integrated them into our own, allowing us to withstand the red light emitted by red dwarf stars with our own bodies. However, we did not anticipate that the genes of this corpse would awaken special powers under the illumination of a yellow sun. I only learned this answer after Clark arrived at the lonely fortress. Seeing the face on the corpse, Lien suspected that this individual might also be a transmigrator, only he was unfortunate enough to have crossed over to Krypton, a planet with gravity several times that of Earth. Moreover, he could possibly be a fellow countryman. It was just that his fate was poor. Gazing at the flattened face, Lien could still discern traits unique to the Han ethnicity. In that case, Zod's behavior would not be surprising. As a lower-tiered being in the genetic hierarchy, he naturally felt a sense of oppression from the higher-tiered beings. Han individuals awakening under the sun, or perhaps only the light of this particular sun, could cause such a transformation. Lien's eyes sparkled with contemplation as his superbrain rapidly analyzed the situation. Ultimately, he concluded that this was a special case of temporal displacement, as there are corresponding phase collisions between universes at intervals which caused his transmigration. The genes within him could only be activated by the sun of this universe. Hence, in his original universe, he would merely be an ordinary individual. If under that sun all Han individuals were supermen, what an incredible world that would be. With this thought, he couldn't help but drift away. Upon discovering the reason for his transmigration and the answer to becoming stronger, Lien understood that his situation was purely a stroke of luck. There was no elaborate scheme behind it, so he needed to be even more cautious, as life is singular, and he did not possess a godlike system. Thus, if he wanted to show off, he needed to think carefully with his superbrain in advance. Otherwise, it would be wiser to remain low-key. After all, this world contains the Eternal Clan, the Divine Assembly, the Life Court, and the Time Management Bureau. Therefore, one must always think thrice before acting. After a moment of silence, Clark recounted everything that had just transpired to Jor-El, and the outcome was fairly good. Superman, having little emotional bond with his biological parents, did not feel much pain regarding Zod's vendetta against his father. As the lonely fortress flew out of Earth, Zod controlled the mothership to dock. Then the scientists aboard Zod's starship dispatched robots to gather resources from the cosmos to begin constructing a planetary fortress. The various governments of Earth watched this scene with helplessness and could not resist. This was the result of compromise. Zod coveted Earth. Clark opposed him, but Clark was unwilling to harm his remaining kin, so they were left with no choice but to proceed this way. On the other side, Kamartaj had just been severely wounded by Dormammu, and Ancient One had forcibly logged off. Thus a steel fortress was added beside Earth, and another moon was added next to the moon. Kryptonian scientists found a reasonable distance that could keep up with Earth's orbital motion without being captured by Earth's and the Sun's gravity. Lien stepped onto the Sun once more, and an involuntary expression of contentment appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Clark looked pained as the biological force field around him was straining to protect him. Ultimately, he could not endure even a minute. He cast a deep glance at Lien before swiftly flying away from the Sun. Clearly, Clark still could not withstand the intense heat of the Sun's surface. Lien extended his hand, a purple hexagram glowing in his palm as he applied his magic. At present, no one could pose a threat to him. Originally, Lien had invited Clark to be his sparring partner, but Clark could not withstand the Sun's surface temperature. Therefore, he was left alone, hiding in the Sun, to test his mastery over magic. Clark was now unable to match him. He could not even endure the temperature of the Sun's surface, and if subjected to Lien's various magical attacks, he would be utterly incapable of withstanding them. As a spell was cast, Lien sensed a localized helium flash emanating from the Sun. The intense heat even made Lien feel somewhat hot. Lien's actions subjected Earth to yet another solar storm. Satellites from various nations suffered severe damage once again, and Earth fell into a week-long state of being unable to connect to the Internet. Ultimately, after extensive experimentation, Lien discovered that the destructive power of these spells was too immense. If unleashed on Earth, it would be divided into two halves. After a brief period of contemplation, the superbrain proposed the optimal solution to enhance the use of portals, as it had the least destructive force and would not cause significant damage to Earth. Returning his gaze to Earth, Lien noticed what seemed to be a life form gestating within Earth's core. Moreover, it appeared to have existed for a very long time. From a distance, as Lien looked out, he gradually discovered that there were numerous unique life forms on Earth. Many of them he had seen in movies. In the dark of night, New York even saw beasts running wild along with life forms utilizing special energies. This world truly is complex and marvelous. Yet these creatures seemed rather weak. As he glanced over, returning to Earth, Clark seemed to have noticed the situation there, as well, leading him to abruptly stop and change direction towards the monsters. At high speed, Clark collided directly with a monster, sending it skimming along the ground before lifting it skyward. Already somewhat inexplicably angry, he found a perfect outlet for his frustration. This mutated creature was directly hurled into the Sun by Clark, aimed straight at Lien. It appeared that even this perfect demigod could have his moments of frustration. Lien chuckled and shook his head. The mutated creature had turned to dust before even reaching the Sun's surface. Through his supervision, Clark noticed Lien's smirk, and his face instantly flushed. He was embarrassed. At that moment, he resembled a child throwing a tantrum at his own parental figure. What Clark did not know was that as he left with the Beast King, the Eternal Clan exchanged glances and momentarily forgot that Earth was not alone for them. Suddenly, Lien furrowed his brow, saying, "Not right. The timeline is incorrect. The purple sweet potato essence hasn't arrived, and everything has happened earlier than expected. This guy sensed danger and chose to come into being early." With this thought, a pitch-black void suddenly opened before Lien, appearing directly in front of Shinma Dongshi. Faced with the sudden appearance of Lien, Shinma Dongshi instinctively used his large nostrils to attack, but as Lien raised his hand to block his attack, felt like hitting a white dwarf star, remaining completely unaffected while his hand twisted and broke. "Ah!" Listening to the fat man's wails, a flash of white light shone from Lien's hand as he cast a healing spell, seizing every opportunity to test his magic. Before long, Shima Dongshi stopped his cries, and without saying a word, Lien directly reached out to grasp his head using dark magic to delve into his memories. At that moment, a weakened version of Superman similar in ability to Clark launched a laser beam at Li. However, a portal opened directly behind Lien, and the laser passed through it, striking his own. Each time this guy attacked, the portal redirected the attack back onto himself. A glimmer of despair flashed across his face. At the same time, a hint of relief crossed his mind, and he gradually ceased his attacks. After Lien finished reviewing the memories, he again cast a healing spell on the fat man. Through the memories, he learned the reasons behind everything. These beings were the Eternal Clan, a species created by the Celestials, and the issues on Krypton also bore the shadow of the Celestial group. They seemed to fear the Kryptonians, thus employing special barriers to restrict their development. Most importantly, the newly born Celestials on Earth were about to descend. Due to their enormous divine bodies, their arrival would cause Earth to explode. Moreover, the divine bodies of the Celestials could not be severed by ordinary spatial phase magic, as their existence intertwined with the past, present, and future, simultaneously occupying both the virtual and the real. Unless there were special weapons, they could not be killed. After a moment's thought, Lien reached out his hand, passing through space, appearing in front of his small cabin, and retrieved the black sword. With his current strength, Lien discovered that the material of this sword, forged by his own hands, was every swing would strike the Earth with a force akin to a meteorite weighing 1,000th of the moon's mass colliding with the planet. If it weren't for the biological force field surrounding it, it could even cause gravitational tides on Earth. Seeing the sword in Lien's hand, the Eternal Clan was filled with dread. The Black Death Sword. They were created by the Celestials, and their bodies instinctively carried the fear of their creators. Hence, Lien was not surprised by their reactions. Interestingly, he had never used this sword to kill anyone, or, in fact, he had never killed anyone since arriving in this world. Killing held no interest for him. Perhaps slaying Celestials was what a true powerhouse should pursue. Fighting over such a small piece of land like Earth seemed pointless. At that moment, Lien did not realize he was getting a bit carried away. Holding the black double-handed sword, a space that resembled a black hole appeared before him, serving as a portal to the Earth's core. Once Lien's figure vanished, the Eternal Clan, who had been engaged in battle with the mutants, suddenly found the latter rushing towards the volcano as if summoned. On the other side, Lien appeared in a space teeming with life, and he saw a six-tube structure. That was the Celestial yet to be fully gestated. Before it, Lien felt his body was as insignificant as a speck of dust in comparison. At the same time, wisps of mysterious ethereal light streamed into its form. Lien continuously focused his supervision, and even though he could see particles, he still could not discern what these wisps were. Perhaps there are things in this world that exist in a microscopic universe, things that cannot be perceived, just like consciousness. Murmuring this, Lien sensed that the giant before him was about to awaken. If its descent succeeded, Lien might not be able to oppose it, as the Celestial's powers were immense, capable of creating galaxies with a mere gesture. Although his physical strength was enough to tear apart the sun, it was still too insignificant compared to that being fundamentally different in terms of their power structures. The descent. Perhaps it is the consciousness of intelligent life that nourishes the awareness of the Celestial. Gripping the double-handed sword, Lien summoned dark magic, enveloping the black sword in a layer of dark magic capable of annihilating the most basic particles of matter. Regardless of what it was, he decided to strike first. With this thought, he channeled all his power enough to tear apart the sun towards the head of the Yeto Descend Tiamat. With a full force strike, his blood vessels bulged, muscles rippling. The black sword emitted a mournful cry, while the sword's purple light shone, transforming into a sword shadow magnified 100,000 times. The black sword sliced through Tiamat's neck, cleanly severing its head, as if a hot knife had cut through butter. Compared to the material of the black sword, adamantium seemed inferior. At the same time, the gathering intelligent matter was interrupted. The primordial material of the Celestial began to boil. Its form, once shimmering with starlight, transformed into a metallic hue. This was what they referred to as adamantium. Lien interrupted the Celestial's descent, and with the severed head, it could be said that the death of the Celestial was the most tragic. Yet perhaps it did not die, for it had not successfully descended. At that moment, outside Earth, a gigantic spatial portal opened, and a six-eyed Celestial holding a scepter stood in the void. As it looked at Lien wielding the black sword, time seemed to freeze for less than a tenth of a second before the entire divine body vanished once again, as if it had never been there. Lien was unaware that another celestial had come. At this moment he only felt an overwhelming weakness, as if he had exerted himself to the limit. However, soon a special substance emanating from the celestial's corpse was absorbed by his body. Lien felt his consciousness becoming clearer while he seemed to hear a faint sigh of pity. Snapping back to reality, Lien looked at the celestial's corpse, furrowing his brow. Did the celestial die so easily, or did it die willingly? With these two questions in mind, Lien gazed at the six-eyed head, ultimately suppressing the doubts in his heart. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lien vanished from the spot. Returning to the surface, the Eternal Clan sensed the death of the celestial. Some felt relieved, but one person did not. He was the weakened version of Superman who angrily shot a heat vision at Lien for the second time. This time Lien did not intend to let him go again. Raising his hand, the heat vision struck his palm, and Lien only felt warmth akin to the early sun in his palm. Then lifting his head, his eyes erupted with two even more domineering and scorching heat visions aimed at this Eternal Clan Superman. A woman nearby suddenly reached out in an attempt to stop him, her eyes filled with despair, and her voice shrill no. But Lien was not a magnanimous person. Bang! This Eternal Clan Superman, unable to withstand Lien's violent energy, exploded in midair, transforming into a cloud of dust scattered by the wind. Though 5 million degrees Celsius was not his full power, it was sufficient to deal with these small fries. Thus the first warrior of the Eternal Clan met his end. The Beast King, hiding in the shadows, witnessed this scene and did not linger, directly fleeing. The nearby woman from the Eternal Clan, whose despair turned into hatred, lunged at Lien like a moth to a flame. Lien merely raised his gaze, and she turned into dust once again. The remaining Eternal Clan members began to fear and fled, without looking back from Lien's sight. After they left, a teleportation array appeared before Lien, where a Beast King filled with tentacles saw Lien right in front of him, his eyes filled with despair. Seeing this guy, Lien frowned slightly, pondering how to deal with him, since this being had never attempted to kill or to release, or perhaps to take him in as a pet. Ultimately, Lien paused for a tenth of a second, and his mind began to review the enslavement magic from dark magic. Eventually, he deciphered a spell capable of making a person or animal completely obey the caster's commands, similar to a mental brand. Raising his hand, Lien activated the spell, imprinting it onto the Beast King's head. Thus, this humanoid Beast King was enslaved by Lien. As the imprint formed, the Beast King's gaze gradually changed, looking at Lien with newfound loyalty. Retracting his hand, Lien addressed the Eternal Clan around them, saying, "Go ahead and absorb them all." Upon hearing this, the Beast King knelt on one knee like a fervent devotee, placing both hands before him. "Yes, Master." With the Beast King's departure, Lien turned his gaze towards the fortress beside the moon, murmuring, "It seems the earth will be quiet from now on." After all, with the presence of these Kryptonians, the purple sweet potato essence would have to think carefully before coming to Earth. Outside the solar system, within a dilapidated spaceship, an orc with 2 large horns on his head was currently prostrating before a projection. He was facing the actual ruler of Apocalypse, Darkseid, as the Redemption Wolf was tasked with conquering 150,000 universes for Darkseid, or gathering 3 mother boxes to atone for his sins. Currently, the Redemption Wolf still owed Darkseid 50,000 universes, and now his target was the universe where Lien resided. As an advance officer, the Redemption Wolf was here to probe the depths of Earth. After seeing the projection disappear, the Redemption Wolf dared to slowly rise. When he focused on Earth, he was quickly attracted to the planetary fortress beside the moon. The special emblem on it caused disbelief to flash in his eyes. The Kryptonians. They are not extinct, and they have even embraced the light of the sun. Seeing this, he quickly disregarded Darkseid's displeasure and hastily re-established communication. Before long, Darkseid's projection reappeared. Noticing Darkseid's displeasure, the Redemption Wolf lowered his head even further. "Master, the Kryptonians in this universe are not extinct, and they have already been exposed to yellow sunlight." Listening to the Redemption Wolf's murmurs, Darkseid's eyes flickered. "Kryptonians? Then let's temporarily abandon this universe." After a moment of silence, not hearing a response from the Redemption Wolf, Darkseid seemed to sense his turmoil. He then spoke in a deep voice, "Is the mother box in this universe?" Upon hearing this, the Redemption Wolf buried his face in the metallic deck, trembling all over, and steeled himself to say, "Yes, my master." Darkseid hovered above, looking down at the Redemption Wolf, and after a moment of silence said, "Then you should lie low for now." With that, Darkseid vanished once again. The Redemption Wolf, kneeling on the ground, did not dare to stand up for a long time until the starship's detection alarm sounded. Rising, he moved to the control panel where he saw a spaceship approaching from outside the solar system. If Lien saw this, he would surely recognize it as Thanos' flagship Sanctuary 2. A metal plate was kicked from outside the ship and crashed beside the cockpit, and General Deathblade, wielding the unparalleled blade, was the first to enter. Following him were the Black Order Thanos Elite. The Redemption Wolf looked at one of Thanos' subordinates, Corvus Glaive, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Facing such a mental attack, the Redemption Wolf was indeed at a disadvantage, but fortunately, as a new god of Apocalypse, he was not weak. After a moment of stalemate, Corvus Glaive slowly spoke, "My master wishes to see you." With the mental intrusion ceasing, the Redemption Wolf let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the Obsidian Maw standing behind Corvus Glaive controlling his body, he wouldn't feel so constrained. He had no chance to refuse in this situation. He could only nod in agreement. "All right." Obsidian Maw politely inclined his head and gracefully bowed. Thus the group exited the Redemption Wolf starship. If Lien saw this scene, he would surely be shocked, for these individuals were fundamentally different from their portrayals in the movies. They could all walk in the universe without protection, far from the fragile forms depicted in the films. Upon entering Sanctuary 2, the Redemption Wolf saw a figure sitting on the highest throne. This aura was one he had sensed from Darkseid. The purple-skinned individual before him possessed an elegance that belied his rugged physique. In terms of temperament, he resembled a scholar more than a conqueror. At this moment, Obsidian Maw slowly knelt and respectfully addressed the figure on the throne. "My master, we have brought the guest." As Thanos turned around, the Redemption Wolf realized he had fought countless universes but had never encountered such a figure before, and everything about this universe felt incredibly unfamiliar. However, being well-read, he quickly deduced the reason: this was a mixed universe. No wonder it felt this way. In front of Thanos, he did not feel the same subservience he had felt before Darkseid. Instead, he felt the dignity of a new god. "From which universe do you come?" Thanos' voice slowly resonated from the throne. The Black Order's gazes burned with curiosity as they looked at this horned figure. "From which universe do I come?" The Redemption Wolf murmured, a look of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. After battling across 100,000 universes, he could hardly remember. He only remembered that he was from Apocalypse and that he sought Darkseid's forgiveness to return to Apocalypse. Noticing the confusion in the Redemption Wolf's gaze, Thanos frowned slightly. He sensed that this individual was not weaker than himself. Thus he bypassed the question and continued, "What is your purpose in coming to this universe?" Upon hearing this, the Redemption Wolf's eyes suddenly lost their confusion, his pupils sharpening. "Once more I seek to conquer this universe and present it to my master." Hearing the Redemption Wolf's response, Thanos and his subordinates were momentarily taken aback. Thanos regained his composure, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Conquering the universe for his master." "Who is your master?" "My master is the sovereign of Apocalypse, Darkseid." The Redemption Wolf spoke with a face full of fear and fervor when mentioning Darkseid. Upon hearing this name, confusion flickered in Thanos' eyes. Darkseid. Obviously, he had never heard of this name before. However, he did not reveal any trace of this. Instead, he secretly gestured to Corvus Glaive. Corvus Glaive understood immediately, simultaneously conveying Thanos' intent to the minds of the surrounding four. That was to subdue the Redemption Wolf and extract his memories, attempting to uncover why Earth currently exerted such a powerful pressure on him. It made him feel not the slightest inclination to approach, especially with the Ancient One already having gone to the Eternal Temple. Currently, only Odin made him wary. However, through his scheming, Odin would soon be offline. Retrieving his thoughts before the Black Order could act, the Redemption Wolf's bio-armor emerged from his skin, covering his entire body. Yet, with Obsidian Maws binding Corvus Glaive's mental suppression and General Deathblade's severe injuries from breaking his armor, the Redemption Wolf's thoughts unexpectedly revealed a flaw. Corvus Glaive smoothly entered the Redemption Wolf's consciousness. Simultaneously, she projected his memories into Thanos' mind. When he saw Darkseid, his eyes were filled with solemnity. He clearly recognized that he was not a match for him. However, when he saw the records of the anti-life equation, he was momentarily stunned. His eyes flickered with unusual colors, If he could achieve an absolute form of dictatorship, then he could implement a universe-wide plan for population control. Thus, there would be no need to destroy half of the lives in the universe to maintain balance. Moreover, this would be much more perfect. When he saw that the anti-life equation was recorded on Earth, his fists instinctively tightened. This Earth again. Taking a deep breath, Thanos directly conveyed his thoughts to Corvus Glaive. Corvus Glaive, understanding Thanos' intentions, simultaneously deleted the memories of the Redemption Wolf and their contact, sending him back to his ship. They continued to remain hidden in the shadows. Thanos lightly tapped the armrest of the throne with his fingers, his eyes flashing with contemplation. The anti-life equation. In the core of the sun, Leon was immersed in the scorching plasma, his body bare. At the same time, he was slowly growing stronger. Ever since he could calmly endure the core temperature of the sun, the rate of his physical enhancement had begun to slow. Through his studies during this time, he discovered a serious issue. The core temperature of the sun is 15 million degrees Celsius, whereas the core temperature of hydrogen bombs and atomic bombs exceeds 350 million degrees Celsius. After analyzing with his superbrain, he realized that his body could not withstand the core temperatures of atomic and hydrogen bombs at all. Fortunately, he had learned almost all forms of magic. Among them was his painstakingly practiced phase teleportation. This ability allowed him to avoid attacks from nuclear bombs and technological phase weapons. Not to mention the high-energy weapons from Kryptonian technology. Faced with such creations, even with his body capable of enduring 15 million degrees Celsius, he could not achieve complete immunity to all damage. Gathering his scattered thoughts, he looked at the biological force field in his hand, which could be considered his thought power. Whatever he could envision, this biological force field could almost manifest. Wrapping the solar ion soup around him with the biological force field, he used it as a mold, and the ion soup as material. Lien forged a set of black armor. This outfit was more durable compared to polyester fibers produced by chemical processes. Shaping it to his liking, Lien slowly stood up and donned the armor. After adjusting his body, everything fit perfectly. He casually picked up a black sword floating nearby in the plasma and slowly opened a teleportation portal before him. New York. As Lien stepped out of the portal, he was struck in the face by a Ford that someone else had purchased with a loan. Everything around him was chaotic. A pure green-skinned figure and a brownish-yellow bald man were engaged in a sumo wrestling match. The sonic boom from their punches gently ruffled Lien's hair. Debris littered the ground and ordinary people were crying out for help. Lien had unexpectedly appeared beside them as they battled. In Stark Tower, Tony Stark was currently drowning his sorrows in alcohol, his eyes filled with despair, his scruffy beard and haggard face reflecting his state. Ever since he witnessed Zod's arrival, he had become like this, despondent and reckless. He didn't even pay attention to the two giants clashing in the center of New York. Beside him stood a one-eyed black man who was trying to encourage Tony Stark to regain his spirits. How could a genius playboy of humanity be so easily crushed by such events? Nearby, JRVIS was continuously broadcasting the fight scenes in New York, until a figure suddenly appeared, causing a change in Tony Stark's gaze. This figure was clad in black armor, appearing robust, and was holding a black sword. JRVIS compared the figure's data from the database. He had participated in the events involving the extraterrestrial hammer and the arrival of Kryptonians. However, during the process with the Eternals, Lien was in the Earth's core, so JRVIS had not collected any useful information. Now Lien appeared at the melee scene involving the two giants. He looked at the pure green-skinned Hulk and knew that this guy's strength had no upper limit as his rage increased. The brownish-yellow figure was quickly beaten up. However, the Hulk seemed to sense the threat posed by Lien roaring at him before forcefully stomping on the concrete road. Boom! 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 The concrete cracked, exposing the rebar inside, and Lien's mind raced. Finally, he raised his hand to create a teleportation array beneath the Hulk's feet and above his head. With just these two simple portals, the Hulk fell into an endless descent. Without a point to anchor himself, he could only rage in helpless fury. Roar! The brownish-yellow giant saw Lien, and a trace of human-like cunning flashed in his eyes. He possessed clear rationality, but his thirst for power had caused him to lose himself. Lien frowned, knowing that this guy was a special soldier who had later been rehabilitated. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, Lien directly opened a portal at his neck, then closed it. Just like that, the brownish-yellow giant became a headless corpse. He died without leaving a name. At that moment, a peculiar spiritual disturbance caught Lien's attention. As his gaze focused, he saw through the wall a figure with an exceptionally large head. In the movies Lien had seen this scene. This guy was the doctor capable of creating drugs to suppress the Hulk. He would transform into the leader due to Banner's blood infection. Raising his hand, Lien used the biological force field to envelop the leader before him. After some thought, he felt he needed some highly intelligent individuals to do his bidding. Therefore, without the leader's consent, he directly inscribed the mark of a slave into his soul. Once the leader regained consciousness, he slowly crawled before Lien. Currently, Lien had acquired 2 slaves, the leader and the Beast King. He glanced again at the endlessly falling Hulk. Lien's superbrain was working at full speed as he contemplated whether he could enslave this guy. After all, this version of the Hulk could be said to have no limits. However, perhaps he could try to seal away his evil persona, and then release him when he needed him to wreak havoc. With this in mind, Lien nodded and turned his gaze towards the advancing army and tanks in the distance. Lien moved quickly. First, he used white magic to seal away the Hulk's persona, then used black magic to inscribe the slave mark on his soul. Next was Banner's persona. Lien pondered for a moment and focused his gaze on the headless brownish-yellow giant beneath him. After stripping away Banner's persona with black magic, Lien opened a portal again, wrapping a frozen yellow head floating in outer space with his biological force field. Once he thought it, he could see that there was still strong activity within its cells. Therefore, he extinguished the consciousness within this head using black magic, then merged Banner's persona into it. After that, he reattached the head to the headless body. Once he saw the flesh around the neck regrowing, Lien nodded in satisfaction and disappeared. At the same time, he had also taken the Hulk and the leader with him. When General Ross saw the Hulk being taken away, he could only roar in anger. Lien dared not make a sound during this time. However, the remaining abomination ensured that they did not leave empty-handed. On the other side, in the Arctic, Lien placed the unconscious body of the Hulk on the snow and ice and then unlocked the seal on his soul. Now only the Hulk's consciousness remained, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The guy in his head, who could only curse at him, had disappeared. At the same time, a smile emerged on his face. The Hulk was merely a simple child. However, Banner's fear of the power within him made him unwilling to accept it. Faced with such fear and loathing, their personalities could naturally never harmonize. Without Banner's suppression, the Hulk rolled on the ground, freely enjoying a body where no one contested control over it. Even Lien's earlier actions did not anger him. Lien floated in the air, while the leader trembled in the frigid environment. However, Lien paid him no mind and instead slowly addressed the Hulk. Hulk! Like a dog, the Hulk was still rolling around. When he heard Lien's voice, he turned his head to look at Lien, his large green eyes filled with innocence. Hulk! Seeing his reaction, Lien covered his face with one hand. The current Hulk was just a simple child who could not even speak. Unable to communicate, Lien waved his hand, signaling the Hulk to continue playing. Meanwhile, he slowly turned his gaze to the leader, knowing that this guy's thoughts were not so simple. However, with the mental brand of slavery, he would not harbor any thoughts of betrayal against him. So Lien had him teach the simple-minded Hulk all his knowledge. At the very least, he needed to teach him to earn 7 doctoral degrees. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use the power of anger correctly. Once he had given his orders, Lien left them in the snowy expanse. Because this place could keep the Hulk calmly simple. As for why he didn't leave a slave mark on the Hulk, it was because this Hulk was the version without limits. He was unsure if enslaving him would lead to backlash in the future. Leaving the Arctic behind, the big boss stays to teach Hulk knowledge, as he can communicate directly with Hulk's consciousness through his thoughts. Therefore, Hulk has no choice but to listen. With the big boss, who is also green-skinned like him, comforting him, the green giant Hulk remains quite innocent. Without the troubles of the outside world, he can grow up peacefully until he matures. Back at the cabin, Lien lay on the roof, gazing at the Kryptonian fortress in the sky, his eyes gradually losing focus. He had no desire to show off because there were too many big shots in this world. Looking at the Kryptonian fortress, which was nearly completed, he felt a sense of reality. At the same time, Clark was also helping to transport large chunks of metallic meteorite. The first line of defense for Earth, the Kryptonian fortress, was already taking shape. Since Clark contributed the Codex of Life, he and Zod have developed different perspectives. Clark favored natural reproduction while Zod supported genetic editing, leading to a heated argument between them. Although they didn't fight, both believed their methods were correct. The final outcome was a vote. Most of the current Kryptonians actually supported natural reproduction. This greatly wounded Zod. On a quiet night, he stared at the sun in silence, reflecting on himself, knowing his destined role was to become a general who leads a faction. What if one were born at the bottom? Wouldn't that be too cruel? In the darkness, he quietly questioned himself. Many of the Kryptonians here had never even seen their genetic donors. In the lowest level of the spaceship, some Kryptonians might never even be able to look up at the vast universe. Zod thought about many things at that moment. While he was reevaluating his actions, Clark sat down slowly beside him. The sparks from the welding beneath the fortress continued to flicker. The lower-class Kryptonians were still working tirelessly. Zod's eyes reflected this scene. He had a different perspective from these people because of the foresight granted to him by genetics. Because the current conditions do not allow for natural reproduction or selection. Natural beings need a very safe environment to choose according to their preferences. But right now they are far from having those conditions. It is not wrong for these people to value emotions and natural selection. But, at this moment Clark spoke, Zod, your sense of mission is too heavy. Perhaps you could take a moment to think quietly or even visit Earth as an ordinary person. Hearing Clark's words, Zod's expression turned serious. My sense of mission is bestowed upon me by my genetics. Ever since the failure to save Krypton, I have been constantly thinking about rebuilding our home. You can have a good father while I was born facing the cold, sterile nurturing machine. Before he could finish, Zod suddenly stopped speaking, knowing that Clark could not empathize with him. It was useless to say more. Seeing Zod turn to leave, Clark shook his head and sighed. Many things yield different consequences for different people. Glancing at the sun, Clark pushed off the ground and shot straight towards it, his red cape fluttering behind him. Meanwhile, at the cabin, Lien lay in the yard with a barbecue roasting in the oven. The Beast King, having devoured all the members of the Eternals, had now returned. At this moment, he transformed into human form, with his tentacles motionless, crawling on the ground. My master, while pursuing the Eternals, I discovered something interesting. I wonder if you would be interested. Lien, hands behind his head, seemed to take the words lightly, casually responding, what is it? I found that many people are actually aliens disguised as Earthlings, and they themselves seem unaware that they are aliens. Lien replied indifferently, as if he did not take this matter to heart. For him, these things were of little importance. His gaze was directed towards Metropolis, where Batman was currently contending with the Joker over inheritance. It must be said that Arthur was still superior. Batman's intellect was still somewhat lacking in comparison. If not for the protagonist's halo, he would not have stood a chance against Arthur. Moreover, these so-called superheroes were truly abysmal. Under the guise of saving, they unleashed their own violence. Homes which others had worked hard to buy with loans were directly blown to bits along with their financed cars. A capitalist's son was absurdly packaged as a hero. It's truly laughable. The so-called principle of not killing is just condoning crime. With Lien's interference, Arthur seemed to have changed somewhat. His tongue appeared to have grown sharper. Batman was nearly driven to silence by his sharp tongue. In this confrontation, he suffered a complete defeat. He lost due to not being quick-witted enough. Every word from the Joker felt like a stab to his lungs. Turning his gaze away, Lien watched like an old voyeur hiding in the shadows. He chose not to interfere with these matters, letting them develop on their own. Unless there were problems that Clark couldn't resolve, he wouldn't step in. At that moment, Clark, enduring the extreme temperature at the sun's core, was adapting. Suddenly, he sneezed, causing a slight solar wind. On the other side, seeing Tony Stark in a dejected state, Nick Fury shook his head and dialed a number. Soon Black Widow arrived with a box. Nick Fury felt somewhat disheartened. He hadn't expected the son of an old friend to be so emotionally shattered. He had initially planned to reveal many secrets to him and pull him into his camp. Since that was the case, he could only give up, but before doing so he had to hand over the belongings left by Howard Stark to Tony Stark. "Alright, Playboy, since that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. This is a gift your father left for you during his lifetime. I hope you can find the answers you seek from it." After speaking, Nick Fury left Tony Stark's villa. Tony Stark, dejected and drowning his sorrows, was about to succumb to poisoning, when for some reason his body automatically opened the box, revealing its contents. Finally, he discovered a videotape. When he saw Howard's message, his eyes reddened and his previously dejected demeanor regained its. He initially thought he was beyond saving, having no time to develop advanced means to combat those alien civilizations. Moreover, he also recognized the metaphor Howard left for him, the super soldier serum. Under normal circumstances, Tony Stark might have insisted on relying solely on technology. However, after witnessing the likes of Superman and the monstrous Kryptonians, he felt that mere technology alone would not suffice. Faced with these abnormal beings, he realized he had to become even more abnormal. Thus, he first crafted new elements by hand, and then, based on the super soldier serum he learned about from his father, he delved deeper into research. With his intellect, he developed a unique advanced serum while continuing the research on the armor. Thanks to Superman's intervention, Tony Stark's research on the armor accelerated dramatically. According to Jarvis's records, the current flight speed of his armor had already reached 1/10 of Superman's maximum speed. At the same time, the iteration speed of his armor was astonishingly rapid. Even before the previous suit had officially been produced, it was already replaced by new inspiration. Time swiftly passes. In the tranquil farm, the Beast King is tilling the land by hand. The chief is meticulously sowing seeds. The Hulk, wearing oversized shorts, is chopping firewood. Leon is at the barbecue. Everything is both bizarre and harmonious. Hulk's mind has matured significantly compared to before. Moreover, he is now able to control his rationality. This means that even in extreme anger, he can maintain clear awareness. Lien is very satisfied with the chief's teachings. Originally planning to kill the chief, Lien has set aside that thought due to his performance. Lien holds a grill cover comparable to a small car, using his biofield to flip the barbecued beef that has been cut in half. Most of the meat here is actually barbecued for the Hulk by Lien. This is because Leon and Hulk made a bet: if Hulk can control his strength to chop the wood in the yard into chopstick thickness, he would get to eat Lien's special barbecue. Now, as Hulk smells the savory aroma wafting from the grill in front of Lien, his eyes betray a glimmer of desire. "Is it ready?" Hulk wants to eat barbecue. Having chopped the firewood, Hulk speaks to Lien, wiping his mouth as he does so. Hulk now possesses the intelligence of a 13 or 14-year-old child. Compared to his previous state of being less intelligent, this is already a considerable improvement. Lien takes out a pack of special sauce and evenly spreads it over the barbecued beef using his biofield. He then uses the biofield to thoroughly infuse the seasoning into the beef's fibers. Looking at the Hulk, he says, "Alright, go wash your hands." Tearing off a piece of beef leg, Lien continues, "Go wash your hands, don't be messy." The previously impatient Hulk obediently goes to wash his hands. Lien, holding the beef leg, uses his biofield to split it into two pieces, tossing one like a dog treat to the Beast King and the chief beside him. The two exchange glances and then reach out to take the beef leg with their hands. A silence passes between them. Although they have been branded with a mental mark, it does not mean they have lost their selves. Even though they will unhesitatingly carry out Lien's commands, Hulk finishes washing his hands, and Lien, ignoring the two branded individuals, tosses a large beef leg to Hulk. Hulk, smelling the aroma of the beef leg, shows a look of ecstasy in his eyes. He takes a strong bite, including the bone. The bone cracks crisply. While Lien and his household are at the barbecue, Tony Stark is holding a vial of golden serum. After a month of intense mental output, he has successfully developed this upgraded serum, the only downside being that he does not know if it has any side effects. Even someone cursed by knowledge like him cannot fully understand all the genetic information of substances. He is not a Kryptonian. Kryptonian technology has undergone thousands of years of iteration and upgrades. He knows very well that the serum developed by Dr. Erskine brings different side effects to different people. This is thanks to J.R.V.I.S.S. data intrusion into a certain mysterious department. Looking at the serum, he feels a struggle. If he does not inject it within 7 hours, its activity will decrease by half. At that moment J.R.V.I.S.'s voice comes through. "Sir, your guest has arrived." Tony Stark raises an eyebrow, his eyes showing signs of fatigue from days without sleep. "Who is it?" "It is a one-eyed gentleman with dark skin." J.R.V.I.S.'s tone has inexplicably taken on a hint of emotional color. Upon hearing this, he immediately realizes who is coming. He then places the serum into the latest model of his armor and commands J.R.V.I.S. shut down all projections and delete all records related to the serum from the database, leaving no trace behind. "Understood, sir." After seeing the deletion progress bar completely filled, he nods. At the same time, J.R.V.I.S. also releases the elevator's access. When the elevator door opens, Nick Fury, with only one eye, appears looking somewhat angry. "Tony Stark, you have gone too far. You casually intrude into my database. You must know how much disaster the secrets inside could unleash upon the world." Tony leans back in his chair, his eyes filled with exhaustion, picking up a cup of coffee with a somewhat indifferent tone. "How do you know it was me?" Hearing this, Nick Fury's eyes narrow slightly. He indeed has no evidence, and this is just an attempt to bluff Tony. The atmosphere between the two falls into silence once again. Ultimately, Nick Fury chooses to skip the topic. "I'm only doing this to protect the security of the nation." "Save it." Tony yawns and waves his hand. "According to the information I obtained from you, 2/3 of your so-called security bureau are actually Hydra members." Nick Fury's expression suddenly changes, but before he can continue, Tony adds, "And I've heard that your so-called Level 7 agent Sitwell is currently researching the Cosmic Cube, just like Hydra did back in the day." Just as Tony is about to say more, Fury hurriedly interrupts. "I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. And thank you for the reminder." Before entering the elevator, Nick Fury looks back. "I'll be back soon." After the elevator doors close, Tony takes a sip of coffee, looking haggard with bloodshot eyes. His sparse facial hair makes him look like a homeless man. "Sir, there is someone still on the rooftop. Don't mind her." After saying this, he steps into the latest model of Mark armor and retrieves the serum that is giving off a chilling aura. J.R.V.I.S. "I'm about to start the injection. You control the armor." Tony continues, "Also prepare the other armors for combat readiness." As he speaks, Tony Stark enters the armor as he needs to be in a safe state for the injection. He is also uncertain about what will happen after the serum is injected. "Understood, sir. All armors are ready." J.R.V.I.S. responds while the eyes of the other armors also light up with a ghostly glow. Wearing the armor, Tony places the serum at the multifunctional chamber on his wrist, a determined look flashing in his eyes. He does not lack the courage to take a gamble. "Contact Rhodey, tell him the party is cancelled. I'm sober." As he speaks, a sharp needle slowly ejects from the wrist chamber of the armored suit. As a stream of golden liquid enters, Tony feels a wonderful warmth spreading throughout his body. His muscles tear apart while the foreign object in his chest begins to reject from the inside out. The cavity in his chest is once again occupied by muscle and bone, and at this moment his pupils flash with a golden light and his senses become sharper as the speed of nerve transmission accelerates. Boom! The reactor in the chest of the armored suit is pushed out by the muscle tissue of his chest as the armor scans and realizes that if the reactor in his chest is not separated, it will harm Tony. Simultaneously, within the armor, the life detection system is synchronously reporting Tony's physical status. Vital signs are strong. Physical strength has significantly increased and various indicators are improving. Scans show a 270 increase in bone density, a 490 increase in muscle strength, a 1000 acceleration in nerve axon transmission, with a risk of mental illness. According to the simulation calculations, at full capacity, you can exert a maximum of 30 tons of force. So your strength and reaction speed can now match Spider-Man's normal strength. Tony Stark lies within the armored suit, feeling no excitement, but instead falling into a deep sleep. J.R.V.I.S. scans his condition and his voice slowly diminishes. "Sweet dreams, sir." Asgard. The shattered rainbow bridge erupted with a surge of intense energy. "No!" Thor cried out as he watched Loki plummeting into the abyss of the universe. In front of a small wooden cabin, Lian, savoring his beef, suddenly looked up feeling a powerful surge of magical energy. Asgard. He was not mistaken in his guess. However, he seemed uninterested, having already mastered the magic of the Emperor of the Vishan and the Dark Tome. His starting point was too high. If nothing unexpected happened, his current strength could already place him among the top echelon of this universe. What he did not know was that, with his unique situation, everything had begun to spiral out of control. Yet he continued to live carefreely. S-H-I-E-L-D. Since acquiring intel about Hydra lurking within S-H-I-E-L-D. From Tony, Fury was currently at a base with Hawkeye trying to stop an experiment involving the Tesseract. Unfortunately, he arrived too late. The experiment had already commenced and a figure with flowing hair emerged from the portal opened by the cosmic magic. Indeed, it was Loki. "Who are you?" Fury shouted from beside Hawkeye as he gazed at the figure. However, Loki ignored him, directly wielding the Mind Scepter to unleash a beam of energy. "Director, watch out." Hawkeye quickly pushed him aside. The two of them tumbled to the ground. With Hydra's delay, Nick Fury quickly attempted to take the Tesseract away, but they mere mortals were no match for the Frost Giants. Loki swiftly dispatched all the henchmen with ease. Moreover, Hawkeye was manipulated by the Mind Scepter. Just as Fury was about to take the Tesseract-controlled, Hawkeye raised his hand and fired a few shots at him. Nick Fury quickly lay on the ground, pretending to be dead. Not long after, as they took the Tesseract away, the empty laboratory echoed with furious curses. "Motherfer!" While cursing, he began contacting trusted agents to stop Loki. But it was all in vain. As he boarded the plane, he watched the entire base being engulfed by blue energy. Krypton Fortress. Zod leaned against the metallic fortress, gazing at Earth with a grave look. Weapons of this caliber had clearly breached Krypton's technological threshold. One must understand that Krypton had taken hundreds of thousands of years to reach its current level, while Earth had only ignited its technological tree for a brief time. He had already seen Earth's potential. Since they could not be enemies, they could only become friends. Moreover, Earth had Kal-El and one of the Kryptonian ancestors residing there, but without a plea for help, he could not directly interfere. Thus, he could only watch helplessly. S-H-I-E-L-D. Base. Nick Fury looked at the buried agents with pain in his eyes, yet he did not forget his mission, ordering the plane to try to stop Loki from stealing the Tesseract. But he was shot down by Loki controlling the Mind Scepter with a single blast. What no one knew was that the Loki drifting in space had actually been rescued by the Chitauri, and he had met the hidden Thanos and the Ravager. These forces were eyeing Earth greedily. Thanos had long since lost interest in the Infinity Stones. His goal was the anti-life equation. He sought to completely dominate the universe and implement a universe-wide population control plan for better quality offspring. Only then could the universe develop healthily. However, for now, the Infinity Stones were still his means to dominate the universe. Fury watched as Hawkeye successfully escaped along with that horned fellow. Motherfer! Lying in the helicopter, he continued to curse. However, his breath gradually grew weak. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a bright light streaked across the sky. Indeed, it was Tony Stark piloting the new armor. With his enhanced physique from the serum injection and the latest nanosuit, he felt invincible. He grasped the aircraft's deforming metallic frame, applying slight force, and the metal warped under his grip. Just before losing consciousness, Nick Fury saw this familiar figure and mumbled, "Stark. Maybe you are right." With that, Nick Fury fell into unconsciousness. Stark reached out and sprayed some white nano solution onto his chest. These were his unique ideas after injecting the super serum. Moreover, with his enhanced physique, his research efficiency had drastically improved. J-R-V-I-S. Scan for nearby survivors. Tony Stark looked at the surrounding ruins while tapping a few times on the back of his other hand. Soon an old model of Iron Man armor he had previously developed flew in from behind him. In no time, he rescued all the survivors and used nano-repair fluid to save their lives. As the surrounding firefighters and police approached, Tony flew away with Nick Fury. Returning to his residence, Tony injected adrenaline into Nick's heart. At the same time, J-R-V-I-S began monitoring all emergencies on Earth through satellites. Cough, cough. With the effects of the adrenaline, Nick Fury woke up. Upon seeing Tony, he held nothing back and revealed everything he knew. You mean Hydra's experiment opened a portal that brought in someone who wants to dominate Earth? Hearing this, Tony Stark couldn't help but laugh. Haha, that's just too funny. The armored Tony held his belly laughing. He laughed so hard he bent over. He was well aware of the various events currently happening on Earth. From mutants to superheroes and Kryptonians in the sky, he had done a thorough investigation. If those guys intervened, this arrogant little cutie might be instantly crushed. Even Tony, who had injected the super serum, dared not think about going head-to-head with those who were essentially untouchable. What gave this guy the right? As he laughed, Tony's smile gradually turned bitter. The more he chased, the stronger the feeling of helplessness. It was as if these Kryptonians had no limits. He had seen the footage of Zod's arrival. Each Kryptonian's destructive power could match that of Hulk at full fury. Although he now had a special plan forming in his mind, he still felt uncertain. Meanwhile, Loki, having acquired the Tesseract, was currently busy stealing special materials to open the portal. With Hawkeye's assistance, he easily gathered the materials needed for the portal. Now all he had to do was buy time for its opening. Thus he drove a large crowd of ordinary people to create some commotion and attract attention. Kneel before me. Looking at the kneeling ordinary people, Loki's face was filled with satisfaction. Just as he reveled in his fantasy of ruling Earth, a figure clad in stars and stripes wielding a star-spangled shield stepped out from the crowd, while an aircraft appeared in the sky. At the same time, Black Widow's voice rang out, "Surrender, Loki." Hearing the word surrender, a hint of shame flashed in Loki's eyes, but he gritted his teeth and restrained his actions for the sake of opening the portal. However, he still needed to delay as much time as possible. Therefore, he raised his hand and fired an energy wave at the Quinjet with the Mind Scepter. Meanwhile, Steve threw his shield at him, but it seemed as if he were merely acting. He was pinned to the ground and beaten up by Loki. "Kneel, hippie." With the Mind Scepter's tip pressed against Steve's neck, Loki's voice carried an indescribable sense of superiority. As he attempted to further humiliate Steve, a red figure shot in from a distance. At the same time, an energy pulse struck Loki. Indeed, it was Iron Man rushing to the scene. With Iron Man's arrival, Loki wisely raised his hands in surrender, as his aim was to buy time, not to be beaten. Thus, he was soon escorted onto the aircraft by a group. As the group was escorting Loki on the plane, Tony Stark remained alert, observing Loki, whose physical capabilities matched his own after serum injection. He still retained a rebellious demeanor. Compared to their impatience, the sun hovered at the critical point above the Earth's surface, with Clark still gritting his teeth and holding on. Simultaneously, Batman in Metropolis was also struggling due to the Penguin's antics. To be honest, from Lien's perspective, Bruce Wayne was not fit to be a friend. The scene shifts back inside the plane. Outside, lightning and thunder crash. Meanwhile, Jarvis' voice rings in Stark's ear. An anomalous life form is approaching at high speed. As Jarvis' voice fades, countless nanobots instantly erupt from Tony's neck, quickly forming into a helmet adorned with metallic glimmers. At that moment, Thor swung his hammer with all his might, striking the back of the iron suit. Even after being injected with the serum, he was knocked to the ground. This action ignited an unprecedented fury within Tony. It was the disdain these so-called gods held for mortals that truly irked him. After rising, he took a deep breath, suppressing the brutality within his eyes as reason returned. The back of his armor was rapidly repaired by the nanobots. Seeing Thor gripping Loki and disappearing, Tony Stark immediately chased after them. Meanwhile, Steve picked up a nearby parachute with a sense of helplessness. In that moment, he felt just as Tony did, facing Thor, filled with resignation. Yet he resolutely jumped from the plane. As he watched Thor and Loki arguing, a fierce glint flashed in Tony Stark's eyes. With the power of 11 times the speed of sound, he crashed into Thor, sending him flying dozens of kilometers away. The ground was crushed into a deep pit and trees were broken in half. Unable to hold back, Tony Stark began to hurl insults. "Did you steal your mother's bath towel? Does she know?" Listening to the extreme insults, Thor's skin tightened involuntarily, and a hint of anger welled up within him. Seeing that this guy had not a single scratch, Tony Stark felt a chill of surprise. Even with his current physical condition, enduring a collision at 11 times the speed of sound should have brought him close to death. Yet this guy seemed completely unharmed. As he saw the swinging hammer, Tony Stark didn't engage directly. Instead, he dodged to the side and spoke to Jarvis in a deep voice, "Activate AI prediction mode." As he said this, he yanked from behind, and a large mass of nanobots quickly transformed into a glowing energy sword. He had learned this from the Kryptonian armor. Having a weapon is always better than being empty-handed. Taking advantage of the hammer, not yet being summoned back, Stark brandished the red sword and began to slash at Thor incessantly. In the back-and-forth collision with the aid of the energy sword, Thor could only keep dodging. However, as the hammer was called back, Tony was caught off guard and was directly knocked away. The nanobot armor shattered into pieces around him. Clearly, Thor was getting serious. However, this version of the armor was not to be underestimated. Quickly, the injuries were fully repaired. As the hammer flew out once more, Tony became fierce, as well increasing his speed to grab Thor and grind him into the ground. The sword in his hand had long since flown away. But no need to worry. It would automatically reassemble into a small launcher and find its way back. As the grinding stopped, the two began to grapple again. The armor was being crushed, and even with Stark's 30 tons of strength, he couldn't overpower Thor. It was evident that Thor's physical prowess far surpassed Stark's. Just as they were in a deadlock, Thor's headbutt sent Tony flying. It was Steve arriving late. Breathless Steve caught the shield that rebounded back. However, Thor was clearly more enraged. He didn't care about anything else and directly summoned back his hammer, preparing to unleash a powerful strike to deal with the weakest opponent first. He didn't expect that Steve's shield had an energy absorption rebound skill. Bang! The blue shockwave toppled all the trees within a kilometer radius, and Thor was sent flying as well. During this full-force strike, Thor caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in his peripheral vision. He soon calmed down. At that moment, Lien was quietly observing this scene from the sky. He also sensed the issue. Stark's physical condition was improving. Moreover, he was not wearing the original Mark VII armor. Everything was becoming interesting. His appearance was only for a moment, and by the time Thor wanted to look at Lien again, he had already vanished. The calm Thor ultimately agreed to escort Loki. However, he insisted on accompanying him. Once inside the airborne mothership, Loki's gaze was constantly searching for something above. After searching for a while, his brows gradually furrowed. He couldn't find an escape route. Now he could only place all his hopes on Hawkeye, whom he had enslaved. While Thor was expressing everything, Loki intended to do, the airborne mothership, which had been flying steadily, suddenly tilted. The people standing on it stumbled slightly. Tony Stark didn't think too much. His armor quickly manifested, and he shot out of the sky in a flash. When he spotted a damaged engine slowly coming to a stop, he didn't hesitate, saying, "Jarvis, detach half of the armor to assist with propulsion." "Understood, sir." As soon as the words were spoken, the upper half of Tony's armor quickly detached and transformed into a thruster flying into the engine. At the same time, due to the decrease in nanobots in his armor, Tony could only prioritize maintaining his mobility. Now, apart from his hands and feet, the rest of his body was exposed. However, relying on his physical condition, he was still able to fly at speeds within sonic limits without the intervention of the Raging Hulk. Currently, the mothership contained only one mature-minded abomination, and that was Banner. Because the original soul of Abomination had already been extracted by Lien, the original soul of Abomination was now thrown into some corner he couldn't recall. Replacing him would be a bookish scholar who, even when enraged, posed little threat. Just a large mass of moving flesh. Without Hulk's appearance, Loki's plan seemed to have fallen through. Hawkeye, along with a group of controlled ordinary soldiers, was quickly dealt with. Furthermore, Hawkeye himself was knocked unconscious by Black Widow's careful efforts. Given the situation, Loki finally abandoned any thoughts of close combat. He was no ordinary mage. His strength was far from as simple as it appeared. Using illusions to lure Thor into a cage designed to trap the rampaging abomination, Loki waved at Thor with a smile and opened the cage's latch. The cage that trapped Thor suddenly plummeted from 10,000 meters in the air. Meanwhile, Coulson was also pierced through the heart by Loki's transformed body. Coulson was dead. No one expected this outcome. Moreover, Loki had escaped from the airborne mothership. He had achieved his strategic purpose, successfully buying time to open the portal. Tony Stark wore a look of despair. He had given his all against an ant that others could easily crush. It was truly disheartening. At that moment, the nanobot armor that had assisted the mothership returned to his body. With the armor restored, he returned to Stark Tower. Upon seeing the device on the rooftop and a doctor in a white coat fervently mumbling, he quickly instructed Jarvis to scan the device's function. "Sir, this energy device is transmitting coordinate signals to outer space, and a massive amount of energy is gathering." As soon as the words were spoken, Tony Stark gathered the energy pulse in his hands and blasted it at the device, attempting to destroy it. Unfortunately, he failed and Tony Stark was sent flying. "Sir, this is a pure energy shield. Ordinary attacks cannot destroy it." Regaining his footing, Tony Stark, hearing Jarvis' reminder, couldn't help but curse "fuck." After cursing, he turned and returned to his luxurious mansion, inquiring of Jarvis within his armor, "What is the production progress of my adamantium suit?" "Sir, the Mark 85 armor is currently 98 complete, and it will take another 15 minutes to write in the nanoprogram." Huff. Exhaling a breath, Tony's helmet slowly disassembled. At the bar, he poured himself a glass of tequila, watching the green hippie before him, his expression gradually relaxing. He knew that physically he was no match for Loki. Though he possessed 30 tons of strength, the density of the body before him was 3 times that of his own. What he needed to do now was to buy time waiting for the armor program to finish writing. This set of armor utilized adamantium as the framework for the nanobots, and then a layer of vibranium was coated over it through a special process. This latest set of armor cost him $3 billion. It was his most perfect creation to date. To counter these tough foes, he had also added a cold weapon mode. With this high-attack, high-defense armor, he couldn't believe these pests wouldn't die. He downed the tequila in his hand. Meanwhile, Loki was babbling on, sharing his various thoughts. He was also trying to dismantle Tony Stark's fighting spirit from within. However, what he didn't know was that Tony Stark had faced far more desperate situations before. Ding! "And how is this possible?" And Loki stared in disbelief at the scepter in his hand, astonished that Tony Stark remained unaffected by its mind control magic, even while clad in his nanotech armor. "A performance issue, quite common. Much like how I feel utterly powerless confronting those monsters." Hearing Tony's flippant remark, Loki bristled with fury, just as he had before Thor. Odin's favoritism had always relegated him to the shadows of contempt. Odin was one thing, but Tony Stark, he held no place in Loki's regard. And with a swift motion, Loki seized Tony's throat, intending to hurl him aside. Yet this Tony Stark was no longer the arrogant man of old, and empowered by his nanotech armor and his own hardened resolve. Loki strained in vain, teeth gritted, unable to lift him even an inch. Instead, Tony wrenched Loki's wrist backward, swung him violently overhead, and slammed him repeatedly into the floor. And then he snatched up the scepter from the ground and glanced back at Loki, dazed, sprawled, and questioning reality itself. With a dry quip, "What a feeble god!" He turned just as Lian emerged silently from the shadows, phone raised, capturing this unorthodox, iconic moment. A line once reserved for the Hulk now belonged to Stark. At the sight of Lian, Tony's every hair stood on end. Before him stood a young man with black hair, wearing a sleeveless vest, shorts, and flip-flops. His expression languid, as if the chaos unfolding around him were nothing more than background noise. Jarvis, however, had already begun blaring urgent warnings inside Tony's helmet. "Sir, evacuate immediately. The being before you is like a star." And ignoring Jarvis's alarm, Tony glanced instead at the retinal display showing his armor's activation countdown. 1 minute remained. And composing himself, he placed the scepter on the bar, poured a shot of tequila into a glass, and extended it toward Lian. "Care for a drink, sir?" Lian held a favorable impression of Tony Stark. Flawed, yes, like any man, but ultimately a friend worth knowing. "Sure." And accepting the glass, Lian turned toward Loki and smirked. "Princess 2, what happened to your edge?" Loki ignored the jab, his gaze vacant, fixed upon the ceiling. And when no response came, Lian rubbed his nose and pivoted back to Tony. "Hello, Playboy." "Hello, sir." And Tony's tone grew notably more solemn. "And relax. It's not the end of the world. You'll face far greater calamities ahead." As he spoke, Lian took a sip of tequila and murmured, "Whoa," surprisingly smooth, reassured by Lian's lack of threat and the steady tick of his armor's final sequence. Tony relaxed further, smiling. "This is 40-year-aged reserve." Draining the glass in one go, Lian raised it toward Tony. "Thanks for the drink." I won't keep you from saving the world. He reached past Tony and grabbed another bottle from the bar, then gestured politely with an open palm. And Tony didn't stop him, but his brow furrowed. You're not planning to intervene? Pouring himself a second shot, Lien paused, his eyes sharpening with quiet sincerity. You don't need a babysitter, do you? And Tony, sharp-minded as ever, understood instantly. Boom, I. Just as Tony opened his mouth to reply, a massive beam of light erupted skyward from the device outside, precisely calibrated to pierce the heavens. Neen Orbit, the Chitauri fleet, deployed through a pact between Thanos and Steppenwolf, had been waiting at the designated coordinates. The beam dissipated, tearing open a rift in the sky itself, and through that jagged aperture observers could glimpse distant stars and swirling nebulae, glimpses of the cosmos laid bare. This vanguard force was no ordinary Chitauri legion. And altered and assimilated into parademons, they bore little resemblance to their former selves. From the fractured sky, the Chitauri swarmed Earth like locusts, and without hesitation Tony addressed Jarvis directly in front of Lien. Deploy Mark LXXXV. Affirmative, sir. And instantly the newly uploaded armor surged upward from Stark Tower's foundations, splitting midair, reassembling and seamlessly integrating with Tony's existing suit. The new armor was bulkier, angular, and reinforced, engineered specifically to withstand heavily armored warriors. With one last glance at Lien, Tony Stark shot skyward like a comet, transforming his very armor into a weapon of kinetic fury. He charged headlong into enemy ranks, colliding with foot soldiers like a guided meteor. And Lien watched, eyes alight with astonishment. This armor design echoed only the most advanced iteration from the Infinity War cinematic timeline. Yet this version surpassed even that, its raw power amplified by Tony's enhanced physiology, lending his combat style a reckless, almost primal intensity. As velocity mounted, the vibranium-reinforced adamantium nanites coating his armor shifted hue, from crimson to deep violet, a visible sign of full energy saturation. Still facing an entire Chitauri armada alone left him straining at the limits of endurance. Meanwhile, the so-called Avengers were converging rapidly, and swinging in from the skyline clad in red and trailing silk-thin webs came Spider-Man, the agile, quick-witted Peter Parker. Arriving at Stark Tower, he froze upon seeing Lien calmly sipping tequila, and rushed forward, voice bright with delight. Hey sir, long time no see. Lien grinned. How's your back holding up, Mr. Pig? N correction. Pig. No, Spider-Man. Right, Mr. Pig. N. Peter slumped slightly. Fine, have it your way. As the two exchanged banter, Loki, unseen, wove illusionary duplicates and crept stealthily toward the scepter. Spider-Man's spider sense flared. He fired webbing blindly into the air, snaring Loki instantly. But Loki tore through the strands with contemptuous ease and bolted, scepter clutched tight. Lien made no move to interfere, and this was part of Earth's defense training, and these heroes might yet become his allies. After all, they shared the same planet. In future crises, they could lend modest support, clearing minor threats, holding lines, or buying time. Lien remained unaware that the anti-life equation existed here, and that Darkseid had already dispatched Steppenwolf to this universe. Nor did he know the mother boxes lay hidden somewhere on Earth. And now Spider-Man and Loki clashed, Peter's reflexes razor-sharp, thwarting every attempt at ambush. Trapped and growing desperate, Loki knew time was slipping away. Soon Thor would arrive and his beating would be legendary. Abandoning the fight, he leapt onto a Chitauri skiff and fled at blistering speed. And Spider-Man, though agile, could only watch helplessly as Loki vanished into the storm-lit sky. Lien slowly lifted his gaze toward the sun, where Kal-El, having drawn near its core, now accelerated away at peak velocity. And upon returning to Earth, his heightened senses instantly registered the cataclysm below. His superhuman intellect dissected the crisis in milliseconds. Yet just as he prepared to destroy the portal device, Lien shook his head. A silent signal, stand down. And Kal-El hesitated, then recalled Lien's earlier counsel to define oneself solely as a hero was to forge invisible chains of expectation. And he was after all not native to this world. And so he gave Lien a quiet, respectful nod, and turned instead toward Metropolis to safeguard those who mattered most. Batman sped toward the battlefield in the Batmobile, and simultaneously the Fantastic Four and Wonder Woman raced in from separate vectors. Human Torch arrived first, his flight granting him the edge, until he locked eyes with Captain America. Nee's expression twisted in stunned disbelief. They were identical down to the last contour, and even with the mask the resemblance was uncanny. And with their arrival, the tide of battle turned decisively. A colossal Chitauri beast fell in two, cleaved cleanly by Wonder Woman's blade, and the Avengers' earlier retreat dissolved into renewed dominance. Inside the Iron Man armor, however, Tony Stark's eyes darkened. Not with fear but awe. Nade read about this world through Jarvis, but witnessing it firsthand struck deeper, truer, more visceral. Once merely a worldly playboy, indulgent, careless adrift. Everything changed the day he built the arc reactor in his chest. Batman was still on his way. Thor clutched his stomach, looking hurt as he watched Loki retreat. Seeing this, Lien realized that this farce was about to come to an end. His gaze then fell upon a white missile which instinctively triggered a reaction within him. This feeling was likely to cause him pain. Although such a slow attack could not possibly hit him and might not breach his defenses, it was still quite bothersome. Suddenly a Chitauri soldier burst into his line of sight and fired an energy cannon at him. However, it failed to inflict any harm as Lien raised his hand and enveloped it with a biological force field, pulling it closer to him. When he saw its face, he frowned, for these Chitauri were unlike what he had imagined, with sharp fangs and flesh wings on their backs. At this thought, a vision of Superman flashed in his mind, followed by that of a bald figure. The Darkseid-like demon army. With that thought, he squeezed his hand, crushing the demon in his grasp. Lien then soared into the air, directly entering a portal. As he spotted countless demons carried by the Chitauri giants, he looked towards the Chitauri mothership deep in the cosmos. Its size, though not as immense as the fortress of Krypton, was still considerable. With his arrival, innumerable demons began to swarm him. Although the biological force field prevented them from causing him any harm, it was still quite annoying. Moreover, countless demons were waiting to pass through the portal. If the portal were any larger, the so-called heroes of Earth might not withstand the onslaught. After all, there were too few of them, while the demons were overwhelming. Compared to the few in the cinematic universe, they were merely insignificant. What he did not know was that, at that moment on Earth, Hawkeye's quiver had run dry countless times. Without Iron Man's support of nano-arrows, he would have had no output at all. At the same time, Spider-Man was also struggling. His webs were not producing fast enough, and it was Stark who had equipped him with a simple nano-flying device. With Hulk absent, New York now had only Thor and Wonder Woman who could fight. Captain America was busy clearing out the minions and organizing the evacuation of civilians. Minutes later, Jarvis detected the arrival of a nuclear missile and promptly alerted Tony Stark. "Sir, the Congress has launched a nuclear missile." "Damn it!" Tony, exhausted from rescuing everywhere, cursed. Now, aside from Thor and Wonder Woman, the others were completely worn out. At this moment, they faced two dilemmas. One was to neutralize the nuclear missile, and the other was to close the portal. Otherwise, they would be overwhelmed by the endless Chitauri demons. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, Lien clearly remembered the shadow of Thanos in this matter. While he observed the Chitauri battleship, it was also charging up. Facing such a starship-level weapon, Lien opened a teleportation array in front of him. As the high-energy beam shot towards him, it pierced through the teleportation array and struck the energy shield of the Chitauri mothership. The shield required recharging after this round of energy consumption. At that moment, Lien caught sight of a white nuclear missile being forcibly redirected towards the Chitauri mothership by Tony Stark. Unfortunately, due to Lien's intervention, the portal closed before Tony Stark could return. Fortunately, the Iron Man nanosuit possessed life support functions in space, so Tony Stark would not. However, he was trapped in space, having lost his coordinates to Earth. Boom! Although space is a vacuum, it does contain matter, and sound can propagate through mediums other than air. Any object with mass can transmit sound. The Chitauri mothership, having lost its shield, was paralyzed by the nuclear missile capable of destroying a city. Lien looked at Tony Stark floating in the air and waved his hand, covering him with a biological force field. Tony Stark, who had thought he would drift aimlessly in space, showed a glimmer of joy upon seeing Lien. "Hey sir, are you really Superman?" Lien pulled his gaze away from the explosion and looked at Stark, saying, "I am not Superman. I am merely a human with great power due to luck." Hearing Lien's words, Tony Stark stood there in shock. This statement made him reflect on many things. He considered himself quite fortunate in this life, having a not-so-perfect family that others would envy. After a moment of silence, Tony Stark looked at this face that was not particularly handsome but was rugged, saying, "Your understanding matches your strength truly." Lien nodded slightly in response. "It's time to go back." He waved and opened a portal, then glanced at Stark, contemplating, "Hurry and grow stronger, this invasion is merely a trivial test." With those words, the two appeared in Stark Tower. The city was in ruins, and it was then that Batman finally arrived. Watching the disappearing figures, Tony Stark's eyes reflected deep thought. A trivial test. What kind of opponent could pose a threat that even you could sense? While he was deep in thought, a figure with blood-red eyes suddenly hugged his neck, burying its face in his chest and crying uncontrollably. The sudden embrace left him momentarily at a loss, but slowly, he reached out to gently pat the back of the figure in his arms. Loki was escorted back to Asgard by Thor. The battle in New York was declared over. Banner, who occupied the body of the Hulk, arrived late. He had originally intended to come and help. However, this body was completely beyond his control, as if it had its own consciousness. This was thanks to Lien. In his view, Hulk was far more useful than Banner. Without Banner's personality interference, Hulk could single-handedly take down Thanos. Moreover, now that Hulk had been trained by Lien, his strength was vastly different from before. Upon returning to the cabin, Lien found Clark already waiting for him. He noticed the confusion in Clark's eyes and slowly sat on the swing he had crafted, asking, "Is there something you want to ask? Why didn't you let me take action?" Clark also sat on a nearby stump, casually swinging the black sword he had drawn. Lien gently swayed the swing, avoiding a direct answer to his question, and instead asking, "Do you consider yourself a hero of humanity?" This question left Clark in prolonged silence. To be honest, he had already considered himself a part of humanity. But humanity did not see him that way. Facing the long silence, Lien smiled and answered his own question. Humanity needs heroes, but they need heroes who emerge from within themselves even more. Upon hearing this, Clark understood the reasoning behind it, and he smiled up at the sky. Above, the Kryptonian fortress housed a hero of its own. "Zod, perhaps you were right," Clark whispered softly as he slowly sheathed the black sword back into the stump. Then his entire figure vanished. But in the wind, a voice lingered. "Uncle, wait for me to come home for dinner. My dad misses your barbecue." Lien shook his head and smiled. At this moment, the big boss was studying knowledge in the Kryptonian fortress with Beast King and Hulk. Only in the Kryptonian fortress could they feel like ordinary people. After a long-awaited dinner with the Clark family, Lien encountered an unexpected guest. Indeed, it was Bruce Wayne. Speaking of which, Batman's technological capabilities are quite lacking nowadays. Without Alfred, he would be nothing. Perhaps Alfred is the true essence of Batman. Silently, Lien did not draw his attention and teleported away directly. Although his strength was weak, his cunning was indeed remarkable. Thus, Lien did not wish to engage with him. After all, it would be better to have a drink with Tony Stark than to interact with him. At this moment, the reconstruction of New York had also begun. In the distant Asgard, Odin sat on the throne and passed judgment on Loki. Meanwhile, Thor began to quell the rebellions across the realms. As for Lien, he looked at the unfamiliar visitor before him with a hint of surprise. A large man reeking of body odor pushed a wheelchair on which sat a bald man. These two were Wolverine and Professor X. "Is there something you need?" Lien's sudden inquiry seemed to annoy Wolverine, mainly because Lien's demeanor was overly dismissive, as if he had no regard for them. Just as he was about to act, a glance from Professor X calmed Wolverine down. "Excuse me, sir, my name is Charles, and this is Logan. I would like to ask if you know about mutants," Professor X politely inquired. "Mutants?" Lien raised an eyebrow. "I've heard of them." Professor X nodded. "I noticed your brainwaves are quite unique. Perhaps you are a mutant. Our purpose for coming here is to invite you to join the Mutant Academy." For a moment, Lien was unsure whether to laugh or to be angry. After all, it was rather amusing. The abilities of mutants might be powerful, but his physique could withstand temperatures exceeding 15 million degrees Celsius with the strength to tear the sun apart. This does not even account for his identity as a legendary sorcerer skilled in dark magic and the white magic of the Vishanti. Even facing a dimensional overlord like Dormammu, he was not afraid. However, realizing that this bald man was not a bad person, he suppressed his peculiar thoughts and calmly looked at Professor X, saying, "I'm just an ordinary person, you should leave." Seeing Lien's lack of awareness, Wolverine took a deep puff of his cigar, his claws slowly extending, looking ready to teach Lien a lesson. "Logan." Professor X's voice halted his actions. But to be fair, the young Wolverine was indeed quite aggressive. His vitality was even greater than that of the old wolf. Nevertheless, he still respected Professor X's words. As his claws slowly retracted, Lien began to change his mind. He then looked at Professor X. "I've changed my mind. If you let me beat him up a bit, I can go with you to see this so-called mutant." As soon as he finished speaking, Lien glanced past Logan and looked at Professor X. "What do you think?" Without hesitation, Professor X looked up at Lien. "It's a deal. Wheelchair guy, you can't do this." Ignoring Logan's dissatisfaction, Professor X readily agreed on behalf of Wolverine. However, Wolverine did not show any displeasure. Instead, he appeared eager, his claws extending once more, while Lien simply raised a finger. The charging Wolverine leaped towards Lien. Lien's bioplasmic field enveloped him in midair, rendering him immobile. Then, with a gentle curl of his finger, he gave Wolverine a light flick to the forehead. Ding! The sound of metal clashing echoed as adamantium met his touch. Although Lien did not exert much force, the flick nearly knocked Wolverine unconscious. Thanks to the bioplasmic field surrounding him, he was not propelled backward. Instead, he slumped in front of Lien, rolling his eyes. Watching Wolverine in such a state, Lien couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha! Chuckling, he felt relieved about Wolverine's earlier offense. Moreover, he had once envisioned himself as Wolverine countless times. Hearing Lien's laughter, Charles felt a hint of pressure in his gaze. A simple flick that could put Wolverine out cold made him feel threatened. Moreover, he was utterly unable to invade Lien's thoughts. It is important to note that Lien had long been on high alert against mental intrusion. "All right, Charles, lead the way." After wrapping Wolverine in the air, Lien said to Professor X, "I am willing to accompany you to the Mutant Academy to see what it is all about." As soon as Lien's voice fell, the floating Logan shook his head. It must be said that the young Wolverine's self-healing abilities were indeed impressive. Seeing the awakened Wolverine look at him with a hint of fear in his eyes, Lien smiled and gently placed him on the ground. Professor X also nodded good. Wolverine pushed the wheelchair as Lien followed behind them. When passing by a nearby wooden stake, Wolverine paused for a moment. His gaze fell on the black sword, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks, and he turned to Lien, saying, "The material of your sword is harder than my bones." As a beast, his instincts were exceptionally sharp. However, they proved ineffective against Lien's true form. Lien's life position was simply too high, so high that he chose to ignore him entirely. Lien merely smiled and nodded. Charles attempted to lift it with telekinesis, but he could not move it in the slightest. At the same time, beads of cold sweat formed on his slick head. Lien's presence felt too mysterious, like a black hole that could not be probed. Outside New York, in a manor, after stepping out of a luxury car, Lien saw a guy wearing glasses. If he remembered correctly, he was Cyclops, along with Storm and Beast. Suddenly, Lien asked Professor X beside him, "Why don't you guys go help with the alien invasion in New York? That would at least earn you a good reputation." Upon hearing Lien's words, the expressions of the group subtly changed. What Lien did not know was that the mutants were currently in a timeline where Stryker was capturing mutants for research. Asking them to help ordinary people would be an act of independence from mutants. This would make mutants despised and humans even more resentful. Displaying power in times of human helplessness could also serve as a form of intimidation. Seeing the group rendered speechless, Lien quickly reacted and awkwardly scratched his nose. Sensing Lien's awkwardness, Professor X slowly spoke, "Now is not the time. I have always been dedicated to the peaceful coexistence of humans and mutants, but some have consistently tried to turn us into weapons. Furthermore, my partners and I have diverged." His words suddenly trailed off as his gaze involuntarily turned to the window. Through his super eyesight, Lien saw a figure clad in a cloak, wearing a helmet and elegantly gloved hands, surrounded by countless pieces of floating metal. "And now, Eric, he has come." Meanwhile, the Mutant Academy began to sound alarms, and all the veteran mutants entered a state of alert. Wolverine beside them appeared to have lost his temper. After all, he had been nearly rendered powerless by this king of iron, and could possibly become Magneto's weapon. To be honest, at this moment, there was hardly anyone at the Mutant Academy who could stand up to Magneto wearing a helmet. Leon stood up and looked at Charles, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. "Do you need me to help you?" Upon hearing this, a look of horror flashed in Charles' eyes as he hurriedly replied, "No need, Eric has just temporarily taken an extreme approach. He is still a kind person." Lien shrugged. "All right then, I will just be a spectator." Cough. Charles' expression momentarily faltered, but he instinctively spoke. "I would like to ask you to help take care of the kids at the academy, would you?" Seeing the benevolent old man, Lien did not refuse and nodded sure. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a building that had collapsed in New York was thrown directly onto the Academy Square by Magneto. The entire Academy shook violently. Charles' wheelchair became unsteady. At the same time, the steel bars inside the building began to fall, twisting and straightening in the air, their tips turning sharp. Wolverine jumped through a window and charged at Magneto, but unfortunately in one encounter he was pierced by a long steel bar and bound from within, thrown aside. Watching Wolverine, who couldn't even move, Lien shook his head. It should be noted that Magneto was still several kilometers away. Wolverine couldn't get close to him at all. Aurora Scott. Professor X delivered the instruction to protect the students directly into the minds of the mutant teachers through telepathy. At the same time, his wheelchair sped downwards. He was going to confront Magneto directly. Lien occupied Charles' desk, reclining with his legs crossed, watching everything outside as if viewing a 3D movie. At the same time, his biological force field enveloped all the mutant children in the academy. Outside the square, Magneto, clad in a cape, spread his arms wide as countless metallic objects behind him transformed into sharp steel needles poised for launch like the quills of a porcupine. "Charles, Eric, long time no see." They spoke almost simultaneously. After a moment of silence, Magneto looked at Professor X sitting in his wheelchair. "After negotiating with those humans for so long, how can you still persist while so many mutants are being captured for experiments?" Faced with the questioning, Professor X fell silent. "For a moment, those people have only been misled." "Misled?" Magneto scoffed. "Then why don't you use your abilities to explain everything to all of humanity? Or perhaps control those evil politicians to commit suicide?" Facing such piercing words, Professor X opened his mouth, but had nothing to say. The deeper considerations involved couldn't be explained in just a few sentences. If he dared to control those politicians to commit suicide, he would find himself in a situation questioned by all of humanity. The result would be that either humanity or mutants would have to be eliminated. This was a scenario he did not wish to see, because in his view humans and mutants were the same. Mutants had merely awakened from within humanity. "Eric, violence cannot solve problems. Shall we sit down and talk?" Facing Charles' indecision, Lien shook his head. He had not heard the words of great men. If he had, these problems would have been resolved long ago. Moreover, mutants are the favored children of humanity. There's nothing to talk about. Magneto's tone was filled with sarcasm. "We've been talking for decades. This time I will show no mercy." With those words, Magneto's face was filled with determination, and with a press of his finger forward, the steel needles behind him tilted down towards Professor X. "Professor!" Seeing that Charles was about to be pierced by the steel needles, Scott, also known as Cyclopes, removed his glasses and two blazing red beams shot from his eyes. They shot directly towards Magneto. In response, Magneto could only retract the steel needles for defense. However, within 3 minutes, Scott directly overloaded. At the same time, Storm summoned a tempest and blew it towards Magneto. At this moment, a figure from Magneto's camp quickly approached Quicksilver, and taking advantage of his closed eyes, snatched the glasses from his hands. Without the aid of his glasses, Scott became effectively blind. With Quicksilver's assistance, seeing Professor X in peril, Lien sighed. Simultaneously, he activated his biological force field, binding both Quicksilver and Magneto, then removed Magneto's helmet. Lien then slowly moved forward, reaching out to Wolverine with a pull, disregarding his pain, and forcefully yanked the steel bar out. This prompted a painful curse from him. "FCK. Ah!" After discarding the steel bar on the ground, Lien stepped forward and waved his hand, bringing Magneto and Professor X's hands together. "Stop it." Magneto's eyes were filled with shock, his widened eyes full of disbelief. He turned red in the face but was unable to move his body even slightly. Moreover, this unfamiliar figure gave him the feeling of facing a deity. Who are you? Lien glanced at Charles, whose gaze was directed at him. I came to watch the commotion. I just didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Facing Lien's evasive reply, Eric appeared somewhat irritated. In response to the anger of an ant, Lien merely smiled gently, then squeezed the helmet in his hand, molding it like clay into a small ball and casually placing it in his pocket. Seeing this scene, Magneto's pupils suddenly constricted. Without this helmet, he would no longer pose a threat to Professor X. As long as Professor X had a thought, he could be controlled directly. Magneto had now come to terms with reality. There was no bitterness, only a calm acceptance of defeat. Charles, you are lucky to have such a powerful ally. Professor X did not deny it. He was indeed lucky, having traded Logan's single brain for a complete victory. Eric, let it go, we are getting old. Magneto deeply stared at Professor X, and the metals surrounding them, isolated by the biological force field, slowly descended. Seeing that the two old men had found a sense of relief, Lien also slowly spoke. I will not interfere too much with your development, but I can share a famous saying from a great man with you. Both were drawn to Lien's seriousness. Lien slowly said, seek peace through struggle, and peace shall prevail. All right, I should be leaving now, but if any unsolvable Phoenix or robots appear, feel free to find. After saying this, Lien glanced at Quicksilver, thinking of Scarlet Witch. However, he had no other intentions. He just wanted to know the differences between chaos magic, Wundagor's magic, and dark magic. Watching Lien's departing figure, Magneto and Professor X exchanged glances, a sense of relief flickering in their eyes. Then the two embraced each other. Seek peace through struggle. Magneto whispered softly in Professor X's ear. Professor X slowly continued, and peace shall prevail. After that, the two released their embrace, gazing at each other, their eyes shining with a hint of bright. Halfway through the drive, Lien suddenly wanted to find that playboy for a drink, so he made a turn. Stark Tower. A portal opened from one side of the laboratory. Leon was wearing flip-flops, floral shorts, and a brightly colored shirt which was unbuttoned and made him look particularly casual. With that lazy expression on his face, it was hard not to feel a sense of aversion. At this moment, Tony Stark was engrossed in researching a hereditary matter regarding gene chains. In the holographic projection, his fingers were continuously modifying the gene chain. He realized that the nano armor might already be the pinnacle of technology, yet compared to Kryptonian technology, it still fell short by a considerable margin. As he observed how the Kryptonians could move high-density metallic asteroids in outer space with their bare hands, he was inspired to develop a set of biological armor that would possess extremely high hardness and self-repair capabilities. Beside him was a bottle of amber-colored aged liquor and a half-empty wine glass. Due to the biological force field around Lien that could absorb all wave frequencies and electromagnetic radiation, Tony Stark did not notice that Lien had come to his side. Even Jarvis's visual sensors could not detect him. Lien casually picked up the wine glass and poured himself a drink. The sound of the glass clinking made Tony Stark turn around, and then he saw Lien lazily sprawled on his sofa. He did not show any signs of shock, only a deep sense of helplessness in his eyes, a feeling that was quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lien did not harbor any ill intentions towards him. What brings you here? Putting down his work, Tony took the remaining half glass of wine and sat down on the sofa in front of Lien. I missed the liquor here. Lien set down the bottle and leaned back on the sofa, gazing at the projection behind him. Biological armor, huh? Interesting, he sipped and continued. It's quite intriguing. Tony downed the rest of his wine, and the frown on his brow slowly relaxed. Indeed, but now I'm facing a problem. What kind of problem? How to make a piece of metal come to life and also change its form according to my thoughts. Is your nano armor not enough? Lien replied evasively. Stark raised an eyebrow, poured himself a drink, and slowly nodded. Compared to you guys, the nano armor is just a joke. He took a sip of wine and continued. Don't you think so, Mr. Superman? It's not a joke, but it's just a slightly stronger ant. Lien did not flatter him. Instead, it was like stating a fact. Upon hearing this, Stark fell silent for a moment, his gaze dimming as he downed his drink. That was rather hurtful to say. Seeing him in such a defeated state, Lien chuckled as he downed his drink. You already knew this result in your heart. I'm just the one who pointed it out. It's quite despairing, truly making one feel no urge to resist. Slouched on the sofa, Tony Stark appeared somewhat dejected. The two chatted casually, their relationship neither particularly good nor bad, but Tony Stark had already come to regard Lien as someone he could vent to. He felt relaxed when speaking with Lien, like talking to a very strange yet good friend. After drinking several bottles of Tony Stark's aged liquor worth over $1 million, Lien decided to give this dejected guy a bit of encouragement. "Stark, your mind is on par with anyone else's, and thanks for the drink." Saying this, a dark portal opened before Lien. After waving goodbye to Tony Stark, Lien slowly vanished. Once Lien left, the gloom in Tony Stark's eyes faded away. After finishing his drink, he paused and said, "Did Jarvis record everything?" "It has been successfully recorded, sir. Analyze it and see." As he spoke, Stark turned to the projection Jarvis was displaying in front of him, which was filled with detailed analysis and annotations regarding Lien's force fields. Jarvis's data processing took quite some time. "Sir, that gentleman is like a walking sun on Earth." "What about his identity?" Tony Stark leaned back on the sofa, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Jarvis fell silent for a moment before recounting. Based on all data comparisons on Earth, he obtained a legal identity in Metropolis 11 years ago, which has ties to organized crime. As for the rest, due to the long passage of time, and the fact that this gentleman rarely appears in public, the only recent record we found was a video of him in New York with two green gentlemen. With that, Jarvis projected another video. The footage showed Lien, Hulk, and Abomination. When he saw Lien reattach Abomination's head, his pupils constricted. Moreover, Hulk and a big-head child were taken away. Magic. A body stronger than Edmund. Invincible strength and speed. Muttering this, Tony Stark's face turned bitter. "It's truly despairing." He poured more into his glass and downed it again. "My mind is on par with anyone's, haha." He bitterly laughed as he downed another. Unfortunately, due to the enhancements to his body, the more he stimulated his immune system, the more alert he became. Drinking felt like drinking coffee. He simply wouldn't get drunk. After finishing another bottle of aged liquor, he slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the twinkling lights of the city. After a while, he snapped back to reality and muttered to himself, "Perhaps I may not win against you, but I should be able to make you bleed." After saying this, he turned back to his workstation, immersing himself in deeper research once more. The biological armor dilemma will take time, but combining nano armor with magical energy might be a good option. With this thought, Lien's words echoed in his mind. "Your mind is on par with anyone." Suddenly, Tony Stark revealed a heartfelt smile. "Jarvis, search for all records of magic around the world. I want to study the fusion of technology, magic, and biology." "Of course, sir," Jarvis quickly responded. Meanwhile, his servers began collecting records of magic in any language worldwide. However, when he saw the mysterious East with millions of volumes of records on spells, his servers instantly overloaded. Stark looked at the suddenly lagging Jarvis with a hint of confusion. "Is the server insufficient?" He added another layer to the problem. "It seems that to study magic, I need to upgrade Jarvis first." He then proceeded to build a new AI model, intending to give Jarvis a major overhaul. At that moment, the lagging Jarvis suddenly responded, "Sir, it seems I've discovered quite a bit of magic." As he spoke, Jarvis pulled up many enchanting book covers adorned with mysterious runes. If Leon were here, he would surely laugh until his stomach hurt. These covers were from novels about cultivation. After Tony Stark glanced through a few pages via translation, he quickly identified the issues. He hurriedly changed the search keywords. After changing the keywords, Tony Stark furrowed his brow at the sparse records. A person paralyzed for years regains mobility and can even play basketball. Kamar Taj. A glimmer of contemplation crossed Stark's eyes. Should I go verify this? With an alien invasion already happening, the existence of magic seems not so strange after all. Sir, I found a ticket purchase record for the mysterious man traveling by train to Kamar Taj. Then let's go see. Tony Stark murmured to himself. Outside, the reconstruction efforts in New York were still in full swing. Just as Stark was deep in thought, Jarvis sounded an alarm. "Sir, a riot has been detected in the Queen's District with energy fluctuations from alien weaponry. Should we activate Plan 1? Ha! Tony Stark's contemplation was interrupted as he exhaled deeply. "No, I'll go check it out myself." Saying this, he raised his hand and pressed it against his chest, and his entire body was swiftly enveloped by nanobots. Boom! The Iron Man's suit erupted with blue flames and his body suddenly vanished. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lien appeared at the Kryptonian planetary fortress. Looking at the ironclad fortress, a look of shock flashed in Lien's eyes. The Kryptonians were lifting metal components weighing tons, their eyes emitting dazzling red light as they performed nano-level precision welding. Looking at this cannon, Lien could imagine that a shot from it could directly obliterate the sun. These Kryptonians were truly the darlings of the universe. In this time, they had already bred a considerable number of Kryptonians through the life code. Yet the ones before him were merely low-tier tools. They worked tirelessly, only needing to bask in the sun for a while. They were practically born beasts of burden. Any one of them could directly rule the world if they were to reach Earth. However, their loyalty ingrained in their genes ensured they would never stray from their leader's commands. As Lien was absorbed in watching, Zod had somehow appeared behind him. His eyes reflected Lien's image, filled with gratitude. It was this man who enabled him to successfully restore his race. As a general, he was also activating the leader gene within the breeding base. Zod remained loyal to Krypton. He did not overstep, knowing that his genes had been defined since birth. He could not lead the Kryptonians through the long river of time. He was like a loyal worker bee. When the old king died, they would nurture a new queen. Retracting his gaze, Lien focused on Zod's face, noticing that Zod seemed to have aged considerably. Zod, do you wish to let Krypton return to natural reproduction? The sudden question caught Zod off guard. He first froze, then his expression gradually darkened. Is it El who sent you to negotiate? Facing Zod's irrelevant response, Lien was not angered. Instead, he shook his head. No. Hearing this, Zod relaxed slightly and turned to the sun. Natural reproduction may be the right choice, but the downside is its inefficiency. With this son, the birth of a leader with the leader's wisdom could lead to better judgment. Lien nodded. He knew his perspective might be narrow. Yet, an efficient population structure developed over hundreds of thousands of years must have its merits. Perhaps it was the optimal choice under unavoidable circumstances. Seeing that Lien did not mention the issue of natural reproduction again, Zod let out a sigh of relief. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Following Zod's footsteps, Lien entered the interior of the fortress. Observing the advanced technology, Lien requested a comprehensive report on Kryptonian technology. Zod did not refuse, as with Lien present, he could be considered a Kryptonian in some respects. His ability to absorb the sun was the best proof. Zod waved at a caretaker robot, and Lien saw an incredibly powerful technology of Kryptonian civilization, liquid geometry. For the continuation of civilization, all their robots would inscribe the entire technology of civilization development. This was to ensure that survivors could restore civilization at the fastest speed after its destruction. For Kryptonians, only the life code might be able to restore civilization most efficiently. But when Kryptonians lost the life code, they could still extend civilization through natural reproduction. It simply took longer to regain their peak. After all, natural reproduction required significantly more time. After Zod spoke a phrase in Kryptonian to the caretaker robot, the liquid geometry began to flicker. As the liquid geometry coalesced into a mass, it slowly transformed into a standard black cube the size of a thumb. After receiving the cube, Zod instructed Lien to place it against his forehead. Immediately, Lien felt a unique brainwave, and the knowledge accumulated by Krypton over hundreds of thousands of years was inscribed in his mind. After opening his eyes again, Lien was filled with astonishment. At its peak, Krypton was a civilization so formidable that even the Trisolarians were unworthy of licking its toes. The fully developed Kryptonian civilization did not perish due to resource exhaustion. Rather, it was due to conspiracy. How could a civilization capable of spatial teleportation be confined to a single planet? The implications were clear. Certain higher-dimensional beings, fearful that their development would pose a threat, had imposed special restrictions on them. Were it not for Zod and his kind being exiled to the Shadow Zone, Krypton would have only one remaining Kryptonian child. That was Clark. Originally, the timeline had Clark killing all his kin, leaving only himself. But with Lien's intervention, none of this occurred. After absorbing all the knowledge, Lien's eyes deepened, gaining a fleeting sense of weariness. Like Zod, he was also exhausted from the burden of ensuring the survival of his race. The current cosmic environment was extremely harsh, Even Zod was working tirelessly for the continuation of Krypton. Zod, perhaps you are right. Hearing Lien's words, a different light flashed in Zod's eyes, and even the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. At that moment, a figure was smashed down in front of Lien by a brute force, and Zod quickly stepped forward to shield Lien behind him. This action startled Lien. He did not expect Zod to take such action. The being tossed here was a large green creature currently shaking its head in confusion. In the distance, a streak of light suddenly appeared before them. Recognizing her, Lien identified her as Zod's aide Fiora. Seeing the familiar figure, Zod also took a step back. Hulk was gradually regaining consciousness. Since arriving on Krypton, he had not had a single day of freedom. If not forced to learn knowledge, he would be practicing against some Kryptonians. Now Hulk just wanted to go home. He found that no matter how angry he got, these Kryptonians could easily handle him. He simply couldn't compete. Whether in martial arts or physical toughness, he was no match. Watching Fiora walk over with a graceful and cool demeanor, Hulk immediately begged for mercy. "I'm willing to learn, please spare me, Miss Fiora." Seeing Hulk's pleading expression, Lien couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, Hulk, you're too funny." Lien's laughter caused Fiora's expression to turn serious, seemingly displeased with Lien's antics. However, before she could speak, Zod interjected, "Fiora." Hearing her name called, a flicker of annoyance crossed Fiora's face, but she still bowed her head slightly to Zod. "General." Hulk saw Lien as if he had seen a family member, completely disregarding his teasing, and rushed to hug Lee, and his face full of grievance. "Lee, take me home, I want to go home." This rascal." Hulk glanced at Fiora, noticing her fixed gaze on him, and hurriedly corrected himself. "This Miss Fiora, she is too much." The sight of Hulk's complaint made Lien chuckle. It must be said that Miss Fiora is indeed quite robust. However, she does not conform to Lien's traditional aesthetic. Mainly, she is too sturdy, resembling Clark too closely, although she has been trying to provoke him. Looking back at the now more mature Hulk, Lien asked, "So how have you been learning? Have you found the switch to control your power?" Hearing this, Hulk wore a dejected expression. "Not yet, I'm almost going to be driven to despair." Seeing Hulk like this, Lien couldn't help but chuckle. "You still have to study seriously here. You must completely master your power to return to Earth." Before Hulk could continue, Lien interrupted. "You are actually very powerful and not much weaker than her. It is just that you do not know how to control yourself yet." Seeing that Lien remained so resolute and unable to resist, he could only frown and sadly say, "All right then." Zod looked at Hulk and then said to Lien, "He is very similar to the ultimate weapon of our Krypton, Doomsday, with power that seems virtually limitless. Moreover, he can withstand the damage after it has been inflicted. If he cannot control it, it would be quite dangerous on Earth." After Lien expanded Hulk's embrace with a biological force field, he nodded slowly. Indeed, his power stems from his emotions. The angrier he gets, the stronger he becomes. What we need now is for him to maintain his rationality while angry. Fiora watched Lien from the side, her curiosity growing stronger. She wanted to have a match with Lien. However, Zod always prevented her from doing so. At this moment, Lien was still conversing with Zod, directing his gaze at the sun. "Zod, I believe you have learned some mysterious things, so remember to protect the sun well." Upon hearing this, Zod recalled the giant figure that had suddenly appeared on Earth's surface some time ago. To be honest, seeing that six-eyed metal being filled Zod with lingering fear. It merely glanced at Earth before disappearing. Had it not been for his super memory, he would have thought he was seeing things. A being capable of creating wormholes by itself is sufficient proof of its power. Moreover, its head was almost as massive as the planetary fortress they currently possessed. If such a being held malicious intent towards them, they would find themselves in a passive position. That is why he was tirelessly pushing the development of the planetary fortress. Regaining his thoughts, Zod gently nodded. This time, Lien did not come in vain. After greeting Zod, Lien patted Hulk's arm and nodded at Fiora. Then a black hole appeared behind him and Lien vanished. Seeing this scene, Zod took a deep breath. Teleportation of the physical body. He murmured, his expression gradually turning obscure. Then he clenched one fist and slapped it against the other hand. "We need to increase the investment in research resources. His genes are not of the leader template. So many developments have him feeling restricted. He knows that a single wrong move could consume a lot of time and resources." Fiora, what is the current status of the leader's gestation? Upon hearing Zod's words, Fiora also became serious, reporting to the general the gestation of the leader is taking longer than expected. The current progress is 70%. During their conversation, Hulk stared blankly at the azure Earth, not knowing what he was thinking. Returning to Earth, Lien tossed a black cube in his hand. It contained all of Kryptonian technology. It also recorded the known history of Krypton. In the vast dimensions of time, various special life forms existed. However, Krypton was originally just an ordinary gravity-type terrestrial planet. The inhabitants were ordinary people climbing step by step to the pinnacle of technological civilization. Just when they attempted to unlock the genetic code with technology, everything changed. Unlocking the genetic code is even stronger than gene editing. Knowing the genetic code allows one to create life from nothing. That is the realm of gods. What qualifications did these mortals have to so easily attempt to touch it? Thus Krypton was destroyed. The so-called Life Codex utilized the corpse that suddenly appeared on Krypton as a genetic carrier for integration and editing. Isn't this also a premise for creating life? Just as Krypton scientists were trying to take a step further, the curse of resources descended. How could a civilization capable of interstellar colonization and planetary transformation perish due to resource depletion? This is simply laughable. Regaining his thoughts, Lien slowly closed his eyes. Just as he was about to take a nap, a strange magical fluctuation caused him to open his eyes wide. Ether particles. Odin is about to go offline. At this time, Jane Foster had already been brought to Asgard by Thor. Should I go meet this old man who poked himself with the eternal spear? Thinking of this, Lien felt a bit hesitant. To be honest, he did not know the depths of Odin, as that casual strike did not mean Odin was using all his strength. If he wanted to take himself away before returning to eternity, wouldn't that be too much of a loss? However, if he did not intervene, he would have to confront it himself in the future, which was not what he wanted to see. Because in this world with Krypton and Superman, it certainly meant that there would be dark side. He guessed right, or at this moment the Wasteland Wolf had already teamed up with Thanos, the head of the family planning office. Currently, Thanos was no longer keen on collecting the Infinity Stones. Now he had shifted his focus to the anti-life equation. Lien was unaware of this. If he had known, he would definitely have studied it. With a hesitant expression, Lien's face gradually turned resolute. He casually extended his spatial ability and picked up the black sword placed outside the wooden house. Then he squinted his eyes, sensing the magical fluctuation from earlier within the 9 realms. Thus he opened a dark teleportation portal. As he stepped through the portal, a surge of black-red energy crashed into him. At that moment, he had just entered the scene where Jane Foster was being examined for ether particles. The one-eyed Odin looked coldly at the suddenly appearing figure. At the same time, he waved his hand, summoning the golden eternal spear to his grasp. Facing the suddenly appearing stranger, Odin did not hold back. He directly thrust at Lien. If the stab had struck Thor, it could have caused his immediate downfall. However, Lien merely raised the black sword to block it. On the other side, Thor, who had been focused on Jane Foster, was attracted by the commotion here. He quickly looked up and saw Lien block the eternal spear with the black sword. When he saw Lien, he immediately recalled the moment when he had previously struggled to wield that black sword. So he quickly stepped forward and stopped. Father, hold on, this is a powerful being from Midgard. We need all the help we can get right now. Thor's insistence stemmed from having experienced Lien's strength back on Earth. That black sword of his is even more powerful than his Mjolnir. Upon hearing this, Odin looked at Thor, and a glint of gold flashed in his one eye. Interesting. Immediately Odin retracted the eternal spear and praised Thor. You have matured, my child. Thor glanced at Jane Foster in his arms, his face slightly flushing. Odin smiled slightly, then waved the eternal spear as he returned to his chambers and fell into a deep sleep. The atmosphere shifted from tense to calm. Compared to the calm atmosphere at this moment, Asgard's prison was under invasion. Dark elves had infiltrated. The prisoners held in the prison were all released by the cursed warriors. Chaos ensued. The guards of the 2 celestial palaces were easily crushed by the cursed warriors. Finally, the cursed warrior and Loki made eye contact. Loki was saying something to him. At the same time, Hela warned Odin and Thor. Odin, having exchanged blows with Lien, had also fallen into the Odin sleep. Outside the celestial palace, countless spaceships invaded Asgard. Asgard's defenses were not bad, but there were too many invading ships. Thor looked at Lien and Jane Foster beside him, a look of urgency flashing across his face. "I need to take care of some matters." Saying that, he vanished. Seeing this scene, Lien knew that the Dark Elves had come. Since he chose to intervene, he would not hesitate. He first opened a portal to transport Jane to Frigga, Odin's wife. Then he set up a biological force field around the two of them. He also placed a warning spell. After setting everything up, he first stopped the Cursed Warriors from destroying Asgard's defense system. The Cursed Warriors charged at Lien, one of them holding a spatial grenade, seemingly aware that he was not Lien's opponent. However, Lien did not give him a single opportunity to approach. He dared not risk whether these black hole bombs would harm himself. Lien's eyes turned slightly red, and two beams of extreme heat, exceeding 10 million degrees Celsius, instantly shot toward the Cursed Warrior. Upon touching the scorching rays, the Cursed Warrior disintegrated into dust while advancing. After penetrating the Cursed Warrior, the hot rays struck the shield of the Celestial Palace, causing it to tremble violently, and it seemed the golden energy barrier was about to be breached, prompting Lien to quickly halt his output. At this moment, the black hole bombs on the ground also erupted with a powerful suction force. Lien's biological force field resisted this overwhelming gravitational pull until it calmed down. Sensing the fluctuations within, Lien understood the true power of the black hole bombs. Mortals within a kilometer of its explosion would feel an intense suction. There was no possibility of escape within 500 meters. Lien's actions successfully thwarted the Dark Elf's large-scale invasion. At that moment, Lien sensed the warning signal from Jane Foster. Ignoring the siege on Heildam, a teleportation array appeared before Lien, while Freya held the divine sword against Malurski's throat. The Dark Elf King was no match for her, but the Cursed Warrior who had overdrawn his life was indeed a formidable existence. Just as the Cursed Warrior attempted to grab Freya, Lien reached out through space, gripping the Cursed Warrior by the throat. The massive biological force field compressed the Cursed Warrior into a dense red pellet. At that moment, as Malurski tried to escape, a hammer struck him directly, knocking him to the ground. Seeing the unharmed Freya, Thor's eyes turned terrifyingly red. In an instant, he seemed to go berserk, his eyes and skin bursting forth with a rich, almost liquefied lightning, while he raised his hand and the hammer of the Thunder God swiftly returned to him. Ah! Thor poured all his strength into a single strike, landing directly on Malurski's bald head. Boom! With Malurski's forehead as the center, a massive fissure was created in a radius of nearly 3 kilometers due to the tremendous force. Malurski didn't even have time to seize the ethereal particles he long coveted before being sent off to the afterlife by the enraged Thor. By the way, Thor's longing for his father was not as powerful as his longing for his mother. After dealing with Malurski, Thor disregarded Lien's gaze and directly embraced Freya, saying, "Mom, I thought I wouldn't make it." Hearing the choked voice in his embrace, Freya gently patted Thor's back. "I am still here, my child." As she spoke, Freya cast a grateful glance at Lien. In fact, she had already anticipated her own death, but the appearance of this anomaly, Lien, shattered that prophecy. Lien gently nodded at her. He then shifted his gaze to Jane Foster as the ethereal particles attempted to free themselves from Lien's restraint. However, Lien's power was so immense that they couldn't escape at all. After Thor released Freya, he instructed her to take care of Jane, and then he flew off with a face full of anger toward the prison. Meanwhile, Lien was slowly coercing the ethereal particles within Jane, making them attempt to regard him as their new host. As soon as he detached from Jane Foster's body, Lien's almost tangible biological force field simultaneously bound her in place. At the same time, Lien looked at Freya half-jokingly and said, "Queen, you can take her to see the doctor in your realm. She has a tumor inside her." Asgard prison. Thor's hammer shattered the cage where Loki was imprisoned. Thor's robust body also clutched Loki's throat, pressing him down to the ground and delivering a barrage of punches. Loki made no attempt to resist, and in his eyes there was a hint of relief. Because of Freya, the adoptive mother who loved and cherished him had not died. With the appearance of the anomaly, Lien, Asgard's losses were not significant. Moreover, the instigator was also killed by Thor. Loki, stay in prison and reflect on your actions. After venting his anger, he left the prison once again. When he returned to the Celestial Palace and did not see Jane and Freya, only Lien and the waking Odin, he turned to Lien. Lian understood his thoughts. Your mother took her to see a doctor. She has a tumor inside her. Upon hearing this, Thor sighed in relief, thinking that his previous doubts were mere illusions he was unwilling to acknowledge. That's good. Sighing in relief, he looked at Leon with a serious expression. The powerful and mysterious Midgardian's Asgard is willing to offer you eternal friendship. In the face of Thor's promise, Odin did not interrupt. Today he saw the responsibility a king should possess in Thor. A rare appreciation flickered in his eyes. Lien nodded, accepting Thor's promise. This was exactly what he wanted to see. He did not have a system, and when facing those unknowns, he could not cover all bases, so it was better to have more friends. So, as someone who has gained the friendship of Asgard, may I inquire about the history of this world? After saying this, Lien turned to Odin with a smile. Odin's graying beard trembled slightly as he looked at Thor. Thor, take our esteemed friend to learn everything he wishes to know. It seemed he was about to fall back into slumber. Thor nodded slowly. All right, father. With Odin's departure, Thor took Lien first to Asgard's repository of knowledge. Lien's superintelligence allowed him to learn quickly. Asgard's records about the 9 realms and the invasions previously launched by Hela were comprehensively documented here. Moreover, there were many things here that Thor did not have the authority to know. After understanding the history of the 9 realms, Thor invited Lien to visit Odin's treasury. Looking at the cosmic cube brought from Earth, Lien reached out to pick it up and play with it, knowing that it contained the space stone, or else it wouldn't have the power to open a teleportation array. Both this stone and the container that held the stone were indeed rare treasures. Then there was the eternal flame, which contained the prophecy of Ragnarok. Lien placed his hand on the eternal flame, and slowly the flame of life within him was ignited. The surge of vitality was endless. Golden flames erupted from Lien's body, then gradually calmed down under his restraint. One must say that Odin's treasures were indeed numerous, and each could be regarded as a divine artifact. The box of ice, a treasure belonging to Loki's biological father, and the infinity gauntlet, though the stones embedded in it were fake. The ether now shimmering with unusual colors. Upon witnessing its reaction, Thor's expression turned serious. Not good, the ether is sending out a warning. A great crisis is about to descend. You stay here. I will go ask my mother. Speaking to Lien with a serious tone, Thor picked up the glowing sphere and raised his hammer. Without waiting for Lien's response, Thor's figure disappeared. Lien frowned, thinking of Thanos, but based on Earth's current formations, even giving Thanos the courage of the sun, he would not dare to come. But then he thought of those corrupted Chitauri soldiers. He seemed to realize something, and his expression grew somber. No way. If Thanos and Darkseid teamed up, it would truly be troublesome. One must know that Darkseid is a multi-universal level overlord. Lien for now was still far from that level. He focused his gaze on the life monument inscribed with the evolution equation. At the same time, his superintelligence was analyzing with all its might. According to the records in Asgard's knowledge repository, if one could decipher the equation, they would gain immense power and infinite wisdom. So if he deciphered this equation now, could he become stronger than he currently was? With this question in mind, Lien began to understand and analyze the knowledge of Kryptonian civilization along with Asgard's knowledge repository. Ultimately, he discovered that the so-called evolution within this life monument was about unlocking the hidden codes of human genes. It was the manifestation of mutants on Earth. Having reached this conclusion, Lien shook his head. Even if this evolution made him a level 5 mutant, it would only be an embellishment. Aside from one additional method, there was nothing particularly special about it. However, he did not underestimate it, as more abilities meant more paths. Lien also ignited his own path of evolution, and after getting results, he sighed. He had already awakened upon arriving in this world and seeing the yellow sun of this world. Although feeling somewhat disappointed, he quickly adjusted his emotions and focused his gaze on an ornament resembling an eyeball. According to the records from the knowledge repository, this artifact is called the Eye of the Sorcerer. It is capable of dispelling all illusions or dark forces, countering Dormammu to some extent, but what Lien valued most was its ability to detect the future. After all, what he lacked most now was the ability to foresee the future. However, according to the knowledge repository's records, it was also quite impractical. For once you use it, the future becomes unchangeable, much like Schrödinger's cat. Once you see it, it becomes the final answer, immutable. Otherwise, Odin wouldn't have allowed the arrival of Ragnarok. Thus Lien had no choice but to give up. Compared to a predetermined fact, he hoped for a future filled with infinite possibilities. After wandering around Odin's treasury, although these items were all artifacts, they became rather useless to powerful individuals who had reached a certain level. Otherwise Odin wouldn't have let them gather dust here. After greeting the guards, Lien exited the treasury, while Thor took the ether motorball to find his mother clearly, having received a warning about the dangers of the unknown universe. Lien thought of Darkseid. At the same time, he picked up the reality stone in his hand, now a manifestation of the ether particles. After taking it from Jane Foster, neither Odin nor Thor mentioned its ownership. Perhaps to them it was not a treasure but a hot potato. Lien could sense a vague intent within it. It resisted him, yet it had no choice but to yield under the overwhelming dark magic energy emanating from Lien. The reality stone's ability is to disregard natural laws, directly modify reality, and fulfill the holder's every desire. However, the holder must also pay an equivalent price. To Lien, this seemed like it had no side effects. After all, he could directly transfer those side effects onto Dormammu. This was thanks to the Book of Vishanti taught to him by the Ancient One, giving him absolute defenses for both body and mind. Coupled with the dark magic from the Darkhold, only then could Lien ignore this cost. Under the pressure of this dark magic, the reality stone had no choice but to compromise. With a thought, an apple covered in dew appeared out of thin air in his hand. Meanwhile, in the dark dimension, Dormammu suddenly sensed a slight disappearance of something unnoticeable from his dimension. This involuntarily plunged him into a brief contemplation. He knew this was not an illusion, and upon waking, he let out a furious roar, "Damn bug! I will crush you!" He didn't expect that besides the Ancient One, there was someone bold enough to sacrifice his dark dimension. The Ancient One merely borrowed it, yet this detestable fellow actually sacrificed it directly. Thus he unleashed his anger against the Sanctum of Guardians. In the New York Sanctum, Dr. Strange suddenly furrowed his brow, knowing he had just reached an agreement with Dormammu not long ago. This was the result of countless deaths he had endured. If it weren't for the powers granted by the Time Stone, the reality universe would have long been devoured by Dormammu's dark dimension. Without further thought, he summoned his cloak and opened a portal to a dimension filled with colors, then looked at Dormammu's large eye. "Hey Dormammu, I advise you to calm down or I won't mind dying a few more times." Faced with the rogue Stephen, Dormammu knew how repugnant he was, so after killing Stephen a few times he compromised. Rather than disgust himself, he decided to take a step back. But the more he thought about stepping back, the angrier he became. Thus, back in the dark dimension, he began to torment his devoted followers. If it weren't for these guys revealing Earth to him, he would still be quietly doing nothing. What a nuisance. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, killing his followers and reviving them only to kill them again. Back on Earth, Dr. Strange looked at the now quiet Sanctum, letting out a long sigh of relief. After all, reviewing his own death records was also a torment for him. On the other side, Lien took a bite of the apple he held. Crunch, the crisp texture and sweet sour taste made it the most delicious moment for an apple. This was the result he had merely imagined. Moreover, all the consequences were shifted onto Dormammu. However, it also had its limitations. If not used in conjunction with other stones, the changes it produces are not permanent. Moreover, it could potentially backfire. However, Lien could ignore its backlash. What did it matter to him if the price was paid by Dormammu? Wandering through the city of Asgard, Lien thought about embedding the reality stone into the Black Sword, but when he placed the reality stone on the guard of the Black Sword, he found that the reality stone could not rewrite the atomic structure within the sword. Thus the embedding failed. Lien frowned, gaining a new understanding of this piece of black metal he had unintentionally acquired. The sword weighed 1/1000th of the moon, but was very small in size. It could even sever the heads of celestial beings made of adamantium. Moreover, there were no similar records in the knowledge repositories of Asgard and Krypton. Looks like I've struck gold. With the black sword strapped to his waist, Lien walked into a corner blacksmith's shop. Asgard is a city that reveals technology yet holds primitive aspects, much like a Native American natural reserve in America. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, Lien smelled a mix of sweat and alcohol, the scent of rust. He came here mainly to find a piece of URU metal. He wanted to use URU metal to craft a ring embedded with the reality stone. The metal materialized by the reality stone may not necessarily endure. Looking at the disheveled fat man lying behind the counter, Lien lightly knocked on the counter. Bang bang. Hey buddy, wake up. Hearing Lien's call, the guy rubbed his eyes, attempting to open them but failing. He could only helplessly say, find it yourself, I'm giving it to you. Saying this, he let out a snore again. Witnessing such a casual scene, Lien chuckled and shook his head. He then scanned the blacksmith shop. Finally, Lien spotted a small iron ingot about the thickness of a halfinger in the corner, which was the URU metal he was looking for. Moreover, it had not been inscribed with runes. Clearly leftover scraps. Lien was not polite about it. He beckoned with his finger and the biofield wrapped it in front of him. Then Lien's expression gradually became serious. The massive biofield compressed the URU metal, gradually shaping it into a ring. Then he embedded the reality stone into the ring. After putting it on his middle finger, Lien nodded in satisfaction. URU metal could withstand the energy impact of the reality stone. Little did Lien know this blacksmith shop was renowned in Asgard for its legendary blacksmith. He could even forge weapons that rivaled artifacts. Thor's fiancée's sword was crafted by his hands. Passing by the drunken fat man, Lien said thank you. As soon as his voice fell, Lien continued his leisurely stroll around Asgard. The lively Asgardians were born to love excitement. Watching the duel between two individuals, Lien was quite entertained. He had to admit these people were far stronger than the lowly mutants on Earth. Moreover, these individuals seemed to have a certain understanding of rune power. Watching their fierce techniques, Lien couldn't help but cheer. Beautiful. The winning woman looked somewhat familiar to Lien. She seemed to be Thor's rightful fiancée Sif. Lien's evaluation of her was that she was a strong woman with courage. At that moment, Thor descended wielding Mjolnir. His appearance triggered cheers from the Asgardians. However, when Thor looked at Sif, the expression on his face became somewhat unnatural. He and Sif had been playmates since childhood, and were the betrothed chosen by the mother of all gods. Yet Thor felt no romantic feelings for her. He was too familiar with her to the point that he couldn't help but laugh even if he were to undress her. When Sif saw Thor, her eyes lit up. There was no doubt that she liked him. Upon seeing Thor's awkward demeanor, she intended to say something, but seeing his anxious expression, Sif couldn't help but sigh internally. She then gave a slight bow to Thor before stepping back. Once Sif left, Thor let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said to Lien, "A friend from Asgard, my mother, is looking for you, please follow me." With that, Thor swung Mjolnir and flew towards the heavenly palace. Lien slowly followed suit. When he saw Queen Frigga, he seemed to understand the message she wanted to convey through her expression. "I was supposed to return to Valhalla, but your appearance has rewritten the predetermined fate of my death, which has also brought about a greater disaster." As she spoke, Queen Frigga gently stroked Thor's cheek, her eyes filled with affection. Then she turned her gaze to Lien and asked, "So are you prepared to face this disaster?" Upon hearing this, Lien's expression remained unchanged, and he simply nodded slightly. He had always been aware of the disasters in the universe, as it was inherently filled with crises, let alone the fact that he had entered a stitched-together universe. Seeing Lien's calm demeanor, Queen Frigga smiled reassuringly. "That's good. But rest assured, Asgard will stand with you through thick and thin." As she spoke, a hint of sorrow flashed in her eyes as she looked towards Odin's chamber. At this moment, Odin had already transformed into a golden light in his sleep, slowly drifting away with the wind. This was the result of Lien altering the predetermined fate. Odin had gone to Valhalla before Queen Frigga. Before the group could mourn in the first second after Odin's death, Thanos' temple opened a portal. In the second second, a dense fleet of warships appeared in the skies above Asgard. In the third second, a laser fired from the warships struck Asgard's defensive barrier. Queen Frigga's gaze, once sorrowful, gradually became resolute as she held Thor tightly, saying, "My child, you must be strong." As one of the legendary sorceresses among the 9 realms, Frigga seemed to once again confront her own death. Through the explosion, Lien caught sight of a figure he least wanted to see: the Wolf of the Wasteland. His arrival would bring with it an endless army of demons. Without hesitation, Lien opened a teleportation array on the shield wall, being hit by lasers. At the same time, the Asgardian defense forces finished gathering. A war regarding the divine race was about to commence. Thor cast a deep glance at his mother's face and then resolutely swung Mjolnir. After Odin's passing, he would no longer need to be crowned. He would immediately become the god-king of Asgard. For Asgard! At this roar, the Asgardian warriors on the ground responded in unison, shouting, "For Asgard! For Asgard! Kill!" The battle cries shook the heavens, buildings crumbled, and the protective energy shields were annihilated as the encroaching demons swiftly devoured a portion of the Asgardian warriors. Simultaneously, Asgard began its counterattack, and the ground-based laser cannons emitted dazzling lights. In the sky, Thor collided with the General of the Dead Blade. Thanos and the Wolf of the Wasteland focused their gaze on Lien, while Queen Frigga faced off against Ebony Maw with dual swords. Sif was struck by a heavy punch from Black Dwarf, causing her to spit blood. Meanwhile, Thor's former comrades rushed forward to assist. Darkstar quietly hid behind Hela, attempting a sneak attack. However, Hela's golden eyes could see through all illusions. She drew her divine sword and thrust it backward, but it missed. The Hyperion was above Lien, and he felt a pressure that could compress a mountain into the size of a glass bead bearing down on him. The ground was compressed and sank down, forming a dense crystalline layer. However, it caused him no. Simultaneously, the biological force field around him began to expand, and in an instant Lien looked up and shot a heat beam of 15 million degrees Celsius towards the Hyperion. As the Hyperion was about to perish, Thanos, clad in golden armor, appeared grave. He sensed the taste of defeat approaching, yet he still made a choice. He leapt into the air. One hand wielded the tyrant's bane, the other donned a golden metallic gauntlet. The Wolf of the Wasteland followed closely behind, wielding a massive axe. Faced with the three's assault, Lien furrowed his brow slightly. The main issue was that the Hyperion's psychic abilities were far too powerful. It felt as if he were in a quagmire. Even though his movements remained swift, his efficiency was reduced by about 30 to 40%. Drawing the black sword, he blocked Thanos' tyrant's bane and shot a heat beam at him. However, it was blocked by the gauntlet containing the Power Stone. At the same time, the Wolf of the Wasteland seized the opportunity, while Lien was suppressed, delivering a blow to the back of Lien's neck with his axe. Clang! Lien staggered from the strike and the ground erupted in waves, but it wasn't because of the Wolf of the Wasteland. It was due to Thanos wielding the Power Stone. Thanos holding the Power Stone had strength that surpassed Lien's, yet it was still within the range of endurance. At this moment, everyone was embroiled in fierce battle. Lien was fully suppressed by the Hyperion's psychic force, while also facing interference from Thanos' Power Stone, with the Wandering Wolf of the Wasteland attempting sneak attacks. Yet Lien was not to be underestimated. With a thought, the Reality Stone on his finger briefly transformed the Hyperion's psychic suppression into bubbles. Relaxing his body, he once again swung his fist towards Thanos' tyrant's bane, while simultaneously pushing against Thanos' gauntlet to counter the pressure. With a kick, he sent Thanos flying backward, then created a teleportation portal beneath him. Thus Thanos was transported into space. Since he possessed the Power Stone, it was impossible to trap him in a Mobius loop falling trap. With this time gained, he aimed to kill the Hyperion first. Otherwise, her endless psychic force would continuously weaken and suppress him. Lien looked at the blue-skinned woman, forcing his space to squeeze up against her with the black sword in hand. Ah! The Hyperion roared at Lien, who showed no signs of stopping. While under extreme psychic suppression, he could still lift the power of the sun with his bare hands, though it seemed to be showing signs of being countered. However, the Hyperion wasn't faring well either. A greenish blood erupted from her 7 orifices. Clearly, she was fighting for her life. She hadn't expected Lien's psychic defense to be so strong, with not a single weakness. Just as Lien was about to break through the Hyperion's psychic barrier, the Wolf of the Wasteland, wielding his massive axe, roared down once more. Clang! This strike was aimed directly at Lien's neck. Lien turned his head and shot a fierce glare at the Wolf of the Wasteland. This glare made him shiver, and he quickly attempted to dodge, but he was still a moment too late. Lien's eyes turned crimson as he struck the 2 horns atop the Wolf of the Wasteland's head, which were immediately reduced to stubs. Ah! The pain made the Wolf of the Wasteland cry out in agony. Once again, he directed a heat beam at the Hyperion. The Hyperion, with blood spurting from her 7 orifices, was clearly at her last gasp. Just as Lien was about to finish her off, a blue light suddenly appeared in front of her. Thanos had somehow obtained the Space Stone. Lien thought to himself, "Not good, I was careless." The Hyperion was rescued by Thanos. The heat beam missed and struck a spacecraft in the air, causing a violent explosion. When Leon turned his gaze to the wounded wolf of the wasteland, he found that the wolf had already vanished. Also missing were Thanos' subordinates, the Black Order. Facing such a situation for the first time, Leon admitted he had underestimated them. However, he was not one to be easily dismissed. Without the Hyperion's psychic suppression, Leon transformed into a streak of light and chased after them. When he saw a starship making a jump, he wielded the black sword and executed the decapitating heavenly god strike directly at it. Boom! The Saint ship No. 2 was cleaved in half. Black Dwarf and Darkstar were killed on the spot. The remaining Thanos, the Wolf of the Wasteland, and the surviving members of the Black Order were directly transported away by Thanos using the Space Stone. At this point, Thanos had already acquired 2 Infinity Stones. Sigh! Leon sighed. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone in this world. As Leon pondered Titan, in a desolate city, a blue light flickered and Thanos and his group suddenly fell from the sky. Thanos knelt on one knee, a bitter expression flashing in his eyes. He had exerted all his strength, but had not managed to harm Leon in the slightest, and 2 of his trusted subordinates had perished. Now even the Hyperion was gravely injured and on the brink of death. The Wolf of the Wasteland had also lost both horns. The General of the Dead Blade was still unable to extricate himself from the pain of Darkstar being cleaved in 2. Ebony Maw was covered in sword wounds. Queen Frigga, as the great sorceress of the 9 realms, was formidable. Black Dwarf, heavily wounded by Thor's party, could not escape the fate of being cleaved in half. Leon waved his hand to open the portal and returned to Asgard once more. The sky, once tranquil and harmonious, was now filled with the smoke of war. Injured Asgardian warriors emitted cries of pain, while the guards were busy cleaning the battlefield. "We need a medic." At this moment, Thor was holding Queen Frigga, shouting at the battlefield medics. Frigga was gravely injured, and the strength of Ebony Maw was formidable. The 2 were locked in a mutually destructive confrontation. As a member of the Vanir gods, she struggled greatly. Frigga gently stroked Thor's face with her bloodied hand, her eyes filled with boundless tenderness. "My child, you must walk alone from now on. And don't forget Sif." Just as Frigga was delivering her last words to Thor, Leon furrowed his brows and slowly stepped out of the portal. He had initially thought that his current strength would be enough to overpower Thanos, but the power of the Infinity Stone had proven to be a formidable obstacle. Thus he was quite displeased. Moreover, the mental prowess of the superstar was unexpectedly powerful enough to suppress him, slowing down his movements, which was an impressive feat in itself. Furthermore, due to his negligence, Thanos had acquired yet another space stone. When he saw the grieving Thor, his gaze involuntarily shifted to Queen Frigga in his arms. To be honest, this woman gave him a rather pleasant impression. She was quite gentle. He quickly approached and placed his hand on Frigga's forehead. As he focused his mind, a flash of red light from the Reality Stone transformed her critical injuries into serious wounds. Frigga's life was saved. At the same time, the price of saving a great mage was transferred to Dormammu. At this moment, he was in a fit of rage in the dark dimension. "Ah! Disgusting worm! Don't let me know who you are." This time, unlike the previous wish for an apple, Frigga was a genuine goddess, and the cost required was significant enough to make Dormammu wince. This time it was a permanent sacrifice, but Leon had to handle it delicately, otherwise if Dormammu was pushed to the edge, it would not be a joke considering his status as a powerful ruler of a dimension. The reason Ancient One could hold Dormammu off for so long was that she skillfully maintained a balance that Dormammu could endure without resorting to desperation. Seeing Leon's actions, Thor was initially displeased, but when he saw Frigga regain her vitality, his displeasure instantly transformed into deep gratitude. Although this war did not leave Asgard severely damaged, it had turned the realm into a mere piece of meat due to the lack of high-level combat power. If Thor could not rapidly grow stronger as the ruler of the 9 realms, he would soon face backlash. However, with Frigga's maternal clan present, he should be able to reach a state strong enough to be acknowledged before the backlash arrived. Suddenly, Leon frowned. Odin's death meant that Hela had emerged. Now, if Hela had not returned to Asgard, she was still on Earth. Thus, without bidding farewell to Thor and the others, he opened a portal back to Earth. At this moment, Clark was looking at a woman dressed in tattered green robes, her makeup exaggerated. Old man, you finally died. Hela murmured, gazing at the handsome Clark, confidently declaring, "If you are willing to submit to your sister, I wouldn't mind making you my vassal." It was no wonder Hela was acting this way. Clark's appearance was simply too outstanding. Hearing this, Clark's lips twitched slightly, but Hela's magical aura made him wary. He could only silently endure her verbal teasing. "If you don't speak, then I'll take it as your acceptance." After enduring endless solitude sealed by Odin, she now wanted to vent all the desires she had accumulated over the years. Or perhaps unleash her cruelty. "Then sister is coming." Clark remained indifferent while Hela raised her hands behind her, instantly conjuring two dark, decaying swords. These were Hela's exclusive artifacts, capable of transforming into various forms, and any number she desired. With a mere thought, the swords became a metallic whip that lashed toward Clark's face. Crack! The whip cut through the air with a sonic boom, causing Clark to instinctively raise his hand to catch it. This moment brought a glimmer of surprise to Hela's eyes. Though she hadn't exerted her full strength, not everyone could withstand a strike from her. "Sister is even more interested in you now." Observing this woman, who resembled a frenzied elk, Clark, having learned numerous special phrases from Lien, couldn't hold back and asked, "Are you repressed?" Upon hearing Clark's crude words, Hela's eyes lit up, feeling as though he had hit the nail on the head. Being a powerful woman, she had been trapped in the pitch-black underworld, without a sense of time, which gradually warped her psyche. Looking at Clark's handsome face, Hela was not angry. After all, this was the benefit of good looks. If it were anyone else, she might have killed them on the spot. "That's right, so are you willing to discuss it with sister?" At this moment, Hela was already envisioning bringing Clark back to Asgard as a male pet to conquer every night. Hearing this, Clark shook his head. "My mom doesn't let me play with bad women." Upon seeing Clark's reaction, a flicker of anger crossed Hela's eyes, and she no longer held back, directly charging toward him. However, Clark had no habit of going easy on aliens, and soon the two were locked in a fierce struggle. As a member of the Asgardian gods, Hela was currently at her peak in her prime. With Asgard yet to be destroyed, her power was boundless. Thus she and Clark were evenly matched in their exchanges. After all, Hela's strength was no joke. She was capable of crushing the god of thunder's hammer forged from neutron stars with her bare hands. After grappling for a while, Hela realized she could not easily gain the upper hand, so she slowly distanced herself and brought out her exclusive weapon. She continuously hurled it at Clark. Clark dodged quickly while attempting to close in and grab Hela, throwing her down toward the ground, just as Lien's portal opened. Unfortunately, Hela was smashed right next to the edge of the portal. Hela reacted swiftly. Upon sensing the familiar aura, she controlled her body and rolled into the portal Lien had opened. Just as Leon was about to step into the portal back to Earth, he instantly recognized the disheveled figure rolling at his feet as Hela. Without a second thought, Leon lifted his foot, intending to kick her back to Earth, but Hela's strength had drastically increased since returning to Asgard. Now her power could rival that of the pinnacle god King Odin. It was known that faced with a dying Odin, Thanos did not dare to approach the Nine Realms. With Odin dead, Thanos dared to come knocking, which indirectly confirmed Odin's undisputed strength. Ah! Lien's kicked foot was seized by Hela, who let out a furious roar with all her might. In the end, Hela was not kicked back to Earth. Instead, her power only grew stronger. Hela's weapon transformed into a black chain, adorned with runes, attempting to bind Lien. But it was unsuccessful. Looking at the immortal Hela, Lien's eyes flashed with disbelief. According to his current feeling, Hela was slightly stronger than Thanos just now. It was known that Thanos had come bearing the Power Stone. As the battle progressed, every second that passed made Hela grow stronger. While Lien was troubled, Clark also arrived in Asgard through the earlier portal. Seeing Clark, Lien's eyes lit up and he quickly said, "Clark, help me hold her off. I need to think of a way to send her back to the underworld." Clark did not refuse but nodded helplessly. "All right, Uncle Lee." After breaking free from Hela's entanglement, Lien quickly searched through Asgard's treasure repository for the secret tome regarding Odin's sealing of Hela. According to the records, Hela is the ruler of the underworld, possessing the power to control the undead. She also shares an immortal trait similar to Dormammu. However, she is relatively in a lower position. At that moment, Lien's super intellect was rapidly searching for a way to seal Hela back into the underworld. At this time, Hela was pinching Clark's neck against the wall. Clark's mouth tightened, clearly feeling the pain from Hellas' magical attack despite being a physical powerhouse. Moreover, Hellas' power was rapidly increasing. Clark grasped Hellas' hands and slowly pried them apart. In terms of pure strength, Hela was still no match for Clark, but unfortunately Clark's physical attacks were nearly ineffective against Hellas' immortal trait. Thus, he could only grip Hellas' wrists tightly with both hands to buy some time. It must be said that the Kryptonians' attacking methods were too simplistic. There were only a few variations. Facing a unique existence like Hela was quite bound. Hela had summoned the spike form of the Dark Decay sword behind Clark, resembling a special crystal formed by Luthor combining kryptonite and white crystal. The sharpness was enough to pierce Clark's defenses. Just as the spike was about to pierce Clark's body, Lien opened a portal behind him, causing the spike to dive straight down towards Hela. Seizing this moment, Lien quickly cast a teleportation spell beneath Hela, and Clark sending them both back to Earth, while Lien followed closely. Thor had also settled Frigga and followed behind Lien to Earth. Earth? Ah! Clark's veins bulged as he tightly embraced Hela from behind, as if to execute a close-quarters attack. At this moment, Lien had also found a way to seal Hela again. That was to utilize Odin's runic power, but Lien did not possess the profound divine power of Odin. When he saw Thor, he considered asking Thor to help seal Hela again, using Thor as the focal point. As long as Thor remained alive, Hela's seal would not break. But Thor's current strength was still lacking. Ultimately, Lien no longer hesitated and employed dark magic. When Hela sensed the magical fluctuations from Lien, a look of horror flashed in her eyes. At that moment, she had only one thought: even if it meant death, she would not return to the dark and dismal underworld. Thus, without hesitation, she summoned the Dark Decay sword and directly severed her wrist held by Clark. Her figure was about to fly away from Earth. However, Lien had lost the carelessness he once had when facing Thanos. With his intent, a giant teleportation array unfolded before Hela, one from which she could not escape. No! Hela's eyes filled with despair, her voice tinged with unwillingness. As she reappeared before Lien, the crimson chains unique to dark magic swiftly fused into Hela's body. Hela struggled, her body twisting, and Thor's eyes flashed with a strange color. He sensed a familiar feeling emanating from Hela. It was akin to facing his blood relatives. Gazing at the writhing Hela, Thor approached and looked at the trapped Hela, saying, "Who are you?" But before Hela could respond, she was whisked away by a special crimson energy and vanished. Thor watched in confusion as Hela disappeared. Seeing Hela once again sealed in the underworld, Lien sighed in relief. In Asgard, he could sense Hela's strength. Combined with her immortal trait, if the battle continued, he might truly not be her opponent. Mainly, if Asgard was not destroyed, she would only grow stronger. Noticing the confusion in Thor's eyes, Lien sighed and said, "If you want to know, you should ask your mother." With confusion, Thor called out, "Heimdall." Heimdall reacted quickly. Boom! The Rainbow Bridge then teleported Thor back to Asgard. As Thor vanished, Clark looked at Lien, his eyes filled with confusion. "Uncle Lee, what technique did you use? Is it magic?" Lien nodded, admitting, "Indeed, it is magic. However, being a Kryptonian, magic is real damage to you. Kryptonians can be immune to physical attacks but have zero magic resistance. This is a genetic flaw of Kryptonians, or otherwise, he would not have struggled so much against Hela." "So, Uncle Lee, do you think I can learn magic?" Clark's rugged face displayed an expression of anticipation as he curiously asked Lien. Seeing the once young face grow so much, Lien was momentarily dazed. "You can give it a..." As he spoke, Lien extended his hand towards his forehead and slowly extracted a glowing orb containing knowledge about magic. Handing the orb to Clark, Lien smiled. "This contains some basic magic knowledge. You should see if you can learn it." Clark took the orb and slowly brought it close to his forehead. As the orb gradually merged, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in Clark's eyes. The magic Lien provided was all basic spells excluding teleportation. If Superman gained teleportation abilities, it would lead to significant changes. Watching Clark ponder, Lien held the black sword hanging at his waist and said, "All right, you just think about it for now. I'll be leaving." With that, Lien didn't use a portal but directly bent his legs slightly and pushed off, instantly appearing at the core of the sun. As the environment became scorching, fatigue gradually flickered in Lien's eyes. The events of this period had left him exhausted. Thanos and the Wasteland Wolf had actually teamed up. Had he not sealed Hela in advance, she might have joined forces with those guys. Entering the plasma magma, Lien slowly closed his eyes. He needed to sleep for a while. While Leon was asleep, Earth, New York Stark Tower. Tony Stark, who had been sleeping at the workbench, suddenly woke up. Recently, he had been working tirelessly on magic armor for a week straight, as every time he fell asleep, he would see a merciless face looking down at him. The ground was littered with corpses, including Kryptonians. He felt utterly powerless. Huh? Cough, cough, cough. Sir, you seem to need a doctor. The security assistant Jarvis alerted Tony Stark to his abnormal condition. It's fine, Jarvis, no need for a doctor. How long did I sleep? 1 hour and 14 minutes, sir. It seems that's not a good number. Tony Stark rubbed his face hard, letting out a long sigh. The big face from his dream left a deep impression on him, so he rubbed his dry eyes and said to Jarvis, "Bring up the drawing board. I need to record my dream from just now." "The drawing board has been prepared for you, sir." Relaxing his hands, Tony Stark began to draw. As the lines he drew increased, the outline of a bald head gradually emerged. If Leon were to see this, he would surely be shocked, for this bald figure resembled Darkseid, and Superman was actually the last one to die at his hands, yet his own image was absent. As Tony continued to draw, his heartbeat began to accelerate, prompting Jarvis's monitoring system to issue an alarm. "Sir, your heart rate has reached 589 beats per minute. Please inject a tranquilizer soon." When he finished drawing Darkseid's face, Jarvis, without receiving Tony's instruction, immediately initiated emergency protocols. The nano armor on Tony Stark's body rapidly covered him, while a thin needle directly inserted into his carotid artery, slowly injecting a pale yellow tranquilizer into his body. At the same time, Stark collapsed. The nano armor swiftly entered defensive mode. The armor surrounded him with maximum energy output, forming a pure energy shield, which would only deactivate when the arc reactor's energy was exhausted, or when Tony Stark ordered it to. As the high-concentration tranquilizer took effect, Stark fell into deep sleep. Meanwhile, the big face once again resurfaced in his mind, with Darkseid's eyes fixed on him, grinning widely. The sleeping flesh could not bind Tony Stark's spirit. As a result, the armor once again triggered a mental anomaly alarm. Thus, Jarvis found himself in a predicament. As Jarvis attempted to contact Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. His enhanced physique revealed its advantages at that moment. The medication within his body was rapidly metabolized by his liver and kidneys. From falling into a deep sleep to awakening, it took him less than 2.5 minutes. Suddenly rising, Tony Stark felt as if he had been pulled from water, his skin covered in waste products from metabolism and cold sweat. The oppressive feeling from that large face was too intense, as if something was about to happen in the dark. Tonight was Christmas Eve. A figure ablaze with heat attempted to approach the reactor core of Stark Tower slowly. However, Jarvis' danger detection system detected an anomaly. A person in blue overalls cried for help towards a suited man with blonde hair, but before he could finish his words, his body began to emit a high temperature capable of melting metal. As the crowd fled in terror, he unleashed a violent explosion. At the same time, Stark Tower trembled violently. Tony Stark, struggling to regain his clarity, was momentarily dazed by the sudden explosion. The electronic voice of Jarvis resounded in his ears. "Sir, Stark Tower has been attacked by terrorists, and the building structure is collapsing." Stark shook his head vigorously, his expression shifting from horror to awareness. "Jarvis, what is the situation now?" "Sir, someone needs help. You move while I inform you of the situation." "All right." Responding, Stark quickly began to rescue those in need. Looking at the chaos and the ordinary people who had perished, he was lost in thought. As he tirelessly rescued injured bystanders, a red figure swiftly approached, swinging on webs. In his moment of distraction, Stark failed to notice the massive steel beam falling from above. "Watch out!" Whoosh! Boom! The quick-reacting Spider-Man pushed Stark away, holding up over 30 tons of steel framework, his expression somewhat fierce. "Are you all right, Mr. Stark?" The bully McGuire still had the mood to chat with Stark. Boom! He then slowly lowered the steel framework back to the ground. Now awake, Stark did not disappoint Peter Parker, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Spider-Man." "You're welcome." With Peter Parker's arrival, Stark seemed to find some solace in his emotions. The feeling of distraction eased somewhat. After settling everyone, Tony Stark and Peter Parker stood on the rooftop of a tall building watching Stark Tower slowly collapse. "What is your name?" Tony Stark, removing his helmet, looked at Peter Parker, who wore a hand-stitched spider suit. "Oh!" Hearing Stark's question, Peter Parker appeared somewhat excited, as Tony Stark had once been his idol. "Are you asking me?" "Yes, Spider-Man." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker, who originally wanted to remove his mask, hesitated. He wore this suit because of his deceased uncle. If he exposed himself, it would bring trouble to Aunt May. Just like the attack on Stark Tower earlier, he could not bear for Aunt May to be harmed in any way. Seeing the silent Spider-Man, Stark chuckled bitterly to himself. "Even you think—" "No!" Peter Parker interrupted Tony Stark. "I didn't mean that. It's just, you know, heroes also need to live their normal lives after removing their masks." Hearing Peter Parker's words, Stark realized, "I was being presumptuous. Then, as a thank you for saving my life, how about I gift you a new spider suit? What do you think?" Looking at the young man in his 20s, a peculiar thought flashed in Tony Stark's eyes. Peter Parker felt delighted upon hearing Tony Stark's words, as he had once used Iron Man's nano-assisted flight gear during the New York battle, which had significantly improved his mobility. Sensing Peter Parker's hesitation, Tony Stark pondered for a moment and added, "I will provide you with a new intelligent assistant that won't invade your privacy." Upon hearing this, Peter Parker, who was sensible, faced Stark's goodwill and removed his mask, saying, "I am Peter Parker." Seeing this, Tony Stark smiled and extended his hand. "I am Tony Stark." Thus, the bully Maguire firmly shook Stark's hand. "Peter, can I call you that?" Peter Parker nodded. "You can also call me Tony or Stark if you prefer." "Mr. Stark." The two who shook hands exchanged smiles. "All right, Peter, next time we meet, I will prepare a brand new spider suit for you." Listening to the phone ringing indicated by Jarvis, Tony Stark smiled at Peter Parker, saying, "Well then, goodbye." Peter Parker nodded. "Goodbye, Mr. Stark." Watching the silhouette of the Iron Man soaring into the sky, Peter Parker slowly put on his mask, raised his hand, and shot out a web, swinging away. "Jarvis, how is the investigation going?" Stark flew to the seaside villa, slowly descending. "Who attacked my tower?" "Sir, according to the investigation, this incident is related to the 10 Rings organization." 10 Rings. Holding the rushing pepper pots, Tony Stark fell silent. Instead, he retracted his nano armor, gently wiping away the tears at Pepper's eyes, smiling, "I am fine." Pepper lightly punched his chest. Holding Pepper's head against his chest, Stark lowered his head to sniff the scent of her hair, and his expression gradually turned serious. He would not allow anyone connected to him to suffer even the slightest harm. Soothing the sleeping Pepper, Tony carried her back to the bedroom. The sun peeked out slightly. Returning to the living room and turning on the TV, Tony Stark saw a report about last night's terrorist attack. A terrorist organization named the 10 Rings claimed responsibility for the attack last night. Tony Stark angrily ruffled his hair, knowing that these guys had caused dozens of casualties in the explosion. "Jarvis, locate their hideout and deploy all the armor here to protect Pepper's safety." "Understood, sir. Arrangements have been made according to your instructions." As soon as Jarvis finished speaking, all the Iron Man suits Tony Stark had made entered a state of alert. Seeing this, Tony Stark nodded in satisfaction. "Then let me go meet these sons of bitch." With that, he soared into the sky, vanishing like a streak of light. The core of the Leon stretched his body freely. This comfortable sleep filled him with pleasure. For him, at the moment, sleep might not be a necessity, but it was a good remedy to relax the spirit. After stretching, Lien slowly opened his eyes. Before sleeping, he concluded that when he was attacked by Thanos and his group, it was due to his indecisiveness that allowed them to escape. At that time, although Thanos already possessed the Power Stone and Infinity Gauntlet, apart from Thanos himself being able to wield the Power Stone to contend with him, the psychic power of the supergiant was also a major impediment. If he had been more decisive at that time, perhaps Thanos. Thinking of this, Lien shook his head. If he had continued to stalemate with Thanos, Hela might have been forced to join Thanos' side, which would have made it even harder to deal with. Compared to the life and death struggle with Thanos, the sealing of Hela was more important. After all, Lien had already sensed Hela's rapidly rising strength during their confrontation. If Hela remained in the real world for a longer time, fighting her might become more troublesome than dealing with Thanos. Unlike Thanos, Hela could wield magic. Returning to Earth, Lien saw various real-time reports rolling on the screens in New York's Times Square. Superman saved a fully loaded airplane. The Fantastic Four thwarted an evil scheme by a villain. Spider-Man prevented an armored car from being robbed. Stark Tower was destroyed in a terrorist attack. Batman Bruce Wayne's identity was revealed by the Joker Arthur Fleck, who severely condemned Bruce Wayne's hypocritical behavior in the newspapers. After seeing these news, Leon was momentarily stunned. He had only taken a short nap, yet so many events had transpired on Earth. Indeed, it was the land of the free with shootings every day. Suddenly the screen flickered, and as the transition completed, Lien saw a poster of a metallic robot developed by Trask Industries, specifically designed to combat mutants with this gene. They had now made a historic breakthrough. They captured a mutant capable of mimicking various substances, and through genetic research they integrated this mutant's gene into a robot. Thus it could precisely counter mutants. They named this mutant Sentinel. Lien's gaze focused on the lower right corner of the screen. The date was July 2022. This aligned with a certain timeline. Mutants were also facing their own crisis. However, in this brand new world, this crisis seemed trivial. Amidst the commotion, the originally bright Times Square in New York suddenly fell into darkness, as if the power system had been attacked. "Hey, Mr. Superman, have you seen a person charged with electricity?" Spider-Man Bully Maguire swung in with his web, performing a stylish backflip and landing in front of Lien, sounding anxious. Lien pointed to a direction, saying there. Peter Parker turned around, his expression suddenly serious, as the place Lien pointed to was New York's largest power output facility. The power plant. Oh my God. At this moment he seemed a bit weak and needed to replenish energy quickly, so he focused on the power plant. The Electro was actually a mutant with this gene which had been fully activated due to an accident. Moreover, his gene was simply related to electricity. Peter Parker rushed off without greeting anyone, shooting out webs to chase after him. Lien furrowed his brows tightly. Everything was becoming chaotic. Bully Maguire versus Electro. Isn't this from Garfield's storyline? While he was still pondering outside New York, rows of square flying vehicles flew across the sky. As the hatches slowly opened, rows of Sentinel robots came into view. At this moment, their target was the Mutant Academy. If that's the case, then Bully Maguire's girlfriend is Gwen. Thinking this, Lien's expression relaxed as he thought, I need to see these iconic scenes. With that, Lien opened a portal in front of him, only to see Spider-Man trapped in an electric web. Just as he was about to help, a police car crashed into Electro, sending him flying. Boom! A beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes got out of the car, followed by a scene of her arguing with Spider-Man, after which she entered the power plant behind her. Lien's gaze fell on Electro. Logically, Spider-Man shouldn't be his match. However, Spider-Man seemed immune to high-voltage electricity. Yet, on the other hand, the fact that this Electro could beat Spider-Man shortly after awakening his gene was also a testament to his power. Lien thought about whether he should take this Electro as a slave. After all, even the strongest need some subordinates to clean up the minor enemies on the battlefield. So as Peter Parker aimed to connect the electric web to explode Electro, Lien raised his hand, enveloping him completely with a bio-force field. Then Electro was pulled in front of Lien, while Spider-Man looked somewhat confused. He had been fighting well, about to defeat the villain, but was saved by Lien. This left him momentarily at a loss. Who are you? Electro struggled, looking at Lien with a face full of rage. Let me go. Ignoring his noise, Lien employed dark magic to inscribe a slave mark in midair. Peter Parker regained his senses and hurried towards Lien, saying, Mr. Superman, what are you doing? Is this magic? After he spoke, he saw a circular black hexagram glowing in Lien's hand, which was then pressed onto Electro's head. Seeing Electro branded with the slave mark, Lien waved his hand, tossing him aside, and turned to Spider-Man. That's right, it's magic. As he spoke, Lien opened a portal in front of him, and on the other side was Spider-Man's girlfriend Gwen. When they met, Lien felt as though he had become a supporting character. But Lien merely shrugged. He didn't like these flashy characters, so he curiously started to study Electro. Having awakened his gene for only a few days and being able to elementalize, it was evident that this guy had terrifying talent. According to the classification of mutants, he belonged to level 5. A decent henchman. Meanwhile, as Peter Parker was about to embrace Gwen, the sound of flying vehicles suddenly filled the sky. Leon looked up and saw Harry in the Green Goblin suit. Just as he was about to interrupt Spider-Man and Gwen's passionate kiss, Leon reached out and opened a portal in the path of the Green Goblin, directly transporting him to the core of the sun. Before the Green Goblin could make a proper entrance, he was forcefully taken offline by Leon. Gwen and Bully Maguire looked up at Leon, who merely smiled, saying, "You guys continue, I'll be going." With that, Leon walked through the portal with Electro, as if dragging a dead dog. Bully Maguire and Gwen exchanged smiles before kissing. Leon's farm. Back in the cabin, Leon frowned as he realized someone had been in his home, and they were still here. After tossing Electro aside, Leon walked inside only to see Storm and a mutant resembling Ice. Leon remembered that this character seemed to have the ability to open portals. Having been momentarily distracted by the Asian face, Leon quickly regained his composure, asking, "Why are you here?" Ice was taken aback by Leon's rugged appearance with black hair and black eyes. Storm, clutching her injured abdomen, spoke with difficulty. "It was the professor who gave me the address. He asked us to come and seek your help. The Mutant Academy is currently facing a disaster." Seeing the near-death Storm, Leon's reality stone flashed, and her injuries were fully healed. This change instantly elevated Leon's image in Ice's eyes. I must say, Ice in her teens was still very innocent. "What's the reason?" Leon pulled over a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and asked calmly. "Sentinel robots. Recently Raven was captured. These Sentinel robots utilized Raven's genes, and we are all being countered, so the professor sent us to find you." Hearing this, Leon thought of many things. Last time when Thanos and the Wasteland Wolf teamed up, he could also be temporarily suppressed, so having some allies was indeed important. If someone could have helped him pull Superstar away at that time, he could have easily killed the Wasteland Wolf and Thanos. But there are no ifs. This world is truly absurd. Who knows when those mad scientists will create some monstrous thing, so it is indeed necessary to help with this. So Leon nodded. "All right, open the portal." Hearing this, Storm was overjoyed. "Blink, hurry." Ice looked at Leon and gently nodded, then reached out and pressed forward, creating a purple void in space. Then Leon saw countless Sentinel robots hunting mutants. He reached into the space and pulled out the black sword. The bioforce field enveloped him. Everything around was slowing down. Leon swung the black sword at a Sentinel robot. As expected, the Sentinel robot was cleaved in half. However, the Sentinel robot did not stop its attack on Leon. Its severed body was writhing, attempting to fuse back together. Seeing this scene, Leon couldn't help but marvel at how impressive the scientists of this world really were. If Earth's technology were to advance for 100,000 years, what so-called Krypton would be nothing. Thinking this, Leon's pupils slightly flushed red, and a thermal vision exceeding 15 million degrees Celsius blasted against the Sentinel robot. The Sentinel robot rapidly turned into molten steel and then evaporated. At the same time, the surrounding Sentinel robots detected Leon's danger level as the highest, so the ones originally hunting mutants began to converge towards Leon's location. Gazing at the Sentinel robot legion, Leon's eyes sparkled with eagerness. One cannot deny that the ideas of human scientists were indeed correct. However, they overlooked one crucial point: there exist mutants capable of sending a person's consciousness back in time. This, however, indicates that they had already exerted their utmost efforts to achieve the best possible outcome. As the Sentinel robots surrounded him, Leon first tested whether these artificial beings posed any threat to him. He stood motionless, retracting his biopower field, allowing all energy or blades to pierce his body. Boom! Bang! As the attacks descended, the ground beneath Leon trembled, sending dirt flying in all directions, while the steel reinforcement twisted and emitted a sound of metal tearing. Leon sighed in relief. These attacks had no effect on him and remained within the realm of physics. After the experiment, Leon used the reality gem to rewrite all the programs inscribed within the Sentinel robots. He transformed their directives to obey all of his commands and execute them without hesitation. As for why he didn't destroy them all, it was simply to gather more cannon fodder for himself. With his wishes granted, the price was once again paid by Dormammu, for he was the only deity that could be linked to Leon through dark magic. Moreover, Dormammu could not corrupt him. With the crisis averted, Leon commanded most of the Sentinel robots to return to the transport ship and enter a dormant state awaiting his subsequent instructions. However, the mutants who had died earlier were indeed gone. At the same time, Lien did not forget to rewrite the idea of the inventor who created the Sentinel robots. He inputted various Taoist purification mantras and Buddhist scriptures into his mind alongside different texts advocating virtue from around the world. As the chaos subsided, Professor X and Magneto emerged from deep within the base. He looked at Lien, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion. They had spent most of their lives unable to accomplish what this young man achieved with just a thought. Frankly, it was quite painful. Lien, however, had no time for idle chatter. He merely looked at Professor X and said, "Charles Eric, you owe me a favor." After saying that, Lien waved his hand to open a teleportation array and vanished without a trace. Beside him, Blink gazed at the spot where Lien had disappeared, her eyes flashing with an unusual light. The Sentinel robots that had remained behind began using their abilities to repair the buildings they had destroyed, as well as the corpses of the deceased mutants. To prevent humanity from attempting to probe into the underlying logic of this gene again, these Sentinel robots opted to incinerate the bodies on the spot. On the other side, Tony Stark, who had resolved the issues with the Ten Rings gang, returned to his seaside villa. He looked at the news reports and the posters of the Sentinel robots, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. After being consumed by anxiety, he suddenly had a unique thought. That was to create an army of iron, just like those Sentinel robots capable of eliminating all potential threats at their inception. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Thus, he began working at the projection workstation of J.R.V.I.S. Meanwhile, Lien returned to the little wooden house, his mind drifting to Blink's charming face. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thoughts in his mind, while looking at the electric man lying on the ground like a dead dog. He was originally a timid and honest black engineer, but the oppression from the capitalists had made him submissive all along. Such individuals, once they possess great power, can easily lose themselves. Lien was well aware of this because he had once been a timid and cowardly individual himself. However, he was fortunate. He had not worked long before being brought here. He had not accumulated that much resentment yet. "Get up!" As the command was issued, the electric man's body quickly stood up, but his gaze remained somewhat vacant, for he had lost the desire to live. It was akin to an honest person choosing to end their own life after accomplishing something earth-shattering, as they are well aware of the consequences of their actions. Seeing the dejected black man, Lien scratched his head. To be honest, if it weren't for his fifth-level mutant talent, he might have considered getting rid of this guy. With a face that looked hopeless, he was quite irritating to behold. "Listen, I advise you to perk up, or else I won't hesitate to let you taste the whip you love the most." As he spoke, Lien slowly manifested a metal whip with barbed hooks in his hand. Crack! With a flick of Lien's wrist, the whip produced a sonic boom in the air. This abrupt sound immediately cleared the electric man's gaze, as if awakening a dormant gene within his DNA, prompting him to stand up straight. "Sir, I am well. How may I serve you?" Witnessing this scene, Lien jested, "Truly ungrateful. Now, please introduce yourself." "My name is Maxwell Max, just an unnamed nobody." Before he could finish, Lien interrupted. "All right, Mr. Nobody, do you know who I am? You are my current master." Upon hearing this, Lien patted his head. This guy seemed to have grown accustomed to servitude. Even with the power of a level 5 mutant, he still displayed such subservience. Had Maxwell known Lien's thoughts, he would have scoffed. "If you were just an illegal black worker with no social standing, I'd behave the same way under the threat of a gun to my head." Now, their situation was somewhat reflective of this. Under Lien's biopower field pressure, he could not break free at all. He had withdrawn into himself. "All right, my fault. I shouldn't have equated my status with yours." As he spoke, Lien pointed to a patch of empty ground beside him. "Build your own shelter here and strengthen your abilities. Otherwise, you'll just be cannon fodder in the end." Looking at Lien's retreating figure, Maxwell, with his dark face filled with despair, felt an overwhelming contradiction within him, unable to defy the ideological branding etched deep within his soul. His body and soul completely obeyed Lien's commands, yet his consciousness could only watch helplessly. It felt as if he were being pinned down by an evil spirit. Not caring about this guy's fate any longer, Lien returned to the little wooden house. Upon sitting on the chair with his feet propped up on the table, he suddenly slapped his own head. Smack! The more he replayed the events in his mind, the more uncomfortable he felt. He picked up his cup and brought it to his lips, chanting a spell learned from Asgard. You are a cup that will always be filled with ice-cold cola, with a Pepsi flavor. Upon finishing the chant, the enamel cup in Lien's hand instantly became icy cold, bubbling with a fine foam that slowly erupted from the bottom, revealing black cola. Lien took a sip, and the taste was just right. He was a master of magic. Why would he need to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the likes of Thanos? It was utterly crude. If only he had used dark magic directly to send those guys over to Dormammu as followers, wouldn't that have resolved everything? The more he thought about it, the more he felt his previous decisions were foolish. He had completely forgotten that he still possessed numerous magical offensive abilities. It seemed this was not just him. It appeared that wizards in this world had a penchant for brawling. Loki did, Frigga did, and even the Ancient One was not free from the law of brawling with magic. They all seemed to be trapped in this strange loop. It seems I must be more mindful in the future. I must remain elegant. Brawling is the business of warriors. Right now I am a mage. Murmuring to himself, Lien took a sip of cola. A sense of contentment gradually appeared in his eyes. Titan Star. Thanos, is this your homeland? The hornless wasteland wolf sat on the ground, gazing at the silent, tall figure before him. Indeed. Looking at the wasteland wolf, he knew this creature was merely engaging in empty conversation, so there was no need to take it too seriously. Now one thought occupied his mind: to obtain the remaining Infinity Stones, then descend upon Earth to uncover the secrets of the anti-life equation. Then to unify and manage the universe. No longer would he allow the cosmos to spiral into destruction. Just then the scarred figure of Corvus Glaive approached Thanos, saying, "My lord, the fleet has been contacted and they are on their way." Looking at the severely injured Hyperion and the silent General Blade beside him, Thanos lifted his gaze towards the distant metallic artificial sun. As a gust of sand blew by, a massive black ship slowly descended from the heavens. This was the vanguard of Thanos' former conquests of the universe. Now, as his thoughts evolved, these fleets began their slow return from the depths of the cosmos. Thanos possessed 2 Infinity Stones, yet he still dared not unleash their full power, for Earth held the presence of Lien. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience and Lien's relative inexperience, he might have been left behind in Asgard. Now he needed to collect the remaining stones. Aside from the 3 stones present on Earth, he could also seek the Soul Stone in the cosmos. Thus, aboard the warship, Thanos commanded Corvus Glaive, "Find me the Soul Stone." "At your service, my lord." Corvus Glaive bowed in acceptance of Thanos' orders. The Wasteland Wolf then turned to Thanos, saying, "I know of an artifact that should aid us." Sitting on his throne, Thanos' expression became emotionless. "What is it?" "It's the Mother Box. If we merge 3 Mother Boxes, my true form shall descend, and those so-called superheroes will be mere ants beneath my foot." "Where?" After a moment of silence, the Wasteland Wolf's gaze flickered slightly. "On Earth." Thanos inhaled deeply at these words. "You jest, and it is not funny." Earth was currently a place neither dared to approach. With Lien's unique presence, Thanos did not want his dreams crushed before they even began. Though he possessed the Power Stone and Space Stone, Lien also wielded teleportation magic and strength rivaling that of the Power Stone. Heaven knows the full extent of that fellow's power. Thus Thanos was reluctant to take such risks. Just as he was about to refuse the Wasteland Wolf's proposal, the recovering Hyperion slowly knelt before Thanos. "My lord, I am willing to infiltrate Earth to retrieve the Mother Box for you." Seeing Hyperion, a flicker of contemplation flashed in Thanos' eyes. Hyperion could possibly maximize her strength by infiltrating Earth, as her power lay in mental manipulation. If she could create chaos on Earth, it would not be a bad idea. After considering, Thanos nodded. "Once on Earth, do not reveal yourself. Focus on stealth and control as many people as you can." Hyperion lowered her head further at his words. "I will obey your command." The Wasteland Wolf, seeing Hyperion's demeanor, was also enlightened. This idea was feasible, albeit with higher risks. It was the best idea at present. "Then you shall go with this ally." Saying this, Thanos opened the star map, located Earth's coordinates, and gritted his teeth to use the Space Stone's powers to open a portal. Earth. S. H. I-E-L-D. Hill walked into Nick Fury's office speaking sternly, "Director, we have detected spatial energy from the cosmic cube in the Amazon. Should we send someone to investigate?" Nick Fury, sitting at his computer and clicking on a spider solitaire, straightened up upon hearing her looking at the capable woman in professional attire before him. "My deputy, it's time for you to make some independent judgments." Hearing this, Hill understood Nick Fury's intentions. "I understand, Director." With that, Hill exited the office while Fury continued clicking on the spider solitaire. Currently, there were too many matters on Earth for Nick Fury to manage. He seemed a bit overwhelmed. On the other hand, Hill returned to her office and picked up the phone. "This is Hill. Agent Coulson, now you and the captain will head to the Amazon rainforest to investigate the energy fluctuations of the cube." "Understood, Director Hill." Click. Hill nodded, casually hanging up the phone. She then picked it up again. "What is the progress on the research of the Venom symbiote armor?" "Amazon rainforest. Paradise Island. This is an island inhabited solely by women. The location of the mother box." A group of Amazonian warrior women watched as the mother box trembled, immediately reporting the anomaly to Queen Hippolyta, Wonder Woman's mother. Clearly, the fluctuations from the space stone triggered a resonance in the mother box. As Hippolyta investigated, the mother box emitted a faint golden light. Seeing the state of the mother box, Hippolyta's personal guard swiftly drew her sword and shouted, "Amazonian tribe, prepare for battle." Simultaneously, the defending forces of Paradise Island also assumed a defensive stance. As the voice fell, a bright blue halo emerged in the sky, and two humanoid figures descended. One was the Wasteland Wolf and the other was Hyperion. The Wasteland Wolf landed first, wielding a giant axe and wearing silver armor, followed by Hyperion. Upon landing, the Wasteland Wolf looked at the mother box. "Mother box, you have finally summoned me." He raised his axe, intending to attack the warriors, but was stopped by Hyperion. "Stop! I need them." Hyperion gazed at the primitives, a flicker of relief passing through her eyes. "Who are you?" as Queen Hippolyta's personal guard inquired. Hippolyta then commanded the messenger behind her, "Go and order the troops to gather, seal this place. The mother box must not be lost, hurry." Observing the highly trained and physically formidable warriors, Hyperion nodded in satisfaction. Ignoring the arrows shot from all around and the inquiries from the Amazonian warriors, Hyperion levitated slowly into the air. A mental storm centered around her swept through the location of the mother box. As the mental pressure bore down, different degrees of struggle flickered across the faces of the female warriors. However, they gradually knelt before Hyperion. Only Hippolyta managed to hold out a bit longer, but she ultimately could not escape fate, revealing a posture of submission to Hyperion. Thus it seemed that all the Amazons, except for Wonder Woman Diana, became puppets of Hyperion. The Wasteland Wolf held the mother box aloft, his eyes shining with unprecedented light. "Ah!" Raising the mother box towards the sky, the Wasteland Wolf attempted to summon a class of demons directly, but was pinned down by Hyperion's mental force. With a wave of her hand, the mother box floated from the Wasteland Wolf's grasp into Hyperion's hands. Meanwhile, in a small wooden cabin, Leon was still casting various curses on the furniture in his home. I must say this was far more enjoyable than bathing in the sun. The Asgardian runic spells he recited could communicate with the World Tree, a unique realm even Leon himself barely understood. Yet it was indeed quite effective. It was as if he were a god whose words bore power, summoning wind and rain at will. Now all the furniture in his home had been cursed by his spells, transforming into a grill that automatically cooked delicious barbecues and endlessly refillable cola and wheat juice. There was also a self-cleaning bed and a blanket that maintained a constant temperature, along with a fireplace that would never extinguish. All these were the products of Leon's whimsical creations. He was completely unaware of the events concerning the Amazons, as all his attention was focused on tinkering with these incantatory magics. Atlantis, the supergiant with a blue head, tilted slightly towards Hippolyta, lead the way. Watching the supergiant, the Wasteland Wolf felt a surge of joy inside. As long as the three mother boxes are combined, they will transmit a special channel to Apocalypse, and then Darkseid will descend in person. At that point, no one will be more than a mere chicken. Following the footsteps of the supergiant, Atlantis lies in the trench outside Paradise Island. As they prepared to dive into the sea, a Kuan fighter jet in the sky also spotted the group led by the supergiant. On the plane, Coulson, who was supposed to be dead, was resurrected by Nick Fury using alien technology. At this moment, he looked at the wasteland wolf, shock flashing in his eyes. My God, aliens. Coulson had gone offline too early, making this his first encounter with aliens. Steve, on the other hand, remained much calmer. He dialed Nick Fury's phone using an old model with buttons. As the call connected, Steve said seriously, Fury, there's trouble with the Amazons. Quickly notify Stark and prepare for the worst. While Steve was on the phone, Hippolyta on the ground drew her bow and shot an arrow at the Kuan fighter jet. This arrow, infused with special energy, pierced through the fighter jet's shield and struck the engine. Bang! Fortunately, it lacked explosive properties, otherwise the aircraft would have crashed. Steve's body swayed slightly as he turned to the pilot beside him and said, Pull back first. But before he could finish his sentence, the wasteland wolf hurled the giant axe like a boomerang at the Kuan fighter jet. Clang! The plane's metal skin was sliced open by the sharp axe, and Steve's eyes turned red as he watched Coulson pierced by metal fragments in agony. He had no time to think, hugging the severely injured Coulson as he jumped into the ocean. Thud! The splash created by the plane soared several dozen meters high, while on the ground Hippolyta drew her bow and aimed at Steve, who surfaced. As she released the arrow, it emitted a piercing whistle flying towards Steve's head. Holding Coulson with one arm, Steve sensed the danger and raised his shield to block it. Then he told the injured Coulson, breathe in. Splash! Once submerged, just as the supergiant was about to command the manipulated Hippolyta to pursue, the wasteland wolf hoisted the returning axe onto his shoulder and suggested, It's more important to gather the mother boxes first. Having reviewed Hippolyta's memories, the supergiant was also aware that there were 3 mother boxes, with the other 2 being guarded in Atlantis and human civilization. Alright, one of the other 2 mother boxes is in the trench and the other is in the hands of a human guardian. We'll split up. The wasteland wolf nodded in agreement, then took the axe and looked at the tracking device that the supergiant tossed to him before diving into the sea. The supergiant turned her gaze towards the sky, sensing the approach of someone. The newcomer was Iron Man, dispatched by Stark. On the other side, Tony Stark clearly saw the blue-skinned alien and the majestic woman wielding a spear and bow through the visual sync. These exaggerated women made Tony Stark exclaim, Wow, so hot! With so many suits deployed, Steve and the near-death Coulson were successfully rescued from the water. At the same time, the armor was taking them back for treatment. Seeing that they were exposed, the supergiant tilted her chin at Hippolyta, who nodded and then instructed some of the Amazon warriors, tear him apart. Then she followed behind the supergiant, preparing to head towards civilization. Tony also noticed something unusual about these women while J.R.V.I.S. explained, Sir, these female warriors are under mental control. I advise you not to confront them directly. Hearing this, Tony Stark nodded, urgency flooding his eyes. The abilities of these aliens were varied, just like mutants. Wait, Professor X. J.R.V.I.S. Get me in touch with Professor X. Sir, dialing the public number for Professor X at the Mutant Academy. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, this is the admissions office of the Mutant Academy. How can I assist you? As the call connected, a pleasant female voice rang in Stark's ear. I am Tony Stark. Please connect me to Professor X. Gently tapping his fingers on the desk, he was trying hard to suppress himself. The person on the other end seemed to know Tony Stark's reputation, responding politely, All right, please hold. Clearly, the whole time was the operator verifying Tony Stark's identity. Once verified, a refined voice came from the other side. Hello, Mr. Stark, this is Charles. Professor Charles, I want to ask if you sensed a powerful alien with immense mental power appearing among the Amazons. Tony Stark rubbed his brow, trying to soften his tone. Charles on the other end pondered for a moment. Well, I indeed sensed an extremely strong and unfamiliar mental fluctuation. Can you Tony Stark looked at the projection beside him. Right now, that alien has controlled several thousand medieval female warriors. Hearing Tony Stark's serious tone, Charles seemed to feel the urgency as well. He placed his hand on the side of his forehead and said, Wait, I will try. Wait. Before Tony Stark could remind him, Charles' pupils suddenly turned black and his mouth began to emit intermittent sounds. Interesting. Get out. Charles' aging expression gradually turned fierce. One eye blackened while the other flashed with struggle. He glared at the beast beside him and urged, "Kill me quickly. I can't hold on." Ha, interesting. Just as the beast was trying to guess what Charles wanted to express, his body emitted an unusual tone. At the same time, the beast reacted quickly, moving forward to try to knock out Professor Charles. But he was controlled by Charles before he could get close. Meanwhile, on the other end, Tony Stark's gaze also darkened. He quickly tapped his chest twice. The nano armor covered his entire body. On the other side, the supergiant on Paradise Island had a manic smile. She discovered something astonishing. As long as she could control all the beings on Earth, she felt that the mother box was within reach. As Tony Stark was being controlled by Charles, the Iron Man suits in front of the supergiant gradually came to a halt. J-R-V-I-S. Scanned Tony Stark, his tone carrying a hint of concern. "Sir, how are you feeling?" "Feeling great, J-R-V-I-S." Returning to Paradise Island, the supergiant browsed through Charles' memories, synchronizing control over all the mutants at the Mutant Academy. Then the beast pushed Charles towards the mind-enhancing device from behind. A crazy thought flashed through the supergiant's mind. She wanted to attempt to directly control Superman on Earth and Kryptonians on the moon. At this moment, Lien was unaware that with the supergiant's infiltration, he was about to face the most difficult battle of his life. The supergiant flipped through Stark's memories using Professor Charles' brain and brainwave amplifier as a conduit. When she came across memories related to Lien, her expression changed. The initial thought of quickly taking control of Earth suddenly wavered, because Lien's strength seemed to be right before her eyes. She couldn't entertain even the slightest idea of confronting her. Thus, she decided to stay in the shadows and control the mutants and those powerful individuals with easily manipulable minds through Charles. As long as she could delay Lien's movements, once she acquired the mother box, her mission would be deemed a success. Through Charles' brainwave amplifier, the supergiant felt a tingling sensation throughout her body. On this small planet, there were surprisingly many telepaths whose powers were not much weaker than hers. Italy. In a luxurious manner somewhere, a beautiful woman swiftly transformed into Diamond. She was the White Queen. At this moment, her expression turned serious. "Charles? No. He has been After finishing perusing Charles' memories, the supergiant's smile grew more pronounced. This Earth truly was a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. If she could control all these people. When she attempted to have Professor Charles use his mental powers to invade Clark's mind, she found Superman's consciousness vast like an ocean. It was simply impossible to easily control him. Thus, amidst Clark's confusion, Charles quietly withdrew his mental energy. Since he worked at the Daily Planet, he did not employ a biokinetic field, otherwise, he would have known he was being secretly spied on. Unable to quickly control Clark, the supergiant shifted her focus to an ordinary person who happened to know Clark's weaknesses. Moreover, it seemed this ordinary person had an extreme distrust of these extraterrestrials. Indeed, this person was Bruce Wayne, after finding someone who could restrain an uncontrollable opponent. A purple spatial wormhole unfolded before the supergiant. This was the ability of Blink. Not only did Blink arrive, but also the controlled Magneto. Professor X had been used as a mental relay station. Leading Hippolyta and her retinue, the supergiant arrived in Metropolis, where Bruce Wayne had long been waiting. As Steel had the ability to alter his wooden box, he could not be mentally controlled. Yet the supergiant had also learned the location of the mother box. One must say Professor X's ability was quite useful for finding clues. As long as one invaded another's mind, there were no secrets in this world. She obtained another mother box without causing any disturbances. Simultaneously, Steel's father was also controlled by the supergiant. Everything proceeded quietly. Behind the supergiant, Magneto Eric received the mother box and followed her back to Paradise Island through Blink's ability. Beneath Atlantis, the savage wolf was also venting fiercely. The trench was in shambles. Aquaman was stabbed to death at the seabed by the wolf's trident. Mara escaped trying to seek help from Batman. However, she was unaware that Batman had already been controlled by the supergiant, becoming an accomplice in the invasion of Earth. It should be noted that the supergiant's invasion did not even trigger any warnings at the Temple of Kamar Taj. One could say it was a remarkably successful infiltration. Fortunately, Batman's combat power was not high and Mara successfully fled. She found the Flash and explained her encounter with Bruce Wayne. At the same time, the Flash also found Wonder Woman and Steel. Due to Diana having half the bloodline of Zeus, the supergiant's mental control was ineffective against her. Steel was also rapidly researching a special resonance frequency for Mara, which only had a defensive function against mental invasions. Meanwhile, they also learned that Atlantis' mother box had already been taken. Aquaman was dead. What lay before them would be a catastrophic disaster. Due to the Speed Force, mental control was also difficult to affect the Flash. After receiving the news, he immediately sought out Clark. Daily Planet. Barry, what do you need me for? Clark was on the rooftop looking at the Flash, who was flashing with lightning. Aquaman is dead, the mother box guarded by Atlantis has been taken, and Steel's father has also been controlled. Now only the Amazon's mother box remains, and we don't know if it has also been taken. Disaster has befallen us, Clark. The Flash spoke rapidly. Also give one of these to each of your family members, otherwise it would be terrible if they were controlled. Hearing this, Clark's expression turned serious, as he quickly activated his super hearing to filter everything around him. Soon he clearly heard the conversation between the wolf and the supergiant. When he heard the wolf wanted to merge the mother boxes, Clark had no time to say anything to the Flash in front of him and directly soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light. Immediately after, the Flash heard a sonic boom. Seeing the seriousness in Clark's eyes, Barry also guessed the outcome. Paradise Island. The wolf looked at the supergiant. You don't know the password to merge the mother boxes, give them to me. Before the wolf finished speaking, a red dot suddenly crashed down on the supergiant's head from the sky, but the supergiant's perception was no joke. She dodged Clark's fatal surprise attack. Batman and a group of mutants were knocked to the ground. Blink quickly opened a purple portal, and the supergiant left the battlefield with Eric and 3 mother boxes. The wolf was instantly furious. If the mother boxes were merged, Darkseid would be able to descend directly from Apocalypse and everything would change. But it was just that little bit away. On the other side, Clark looked at Bruce Wayne, who was wearing the Batman suit with a glint of mockery in his eyes. After all, Clark was quite intolerant of this guy, who had sent his own brother to a mental hospital and was always wary of him. Now that he was controlled, he could take a little revenge on him. Thinking this, he saw Bruce Wayne pull out a kryptonite smoke bomb from his waist and smash it on the ground. A wave of green smoke erupted. Clark, however, simply blew at the smoke. These things posed no threat to him as long as he didn't want to be harmed. Every beating from Uncle Leon was not in vain. As the smoke dissipated, Clark swiftly moved and slapped Bruce Wayne across the face, controlling the force so as not to directly kill this so-called Batman. However, his face was already quite swollen. Faced with these controlled mutants, Clark did not unleash a killing spree. Instead, he knocked them all out on the spot. When Clark's gaze fell upon the rapidly fleeing wolf, a cruel smile flashed across his lips. This punching bag was quite nice. It would allow him to vent properly. One should know that the Superman who had worked hard was not one to be trifled with. Clark's eyes turned slightly red, and a heat vision reaching 3 million degrees struck the wolf's back armor. At the same time, Clark soared into the air, raising his fists above his head, and aimed a powerful strike at him. The ground was thrown into chaos until the wolf's body finally came to a halt when it crashed into a mountain. The severely injured wolf gasped for air, saying to the empty space, "If you don't save me when I die, you'll be next. If we don't merge the mother boxes, we will both die. You don't think Thanos could possibly be a match for these freaks, do you?" At the Mutant Academy, the supergiant clearly heard the wolf's words through Charlie's relay, and she felt it should be noted that the strongest one had yet to make a move, and they had already fallen into such a passive situation. If Leon were present, they might not even last a second. A flicker of inner conflict crossed Superstar's eyes. Then, clenching her teeth, she ordered Blink to open the spatial rift. Grey Wolf gazed at the violet gateway before him and leapt through without hesitation, dragging his wounded body across its threshold. Clark surged after them, entering the rift just as it began to close. Simultaneously, Superstar's immense, near-tangible psychic pressure descended upon him like a crushing weight. His brow furrowed under the strain, but he held firm. Yet the moment he beheld the dense throng of mutant children surrounding him, his movements grew hesitant, restrained by conscience. Superstar sensed his unease, and within Charles Xavier's mind commanded him to unleash full-force psychic interference against Clark's consciousness. She was staking everything on this gamble. If she could breach Clark's mind, while his mental equilibrium wavered, she would gain a formidable new ally, one capable of standing against Lien. Once Charles was prepared, the mind-controlled Wolverine extended 3 adamantium claws toward a young black mutant boy. As the claws neared the child's throat, Clark roared in fury, his biofield flaring outward to resist Superstar's overwhelming psychic assault. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf seized the opportunity. He levitated the 3 mother boxes into midair and intoned an arcane guttural incantation. The instant he finished, a minuscule lapse flickered across Clark's awareness. A fleeting mental vacuum. Superstar's eyes lit up with triumph. Her colossal psychic force surged forward, breaching Clark's thoughts. Amplified by Charles's relentless suppression, her expression twisted into something feral and grotesque. "Obey me." With a shriek, Wolverine slashed. The boy's head severed midair. Clark stared, his mind blank for a single shattering instant. Now, seizing that sliver of vulnerability, both Superstar and Charles began bleeding from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. An unmistakable sign of catastrophic psychic overexertion. Ahak! At Superstar's deafening roar, the skulls of the controlled mutant children exploded in unison. The result of Superstar's overclocked psychic output, over a dozen young mutant heads burst open, like watermelons shattered upon stone. Clark watched, his gaze once defiant, now hollow and vacant. In that suspended breath, Superstar's consciousness pierced deep into his mind. As Superstar collapsed, Clark darted forward and caught her in his arms. Grey Wolf had already activated a teleportation gate. An endless tide of parademons flooded forth. This apocalyptic emergence in the New York suburbs was swiftly detected by S.H.I.E.L.D. But when Nick Fury dialed Tony Stark's number, the line rang unanswered. At that very moment, the mentally enslaved Tony Stark was poring over Bruce Wayne's memories, shared telepathically by Superstar, to engineer armor specifically designed to counter Lien. Beside him stood a figure cloaked in deep azure fur beast, dispatched by Superstar via Blink to assist Tony in developing the anti-Lien armor, his intellect representing the absolute zenith of human cognition. Together, they had precisely identified their strategic fulcrum, crafting countermeasures calibrated to Lien's peerless physical constitution. Yet they remained unaware that their understanding had already grown obsolete. Lien no longer favored brute force combat. He was now immersed in the ecstatic creation of ever more potent runic magic. No incantation required, silent intent alone sufficed for instantaneous casting. Ultimately, Fury searched in vain, only locating Steve Rogers, Hawkeye, and Spider-Man. But these parademons were far beyond their capacity to confront. Grey Wolf, meanwhile, grew increasingly agitated. The fusion of the mother boxes still demanded more time. If Darkseid failed to manifest, Thanos would deny him this chance forever. From the corner of his eye, Grey Wolf saw the Kryptonian gently place Superstar into Hippolyta's arms. And now, Clark advanced toward him. Just as the 3 mother boxes converged into perfect unity, the mind-controlled Clark intercepted, slamming Grey Wolf aside with devastating force. Grey Wolf tumbled violently across the ground, rebounding twice before coming to rest. Clark seized the mother boxes in both hands, his face contorted in savage effort as he wrenched them apart. Arg! With a thunderous cry, the triad shattered. Seizing the flying artifact midair, Grey Wolf fled, escorted by a phalanx of parademons. Themyscira. Bruce Wayne stirred back to lucidity, surrounded by a ring of mutant children, and instinctively tensed his gaze, sharpening with wary vigilance. Chach! A sharp, throbbing pain flared across his swollen cheek. Where am I? Clearly, he retained no memory of his period of psychic enslavement. This oblivion had been deliberately engineered by Superstar to conceal the true nature and limits of her power. Yet her own psychic overclocking had left her grievously weakened, forcing her to abandon these now useless pawns. Regaining consciousness, Batman's hand instinctively swept to his belt, his brow furrowing instantly. His kryptonite smoke grenade was gone, the very device he'd forged solely to subdue Clark. No time for reflection. He needed answers. So he withdrew a lead-sealed case from his coat opened it, pressed a concealed button, and manipulated its interface with practiced precision. A signal pulsed forth. Moments later, a sleek vessel lifted from Wayne Manor and streaked toward Themyscira. Facing these mutants, he possessed no effective countermeasure, having never developed specialized capabilities against such abilities. It seems preparations are overdue. As he murmured, his ship settled silently before. Nick Fury watched the parademons vanish, his expression darkening. Then he glanced again at Tony Stark's perpetually unanswered call, drew a slow, measured breath, and declared, "I'll go myself." He summoned Natasha Romanoff, left Maria Hill in command of headquarters, and boarded a Kunkless strike craft alongside the Black Widow. Tony Stark's seaside estate, intact thanks to his preemptive intervention. Inside, the enthralled Tony and Beast worked feverishly, calibrating complex data streams. Projected onto Jarvis's display floated an extraordinary suit of armor built upon Tony's nanotech foundation, yet refined to perfection through the combined genius of Tony and Beast. The ultimate evolution of nanotech armor, conceived through Beast's radical insights and Tony's flashes of inspiration, capable of transforming into any suit Tony had ever worn or ever would conceive. Beast contributed Mystique's shape-shifting paradigm. Tony supplied breakthroughs in material science. The armor comprised layered swarms of nanites, each stratum composed of distinct adaptive substances, a composite material marvel, its stratified architecture shifting fluidly in response to conscious will. Against a powerhouse warrior, its outermost layer could instantly reconfigure into vibranium-infused nanites, absorbing kinetic energy on impact. When confronting an opponent both immensely durable and ferociously strong, it could deploy dual-layered, plating an exterior shell of adamantium backed by an inner layer of energy-dissipating vibranium. This armor dynamically adapted, not only to environmental conditions but also to the unique threat profile of each adversary. Had time permitted, they might even have integrated Sentinel-like evolutionary protocols. Tony named it the Whimsy Armor. Constrained by Earth's available resources, its construction relied solely upon vibranium and adamantium. Moreover, should Tony discover superior materials, the micronanofabricators embedded within the armor could autonomously upgrade its composition, slowly, steadily, and without external intervention. Per Tony's calculations, the Whimsy armor could withstand any purely physical or energy-based assault, even before its nanite layers were fully depleted. Granted that assault might be nothing more than a single punch from Lien, but the fact that the wearer could survive such a blow unharmed testified unequivocally to the armor's staggering power. "Sir, a guest has arrived," Jarvis alerted Tony Stark as he detected the Kun-style fighter approaching. After finishing a line of code, Tony Stark's excitement remained unabated, or, in fact, he was at his best when under control. There was no mental turmoil, no worries, only the command to wholeheartedly research the armor. The Beast beside him felt the same, free from concerns about the safety of future mutants, making this the purest moment of his intelligence. "Send him away, don't worry about him." After completing his research on the armor, he was now working with the Beast to create an artificial intelligence. Moreover, due to their control by the Overlord, this originally protective artificial intelligence model had successfully deviated from Tony Stark's original intentions. However, the noise outside continued to disrupt his thoughts, preventing him from focusing on his deductions. Thus, Tony Stark dispatched a Mark 45 to eliminate those pesky intruders. Although they were controlled by the Overlord, they still retained their autonomy, albeit under the premise of absolute obedience to the Overlord's commands, while their emotions were muted. It was somewhat similar to how Lien branded the Flash with a slave mark. However, the Overlord's control could be broken under special circumstances. Lien indeed had no such worries. Outside the villa, Nick Fury felt an uneasy sensation as he saw the steel armor appear before the Kun-style fighter. At the same time, the Mark 45 opened a micromissile launch bay from its shoulder. "Motherfer!" After cursing, he maneuvered the Kun-style fighter to roll and evade the missile bombardment. Unfortunately, all these missiles were equipped with tracking capabilities, and the Kun-style fighter was hit by every single one. However, the Kun-style fighter was designed to be quite sturdy. Despite being reduced to just the cockpit after the explosion, Nick Fury and Natasha only fell from a great height and lost consciousness. On the other side, the Overlord sat on Clark's shoulder. Clark held the Overlord's foot with one hand while communicating with Thanos. Looking at Thanos seated on the throne, the Overlord slowly descended from Clark's shoulder and prostrated before the throne. Master, I have controlled most of the empowered individuals on Earth. Do you need to relocate? Thanos, upon hearing this, stroked the gauntlet that held 2 infinity stones. Since the location of the Soul Stone had not yet been found, he dared not enter Earth. His expression darkened as he coldly commanded, "Find the remaining stones and capture the werewolf. Have him find a way to materialize the anti-life equation." "Understood, my master." With the communication device turned off, the Overlord glanced at Charles, and then scanned over the flash, saying, "Find the Infinity Stones and bring them to me." According to Thanos' priority instructions, the Overlord first needed to find the stone that could be obtained on Earth. That was the Mind Stone housed in the isekai'd scepter. The mutant team that received the command quickly set off through the portal opened by the Flash. Metropolis. After handing the mind control blocker to Superman's parents and girlfriend, Barry joined forces with Wonder Woman and Cyborg. But when he did not see Superman, he froze in place, asking, "Has Clark not returned yet?" In response to Barry's inquiry, Cyborg also appeared puzzled. "I haven't seen him. Did you encounter him?" Faced with their questioning gazes, Barry's expression changed. "Not good. Clark must have been captured." "Exactly. We must prepare for the worst." Batman, who had just returned to find them, spoke gravely. On his way back, he reviewed the recordings left by the hidden cameras on his body, witnessing everything he had done to Clark while under control. Indeed, Clark had been mentally invaded. "Bruce." Wonder Woman quickly summoned the lasso of truth, tying him securely. Meanwhile, Mara aimed her trident at his neck. "Answer me, who are you now?" Wonder Woman Diana, wielding the Godkiller sword, looked at Bruce Wayne, using her lasso of truth to discern whether Bruce Wayne was lying. "I am Bruce Wayne, just returned from Paradise Island. Your mother and kin have all been controlled by a blue-skinned alien." As Bruce Wayne spoke, he reached into his pocket, saying, "I have real-time video footage." Upon hearing this, Diana's expression changed. "Are you saying all my kin on Paradise Island have been controlled?" As she spoke, she reached out to take the monitor that Bruce Wayne handed over. Seeing Hippolyta following the blue-skinned alien, she murmured, "Mother." Then she witnessed the scene of Bruce Wayne and Clark being knocked unconscious by a slap. Taking a deep breath, Diana regained her composure and looked at Bruce Wayne, saying, "What should we do now? We need help." Bruce Wayne scanned over Diana, Mara, Barry, and Cyborg, saying, "I know Clark has a very powerful uncle. Let's go find him." SHIELD. The Flash, accompanied by Wolverine and Cyclopes, arrived at a secret SHIELD base. After a round of indiscriminate slaughter, they successfully acquired the Mind Scepter. Gazing at the Mind Stone atop it, the Flash opened a portal back to Paradise Island. Wolverine knelt on one knee, presenting the Mind Scepter with both hands. This was the only Infinity Stone Charles could find on Earth. Meanwhile, a large portion of the dispatched mutants were no match for the werewolf. However, the Overlord did not dare to send Clark out. Ultimately, through Charlotte's mental sharing, she learned that Tony Stark had developed the most advanced armor. Thus, she dispatched the controlled Tony Stark. As Tony Stark received the command and flew out of the villa, the figure inside a damaged Kunstyle fighter had already vanished. Injured Nick Fury looked at the pager in his hand, along with news that a secret base had been invaded and the Mind Scepter taken. Earth was now in a situation more perilous than the Battle of New York. Nick Fury contemplated whether to summon his trump card as he stared at the pager. But the thought of Carol potentially being controlled made him realize it would be truly disastrous. Yet, thinking that there were no heroes left to stabilize the situation, he resolutely pressed the pager. After pressing the button, he promptly lost consciousness. Following a series of ringing sounds, a female voice responded, "This is Carol. Fury, is something happening on Earth?" On a distant planet in the cosmos, a blonde woman in blue clothing held an ancient pager, her brow slowly furrowing. "Something's wrong on Earth." Not hearing Nick Fury's voice, Carol murmured, gazing at a distant galaxy in the sky before her body lifted off, transforming into a streak of golden light. Earth, Lien's farm. A black-haired man was seated in an automatically rocking chair, holding a black sword, frowning in deep thought. "What kind of astounding curse should I place on this sword?" murmured Lien, lost in contemplation. Just as he was thinking, an oversized aircraft slowly descended from above the farm. Lien's reverie was interrupted by the sudden noise. He looked up to see someone he was not particularly fond of. It was Batman and his group coming to seek help. To be honest, Lien had a bit of disdain for this guy. Who knows if he would one day pull out some bizarre item against him after their encounter. Just like trying to stab Clark with a spear, although it was quite amusing. Who are you? Lien certainly recognized them but had no real connection with them. Otherwise, they would come to him for every little problem. Hearing this, Bruce Wayne stepped in front of Lien and introduced himself. I am Bruce Wayne. Are you saying Clark was controlled by a blue-skinned alien? Lien's mind raced with countless thoughts, but he never imagined that Clark had been manipulated. Bruce Wayne seemed to think little of it, and disregarding his own image, produced the video from when Clark had knocked him unconscious. Seeing the brutal methods of Wolverine, Lien began to understand why Clark could be controlled. It was a side he had never witnessed before. A living creature had its head torn apart by Wolverine's claws. Any decent person would momentarily be struck dumb by such a scene. This was precisely why the supervillain could control Clark. In that instant, his spirit had faltered. The outcome of a duel between masters often hinges on such moments. While Batman was speaking with Lien about needing his help to save the world, the supervillain was on the other end of a call with Thanos. The Wasteland Wolf, wounded and in need of Clark's protection, was unable to reach him. Thus, the supervillain requested Thanos to intervene. Thanos, meanwhile, was weighing his options. With the Mind Stone in his possession, he had 3 Infinity Stones, and after deliberation he deemed it worth the risk. Without hesitation, just as he was about to summon his army, a message came from Black Manta. My master, we have located the Soul Stone's location. However, there is a prerequisite to obtaining the Soul Stone. When Thanos heard that a sacrifice of a loved one was required, his expression began to waver. As his memories drifted back to the past, a child named Gamora gradually filled his mind. When he thought of the anti-life equation existing on Earth, he knew he had made a decision. He relinquished the Soul Stone. Thanos was not a rigid man. Rather, he was a calculating sage. He began to summon his army, learning from the previous mistakes with the Chitauri not to divide his forces. He aimed to deploy all his legions directly to the battlefield on Earth. With one swift move, he aimed to acquire the anti-life equation. Clad in his battle armor, Thanos held the Tyrant's blade in one hand and the Infinity Gauntlet embedded with 2 stones in the other. Facing Lien, he was determined to give it his all. As he gazed at the array of ships and his subordinates, Thanos resolutely used the Space Stone to open a portal. Earth. Lien suddenly sensed a rich wave of spatial energy, and with his supervision he spotted a massive spatial portal opening above the Amazon sky. Then he saw a familiar purple figure. Without time to engage with Batman and the others, Lien activated the portal and stepped forward. However, Thanos was quick as well, swiftly snatching the Mind Scepter from the supervillain, crushing it and extracting the Mind Stone. Now Thanos possessed 3 Infinity Stones. His power had elevated to a new level. In a dark cave somewhere, the Wasteland Wolf knelt and explained his predicament to Darkseid. He had only 1 mother box in his possession. Moreover, Thanos' strength was far beyond what he could contend with. Additionally, considering Earth's might, if Darkseid did not personally descend, should Thanos discover the existence of the anti-life equation on Earth, Darkseid would no longer have a chance. At the same time, Darkseid had not anticipated that such a small planet as Earth would harbor so many formidable opponents. After pondering for a while, he decided to send a projection. After all, his true self needed to maintain stability on Apocalypse. Although he was the ruler of Apocalypse, now many old powers only pretended to be subservient to him. Currently, the Wasteland Wolf needed to find a way to seize a mother box amidst the chaos. He sought to open a time-space passage for Darkseid's projection to descend. Meanwhile, on the other side, the supervillain utilized Professor X as a relay to control all those under her sway to open portals and begin converging. After embedding the Mind Stone into the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos became more adept at utilizing the Infinity Stones. It's important to note that the power of the Infinity Gauntlet is not merely about snapping fingers. It is a weapon surpassing the level of divine artifacts. Upon entering Paradise Island, Lien saw Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet raised above his head, kneeling on one knee with his fist clenched against the ground. This was relayed by the supervillain through brainwaves, informing Thanos that she had seen a method to materialize the anti-life equation in the Wasteland Wolf's memories, which required infusing massive energy into the ground. Boom! A massive purple energy flickered with the guidance of the Mind Stone. The Power Stone could also utilize the Space Stone as its source of power, unleashing its strongest force. The ground was infused with pure energy, beginning to collapse, then slowly revealing strange red symbols. Lien frowned as he seemed to recall something. The anti-life equation. Whispering, his eyes suddenly widened. Damn it. This guy came for the anti-life equation. I should have seen this coming. Having said that, he had no time to think further and directly recited the incantation in his heart, simultaneously harnessing the Reality Stone's power. By my true name, let the symbols of this land become chaotic, and let the earth become unyieldingly solid. Thanos had yet to realize that Lien had invoked the rune word ability, causing a slight adjustment to the symbols on the ground. This meant that the specific sequence of symbols had been disrupted by Lien. However, unbeknownst to him, the anti-life equation had no fixed order, or anyone who could resonate with it could comprehend it. Thus his disruption seemed inconsequential. Thanos, with his photographic memory, recalled the massive symbols, while Lien also remembered how they appeared before the alteration. In this manner, both of them acquired the anti-life equation. At this moment, Thanos was unaware that Lien had also memorized this special rune. He raised his hand, a fierce purple glow emanating from him, the Power Stone being pushed to its limits, and then he struck the ground with a punch, attempting to destroy the anti-life equation. However, the ground cursed by Lien had become exceedingly tough. The portion Thanos destroyed was merely a small piece. Nevertheless, it was sufficient, and the remaining pattern became incomplete. Having obtained the anti-life equation and possessing 3 Infinity Stones, Thanos knew that this Earth would be the greatest obstacle to his conquest of the universe. Thus, he aimed to eliminate all those present. The supervillain issued commands to the controlled Clark, while Tony Stark donned a powerful defensive form with his adaptable armor. Meanwhile, General Deathblade and Black Manta were also present. Lien felt a headache but was not without allies. His previous strategies finally proved useful at this moment. Krypton Fortress. Zod watched everything happening on Earth. In fact, all events on Earth were under the surveillance of Krypton's fortress. However, Lien had once advised him not to easily disrupt the balance between themselves and Earth. Thus, he had been waiting for Lien to speak. The debt he owed Lien could never be repaid. However, Lien would not easily let him take action. So he could only wait. As infinite legions surged toward him, Lien looked up at the Krypton fortress and shouted, "Zod!" As the voice fell, Krypton's fortress illuminated several orange beams. These were Krypton's low-level high-energy weapons. If the main cannon were used, even the sun would struggle to withstand a shot. As the beams struck the ground, except for the controlled human faction, the legions brought by Thanos were turned into blood fog and pieces of flesh amidst the upheaval of soil. In this wave of simple attacks, those combat groups who had accompanied Thanos in the universe were instantly reduced to ashes. However, the top-tier combat power remained completely unscathed. Just as the Kryptonian soldiers, along with Zod, Hulk, and others were about to descend to assist Earth, a woman in a blue robe suddenly appeared before Krypton Fortress. She was none other than Captain Marvel Carol Danvers. At this moment, she was in awe as she gazed at this planetary fortress, which was comparable to the moon. Zod also noticed her. Thus, his aide Fiora nodded towards a large Kryptonian soldier beside her. The large Kryptonian soldier was named Namek, a genetically engineered super Kryptonian soldier and Fiora's bodyguard. His strength was unquestionable. He soared into the air and directly positioned himself in front of Carol. The two fell into a brief standoff, but the anxious Carol chose to engage directly as she needed to return to Earth. In midair, Hulk broke free from Fiora's biological force field and transformed into a shooting star, crashing straight down towards Uwood Throat. Uwood Throat dodged aside but was immediately met with Hulk's roar. Zod looked at Clark, knowing that he had always wanted to beat this guy up. For today, he had taken time out of his busy schedule to refine his physical skills and strength. Clark tilted his head expressionlessly, his gaze slightly reddening, and Zod mirrored the sentiment as their fiery gazes clashed. Their expressions gradually turned ferocious, clearly indicating that their strengths were evenly matched. Fiora watched the armored figure of gold and crimson, who was none other than Tony Stark. Fiora merely leaped, sending Stark flying. He carved a trench several thousand meters long into the ground. However, the intense kinetic energy was fully absorbed by the armor, and now his stored vibranium began to flicker with purple light, clearly indicating a fully charged state. As the vibranium nanobots repaired themselves, a dazed Tony Stark pulled out an energy weapon composed of nanometals from his palm. As he pulled the trigger, a beam of purple kinetic energy provided by vibranium shot towards Fiora. Fiora simply waved her hand to disperse it. Immediately the two engaged in a fierce struggle once again. The big boss was locked in a confrontation with the Deathblade General, their psychic powers clashing against each other. The remaining Kryptonian soldiers, receiving Zod's orders, began to cleanse the area of all miscellaneous foes. Their movements were swift. All they needed to do was take to the air and crash into these minor enemies. Lean looked at Thanos, knowing that this guy had obtained the anti-life equation and no longer wished to waste his strength on this. The supergiant hid not far from Thanos, who was intentionally or unintentionally shielding him. The late-arriving Batman and Diana faced off against Wolverine and Professor X, respectively. Cyborg unleashed energy blasts while Cyclops exchanged blows. Barry utilized his speed to knock out the controlled Amazonian warriors one by one, until he faced Hippolyta, the old woman who had birthed Diana with Zeus, which was quite intriguing for Barry. Thanos surveyed the battlefield, realizing it was impossible for him to leave unscathed. He could either abandon all his minions and escape alone, or he would perish alongside them. A glint of rationality flashed in his wise eyes. He was aware that there were still powerful mages on Earth who had yet to join the fray. The waters of Earth were too deep. It was simply unfathomable. He had thought that with the supergiant controlling so many superheroes on Earth, even if he couldn't win, he could still retreat calmly. But now it seemed he was destined to meet his end here. Reflecting on the anti-life equation in his mind, Thanos inwardly pondered regret. Perhaps I should have obtained the Soul Stone. Before he could finish, Lean cast a spell towards Thanos, silently chanting, "In my name, bind your body." However, this incantation only caused Thanos' body to pause slightly as the Power Stone in his hand flickered, breaking Lean's spell. Seeing that the incantation had no effect on the current Thanos, Lean understood the issue at hand. It was the Infinity Stones in Thanos' possession. Looking at Thanos, Lean shook his head helplessly and said, "It seems I cannot escape the curse of close combat." With that, Lean leapt forward, wielding the black sword, and struck down at Thanos' tyrant's blade. Clang! The force capable of splitting the sun made the Power Stone in Thanos' hand flicker incessantly. Having acquired the anti-life equation, he no longer wished to linger here. Thanos' expression gradually turned ferocious. Lean's strength far exceeded his own. Thus he stepped back, prying the Power Stone from its place in the tyrant's blade. He then opened a portal in front of him. Lean was transported to Titan, but he also opened a portal and swung his sword towards Thanos again. The two were now exchanging blows, but Thanos was under immense pressure. With every attack from Lean, he appeared increasingly strained. If it weren't for the enhancement of the Infinity Stones, he might have lost his head to Lean in just 2 strikes. At that moment, Thanos' mind was consumed by a single thought: how to escape. If this continued, his body would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the Legion he brought with him was almost wiped out. It had only been a few short minutes since he arrived on Earth. As he exchanged blows with Lean, the desolate wolf emerged from the cave, a bitter glint in his eyes. Under Darkseid's orders, he was to obtain the mother boxes at any cost and unite them, or else Darkseid would forever exile him. Apocalypse would remain an unattainable dream for him. In light of this, the desolate wolf could only grit his teeth and try his luck. When he was brought to the battlefield of Paradise Island by the Parademon, he witnessed a scene that filled him with dread. Many of the individuals here were stronger than him. These Kryptonians almost all had the capability to kill him single-handedly. Fortunately, they were currently in a brief stalemate. The desolate wolf quickly assessed the situation on the battlefield and saw the severely injured supergiant controlling a group of mutant puppets to guard the mother boxes. Seeing this rare opportunity, he could not let it slip away. He ordered a large group of parademons to entangle the mutants, and then he swiftly advanced to snatch 2 mother boxes. Lean, witnessing this scene, thought, "Not good." He knew that if the desolate wolf succeeded in summoning Darkseid, they would once again fall into a passive position. Thus he attempted to intervene, hurling the black sword towards the desolate wolf, but Thanos interfered with the trajectory of the sword. The black sword failed to kill the desolate wolf, merely severing half of his torso. Ah! Damn it! The desolate wolf lost his right pectoral muscle and his entire right arm from this blow. Had he not dodged slightly, his intestines would have spilled all over the ground. The successful Desolate Wolf also suffered from Lean's curse, as Lean had placed a curse on the black sword, ensuring that any opponent struck by it would never heal from their wounds. Holding 2 mother boxes with one hand, the Desolate Wolf now had lost his horns and a right arm. Furthermore, his bodily injuries were unhealable. Thanos, witnessing this scene, also grew serious. In less than 3 minutes, his subordinate, the Deathblade General, was left with only one blade. Yuwood throat had been torn in half by Hulk, and the controlled Clark was thoroughly beaten by Zod's martial arts. If it weren't for Clark possessing the same physique as Zod, he wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. The remaining Tony Stark was also being torn apart by Fiora. Although Tony Stark's nanometal could hold on for a while longer, it couldn't last much longer. Gritting his teeth, Thanos decided to open a portal. But Lean always managed to interrupt him at the last moment. Seeing the Desolate Wolf, Thanos knew that he only needed to hold on for a little longer, as the Desolate Wolf was rapidly chanting spells. At the same time, the 3 mother boxes trembled violently, slowly beginning to merge. After killing Yuwood, throat, Hulk had intended to assist Fiora in dealing with Tony Stark, but was stopped by Lean. "Hulk, go stop that guy with the boxes." After rigorous training on Krypton, Hulk's intelligence had matured, and he could perfectly control his reason. He could also get angry rationally. With a clear gaze, he nodded at Lean, then leapt towards the Desolate Wolf, executing a double jump in midair. Boom! His muscular foot stomped on the air as if it had stepped on solid ground. It was no different from flying. In midair, Hulk raised both fists above his head, accelerating towards the ground, attempting to slam down on the Desolate Wolf's head. However, Thanos opened a portal at the spot where Hulk was about to land. Seizing the opportunity, Lean swung his sword towards Thanos' neck. The sword aimed at Thanos' neck was blocked by his raised hand, deflecting the blade against the Power Stone of the Infinity Gauntlet, sending Lean flying with a surge of purple energy. TSK. Unable to deal with Thanos in a short time, he used the remaining energy to fly towards the Desolate Wolf, needing to resolve the trouble with the mother boxes first. After all, compared to Darkseid, Thanos was merely a soft target. Ugh, spit! Thanos kneeled on one leg, vomiting large mouthfuls of red blood. He wiped away the remnants from the corner of his mouth with his wrist, the energy backlash from the Power Stone leaving him gravely injured. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. It was Lien who was the first to unleash such immense power from the Power Stone. Intentionally harnessing this energy, Lien swiftly moved beside the Wasteland Wolf, attempting to prevent him from completing the Mother Box Trinity. Darkseid was a multiversal-level overlord, and Lien did not wish to confront him at this moment. Seizing the opportunity while Lien attempted to stop the Wasteland Wolf, Thanos swiftly grabbed the supergiant and commanded Clark, Tony Stark, and others. The group under his control departed from Earth as Thanos' minions were nearly all dead. Thus it was best to take these powerful individuals away. Thanos first opened a portal to Titan, then swung his tyrant's blade towards Zod. The controlled Clark also took the chance to leave the battlefield, stepping into the portal alongside the supergiant. Tony Stark, assisted by a powerful punch from Fiora, also exited the battlefield. Seeing the main combatants completely leave the battlefield, the injured Thanos raised the tyrant's blade embedded with the Power Stone above his head and unleashed a purple blade of energy at the approaching Kryptonians trying to stop his escape. At the same time, Thanos took the opportunity to step into the portal to Titan. As the portal closed, the controlled mutants Charles and Eric were taken away. What remained were some weak mutants who gradually regained their senses. However, this entire sequence of events occurred in the blink of an eye. Lien looked at the successfully activated Mother Box and thought not good. As the Mother Box Trinity was about to unleash an energy wave that could destroy Earth, Lien quickly hugged the Mother Box and opened a portal to the core of the sun. After the Mother Box was taken by Lien, Ophelia directly seized the injured Wasteland Wolf. The remaining Amazonian warriors, including Hippolyta, also regained their consciousness. Overall, the land was in ruins. Ultimately, Zod had the Kryptonian soldiers detain the Wasteland Wolf and then return to the Kryptonian fortress. The mess left on Earth was left to Batman, Wonder Woman, and their group. Kryptonian Fortress. Carol saw a group of Kryptonians detaining a mangled Beastman and was sent flying by a right whip kick from the hulking Kryptonian Namek. In the end, faced with the Kryptonian soldiers and the addition of Fiora, Carol was predictably suppressed and captured. No one could withstand an assault from more than 3 super Kryptonians who had witnessed the yellow sun. Core of the sun. Lian looked at Darkseid feeling a bit of dread. However, when he realized this was merely a projection, he breathed a sigh of relief. But when he sensed that this being was a subadult, Lian's heart sank once again. At this moment, Darkseid, clad in silver armor with skin that resembled a neutron star scorched by fire, looked down at Lian with orange-yellow eyes. Standing over 2.5 meters tall, he was immensely imposing, wielding a double-head trident. "Is it you who attempts to stop me from conquering this world?" His deep, resonant voice sounded like the growl of an ancient beast, causing Lian's hairs to stand on end. Harnessing the Omega effect, this singular entity emitted a potent life pressure that made Lian hesitant to act recklessly, leaving him only able to confront Darkseid. As the sound faded, Lian saw the orange flames igniting in Darkseid's eyes. This was the Omega beam, an unavoidable attack that could only be endured. A flash of orange light appeared before him, and Lian swiftly raised the black sword to block. This beam could attack anyone from any direction with an exaggerated 90-degree turn. The black sword, under the assault of this energy beam, quickly became heated. Just as it was about to glow red, Lian's heart trembled. This attack's energy far exceeded his heat vision. A simple strike nearly left Lian unable to withstand it. Seeing that Lian could actually block one of his Omega beams, Darkseid's eyes flashed with surprise, and his dark face carried an inexplicable meaning. Interesting. Lian did not respond, only feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. He was no match for Darkseid in terms of heat vision strength, and the Omega beam could easily harm his body. At the same time, Lian was grateful that he had learned magic. The fact that this guy despised flying was the only fortunate aspect. Just as Lian was contemplating how to deal with this behemoth, he suddenly saw Darkseid pull out a 3-headed trident and slam it down towards him. Lian reacted a bit slowly as his black armor was torn apart, and the ground was smashed into a massive circular crater. Boom! A violent solar particle wind was stirred up by the immense force, while the energy matter within the sun began to erupt violently. Simultaneously, this solar flare rapidly surged towards Earth. Lian gazed at his torn armor and the giant pit beneath him, his expression stern as this being's power surpassed his own. Fortunately, he managed to avoid it. Boom! Immediately the two began an invisible clash, as the ground inexplicably formed a depression followed by a series of sonic booms. The extreme wind pressure caused the solar flares to be continuously released into outer space. After a brief flurry of moves, Lian realized that this guy was merely toying with him. At the same time, magic could hardly harm him. Word spells could only momentarily disrupt him, but his speed was just enough to match Lian, or even slightly faster. If this continued, Lian knew he would only find himself at a greater disadvantage, even though he could receive an endless supply of energy from the sun. Once more facing the attack of the Omega beam, Lian struggled to evade, recalling that he had previously struck Darkseid with a sword. However, due to Darkseid's subadult body being immensely strong, the damage inflicted was quite limited. Confronting this insurmountable foe, Lian ultimately chose to bring him into Dormammu's dark dimension. He could not bear this beating alone. At the very least, he needed someone to share the burden. As they were both dimension-level beings, they would surely have more in common. With this thought, Lian acted on it, seizing the opportunity during the chase to open a portal beside him, directly transporting himself and Darkseid into the dark dimension. Upon their appearance, Dormammu immediately took notice. Insect. As a large face appeared, Darkseid reined in his attack on Lian, becoming vigilant towards the large face. Faced with Dormammu, even the subadult Darkseid became cautious. Dimensional life. No, it's a pest that steals dimensional power. Hearing this, Lian was momentarily stunned, but he had no time to ponder further and quickly adjusted his stance. However, at that moment, Dormammu's defenses were breached. After all, Darkseid had pierced through Dormammu's last veil as a Dimension Lord. He was originally just a mage who accidentally fell into the dark dimension, merging his soul with this dimension by abandoning his physical body. Thus, he had stolen the power of this dimension. This is also why Darkseid made such an evaluation of Dormammu. It is known that Darkseid is the overlord of the six-dimensional world, approaching omniscience and omnipotence. Conquering worlds may simply be a matter of interest for him. Upon regaining his senses, Dormammu was enraged, and the energy of the dark dimension began to surge, while Lien also felt an oppressive sensation unlike any before. Clearly Darkseid had hit a nerve with Dormammu. "I will turn you into a specimen to display in my collection. Arrogant insect." Dormammu's furious colorful face grew even more substantial, but Darkseid was undeterred, leaping into the air with a tri-pronged hammer striking Dormammu's face. Simultaneously, Dormammu's large face was smashed into pieces by a special force. Seizing the opportunity, Darkseid unleashed the Omega Beam towards Dormammu's core of consciousness. Lien became a third-party observer. At this moment, he decided that he needed to borrow Dormammu's power, or otherwise, if a fully formed Darkseid came next time, he might be instantaneously annihilated. That simply wouldn't do, as he only had one life. Watching their spectacular battle, Lien first blessed his own body and soul, then armed his spirit with white magic, and finally borrowed Dormammu's dimensional power through the Dark Grimoire. It must be noted that using a Kryptonian's body as a vessel required a tremendous amount of energy to fill. Thus, during the confrontation with Darkseid, Dormammu felt as though his body was being drained. Moreover, he noticed Lien forcibly borrowing his power, but he was held back by Darkseid, helplessly watching himself grow weaker. In contrast, Lien was growing stronger. In terms of both physicality and magical intensity, he reached an unprecedented state. As he continuously drained power, the golden energy enveloping Lien gradually became tainted with black. The two colors fused, slowly transforming into a ghastly gray. Clenching the black sword, Lien looked at Darkseid's back and unrepentantly chose to launch a sneak attack. Raising the black sword, a surge of dark dimensional energy was infused into it, a power far surpassing that of when he severed the head of the celestial Tiamat. With both hands raised above his head, Lien's arms bulged. Then he tightened all his muscles, even his eyelids strained as he roared, "Drink!" The gray sword curtain unleashed by the black sword flickered with a distinctive pallor as Darkseid turned and raised his hammer in an attempt to block. However, Lien had already reached an extraordinary height. The hammer handles he tried to block with were instantly severed, and one strike landed on his shoulder. Once again, the same spot. This place had also suffered the wrath of Ares, the god of war, when he was 8 years old. Darkseid's orange pupils flashed with humiliation. "Damn it!" Furious, Darkseid wielded the broken hammer head with his uninjured hand and swung it forcefully at Lien. Now stronger than his 80-year-old self, he was not weak enough to faint. As he glared angrily at Lien, Dormammu also seized the opportunity, condensing a spike larger than Lien's gray light sword and thrusting it towards Darkseid's back. What Dormammu did not expect was that this thrust would create an unending enemy. The spike directly pierced Darkseid's flesh. This action elicited a blood-curdling scream from Darkseid. "Ah!" Evidently, for the sneak attack by Lien, Darkseid's hatred was more directed at Dormammu for the brutal strike. The piercing scream tightened Lien's heart. Afterward, Lien saw Darkseid's body gradually dissipating, splitting into two strands of orange energy. One imprinted in Dormammu's dark dimension, the other attempting to pursue Lien. However, having read novels, Lien knew this was a point of revenge, so he quickly opened a portal in an attempt to escape. But this strand of energy was no ordinary entity. It seemed to inherit Darkseid's rage, directly penetrating time and space, leaving an orange mark on Lien's back. Upon closer inspection, this mark was a miniature version of Apocalypse. Lien did not expect that, having borrowed a quarter of Dormammu's power, he would still be branded with a time anchor by Darkseid's avatar. This indirectly confirmed Darkseid's might. If his true form descended, Lien felt as if he would be nothing but an ant before him. Titan. K2E. Hulk spat at Clark, who was controlling him, then turned to Thanos, sitting nearby. "How about a unknown? Group fights are no skill, you purple potato." After receiving specific training from Fiora on Krypton, Hulk was now quite powerful, but to maintain his sanity and avoid being controlled by the supergiant, he dared not let himself become irrationally angry. Therefore, he was forcibly bound in place by Clark's biological force field. Thanos, on the other hand, silently gazed at the distant yellow sands, ignoring Hulk's taunts, his mind repeatedly recalling the image of a little green girl. Ebony Maw was dead, and the blade of the fallen general had also broken. Now Thanos was left with only the supergiant and a host of Earthlings controlled by him. Stark continued to study his armor. Charles and Eric were using their metal manipulation abilities to construct a temporary shelter. Thanos, touching the Infinity Gauntlet, missing 3 Infinity Stones, ultimately made up his mind to go to Vormir to obtain the Soul Stone. Now he had to wait for Gamora. The supergiant beside him understood his intentions and picked up a communicator to contact Gamora. At the same time, she began to pinpoint Gamora's location. Asgard. Hela was reporting everything that had happened on Earth to Thor, who was sitting on Odin's throne. Upon hearing about the might of Thanos and the War Wolf, he was shocked that such a powerful force still existed in the universe and silently tapped the armrest of the throne. Now he seemed to understand the pressure his father faced back then. In the face of the ever-present crisis in the universe, he needed to possess immense power to protect the 9 realms, to protect his Asgard. Had it not been for Lien's help when his father passed away, his Asgard would have long been destroyed. This danger had arrived even before his father's death. It must be known that Odin had maintained peace across the 9 realms for thousands of years, and while there were occasional local wars, they remained within an acceptable range. Now Thor felt an unprecedented pressure. Seeing Thor's demeanor, Frigga suddenly spoke. "Nidavellir, there is a weapon your father left for you, the Stormbreaker." Hearing this, Hela's expression stiffened, and he struggled to reply. "Nidavellir has been decimated by Thanos, leaving only the Dwarf King. If you want him to forge the Stormbreaker." Hela could not finish the sentence. After all, Thanos had acted too swiftly, and Asgard was also facing Hela's hard control, failing to protect Nidavellir. This was indeed Asgard's fault. Thor's expression darkened. Ever since becoming the king of Asgard, he felt as if he had grown up overnight. In the past, he had Odin to support him through troubles. Now that Odin was gone, his shoulders had to bear the burdens of Asgard. "No matter what, we must find a way to forge this weapon." Thor's gaze was resolute, his tone carrying an added authority. "Even if I have to do it myself." Thus he took Odin's eternal spear and activated the Bifrost. As for why Thor did not use Odin's eternal spear, it was because he and the spear's attributes were incompatible, making it rather ineffective. After all, the eternal spear was Odin's exclusive weapon. A spaceship piloted by a raccoon in the universe. "Thanos has locked onto my location." Kamala looked at her communicator and then glanced at Star-Lord, who was dancing awkwardly with headphones on. Star-Lord's expression froze at her words. Just as he was lost in thought, a portal suddenly lit up in the sky. In an instant, Kamala was grabbed by a hand wearing a golden glove, and then the portal vanished. "No!" Star-Lord felt an ominous premonition as his expression gradually broke down. The others also guessed that Kamala was in grave danger this time. They hurriedly approached to comfort Star-Lord, then instructed Rocket the raccoon to change course towards Vormir. At this moment, the destroyer unusually displayed some intelligence as he looked at everyone. "Do you think we stand a chance against Thanos?" After he spoke, everyone fell silent. Just then they saw a rainbow-colored beam of light shooting into deep space. The well-informed Rocket's eyes flickered at the sight of the beam. "We may not be a match, but we can seek assistance." Because they were close to the Nidavellir star system at that moment, they quickly activated the spaceship and headed towards the point where the Rainbow Bridge descended. Nidavellir. Thor gazed at the devastated star ring. The once eternal neutron star fire was now frozen into silence. Lost in thought, he did not notice a massive figure approaching from behind. Just as Thor turned his head to look back, a fist covered in metal slammed into his face. Bang! Thor was sent flying by a punch from the Dwarf King. Then another heavy fist struck the metallic ground, sending sparks flying. In a panic, Thor used Mjolnir to block another punch from the Dwarf King, while his body was embedded into the metallic floor. To prevent any misunderstandings from escalating, Thor quickly spoke, "Stop. I am Odin's son, Thor." Upon hearing this, the Dwarf King became furious. "Odin was supposed to protect us, but he did not. My father is dead." As Thor's words fell, the Dwarf King's face, once filled with rage, suddenly fell. He then slumped down onto the ground. Knowing that Nidavellir had been slaughtered by Thanos, Thor's tone softened gradually. "I'm sorry. Asgard could not protect you. Then why have you come to find me now?" The Dwarf King's tone was despondent, his voice filled with despair. "I need your help to forge a legendary weapon." "Oh!" Before Thor could finish, Mjolnir collided directly with his stomach, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Mjolnir was upset. Thor had to start using the sweet words he used to charm women. After soothing it for a while, Mjolnir finally calmed down. Because Thor promised it that Mjolnir was his precious, while the Stormbreaker could only come second. The Dwarf King couldn't help but feel moved by this scene. He knew that this hammer was made from the essence collected from the neutron star. After calming the hammer, Thor looked at the Dwarf King. Can you find a way to merge the form of Stormbreaker into Mjolnir? That way I wouldn't have to. You know? The Dwarf King shook his head at the guy who was coaxing the hammer. Perhaps I could do that before my hands were cut off, but I can't do it now. Hearing this, Thor helplessly shrugged towards Mjolnir, but inwardly, he felt a slight delight. All men are fickle, and Thor was no exception. All right then, you help me forge Stormbreaker, and he'll help you slay Thanos for revenge. The Dwarf King nodded. He then slowly stood up and led Thor to a weapon warehouse filled with molds. The Dwarf King used his mind to control the machinery in the warehouse, slowly bringing out a set of molds from deep inside. As they waited for the molds, the Dwarf King introduced to Thor. This is the King's artifact your father reserved for you at your birth. It can directly summon the Rainbow Bridge, and this hammer was previously used by your sister. When the molds arrived in front of them, the Dwarf King looked at Thor and continued. Now you need to help me break the seal Thanos placed on Nidavellir, or else Stormbreaker will just be a mold. Just as Thor was about to contact Eitri to send someone over for repairs, a spaceship suddenly flew into the sky. It hovered above the star ring. A group of people then descended from it along with a tree-like creature, curiously observing everything around. The newcomers were Star-Lord and the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. They had come seeking help. However, they did not expect to encounter this situation. Seeing these people, Thor swung his hammer and asked, "Who are you?" Star-Lord, seeing Thor's appearance, immediately put on his mask and drew out his blaster, pointing it at Thor. "Who are you?" This was their first meeting, hence the current scene. "I am Odin's son, Thor." Thor honestly introduced himself. Upon hearing Thor's name, Rocket's eyes lit up. "Hey buddy, can I hire you to help me rescue someone from Thanos? Do you have a grudge against Thanos?" Thor was taken aback. Groot beside him said, "I am Groot. Yes, he captured my good friend, and now I need to save her." Star-Lord became anxious. "Can you repair the star ring?" Thor did not answer their question, but pointed towards the Nidavellir outside. "I'm a mechanic, and this looks pretty simple. Just tie the star ring with steel cables to get it moving." Rocket the raccoon pondered with his pointed nose. The destroyer stood quietly to the side and suddenly spoke. "If the star ring starts moving, how will you untie the cables?" This question stumped Rocket. In the end, Thor became a bit impatient. "Then you drive the spaceship and I'll pull the cables." After making the decision, the two directly began the practical operation. No surprises. Thor completed the planned scene using his body to withstand the high-energy beams of the neutron star. As the star ring was illuminated, the Dwarf King roared, "Hold on." He then looked at the URU metal in the furnace, and as the solid steel ingots slowly melted into metallic liquid, the Dwarf King quickly opened the pouring spout of the molten steel. As the molten steel flowed into the molds, the little raccoon looked at Thor and said to the Dwarf King and Star-Lord, "He's dying, what should we do?" Star-Lord angrily slapped the steel building in front of him, while the Dwarf King opened the mold to reveal the axe inside. Bang! As the axe fell to the ground, the Dwarf King's gaze began to sweep around. "I need a handle, but if the axe cools down, he will really die." Groot seemed to have thought of something. His arrival was as if bearing a mission. He stepped up to the hot axe, extending his hand to transform it into tentacles, gritting his teeth to hold the axe in place. "I am Groot." While shouting, he lifted the axe, and his arm quickly grew, then extended the other hand to cut off the hand that was holding the axe. As a bolt of lightning pierced through the air around the axe, Thor seemed to sense something, his fingers slightly trembling. Then Stormbreaker slowly floated up. Just as it was about to fly into Thor's hand, a smaller shadow of a hammer quickly landed in Thor's grasp. Boom! As the god of thunder regained his strength, the axe seemed to possess consciousness, unwilling to approach Thor. "Oh yeah, two little wives are arguing." Rocket couldn't help but comment on this scene. Groot said, "I am Groot. Earth." At this moment, Leon was trying various methods against the mark on his back. Yet he was unable to erase this brand. He even tried to peel off his skin, but it was futile. This mark seemed to be engraved on his true spirit. Nevertheless, one must admit, if used as a tattoo, it would indeed look quite cool. This urgency made him feel pressed, especially since his opponent was the so-called six-dimensional overlord Darkseid. Similarly, in the dark dimension, Dormammu gazed at the flickering orange mark in the space, his eyes flashing with a strange luster. However, within the dark dimension he could easily remove this mark, yet he chose not to. This was because Darkseid's originally obliterated avatar had been reconstructed by him. Now it was displayed in his showcase. Moreover, Dormammu was also attempting to sever a part of his consciousness to inhabit Darkseid's body. After all, Darkseid's first entry into the dark dimension lacked the corresponding means, making physical escape impossible. Unlike Lien and Gui, who were seasoned veterans, they would all don the white magic of the Dimensional Emperor upon entering the dark dimension. Thus, Dormammu's control over them would be significantly more challenging. As he studied Darkseid's body, Dormammu's astonishment grew. If he could successfully inhabit this body, he would be able to enter the real universe using this physical form. One must know he had existed in the dark dimension for an indeterminate amount of time, dreaming of witnessing the clamor of the mortal world once more. However, the sorcerers of Camartage always thwarted him. Titan. Thanos emerged from the portal, sorrow flickering in his eyes. Gamora ultimately could not be retained. After returning to Titan, he locked himself in the tranquil solitude of his throne, persistently trying to comprehend the fundamental logic of the anti-life equation. The trapped Hulk incessantly spewed trash talk. Meanwhile, he wondered if Leon had forgotten him, as no one had come to rescue him yet. However, he did not feel bored, as he was among familiar faces. Even though they were under his control, they still behaved as before as long as they did not defy orders. One must say the control methods of the hypergiant were quite formidable. For instance, a close friend while crying could stab a knife into your heart. Such emotions were not feigned. Tony Stark too would occasionally exchange a few words with the Hulk. While Tony chatted with the Hulk, a rainbow-colored light flashed across the sky. Ah! Boom! Entering were Thor and Star-Lord along with other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Thor was tirelessly handling two weapons, an axe and a hammer. Then slowly rising from the pit he had smashed, he looked comical. Tony Stark's attire quickly transformed into the versatile armor. Simultaneously, the base AI began analyzing Thor to create targeted armor. Beside him, Star-Lord cupped his hands to form a trumpet, shouting, "Gamora! Where are you, Gamora?" Thanos' temporary base was filled with his noisy shouts. The hypergiant appeared somewhat impatient, knowing Thanos needed quiet. Thus, she issued a command in Clark's mind to silence these people. Controlled Clark wasted no time and unleashed a full-power heat vision at Star-Lord. Buzz! The air resonated with a sonic boom of hyper-frequency vibrations. Star-Lord, with his demigod physique, took a hit but was severely injured. When Clark's heat vision swept towards Thor, it was deflected onto Tony Stark by the storm axe he held in one hand. This surge of energy caused Tony Stark's vibranium suit to overload, triggering alarms from Jarvis. Reluctantly, Tony aimed an energy pulse at Thor. Thor raised the hammer in his other hand to block. One must say Thor's current state seemed capable of single-handedly taking on Thanos, who possessed 6 Infinity Stones. He charged forward, braving Clark's heat vision. As he drew closer, he swung his hammer at him. Clark reached out, attempting to grasp the hammer, but was slightly stunned by the thunderous power within. Overall, he could endure slightly more than Thor. As Clark's heat vision waned, Thor's axe struck Clark's shoulder. This blow, due to its enchantment, cleaved a gash into Clark's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Thor kicked Clark in the chest. One must admit Thor, capable of withstanding neutron star energy beams, was indeed remarkably powerful. Clark was sent flying backward while the wound on his shoulder visibly healed. Although occasional arcs of electricity hindered the healing process, Clark's health pool withstood it. Seeing Clark being pushed back, Tony Stark transformed into a dark red spherical iron suit. This mode was neutron star mode, known for its defensive capabilities. However, he was still sent flying by an axe. Noticing Thor's approach, Hulk's eyes lit up. Clang! After breaking the energy restraints on Hulk, he regained his freedom. His skin visibly turned green. This was a manifestation of rage being unleashed. Roar! Purple potato, come out for a unknown. The powerful roar pressured the space, causing ripples to surge in the air. As Hulk's body began to swell, muscles protruded as if being pulled. Dust was kicked up from the ground. Even as Thor pulled Clark out, not even Magneto Eric could control the satellite-sized metals to hinder Hulk's fury. Before long these metals were shredded and Magneto aged significantly. His bodily functions could not support such consumption. Meanwhile Charles could not invade Hulk's thoughts. Now Hulk's mind was filled with unending fury. His rationality was wrapped in anger, rendering him unafraid of being manipulated by the hypergiant. Without Banner vying for control, no one could command him. With a fierce roar Hulk propelled himself toward Thanos' lonely throne. Earth. Lian looked at Beast King and the big boss, seemingly realizing something. Where the hell did Hulk go? What about Clark? Lian, now responsive, stared blankly towards Paradise Island. Not here. He then shifted his gaze to the Kryptonian fortress, where he spotted a woman exuding energy fluctuations, yet unable to break free from her bindings. Moreover, this woman seemed somewhat familiar to him, felt like he had seen her somewhere before. However, he couldn't recall due to the passage of time. This person was Captain Marvel Carol. Additionally, she was accompanied by the bound Wasteland Wolf. Ignoring them, Lian quickly opened a portal. He remembered that she had been teleported elsewhere by Thanos through a portal when he had instructed Hulk to stop Wasteland Wolf from merging with the Mother Box. Eventually, Lian spotted a green-skinned figure in a familiar location. He took a step forward and arrived at Titan. Hulk! Lee! Seeing Lian's arrival, Hulk was filled with excitement. He executed a double jump in the... It should be noted that Lian was no less than Hulk's reborn parents. He completely severed Banner's consciousness, making Hulk an independent entity. Moreover, he retained his physical form. Hulk felt an indescribable familiarity. Hulk approached Lian, who was aware of Clark's control issue. The primary task now was to eliminate the supergiant, allowing everyone on Earth to regain consciousness. Otherwise, he was unsure if Clark would suddenly go berserk. Lian quickly said to Hulk, "Find that blue-skinned one and deal with her. I will take care of the purple sweet potato essence." Okay? Hulk nodded and then made a big leap. There was no doubt that Thanos chose to avoid confrontation again, as his grand ambitions were not yet fulfilled, and he could not afford to die so easily. The supergiant was not so fortunate. Despite Tony Stark's relentless efforts with his armor, she was unexpectedly decapitated by Hulk in her severely injured state. With the death of the supergiant and the disappearance of Thanos, the consciousness of many was restored, and Lian opened a portal to lead the group back to Earth. Meanwhile, Star-Lord was unable to find Gamora and fell into despair. Thanos had left too decisively, without a shred of hesitation, even abandoning such powerful subordinates. When Thor looked at Lian, he politely greeted, "Hello Lian, do come to Asgard often." Lian responded with a smile, "Sure." At the same time, he felt a faint threat emanating from Thor's Stormbreaker. This axe could hurt him. It seemed to be enchanted with armor-piercing properties. If he couldn't comprehend the anti-life equation in time and Darkseid arrived early, it might help him. So having more friends meant more options. After all, who knows how strong a berserk Thor could be? Lian then saw Thor trying to charm a hammer and an axe, which was quite amusing. "Clark, what happened to you?" Lian asked, glancing at the silent Clark. Lost in thought, Clark recalled the scene of the child being killed, his lips pressed together. He closed his eyes, opened them again, shook his head, and said, "It's nothing, just... I can't accept it for a moment because sigh. It's nothing." Clark did not want to elaborate, and Lian did not press further. Instead, he patted Clark's shoulder. The current Clark had lost some of his former naivety and gained a touch of maturity. Tony Stark looked in shock at his hand, where nanobots flowed and morphed according to his thoughts. However, he wore a bitter expression, for despite reaching this level, he still couldn't inflict a single scratch on Hulk. Soon his gaze was drawn to Thor's axe and hammer. He had an intuition that these materials might enable a qualitative upgrade for his armor and perhaps lead to breakthroughs in his magical research. So he approached Thor to strike up a conversation. "There's nothing that a drink can't solve." Tony Stark looked at Thor. "Hey muscle man, how about a drink?" Their banter led to a friendship of sorts. Facing Tony Stark's good-natured teasing, Thor was not upset. After all, he had matured a lot and understood the value of building friendships. After all, having more friends meant more options. "Sure, Iron Man, but it would be even better if you invite Lian and his friends along." Thor smiled at Tony Stark and continued his introduction. "I am Thor Odinson, the king of Asgard." Now Thor did not dare to regard himself as the master of the 9 realms, having shed some of his arrogance. Haha, I'm Tony Stark, a damn capitalist. Seeing their self-deprecating humor, Lien glanced at the silent Professor X and Magneto beside him. They could not accept that so many mutants had died due to loss of control. Moreover, the controlled Wolverine had personally killed that child, and they had witnessed the scene without Hulk was mindlessly fiddling with the chairs in Lien's house. The group was noisy, some indifferent, some sorrowful, some silent, and some anxious. There are many matters to handle at the Mutant Academy. I think we should take our leave, Mr. Lien, Charles said, looking at Lien, while Eric pushed his wheelchair behind him. At that moment, Eric opened his mouth, but no words came out. He actually wanted Lien to return the helmet that could block mental control. However, thinking of Lien's power, he hesitated to speak. He could only look at Lien with anticipation. Eric, do you have something to say? Facing Lien's inquiry, Eric's eyes flickered. However, recalling the helplessness of being controlled in the future, he gritted his teeth and said, I want to ask if you can return my helmet. If I had the helmet, the mutants wouldn't. He became somewhat emotional at this point. Taking a deep breath, he gradually regained his composure. Sorry, I lost my cool. Lien, upon hearing this, also thought of the issue. Indeed, if they all had something to block mental invasion, this incident on Earth wouldn't have happened, or even if it did not, so many would have died. Lien nodded, extending his hand. A metallic sphere from his room was drawn to him. It was a trophy from his previous visit to the Mutant Academy. Now it was being returned to its rightful owner. As Lien shaped his life force field, the metal sphere transformed back into the helmet it once was. At the same time, Lien also discerned its atomic structure. It was a special metal that could block mental power. With the atomic structure of this metal, Lien attempted to find similar metal on Earth through the special radiation channels it emitted, but ultimately he could not find any. These materials were not products of Earth. Thus Lien questioned, where did this helmet come from? Why can't I find the same material on Earth? Eric explained in response to Lien's inquiry, this was once conjured out of thin air by Apocalypse, a mutant, and gifted to me. Upon hearing this, Lien recalled, Hiss! Even a powerful being capable of creating objects out of thin air like Apocalypse was killed. One could imagine the might of this Phoenix Force. Fortunately, the Phoenix Force was offline, otherwise Lien felt he would have been somewhat ostentatious. Being able to destroy matter at the atomic level implied a power that was nearly touching the rules. Currently, Lien was not capable of completely killing someone at the atomic level. At most, he could punch an ordinary person to the point of atomic shock and destruction, far from obliterating atoms. Thus, this helmet was truly unique. Seeing Lien like this, both Eric and Charles were puzzled. Lien, realizing the situation, quickly returned the helmet to Eric. This is your helmet, but I think it would be better to let Charles wear it, haha. Laughing, Lien casually brushed it off and returned to his thoughts. Receiving the helmet, Eric and Charles said, let's head back. Blink withdrew her gaze from Lien, her eyes flashing with a hint of something unusual. As they departed, Tony Stark and Thor continued their discussion. Lien overheard Stark wanting to trade for URU metal with Thor. Superman returned to the Kent farm. Hulk was playing with Beast King, while the big boss quietly watched Electro. At this moment, Electro resembled a soulless shell, quietly leaning against the simple shelter he had built. As the atmosphere around them grew quieter, the voices of Tony Stark and Thor became increasingly clear. You said you wanted some URU metal to forge the Stormbreaker, Thor said as he cradled Mjolnir and the Stormbreaker in his arms. No way. Seeing Tony Stark, Thor felt as if he was looking at a pervert trying to steal his treasure. Lien found this scene amusing. Haha. One had to admit that Thor had quite the potential to be a comedic lead. Hearing Lien's laughter, a layer of embarrassment slowly crept onto Thor's face. Could you spare me a bit of that wooden handle's shavings? The handle of this axe was made from Groot's arm. It possessed the unique vitality of the god Elephant Clan, a result confirmed by Jarvis scans. This might inspire Tony Stark in his biological armor. Faced with Tony Stark's earnest request, Thor no longer refused, and instead offered Tony a small amount of shavings from the end of the axe handle. At the same time, Tony Stark quickly formed a temperature-controlled container using nanobots to store the shavings. Just as he excitedly looked up at Lien tossed a small piece of destroyer armor debris in front of Tony Stark. He instinctively caught the metal fragment. Thor raised an eyebrow and asked, "You're you metal?" Lien nodded. This is a fragment of your father's destroyer armor." Saying this, Lien used a biological force field to open the door of the wooden cabin, and out flew chairs, tables, blankets, bottles, and even a grill. "Hey, us go to the hunting grounds and catch a wild bull? I want a barbecue." Turning around, Lien instructed the flesh. After that, he poured each of them a glass of cola from the bottles. "Hey guys, we're in big trouble. Do you remember that orc with horns on his head?" Lien paused and saw Tony and Thor each taking a sip of their cola, then shouted towards Kent Farm, "Clark, come over and hang out." He then looked up at the Kryptonian fortress. "Zod, come over for a drink." Soon a light streaked across the sky, and Zod quickly appeared beside them along with Clark. Thinking for a moment, Lien directed his gaze towards Kamartaj. "Steven, come over for a drink." As soon as he spoke, an orange portal lit up in the courtyard, and the one who came was Steven, dressed in robes. As everyone sat together, Lien stood up and poured each of them a glass of cola. He then took off his shirt, revealing the orange sigil on his skin. This sigil was summoned by Darkseid after the wilderness wolves gathered the 3 mother boxes. He is the overlord of the 6-dimensional universe, and this sigil represents his home, Apocalypse. You must have seen the scene that occurred on Paradise Island. The Darkseid that descended upon Earth is merely a projection of his avatar. As he spoke, Lien projected all his encounters with Darkseid as well as everything in the dark dimension. Steven's expression suddenly grew serious when he saw the battle between Dormammu, Lien, and Darkseid. He could feel the power of Darkseid, and Lien, having had previous encounters with Dormammu himself, though he had relied on the Time Stone to outlast Dormammu, unable to withstand even a single attack from him. The top figures of Earth fell into a moment of silence upon hearing Lien's words. Lien continued, "This mark is his locator. He has been conquering the universe. Before he encountered me, he had already successfully conquered 100,000 universes, and unfortunately Earth is his next target. I don't know when his real body will descend. If we fail, all living beings in this universe will become Darkseid's minions and continue to wage war in other universes. So if he descends, I need your help." Everyone nodded, knowing that they wouldn't stand a chance against a universe-conquering overlord individually. Helping Lien was equivalent to helping themselves. A brief silence enveloped the group. Lien pondered for a moment, waved at the Flash, and continued to address everyone. "There's also a purple-skinned individual named Thanos who has taken the anti-life equation from Earth." Anti-life equation? Upon hearing this new term, Tony Stark appeared somewhat puzzled. Is it literally the opposite of life? Lien nodded. "It is a multiversal-level conundrum and a special weapon. Once its answer is found, anyone can wield multiversal-level power." Multiverse. Hearing this concept, everyone was taken aback. Steven chimed in, "The multiverse is essentially created every time a significant event occurs in the main universe, resulting in a unique timeline. For example, if you try to go back in time to change the future, that moment creates a time paradox. Simply put, what you think is changing the future is actually creating a new future." Everyone listened attentively except for Clark and Zod with their super brains, along with Tony and Hulk, while Thor appeared somewhat puzzled. "What do you mean? You can keep flirting with your hammer and axe." "Oh!" Hulk and Thor bantered back and forth harmoniously. The discussion continued. Thanos possessing 4 Infinity Stones and the anti-life equation along with Darkseid was currently Earth's greatest enemy. Now everyone had to think of every possible way to become stronger or track down Thanos throughout the universe to eliminate him before he could solve the anti-life equation. The strategy against Darkseid was to try to destroy the coordinates on Lien, causing Darkseid to lose his way in the multiverse. At this moment, Lien did not possess the courage to confront a multiversal-level Darkseid. When everyone realized the crisis they were facing, they completely lost the desire to calmly enjoy barbecue. Thor activated the Bifrost to return to Titan, thinking of Star-Lord and the others, while this Guardians of the Galaxy team was also searching for Thanos. He wanted to join them. If they found him, as Lien said, he would cleave his neck with one strike. He also instructed Hela to help him find Thanos with her eyes. Clark worked during the day at the Daily Planet and with Lois, and after putting Lois to sleep at night, he would train at the Sun. Tony Stark took the cells from the God Elephant clan that Thor had given him and the URU metal fragment from Lien, returning to his beachside villa for relentless research. Hulk, the leader, and Beast King continued to head to the Kryptonian fortress for training and education, and they also brought the Flash along. Lien provided Zod with the atomic sequence of metal that could block mind control and entrusted him to help create it. Additionally, Lien gave Tony a liquid geometric cube that accumulated decades of Kryptonian technology. He then headed to the core of the sun to begin intensive research on the Reality Stone and the anti-life equation. The Infinity Stones harboring cosmic-level energy were far more complex than they appeared. As the research deepened, he realized the power of the Infinity Stones was not as simple as it seemed. If the user's strength was not sufficient, they would not be able to withstand the consequences of using the Infinity Stones. However, Lien could conveniently transfer these consequences onto others. As the ruler of the dark dimension, Dormammu could fully endure this damage. Thus, Lien attempted to use the Reality Stone to fully comprehend the meaning of the anti-life equation. However, after waiting for a while, he felt nothing. Lien sighed. It seems the level of the anti-life equation is above that of the Infinity Stones. With his super intellect, he found the bizarre pattern obscure and difficult to grasp, yet it superficially resembled a large face filled with countless emotions. From it, Lien perceived a mix of laughter and tears, though he couldn't yet grasp the deeper layers. The current feelings of laughter and tears were memories left by the jester Arthur. A face with a synchronized expression of laughter and tears filled with genuine emotion. Such a unique sense of disconnection could not be understood by one who had not experienced it. Chris Empire. Seated on the divine throne of Chris, Thanos rested his eyes against the back of the seat, his mind conjuring the crimson pattern of the anti-life equation from which he felt the estrangement of familial love during his childhood on Titan, confusion, fear, and ultimately the solitude of self-imposed isolation mocked by his kin, misunderstood and condemned. Lastly, the extinction of Titan led to his own guilt and inner judgment of his soul, the eventual reshaping of his values, and then doubts about his own worth. At the same time, a glimmer of hope for saving the universe arose. The contemplation of life and death made him cast aside the shame of abandoning Gamera along with love. This sequence of events gradually painted a look of anguish on his face. The upheavals of his life and the desolation of being misunderstood by all seemed to be validated by the anti-life equation. Elsewhere outside the Chris Empire, a swaying spaceship slowly entered the starport. The Guardians of the Galaxy began their quest to find Thanos. Apocalypse. On a throne resembling a hellish scene sat a massive figure with skin as rough as a black dwarf star. He was Darkseid. His orange-yellow eyes were the size of soybeans, yet exuded a powerful sense of oppression. At that moment, he had received memories transmitted from his avatar. When he saw Dormammu, his palm involuntarily clenched the throne made of star core. Dimensional life. I remember you. As he spoke, his hand broke off a piece of metal from the throne. With a mere thought, a more powerful avatar than before was birthed from his hand. If he weren't so preoccupied, he would have crushed this guy to death. Fortunately, the Wasteland Wolf was captured and imprisoned alongside Carol in the Phantom Zone. Otherwise, if Darkseid learned that the anti-life equation had been obtained on Earth, he might have forcibly invaded without hesitation. Darkseid's avatar slowly transformed into nothingness in the air, based on the coordinates left on Lien. This exemplified Darkseid's might, or on Apocalypse, he could teleport his avatars to any world where he knew the coordinates with just his will. Meanwhile, within the sun, Lien struggled with various methods but failed to decipher the anti-life equation. However, his application of the Reality Stone became increasingly adept. Thus, after sacrificing Dormammu's dark energy, the Apocalypse beacon behind him was stripped away. However, the cost was considerable. Dormammu of the Dark Dimension cursed in frustration, but it was merely impotent rage. With the protection of the anti-life equation and dark magic from the Dark Book, Dormammu had no way to deal with Lien. However, Dormammu had become somewhat accustomed to the situation. He was now preparing to sever a strand of consciousness that connected with himself and inhabit the physical body left behind by Darkseid in the Dark Dimension. He was about to enter the real world. Earth. Tony Stark, who was researching URU metal, suddenly received a warning from Jarvis. Sir detected a surge of energy similar to that emanating from URU metal on Earth. Deep within a historical ruin, a woman held at gunpoint recited the incantation on the ground. "O God, I summon you in the name of the 6 elders, Shazam." As her voice fell, a rich thunder energy surged from the sky. Lightning danced wildly, slowly forming a funnel-like vortex. With a blue light striking the ground, a figure clad in a black robe slowly rose from a half-kneel. The ground melted into a sea of lava. The foolish mortal grasped by his neck was instantly turned to char. Facing the concentrated fire from the mercenaries, he resembled another Superman. Bullets could not even harm his pupils. "You are too weak." After saying this, his body emitted a fierce electric light, incinerating those who approached him. Whoosh! The leading mercenary shouldering an RPG pulled the trigger at him, yet it had no effect. Just a lightning bolt struck down, causing the mountains to crumble. With the sunlight shining, the cloaked figure finally revealed a face that was not too dark. Immediately following were swarms of mercenaries. However, this figure was remarkably swift. In just a few seconds, all of them were killed. As the explosion echoed, this figure maintained an air of sophistication and did not look back at the blast. At that moment, a golden-red figure streaked across the sky. It arrived behind him and casually knocked out a mercenary who was reloading. Indeed, the newcomer was Tony Stark. At this time, Jarvis rapidly analyzed the residual traces around, reporting to Tony Stark, "Sir, there are significant electronic residues very similar to Thor's lightning attributes." As Jarvis's voice faded, Tony Stark's armor began to transform into an anti-lightning form, responding to his neural signals. The sleek platinum armor with minimalistic lines emerged, and a pair of eyes radiating white light appeared, exuding aesthetic beauty. Simultaneously, Jarvis continued to report the situation to Tony Stark. "Sir, this place seems a bit... Are there other superpowered beings here?" "Yes, sir," Jarvis explained while synchronously gathering network data. "This is Kandahar. It is part of the continuation of Egyptian civilization, and there exist star gods similar to Egyptian legends." As Tony Stark listened to Jarvis's explanation, he approached the cloaked figure, still holding the missile he had taken from the mercenary. Because the missile carried frequencies similar to those he had encountered with the cosmic cube. "Who are you?" the figure in the black robe inquired of Tony Stark. "He is Tony Stark, the #1 playboy of America." Before Tony Stark could respond, a bespectacled man inside a car spoke up. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark gave him a thumbs up. He didn't expect to be so famous here as well. "That's right." Tony Stark's mask slowly retracted, revealing a somewhat disheveled face with bloodshot eyes. "I am Tony Stark. And you?" At this point, Tony Stark had not slept for a week. Simultaneously, he had also reached a bottleneck in his research on URU metal. Thus, he decided to come out to clear his mind and seek some inspiration. Looking at this guy with a small mustache, the cloaked figure lifted his hood, revealing a balding head similar to Nick Fury's. "My name is Adam." Meanwhile, several individuals with special powers were gathering and approaching this location. As he spoke, Adam glanced at the missile in Tony Stark's hand, frowning. The contents of the missile could harm him. At the same time, Tony noticed Adam's reaction, realizing that Adam was wary of the missile he held. Thus, Tony discreetly wrapped it with nanobots. Just then, a plane flew down from the sky, and Tony Stark, with his enhanced vision, noticed the words Justice League inscribed on the aircraft. Then a figure clad in an eagle uniform swooped down with flapping wings. The sun. Lien breathed a sigh of relief after using the reality stone to erase the time anchor point imprinted by Darkseid. He still had no clue about the anti-life equation. Suddenly, a wave of energy fluctuated from the Earth. Lien couldn't help but direct his gaze towards the planet. "The power of thunder." Murmuring, Lien launched himself towards Earth. At the same time, a portal appeared in his path. Whoosh! Boom! As Lien skimmed over the ocean's surface, the sonic boom from the splashing water created a thunderous roar. As the pyramid gradually enlarged, Lien spotted Tony Stark and a large figure in black confronting four individuals. It couldn't be called a confrontation, as they were currently being aimed at by a 108 caliber energy cannon mounted on Tony Stark's chest. At the same time, 12 reactors on his body began to charge, which instantly silenced the four. One shot could obliterate the continental shelf. Lien nodded inwardly at this scene. The caliber is justice and energy density is truth. Tony's suit was already on par with some mid-tier offensive starships. Some small asteroids couldn't withstand such a terrifying shot. It seemed he had a good grasp of Kryptonian knowledge. However, he wondered why Tony hadn't continued to enhance himself genetically and instead focused more on developing his armor. After all, it is not one's own strength but external factors that ultimately matter. As they entered a standoff, Lien slowly drifted closer to them. When Adam saw Lien, his brows furrowed, he smelled death. This feeling annoyed him, so he suddenly flew away and disappeared. On the contrary, Dr. Fate, wearing a helmet, brightened at the sight of Lien, because he could briefly see the future events. He knew Lien was not a bad person. Moreover, he had indirectly saved them. Lien then looked at Tony Stark, who was wearing a platinum suit, and exclaimed, "Tony, your suit is really cool." Hearing Lien's praise, Tony's mouth curled into an exaggerated smile. "Thank you." Dr. Fate and Hawkman also looked at Tony Stark. They had heard of Iron Man's reputation and the events that transpired in New York, but they were tied up in their own battles. And now it was the same. They needed to continue pursuing Adam and find a way to make him relinquish his divine power, so they said little and left. After all, it had gotten pretty tense earlier. Watching them leave, Tony Stark grimaced. "How rude." Lien chuckled and shook his head, though a thoughtful expression crossed his face. The Adam from earlier should be Shazam. To be honest, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. If only... "Lee, how about we find a place to grab a drink? I'd like to learn some things from you." Tony reached up to scratch his nose, seeming a bit uncomfortable. Having his thoughts interrupted, Lien nodded. "Sure." He also wanted to search for the ruins that sealed Black Adam to see if they could be of help to him. He didn't have a system, so he adhered to the principle of learning any power he could. After all, he didn't want to die. With that in mind, the two slowed their flight speed and gradually found a tavern. In the quiet tavern, Lien and Tony sat across from each other. Observing the frowning and pondering Lien, Tony contemplated for a while before asking, "Lee, can you teach me magic?" Lien looked at Tony, whose face was full of weariness, and remained silent for a moment. Instead of answering, he countered, "Why don't you try working on your genes?" Tony Stark rubbed his face vigorously with both hands, recalling Killian, the guy he had stood up, who now hated him. Although Lien had provided him with the technological accumulation of Kryptonian civilization, he still resisted rewriting his genes. After rubbing for a while, Tony took a deep breath. "The gene enhancement serum is already the limit. If I change my genetic sequence, will I still be myself?" "True." Lien took a sip of rum, and then recalled the memories of his time studying magic in Camartage, projecting a light orb towards Tony Stark. "This is my memory of studying magic in Camartage. It contains basic spells. If you want to delve deeper, you'll have to go to Camartage yourself, since my methods of learning magic are not exactly honorable." Tony grasped the light orb, and as Lien pointed to his head, he pressed the orb against his forehead. Thus he gained a segment of memory from studying magic. The content was very detailed. Looking at the magic information, Tony's eyes lit up, and many things that had previously puzzled him now had answers. Looking back at Lien, Tony Stark's eyes were filled with gratitude. "Lee, to express my appreciation, I'd like to offer you half of Stark Industries shares." Seeing Tony Stark's demeanor, Lien waved his hand. "I have no concept of money. You know my strength. Giving me those things is not as good as inviting me to tour your wine cellar's collection." Hearing this, Tony Stark also realized that for someone with Lien's power, everything on Earth was at his fingertips, so he quickly responded, "Ha ha ha, my wine cellar is always open for you." While drinking, Lien complained to Tony Stark about Darkseid and spoke of Thanos fleeing with the anti-life equation and the 4 Infinity Stones, as well as the immense power of the Infinity Stones. It was like telling someone with a fear of firepower that he was weak. Thus, Tony Stark's anxiety flared up once more. He directly asked Lien for leave, stating that he wanted to return to research his magical armor. Watching Tony's retreating figure, Lien smirked. Without a bit of intensity, Tony's brain couldn't fully unleash his talents. This was also for the worst-case scenario, which was that if he truly encountered problems, he could earn himself a slim chance of survival. Just like sacrificing the Flash. In the tavern, Lien downed the rum in his hand. Boom! Crack! Just as he stood up, explosions erupted nearby. Then a giant figure swung its fist downwards. A group was attacking a brown, bald man. Lien chose not to intervene, instead walking into a corner and disappearing. When Lien reappeared, it was in the valley where the thunder magic had previously appeared. He looked at the collapsed cave as the biological force field slowly lifted the debris. Then Lien entered the valley and began to read the runes on the ground. Because of his ability to make connections, these runes were no challenge for him now. As he understood, he confirmed that this was indeed the place sealing Black Adam. It also recorded the Shabak crown. As long as one died holding the crown, according to the recording, they would enter hell and return to reality with power, fulfilling their wishes. After learning about these matters, Lien also discovered how to obtain the Shazam power blessed by the six gods. Its strength was indeed formidable, but it still belonged to the domain of planetary gods, meaning it pertained to the indigenous divine races on the planet. The divine races were also divided into multiple types, including new gods, old gods, and planetary gods. Among them, the most powerful was undoubtedly the new god Darkseid, because he existed at the highest dimension among the divine races and could create infinite avatars. Just below Darkseid are the planetary gods such as Odin and Zeus, while the old gods may have perished in ancient times, belonging to an unknowable category. There are also embodiments of order and rules, the most representative being infinity and eternity. Lien reigned in his wandering thoughts and attempted the incantation inscribed here, drawing upon both the local script and records of dark magic. His eyes gently closed, his lips murmuring softly, Zyso. As he uttered only half the name, his body suddenly lifted into the air. Lien instantly silenced himself, eyes widening as he exhaled deeply. Borrowing power across dimensions followed fundamentally similar principles, grasped the core mechanics, then wield a countervailing force capable of balancing it. And one could siphon such power directly without consent from its sovereign lords. Power seized by sheer strength required no repayment. Boom! Just as Lien immersed himself in refining methods to steal even more dimensional authority, a thunderous explosion shattered his concentration. A dazzling azure light blazed across the sky as a black silhouette shot upward. Lien glanced briefly, then resumed his artistic contemplation. Time slipped away unnoticed. When silence settled once more over the valley, Lien had already forged unilateral pacts with several dimensional lords. The easiest was the power of the white magic dimension, the very source sustaining white mages. Ever since his physical cultivation had plateaued, this method of dimensional borrowing had dramatically elevated his overall strength. Zysos. The moment Lien spoke the name, a faint crimson aura shimmered around him. The essence of Zysos, the creator of the dark god tome. Overwhelming. At that instant, Lien felt his mind assaulted by invasive whispers. Had he not preemptively erected a white magic barrier, those corrupting voices would have flooded his consciousness unimpeded. But now he stood utterly unshaken. Fusing primordial chaos with Dormammu's dark dimensional energy, Lien sensed he could now confront even the adolescent Darkseid. Facetiface Blade. A grander notion flickered in his mind. What tier of power might he attain if he could borrow the full essence of all 7 dimensions? Yet the thought vanished in an instant. He knew such audacity far exceeded his current capacity. To freely seize the powers of all 7 dimensional lords remained beyond reach. That ambition could wait. For now, he needed to attune himself to the chaotic power granted by Zysos, Lord of Dark Magic. In the Hell Dimension, 6 demon princes under Mephisto conducted a sinister ritual upon a foolish soul. The hapless wretch believed he was receiving divine blessing. Unaware he had just sold his soul. Demonic whispers coiled around his ears, luring him to accept the blessing of the 6 princes of hell. He would become yet another vessel for hell's incursion into the mortal realm. A failed attempt mattered little. Demons possessed infinite time. To the princes, it was merely idle amusement. As the whispers intensified, the doomed man succumbed. Uttering a prince's true name, Shalbach, Vrrm, hellfire ignited within his flesh. His body surged with newfound power. Lien had originally intended to test his current strength against him, to see if he could obliterate Shazam in a single strike. But Black Adam had willingly accepted imprisonment, robbing Lien of the chance to study the divine power of Earth's celestial pantheon. Bored, Lien wandered to the coast and waited. He waited for a horned figure. His fingers traced the runes etched along his black blade, its energies neither exceptional nor negligible. While pondering how to synthesize these forces into a coherent system, perhaps the very key to shattering his present bottleneck, a sharp-horned figure breached the sea's surface. The moment he emerged, he locked eyes with Lien, who grinned broadly, baring gleaming teeth, then slashed downward with his sword in one fluid motion. Chaos energy of Zysos cleaved through his skull with a sharp metallic ring. Far above, Dr. Fate aboard a Justice League aircraft stared dumbfounded. This man, foreseen in Fate's visions as the slayer of Hawkman, had just been decapitated by a single stroke. Meanwhile in hell, the six princes gaped in disbelief at their envoy who had ascended and descended within seconds. Though they'd invested only modest power, such effortless defeat seemed impossible. Shabak himself stood stunned. He'd meant to make a grand entrance, only to find a black-haired youth grinning fiercely before shearing off his head with one casual slash. His gaze toward the six princes shifted instantly, from reverence to disdain as though regarding feeble novices. Silently he muttered, "These six are pathetically weak." To the six princes his inner monologue lay bare, as if stripped naked before them. Incensed, they poured torrents of hellish energy into Shabak once more. Only when Shabak's soul neared dissolution did the six relent. Reinvigorated, he swelled with renewed arrogance. Teleported back to the surface, he reappeared just as Lian prepared to depart. A glance caught the horned head rising anew, and Lian's hand itched to strike again. His black blade infused with chaotic force rose once more in his grip, and another skull soared skyward as the body crashed heavily to earth. Just as Lian turned to leave, the disintegrating form re-emerged from the sea. This time, for the third time, Lian raised his sword. Skull rolled. Head reappeared. Sword flashed. Skull rolled again. 10 times in total Lian struck, until Shabak's soul fractured irreparably and dissolved. Lian exhaled slowly. Demons from hell truly are difficult to kill. In truth, he hadn't even drawn half the power borrowed from Zysos and Dormammu. Elsewhere in hell, Mephisto received his prince's report. Slowly he extended his hand, where a pinpoint of light coalesced into a soul. Shabak scattered and nearly gone. Mephisto probed the fragmented essence, then frowned. Zysos, what is he after? On the mortal plane, Lian had long departed. Above the shore, the Justice League aircraft hung suspended, its occupants still frozen in shock. Their minds replayed the surreal spectacle: Shabak's emergence, followed instantly by decapitation, and again, 10 times. Each time Shabak never finished a word before a careless slash severed his head. So absurd it resembled a fisherman casting a line. Only after a long silence did Dr. Fate finally speak. "He saved us all." Lian returned to his wooden hut, then gazed upward toward the Kryptonian fortress. Setting aside his black blade, he abandoned haste and portals, choosing instead to savor slowness. After several minutes of unhurried flight, he arrived at Krypton and headed straight for the prison holding Steppenwolf. Granted full Kryptonian access, Lian passed unchallenged by the liquid geometric sentinels. As he observed Steppenwolf observed him in turn. Astonishment filled Steppenwolf's eyes. In his understanding, this marked Darkseid's first true defeat. In the adjacent cell, Carol Ferris wore enchanted shackles, ceaselessly draining her inner power, keeping her perpetually weakened and depleted. With a flick of his hand, Lian shattered the restraints. Carol flexed her wrists, then fixed her gaze on Lian, her expression deepening with mounting curiosity and confusion. She had no idea how profoundly Earth had transformed during her absence. Ignoring her silent questions, Lian gestured for her to leave. Liquid geometric sentinels stepped aside at his silent command. Lian's attention returned, solely, to Steppenwolf. The horns on his head were lost, and the bloodied flesh exposed from the severed arm and chest muscle still could not heal. Whispering, Lian slowly reached out and pressed his hand against the forehead of the wild wolf amid its fearful gaze. At the same time, the fluctuations of dark magic began to emerge, and the mental barrier of the wild wolf was forcibly torn apart by Lian. Simultaneously, a force sought to directly destroy the brain of the wild wolf, but it was blocked by the power borrowed from 2 dimensions by Lian. What followed was the wild wolf's memories throughout its life. Through accelerated projection, Lian quickly sifted through the memories he desired. From these, he learned some information about Apocalypse Planet. Darkseid, the ruler of Apocalypse Planet, yet different voices still existed. At the same time, Darkseid's father, a powerful individual with an absolute thirst for knowledge, was even stronger than Darkseid. However, he went missing during an experiment. Thus, the new gods within Apocalypse sought to seize power, and the wild wolf was one of them. But because the wild wolf belonged to Darkseid's maternal family, for the sake of the interest chain, Darkseid did not end the wild wolf but rather allowed it to atone. Upon seeing this secret, Lian did not obtain what he sought. However, it provided him with some information about Darkseid. Darkseid's true form could not enter the current reality universe. This was a fortunate circumstance. Receiving this news, Lien felt relieved. This would grant him time to grow stronger. He did not kill the wild wolf. My master will not let you go. Ah! Lien released his hand, looking at the creature, and marked it with a slave seal despite its resistance. Just a hint of disdain flashed in Lien's eyes. Your master's true form cannot come. I have nothing to fear. What should you call me now? Lien said, focusing his thoughts, and the slave seal deep within the wild wolf's soul suddenly flared, causing it to emit a wail of despair. Ah! Master! Master! Spare me! Ah! The burning pain of the soul quickly made the wild wolf abandon its loyalty to Darkseid. Moving his fingers, Lien lifted the punishment from the wild wolf, leaving it to be imprisoned in the dungeons of Krypton. Entering the city of Krypton, Lien looked at the bustling steel jungle, gradually relaxing his mood. The lively traffic was orderly, and the busy Kryptonians still adhered to the collaborative division of genetic engineering. During rare moments of leisure, they would return to their steel cocoons. Though people came and went, Lien felt a sense of gloom. It was far from the vitality of a nascent civilization. Each Kryptonian bore a blank expression. Everything seemed like a pre-programmed routine. Witnessing these scenes, Lien recalled his previous life as a beast of burden. He felt somewhat shaken. Damn! Unable to hold back, he compared his old world with the current Krypton. If all the Han people from his former world basked under this sun, they might only evolve into super beasts. Every day was just work and sleep, with even defecation timed. Reflecting on this, Lien's face flushed with anger. Damn capitalists! The intense fluctuations of his soul nearly disrupted his mind under the temptation of Shisuo. Fortunately, he quickly regained control of his emotions. This is the inevitability of civilizational progress. There are no exceptions. Adjusting his emotions, Lien slowly walked into Krypton's iconic architecture. At that moment, Zod was reporting to a young man with black hair and black eyes, who possessed an imposing demeanor about everything that had occurred over the years. As it was sudden, these events and processes had not been documented in the life code, so Zod had to become a guiding mentor for the newly born leader of Krypton. Lien was momentarily stunned upon seeing the young man, as he bore the same traits as himself. Zod also noticed Lien's arrival and quickly introduced him to the black-haired youth. This is the ancestor who saved Krypton from peril, allowing us to re-establish the current order. The black-haired youth slightly nodded at Lien. Thank you for your contributions to Krypton. After introducing Lien, Zod also introduced the black-haired youth to Lien. This is our latest leader of Krypton. Lien nodded at the black-haired youth. The traits of this youth were indistinguishable from those of the Han people. Cultured, reserved, yet commanding respect without anger. His star-like eyes were bright and spirited. After a moment of contemplation, Lien spoke. I just strolled around the city and found that the people here lack vitality. They seem to have no hope. Hearing Lien's words, Zod's expression darkened. He understood what Lien was trying to convey. The black-haired youth had no name. He only had a title: leader. He was to steer the future of Krypton. Thus, his mindset and worldview were different from Lien's. One sought human rights while the other sought stability. Societies of human rights cannot maintain stability for long, or long-term stability leads to a lack of human rights. The current Krypton is a colossal genetic encoder operating according to preset logic. Thus, it presented the appearance that Lien observed. The black-haired youth, the leader, slowly spoke. This issue has been known to our leaders for generations, but after countless attempts they have all failed. Therefore, the previous destruction of Krypton was not an accident. It was merely the cost of failure. The black-haired youth's voice was gentle and steady, yet Lien felt an immense weight. The cost of failure was to bring a nearly max-level super-civilization to the brink of destruction. A perfect ecosystem exists, and we have obtained results, but they do not allow it. His nonchalant words sent a chill down Lien's spine. What does it mean that they do not allow it? The answer is singular: the order they created cannot be challenged. This is a deeper contest. Another issue is that the records of the leader's governance are only accessible to the leader. Thus, the history of Krypton that Lien previously learned did not include the governance history of the leader. One could say that no leader of a super-civilization is simple, even if they are merely a puppet. They possess their own exceptional qualities. Otherwise, they wouldn't even qualify to be a puppet. At this point, Lien understood that he had previously oversimplified matters. How could a civilization that could not withstand the ripples of history hope to pass on its legacy through the river of time? Thus Lien remained silent. Although the superbrain was intelligent, it was also limited by narrow perspectives and life experiences. After all, the span of Lien's existence was still short, and many things had not been witnessed firsthand. This was understandable. It's me. Narrow-minded, Lien generously admitted his faults. Upon reflection, Lien also thought of the advantages of this population structure, where everyone made correct choices according to preset programs which would prevent the downfall of civilization due to selfish desires. At the same time, the efficiency of governance was evident. A single leader could make decisions more efficiently. After all, the decision-making body created would not obstruct the leader's decisions due to personal desires. Moreover, although everyone was treated as a beast of burden, at least their income and output were equal. Each individual was a cog in the civilization. That sense of gloom stemmed from the absence of capitalist oppression, merely a monotonous existence, where upon birth one could already see the end, otherwise the gloom would turn into resentment. That would be even more terrifying. With a complex mix of emotions, Lien left the Krypton fortress. Once filled with passion as a hopeful laborer, life had worn him down, leading him to pursue a mundane existence that offered no surprises. Now he found himself feeling ungrateful for the privilege of working just 6 hours a day with weekends off, a stark contrast to the struggles he had endured. After work he basked in the sun. If this life had been offered to him before he was thrust into this world, it would have been fought over fiercely. Then came the endless cycle of lowering the bar and the resulting state of being neither human nor ghost. Ultimately, it only benefited the damned capitalists. Thinking of this made Lien angry. He decided he would try to fleece the capitalists. Tony Stark's seaside villa. Lien confirmed that Tony was alone, and without further ado, he stepped inside. He first went to the wine cellar to grab a bottle of unmarked light yellow wine, pouring himself a glass. After a sip, Lien sighed, "Damn capitalists. Desire is what allows capitalists to persist. Without it, society would become like Krypton, with clear divisions yet free from capitalist oppression. Everything is for the continuation of civilization until a better method is discovered." Meanwhile, Tony Stark at his workstation looked up, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. However, he did not deny it. Lien was speaking the truth. With a sigh, Lien focused on Tony's workstation, sensing the fluctuations of magic. "I must say, Stark's intellect surpasses even my own. My superbrain can only address issues that the body cannot. After all, what the mind can conceive, the body may not be able to achieve, but what the body can do requires no further thought. How's the progress?" Retracting his wandering thoughts, Lien asked Tony, "Do you want me to help you with the experiment?" Tony poured himself a glass of the wine Lien had brought, taking a sip. "Forget it, I know my limits. But once I develop the neutron star Crimson Lotus form, I might give it a try," Stark added, pouring himself another glass. "Neutron star Crimson Lotus form." Stark nodded. "Exactly, it's using URU metal for the magical energy circuit, vibranium for energy absorption, and Edmund metal for external embedding. These 3 metals must perfectly fuse into nanobots, then it'll learn magic, while not using the arc reactor as a power source, directly connecting to the magic spring with a fixed magical circuit. That way I could have endless energy. In that state, the neutron star Crimson Lotus form would allow for a devastating energy output capable of annihilating stars." The more Stark spoke, the more animated he became. What a genius idea! Lien couldn't help but commend this brilliant mind. "So how's the progress now?" Upon hearing this, Tony Stark immediately slumped down. "There's still a long way to go. Both the material ratios and the logic of the nanobots are still under experimentation, so it will take some time." Lien's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. "I was hoping to take the chance to give you a good beating." "All right, I won't disturb your research any longer." With that, Lien turned to Tony, waving goodbye as he teleported back to his little wooden cabin. Watching Lien's retreating figure, Tony Stark was momentarily stunned, pondering why Lien wanted to beat him. Back at the cabin, Lien caught a glimpse of the disillusioned Electro and disdainfully said, "Hey, stop sleeping and go plow the land, plant some cotton." Max's previously vacant eyes suddenly lit up. "Okay, master." Seeing its change of expression, Lien couldn't help but smirk. It seemed it had truly grown accustomed to servitude, feeling restless if it didn't do anything for a day. Ignoring it, Lian returned to the wooden cabin, downing the rest of his drink, before collapsing onto the bed and shutting his eyes. The fatigue enveloped him, and he slipped into a deep sleep. Outside the cabin, Electro wielded a hoe, clearing the land, seemingly growing more spirited with each task, as if the dormant genes within him had been awakened. Meanwhile, Clark opened his fortress, sitting in a chair and writing in his diary with thermal vision directed at a metal panel. He reflected on the recent experiences, his expression growing increasingly somber. As his thermal vision came to a halt, he glanced at his blue costume, resembling a clown, before finally turning to change into a black outfit. Thus his mindset matured completely. A deep gaze flashed with fatigue, then was interrupted by Louise's voice, drawing Clark back to the mundane routine. In a higher dimension, Darkseid suddenly halted his steps as the positioning anchor he sensed had vanished. He was in a sense lost in the endless universe. However, a faint beacon flickered, intermittently guiding him. This direction led to the domain of the dark dimension Dormammu. Without hesitation, Darkseid's avatar vanished in that direction. With Thanos' disappearance, Earth seemed to return to peace. On a quiet afternoon, Lian sat in the yard sipping afternoon tea. Electro was watering the cotton plants. Since planting them, his spirit had improved, matching the cotton's vitality. Every day he either hummed tunes or danced. Meanwhile, Lian lounged in a hammock, pondering how to apply the anti-life equation and why his superbrain couldn't grasp it. The anti-life equation, as its name implies, is about negating life. It is the emotions that cause life to collapse. Death is merely the simplest method of dying. The collapse of emotions can be even more unbearable than death. Lian had never experienced significant emotional turmoil, making it hard for him to resonate with the anti-life equation. He had never been in love, so he didn't know how to love, and having secluded himself for too long, he never felt loneliness. He had no expectations for friendship and thus naturally didn't feel estranged. Since he had no demands of himself in the past, there was no notion of self-realization. He didn't care about others' ridicule. His inner strength made him indifferent to others' condemnation. He remained indifferent to his relationships with others, so misunderstandings, guilt, shame, and other negative emotions did not arise. His inner stability was frightening, and he approached everything casually. For instance, he didn't even glance twice at the easily obtainable Infinity Stones. Tony Stark offering him half of Stark Industries shares didn't concern him either. His daily joy was watching Electro care for the cotton and grow watermelons. Occasionally, he would crack the whip a few times, reminiscing about the Tang dynasty, enjoying the beautiful memories of being whipped in the plantation. On a sunny and beautiful day, Lian's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Rather than forcing myself, it's better to let myself off the hook. With this thought, Lian felt much more at ease. Gently caressing the reality gem ring on his finger, just as he was about to conjure a bottle of iced cola for himself, a rainbow-colored beam of light fell from the sky. Thor crashed onto the cotton field that the Electric Man had meticulously tended, drenched in blood. This action immediately drove the Electric Man mad. "My cotton! I will kill you!" Just as Thor, on the verge of unconsciousness, opened his mouth to speak, he was knocked out cold by the Electric Man's million-volt shock. His body convulsed, emitting black smoke. Lian immediately sat up, the reality gem flashing red, and Thor appeared before him. He then looked up at the Electric Man and said decisively, "Replant a new batch." His gaze then shifted to Thor the Stormbreaker, having dropped onto the farm, while he still held onto a hammer handle. It seemed like it had been shattered. Extending his finger, the reality gem on Lian's hand flashed red, as he gently tapped Thor's forehead. "Ha! Phew!" Thor, seeing Lian sitting on the hammock, quickly spoke. "Thanos has changed. He's in the Chris Empire and has mastered a power I've never seen before. The people of the Chris Empire are all under his control." Hearing this, Lian frowned slightly. What power? "He has seduced everyone in the Chris Empire. He is implementing a population control policy there." Lian was somewhat at a loss for words. Population control. That's right. He says the universe is constantly increasing in entropy and will eventually face extinction due to resource depletion. After a pause, Thor continued, "So he wants to intervene, or otherwise the universe will naturally perish like Titan." Upon hearing Thor's explanation, Lian fell silent for a moment. "Then why did you end up like this?" I originally wanted to strike him down and return early, Thor said, scratching his nose. So you got beaten up by him? Hearing Lien's blunt remark, Thor's eyes showed a hint of evasion. That's right. With that, Lien found himself somewhat speechless. While the two were conversing, a purple, ghostly light suddenly illuminated the sky, and then Thanos walked out from within it. He was fully armed, wielding the tyrant's blade in one hand, and the infinity gauntlet in the other, with a faint red glow flickering in his eyes. Upon seeing him, Lien reached for the black sword, kicked Thor aside, and raised his hand to strike at Thanos' neck. This time there was no interference, and Lien did not hold back. Clang! The violent sound of metal colliding made the solid ground ripple like water in a half circle. Biff! Thanos spat out blood, kneeling on one knee as the Power Stone flickered incessantly. Lien's wooden cabin was reduced to ashes in the aftermath of the strike, leaving a standard semicircular crater several kilometers wide in the ground. The Electric Man was being dragged into the air by Thor. This strike triggered an earthquake exceeding level 5. Since Lien was in the suburbs, the impact wasn't too severe. This strike released the black sword from its biological force field, allowing the original weight of the sword to be fully released, while also enhancing it with borrowed power from 2 dimensions. With one strike, Thanos, at the bottom of the circular pit, fell into a near-death state. Ever since borrowing the power of Sosis, Lien no longer held back and unleashed his full strength. As Lien's power surged again, Thanos' figure began to tremble, and the tyrant's blade emitted a cracking sound. I am not here to fight you. Thanos struggled to lift his head to look at Lien, his voice intermittent and gritting his teeth. Can you listen to a story? Seeing Thanos in such a state, Lien directly reached out and pulled the Space Stone from his Infinity Gauntlet. Then it was the Power Stone. One by one, Lien popped them out. Finally, finding it troublesome, he took off Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet, resized it with the Reality Stone to fit his hand, and put it on. He then embedded the Infinity Stones back into it. Thus, Lien now possessed 5 Infinity Stones. Feeling the surging power within him, he felt as if he was stuffed. However, it was nothing serious. Shifting his gaze back to Thanos, seeing him on the verge of death, Lien used the Reality Stone to lift him off the ground. Then he employed healing magic to slightly mend some of Thanos' injuries, ensuring he wouldn't die immediately. Without looking up at the Infinity Gauntlet and the Infinity Stones in his hand, Lien asked, "Why should I listen to your story?" Facing Lien, Thanos knew he had gambled correctly, and thus he spoke with difficulty, "The anti-life equation." Upon hearing the anti-life equation, Lien's expression suddenly turned serious. "You have mastered the anti-life equation." Cough, cough. Not completely controlled, but close. While speaking, Thanos wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth with the hand that had lost the Infinity Gauntlet. "Then why did you come out now? Wouldn't it be better to wait until you fully mastered the anti-life equation?" Lien again used magic to suspend him, preventing his injuries from worsening. Because the anti-life equation is applied under the premise of completely turning living beings into puppets. I can't do it. As he spoke, Thanos' mood appeared somewhat gloomy. Such a civilization is better off destroyed outright. Lien was somewhat puzzled. Didn't you always want to control the universe? No, my original idea was to randomly kill half of the life in the universe to maintain the balance of cosmic resources, but that method was too slow. So I heard about the Infinity Stones, but during the process of searching for them, I saw the anti-life equation in the memories of the Wasteland Wolf. Before Thanos could finish, Lien interjected. So because you had one Infinity Stone in my hands, you gave up the Infinity Stones, shifted your focus to the anti-life equation, but ultimately, after much effort, the anti-life equation you obtained was of no help to your dream. Cough, cough. Pfft. Thanos spat blood again, struggling to look up at Lien. Hearing this, Lien inexplicably laughed. So your reason for finding me is to ask me to help you return to the past and change all of this? No. On what basis do you think I would help you? The power of the Reality Stone lifted Thanos, bringing him to Lien's eye level. I will tell you the answer to the anti-life equation. Faced with an opponent like Lien, Thanos felt powerless. All his subordinates and sacrificing his own daughter, yet the chasm was growing wider. The anti-life equation he painstakingly obtained would only ruin the originally normal universe. There was no other way, so he came. Just to make the universe better. Faced with Lien's question, Thanos remained silent. his eyes flickering, lost in turbulent thought, betraying profound inner anguish. Partly true, partly false. I merely seek to prove my righteousness through remaking the universe. Enli N was taken aback by such startling candor. So much sacrifice, all for self-validation. Indeed, truly formidable antagonists are always driven by exalted convictions. And yet your reasoning strikes me as dangerously extreme. Perhaps you might wait a few years, or conduct first-hand research instead. Civilizations inevitably spiral into self-annihilation once they reach a certain stage of development. And first comes explosive growth, then suffocating competition, followed by apathy and a lethargy of desire, until they quietly erase themselves. He paused, then continued, "Take your homeworld Titan. Its desolation was not voluntary, but the grim culmination of its own self-destruction." Hearing this unorthodox interpretation, Thanos felt his vitality, spirit, and resolve slowly drain away, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his frame. Then his demeanor shattered into manic frenzy. "Impossible. Impossible. It must be resource exhaustion. Nothing else. I don't believe it." Enlion's gaze softened with quiet melancholy. The universe is vast, resources abound. No civilization capable of interstellar colonization would so easily collapse under mere scarcity. At those words, Thanos' pupils flared crimson, the final component of the anti-life equation. Despair, completing his brutal epiphany about all emotion. Watching Thanos crumble, Lien felt a pang of guilt. He had just dismantled thread by thread the intricate tapestry of illusion the Titan had woven around his own conviction. Sensing the volatile energy surging within Thanos, Lien raised his black blade, its edge sharp enough to cleave atoms, and severed the Titan's head in a single stroke. Thanos spun violently, disoriented. Then Lien's figure loomed before him, swelling rapidly. As his head struck the ground, he glimpsed his own back, and his final conscious thought surfaced. "Where is my head?" And then darkness swallowed his awareness. His end as abrupt and bewildering as it was absolute. To prevent resurrection, Lien obliterated Thanos' corpse entirely with the reality stone, then erased all memory of him from every mind except his own. After all, who could say whether the anti-life equation might one day reawaken him through the mere act of being remembered? Once all was settled, Lien held aloft a gauntlet embedded with 5 infinity stones. Finally, with a pulse of the reality stone, he restored the ravaged surroundings to their former state, leaving only the clearing before the cottage where he intended to watch Nurgle plant cotton once more. Thor, now stripped of all memory of Thanos, retrieved Stormbreaker from the clearing and approached Lien holding only the haft of Mjolnir. "Lee, do you recall why I sought you out earlier?" Thor scratched his head, clearly aware he'd forgotten something, yet utterly unable to retrieve it. Nee's gaze fell upon the haft in his hand, and he gasped, "By Odin's beard, Mjolnir, why is there only a handle left?" Lien shook his head at Thor's endearing befuddlement. With a mere thought, a violet spatial rift yawned open before Thor, and from it tumbled shards of the shattered hammer. They bore the unmistakable signature of infinity-powered annihilation. At the sight, Thor's face crumpled with grief. "My hammer." Stormbreaker, sensing Thor's sorrow, drifted forward and leaned against him. Its blade pointed toward the scattered fragments, evoking an almost comical air of triumphant usurpation. Lien suppressed a mischievous grin. With his infinity gauntlet-clad hand, he snapped his fingers, a ripple of crimson reality-warping energy cascading outward. Though the time stone was absent, his transcendent physiology rendered the backlash negligible. As the scarlet energy enveloped the fragments, they fused, reformed, and coalesced, until Mjolnir stood whole, once more gleaming with undimmed majesty. The newly restored hammer immediately lunged, not at the axe but straight into Thor's abdomen. And pooh! Thor flew backward, tumbling head over heels. Yet Thor did not rage. He beamed with pure, unadulterated joy. And watching this tangled drama of love, rivalry, and devotion between man-hammer and axe, Lien gently stroked the spine of his black blade. He'd often imagined a petite, charming sword spirit dwelling within its obsidian core, and as his fingers traced the blade, it hummed faintly, a subtle, resonant vibration. It seemed the infinity gauntlet had granted even his whims the power to reshape reality. Once Thor departed, with his beloved hammer and axe in tow, Lien reclined once more upon the mended hammock. Beside him, the black blade rested upon his chest, suspended in a gentle biofield. A soft breeze stirred, the hammock swayed, sunlight spilled across Leon's face, coaxing a serene, contented smile. Thus Thanos had been undone. So effortlessly, so finally. And indeed, wielding powers drawn from two distinct dimensions had elevated his strength far beyond mere incremental gain. The invincible physique of a Kryptonian, coupled with seamless side-effect-free access to multidimensional energies, was quite simply exhilarating. And meanwhile, in New York, Carol Danvers, having returned to Earth, pieced together the full chronology with Nick Fury. Gazing upon Earth's restored tranquility, Fury decided Carol would escort him on a cosmic vacation. And so Earth entered a brief, hard-won era of peace. Hell. And Mephisto stared at the towering violet-skinned figure before him, and for once felt genuine exasperation. Yes, it was Thanos, now master of the anti-life equation. Yet here, among legions of the dead, his equation held no dominion. Nonetheless, his Ra might secured him dominion within Mephisto's realm, elevating him to the rank of 8th Lord of Hell. His fallen lieutenants were swiftly resurrected, but though he scoured every infernal plane, he could not locate the emerald-hued woman he cherished most. Cut to Metropolis, and Arthur finally stepped forth from Arkham Asylum. Enduring his confinement, he had unraveled the truth. Finally, his mother, his so-called father, and they were mere reflections of a diseased society. Capital enthroned above while the wretched masses toiled beneath, and he, merely the tragic byproduct of a desperate ascent, and of capital's own decadent machinations. And ha ha ha! Arthur roared with wild, liberated laughter. Lien, I've seen it all. Ha ha ha! I've seen it at last. Nat Leon's farm, reclining on the hammock, he opened his eyes. He had heard his true name called aloud. His gaze traced the resonance of that voice, straight to Arkham Asylum, where he beheld Arthur, lucid, composed, utterly free of madness. The manic laughter remained, but no longer masked fear or fragility. His eyes now held weathered wisdom and quiet, unshakable confidence. The moment Leon saw Arthur cross Arkham's threshold, his form dissolved from the hammock. Gone in an instant. Ha ha ha! The laughter of love. Thomas. Arthur held the photo in his hand, gazing at the message from Thomas Wayne on the back, laughing maniacally, then slowly calming down. The truth no longer mattered. Back at the apartment, he looked around the familiar room, his gaze inadvertently resting on the photo in his hand. His mother's madness before her death was completely different from the data on him in the asylum. Arthur opened the refrigerator, emptied its contents, and crawled inside. He slowly closed his eyes. The righteous face of the wealthy Bruce Wayne turned his quiet laughter into a maniacal cackle. For years he had tried to let go, but who could truly do that? Who could still love life after experiencing such a tragic existence? Once he had played the clown to survive, but now it seemed he was nothing but a complete jester. At a high society banquet, the opulent party contrasted starkly with the lower class just a window away. Leon observed Bruce Wayne at the banquet, then glanced outside. This group feasted on exquisite steaks and luxurious wines, all while portraying themselves as agents of justice. Finally, Leon's gaze fell upon the infinity gauntlet in his hand, a slight smirk appearing as he murmured, "Arthur, what if your identity was switched with Bruce Wayne?" As he spoke, Leon snapped his fingers. A red light erupted from him, and the reality stone began to alter reality. Bruce opened his eyes again, now becoming the one abandoned by Thomas Wayne, his identity completely swapped with Arthur. Arthur returned to the moment of his birth. In his youth, Bruce was diagnosed with the laughing disease, while Arthur grew up happily under the guidance of Alfred the butler. Reality. Leon slowly exhaled, then transferred the side effects to Dormammu. "Arthur, I don't know how to save you. The only thing I could think of is this. I hope you can have a better life." Looking again at the Bruce Wayne at the banquet, he had now completely transformed into Arthur. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Bruce opened his eyes filled with fury. He was determined to destroy this damned city. "Damn you, Arthur, you've stolen my life." And so the show began. As for why altering reality wouldn't affect Leon's current state, it could only be attributed to the extraordinary ability of the Reality Stone, and he could perfectly shift the side effects of using the Reality Stone. Now what Leon had to do was leave the stage to Arthur. At the same time, Leon wanted to see if Bruce would maintain his pathetic sense of superiority. Currently, Arthur spoke with a suave demeanor like a perfect stage actor, his body exuding unmatched confidence at every moment. Without attracting anyone's attention, Lien chose to leave quietly. Back at the cabin, Lien suddenly frowned. The Electroman he had receded was still the Electroman, but the slave mark within him had vanished. Scrolls. Indeed impressive. If they were to obtain Kryptonian genes, that would be entertaining. Gene mimickers. Murmuring, Leon's gaze sharpened. Killing these guys might be too wasteful. Even top-tier bosses need cannon fodder. With that thought, he shouted towards the Electroman, "Hey there." Upon hearing Leon's words, the Electroman showed no signs of hesitation, acting just like the Electroman himself. "Master, what can I do for you?" The black-skinned figure crawled on the ground, pressing his face to the floor. Lien could hardly distinguish him from the previous Electroman with just his naked eye without using his X-ray vision. However, the Skrull seemed unaware that Lien possessed the magic to enslave lives. Instead of exposing the Electroman, Lien gathered another slave mark in his palm and imprinted it onto the soul of this Electroman. And without drawing his attention, Lien commanded, "Go catch a deer. I want to eat venison. Please wait, my master." Upon hearing Leon's command, this Electroman bowed and slowly departed. As he approached the edge of Lien's sight, Lien added, "Make sure it's a tender one." "Understood, my master." Once the Electroman left, Lien used the reality stone to visualize what was happening back in the cabin. It turned out that a massive energy fluctuation here had piqued the Skrull's curiosity, prompting them to come investigate, and they discovered the Electroman. Thus, to enhance the overall strength of the Skrulls, they chose to replace the Electroman, thereby acquiring the Electroman's genes. The current Skrulls had already acquired the genes of many oddities on Earth, from the Doomsday virus to mutants and then to Venom and Spider-Man and so on. In their attempt to rebuild their homeland, these Skrulls were walking further down a path of self-destruction. After understanding all this through the reality stone, Lien did not intervene more precisely, he allowed it to happen. He needed cannon fodder, so now he had to wait for these cannon fodder to grow strong, then imprint them with the slave mark at their peak. That way he could reduce much of the time required for training them. To make them stronger, Lien even allowed the Sentinel robots, hidden in outer space, to be observed by them, to see if they could manage to impress him. As Lien pondered how powerful these cannon fodder might become in the dark dimension, Dormammu looked at a suddenly appearing bald head, suppressing his impotent rage. Because Lien had just made him lose a significant amount of dark energy, though for the dark dimension it was merely a drop in the bucket. Yet even so, Dormammu could not afford for Lien to keep plundering, or too much of it would ultimately lead to baldness. Just like the big bald head in front of him, Darkseid gazed at this exaggerated face, and at the same time, he saw his last avatar turned into a specimen. Thus he was furious yet exceptionally calm. Like Dormammu, Darkseid desired to enter the physical universe with his true form, but would inevitably face the restraints of the rules. Thus he was forced to spread his avatars across various universes. After confronting Dormammu for a while, Darkseid calmly spoke, "Submit to me, and I will forgive your previous offense." Upon hearing this, Dormammu narrowed his large eyes slightly. "You are the first to dare to ask me to submit. I am honored, but my collection will have one more item." Darkseid paused, seemingly puzzled that someone dared to reject him. "If that's the case, then zzzzz." The orange Omega beams tore through the darkness, striking Dormammu's eyes. Dormammu did not evade. He allowed the Omega beams to scorch his eyes, his void-like face melting under the Omega beams, then refilling with dark energy. Within this dimension, Dormammu was relatively invincible. Unless one could break the barriers of the dark dimension, defeating Dormammu within the dark realm was nearly impossible. Moreover, now was different from before. Without Lien, that thief Dormammu was much more relaxed, and it seemed that Darkseid was not proficient in teleportation magic, given that he was like a dish that had voluntarily walked onto the dining table. Enjoying roasted venison, Lien savored this rare, tranquil afternoon. With his supervision piercing through layers of obstacles, he saw Spider-Man still wandering in New York, fighting evil and upholding justice, though he seemed to have encountered a minor mishap along the way. His web wasn't able to shoot out, and he fell directly from the tall building. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Lien swiftly opened a portal beneath him, teleporting him back to the rooftop. His mindset seemed to be thrown off balance once more. Lien stroked his chin, noticing something peculiar. The Dr. Octopus, who should have appeared long ago, had not shown up, but it seemed he was on his way now. Artificial sun. Lien suddenly had a strong premonition that this artificial sun might allow his physical body to break through its current bottleneck. It is known that his physical strength had already entered a slow accumulation phase after being able to withstand the core temperature of the sun. Who knows how long it would take to continue breaking through. Meanwhile, Peter Parker looked at his hand, feeling the solid floor beneath his back, and swiftly removed his nano helmet. Who saved me just now? Although the suit gifted by Tony Stark could fly, he still favored the sensation of soaring through the skies. As a result, he rarely utilized the flight capabilities of his nano spider armor. Now, however, his spider abilities seemed to be gradually failing. Reeling his gaze back, Lien looked at the somewhat annoying golden gloves. With a thought, the reality stone swiftly transformed them into golden rings. Each finger adorned with a ring made him look like a nouveau riche. However, Lien still quite liked them. 5 gems fit perfectly on one hand, and each gem was a different color. Lien's body was completely unafraid of the backlash from using the Infinity Stones. Even if he fully utilized the power of the Infinity Stones, he could transfer the side effects onto Dormammu. As Lien continued to eat his beef, he spotted an off-road motorcycle stunt show. Upon seeing a certain face, he thought of the Soul Rider. Ghost Rider. Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. As Lien murmured, Johnny was passionately kissing a blonde ocean horse. Moo, I. The bull nearby bellowed, seemingly sensing the arrival of spring. The blonde ocean horse said, "See you at 8 tonight." "Don't be late." Johnny's face flashed with joy. Yes. With that, he shifted his gaze away, deciding this was not worth his concern. His focus now was the artificial sun. This opportunity could not be missed. The artificial sun and Tony Stark's arc reactor were two different things. One was cold fusion while the other was hot fusion. Coincidentally, the energy released from this hot fusion was consistent with that of the sun in the sky. What is this opportunity? Even with his super intellect, Lien couldn't come up with an explanation. Sometimes opportunities come like this. A random glance can spark inspiration. What he lacked right now was that spark. While Lien was deep in thought, a liquid geometric robot floated slowly in front of him from the sky. "Sir, the General wishes to speak with you." Interrupted by the liquid geometric voice, Lien reached out to touch the liquid geometric figure. Got it. After saying that, Lien frowned and opened a portal in front of him. Krypton Fortress. Following the liquid geometric nanny, Lien arrived at a special laboratory. Liquid geometric robots were everywhere, currently shaping a mass of black liquid in midair. Ultimately, it took the form of a helmet. Meanwhile, a voice from Zod rang out. "Sir, this is the special element you commissioned me to create according to atomic structure. This element is quite extraordinary. Krypton's material detectors have failed to find an atomic isotope like it across hundreds of galaxies, as if it were artificial. In the end, our scientists had no choice but to synthesize it artificially, which has made the process quite slow. According to the material database, this material has never been seen before. This material is remarkable. It can isolate all wave frequencies in the universe. This means that if we could construct a spaceship's exterior with this material, we could vanish into thin air in the cosmos." Lien understood the gist of it. The special atomic structure of this material could absorb all wave frequencies in the universe, hence it could also block what is known as mind control. It was similar to an aircraft's stealth coating, but this material was far superior. Admiring Krypton's technology, Lien thought of his black sword. He then raised his hand, retrieving the black sword he left on Earth and handing it to Zod. Zod looked into Lien's eyes and reached out to take it. Without preparing in advance, he staggered from the weight of the sword. Hiss! He gasped, quickly wrapping it in a biological force field, though the weight made him grimace. This was the first time his biological force field had to envelop something so heavy. Seeing Zod's condition, Lien smiled. "Let the scientists study this material. It's something I stumbled upon in the universe." Zod observed Zod's expression, and the liquid geometric tendrils quickly transformed into a special anti-gravity restraint device, placing it under the black sword in Zod's hands. With the counteracting gravity, Zod's expression relaxed immediately. "Phew, this thing has great mass," Zod continued, "but the manufacturing process is too crude." Hearing this, Lien's face turned cold. After all, he had crafted it by hand. Zod sensed the change in atmosphere and quickly backtracked. If it had another layer of fine polishing, it would be perfect. Ha ha. Seeing Li En's expression soften, Zod secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Li En's oppressive aura was still too strong for him. Even the most advanced doomsday of Krypton might not be able to suppress him, let alone the conclusion derived from genetic analysis that Li En did not possess the flaws of a typical Kryptonian. He was perfect, unafraid of kryptonite and unaffected by its interference. Moreover, he was a Kryptonian ancestor who had perfectly unlocked the shackles of his body after years of solar baptism. The atmosphere fell silent. The liquid geometric robots utilized force field converters to negate the weight of the black sword, placing it on the testing table while extending various tools to take samples. Unfortunately, after all attempts, every blade found that the black sword possessed indestructible properties. Moreover, having undergone Li En's enchantment, it had already begun to evolve beyond the state of an artifact. Ultimately, the liquid geometric robots removed the black sword from the testing table and reported to Li En and Zod. After various experimental calculations and deductions, this dense material's basic unit is smaller than an atom. It's the first discovery in this universe. Unknown material properties undetectable on an atomic level, hard and dense. The report from the liquid geometric robots broke the silence. Li En adjusted his emotions. Zod also remembered that although Li En was easy to talk to, he still needed to keep his guard up in the future. Seeing Zod's timid demeanor, Li En spoke to break the strange atmosphere. I should head back. Make more of these helmets for me. As he spoke, Li En opened a portal. Just send a robot to deliver them to me later. Watching Li En's disappearing figure. Phew. Zod let out a long breath. Back on Earth, Li En wore the helmet he had brought from the Kryptonian Fortress of Solitude Laboratory. A uniquely crafted artifact, not rigid in structure yet impervious to psychic intrusion. It held no effect on him but proved highly effective against expendable foes such as the Hulk and other high-tier adversaries. Simultaneously, Li En inscribed a lethal curse upon the helmet. Any who dared wear it without his explicit sanction would have their skull crushed by its own constriction. As arcane glyphs flared across its surface, the curse took irreversible hold. In a hidden scroll base, a dark-haired man with tightly coiled curls stood. Gravik. He burned with anticipation to acquire Kryptonian genetic material. His hand rested atop a woman's head, siphoning her memories with surgical precision. The golden-haired woman was Lois Lane, the current paramour of Superman. This chamber had been meticulously engineered for that very purpose. Its walls were lined entirely with lead plating capable of shielding against Superman's heat vision. Having completed the memory extraction with astonishing speed, Gravik instantly assumed Lois's form and stepped out of the restroom. Indeed, the restroom itself was a deliberate architectural ruse, designed solely to evade Superman's detection, and concealed an elevator descending deep into the earth. The lead-lined enclosure rendered Clark utterly unaware. After all, Lois had merely spent 3 minutes inside, a perfectly ordinary interval, and given Clark's unwavering moral compass, he would never misuse his supersight to peer into a women's restroom. Everything unfolded with flawless plausibility. Lois naturally took Clark's hand. Due to Kryptonian's unique physiology, Gravik, now masquerading as Lois, required an exceptionally unconventional method to extract Kryptonian genetic material. Given the nature of this method, further elaboration would be inappropriate. With one hand clasping Clark's, Lois reached into her handbag and withdrew a lipstick, applying it with languid allure before his very eyes. The innocent Clark flushed crimson, his pulse quickening wildly. He even hunched, slightly overcome by acute embarrassment. Observing how effortlessly this sheltered virginal man had been stirred, she concluded with quiet certainty Clark remained profoundly unspoiledly pure. She then led Clark toward the hotel, while he in turn wore an expression of unmistakable eager anticipation. He had rehearsed this moment countless times. Even the leaking roof of his family's warehouse bore silent testament to his relentless preparation. Elsewhere, Johnny Blaze underwent his first transformation. Hellfire consuming his flesh, leaving only a blazing skeletal visage. In that instant, the Ghost Rider was fully awakened. The sudden surge of infernal energy drew Leon's gaze instinctively toward its source. Inside a derelict warehouse, a flaming skull wielded a chain, interrogating the CS Queen, while brutally torturing a purple-skinned, bald man. The spectacle left Lien momentarily stunned. Yet the flaming skull's lashes proved little more than a mild itch to the purple-skinned figure. Thanos? But shouldn't he be Mephisto's? What Lien did not know was that within the depths of hell Thanos had long since reversed Mephisto's death using the anti-life equation, only to obliterate him utterly. Those slain by the anti-life equation forfeit all possibility of rebirth or reincarnation. Upon seeing Thanos, Lien understood this was no trivial matter. Without hesitation he tore open a dimensional rift and appeared directly before Thanos, whose corpse impossibly had clawed its way back from the abyss of hell. Lien regarded him with quiet fascination. Unbelievable. Meanwhile Thanos cast a cold, indifferent glance toward Lien, his gaze lingering upon the Ghost Rider with detached disdain. Long time no see. This time Lien saw raw, unrestrained savagery burning in Thanos' eyes. A man who had abandoned all former ideals, consumed now only by annihilation and vengeance against him. Infused with crimson-hued hellfire and mastery over the anti-life equation, Thanos moved with terrifying fluency. Lien clenched his fist. The 5 Infinity Stones blazed with incandescent energy, suspending Thanos helplessly midair. At that very moment a freight truck barreled toward Lien at full speed, while from a nearby puddle a spectral hand erupted, grasping desperately for his ankle. All such efforts were futile. Lifting his leg, Lien channeled the radiant white magic of Vishanti, striking the ground with a thunderous stomp. The sheer, incalculable force amplified by divine sorcery shattered the water demon into ethereal fragments. The vast warehouse floor collapsed inward, forming a colossal semicircular crater. The onrushing truck, deprived of solid ground, froze midair beneath Lien's single palm, its rear end lifting violently from inertia before plunging straight down into the newly formed abyss. Turning his attention once more to Thanos, Lien sensed a sinister alien force probing at the edges of his consciousness, insidiously attempting to erode his will. Behind him an elderly man materialized, dressed in immaculate British aristocratic attire, gripping a ceremonial bladestaff, hovering midair with effortless haughty elegance. His gaze settled upon Thanos as he spoke in refined, clipped English. Then, Mr. Purple-skinned, are you prepared to sell your soul to me? As he spoke, the old man fixed Lien with a predatory stare, as though sizing up prey. Lien remained silent. In his estimation, Thanos possessed infinitely greater potential than this decrepit relic. Without further delay, Lien unleashed the full resonance of the 5 Infinity Stones. Thanos' face contorted in excruciating agony, his soul beginning to unravel. Thanos felt it then with chilling certainty: this death would be absolute. No return, fighting back with every shred of anti-life equation energy. He commanded. Thanos snarled at Mephisto, "Stop him, or if I perish you gain nothing." "Ha ha ha!" Mephisto bellowed, a laugh laced with ancient dread. "See that you honor your word, or the consequences shall be dire beyond reckoning." Even as he spoke, Mephisto's eyes gleamed with unsettling fascination toward Lien, apparently oblivious to the peril he courted. Nearby Johnny watched the old man with seething fury. Yet among those present Johnny was the weakest, relegated silently to the periphery. Lien frowned. "Mephisto, if you truly intend to interfere, so be it, but do not regret it." Mephisto raised a brow. "You know me?" Lien studied the infernal dandy coolly. "I do not know you, but I smell the foul sulfur clinging to your essence, and recently I dispatched one of your kind." Even as he spoke, Lien intensified the Infinity Stone's power to its zenith, Thanos' body fracturing relentlessly cell by cell. Seeing Thanos teeter on the verge of total dissolution, Mephisto could no longer remain passive. To him, a soul of such magnitude was an irreplaceable treasure, an acquisition he could not afford to lose. He thrust his hand forward. Lien felt a crushing wave of pressure slam into him. Yet to Lien it was no more consequential than a gnat's futile strike. White magic surged across Lien's form, Vishanti's power blazing forth. With a final decisive clench, the 5 Infinity Stones ignited at maximum intensity. Thanos, straining against annihilation, stared back with utter despair. In the end, he crumbled into dust. Witnessing the spectacle, Mephisto already contemplated retreat. But having been thwarted, Lien's temper simmered with quiet indignation. He had issued fair warning. Sensing the convergence of power from 3 cosmic dimensions radiating from Lien, Mephisto's eyes flickered with genuine shock. He hastily interjected, Even should you destroy me, you slay but a projection of my soul. Spare me, and you gain my eternal alliance. What is your alliance worth? Do I require your permission to claim your power? Refusing to indulge Mephisto's delaying tactics, Lien activated the reality stone at full capacity, ripping away the illusion to reveal Mephisto's true visage beneath the human guise. A grotesque horned monstrosity emerged. Muscular sinews pulsing crimson bare and skinless, its face twisted in feral malice. The transformed Mephisto continued to attempt to manipulate Lien at the lowest cost. However, Lien remained unaffected, as he had decided to shift the cost of using the Infinity Stones onto this obstinate demon. Now what Lien intended to do was to give him a good beating first. Mephisto, who originally wished to achieve the richest rewards with minimal effort, was also enraged. When did anyone dare to speak to him, the Lord of Hell, in such a manner? Thus his body began to swell, becoming larger and more menacing. He attempted to use this visual shock to disrupt Lien, but instead Lien felt an overwhelming excitement. At this moment he had been looking for someone to test his strength. Ever since he had disregarded the three-dimensional lords and forcibly borrowed their powers, Lien was very eager to know how far his power had truly come. Now the figure before him seemed more durable. So Lien took the initiative to attack, first pulling Mephisto into the mirror space, then leaping while holding a double-handed sword in one hand. The black sword, imbued with countless truth runes, shimmered as it swung towards Mephisto's neck. Seeing the black sword in Lien's hand, Mephisto became serious. Known for his deceit, Mephisto's power was not to be underestimated. Even though Lien's attack exceeded the speed of light, Mephisto managed to react in time and raised his hand to block. However, it seemed he was unaware of the uniqueness of Lien's black sword. In his astonishment, the black sword severed his spiked arm, while simultaneously beheading him. With the convergence of 3 dimensions combined with the heavy black sword, Mephisto's projection body could not withstand it at all. With this blow, he dissipated into the heavens and the earth. Yet Lien did not feel the satisfaction he expected. He exited the mirror space and glanced at the flaming skull nearby. With a wave of his hand, he activated the power of the reality stone, directly locating Mephisto's hell dimension through the hellfire. Just as he was about to enter hell, Lien hesitated slightly. Could this old trickster be feigning weakness, trying to lead me into a trap? Thinking this way, Lien decided it was better not to enter the hell dimension after all, since Mephisto was notoriously treacherous. After making his decision, Lien used the reality stone to restore the area to its original state, then looked at the flaming skull. From it, he saw the unequal contract Mephisto had signed with Johnny, so Lien unscrupulously used the reality stone to change the principle to himself. From now on, the evil souls captured by Johnny would become his collection. While they might be of little use, annoying Mephisto was quite pleasing. After completing all this, Lien returned to the small wooden house and directly borrowed the power of the hell dimension, using the tricks he had previously employed. Moreover, he completely disregarded whether Mephisto agreed or not. He simply stole it. With the establishment of a free use agreement with the hell dimension, Mephisto immediately learned of Lien's actions. However, Mephisto could only watch helplessly, and this scene made him extremely furious. He could only rage impotently in hell, and with Johnny's contract rewritten by Lien, he was even more enraged. Damn Dormammu, damn Vishanti. Ah! Exiting hell, Mephisto was powerless against Lien, but Lien remained cautious as he was not too familiar with it and would not easily enter hell. Thus, in the end, it was Mephisto who suffered. Back in the wooden house, Lien had originally thought it would be a fight to the death, but he did not expect Mephisto to be a coward. All show and no substance. He even let his avatar die just to conserve energy. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Clark and Lois were preparing to move on to the next step. Clark gently caressed the face of Lois, who was crouching in front of him. As her soft movements continued, Clark's cheeks flushed and his breathing quickened. Lois, who was crouching on the ground, could feel Clark's strong heartbeat. Running his fingers through Lois' hair, Clark spoke in a slightly hurried tone. "Lois, are you really going to do this?" Lois rubbed her cheek against him, then gazed into Clark's eyes, watching his expression shift from shyness to daze, then to sheer terror. Wait, why is there terror? Thinking this, Lois felt her consciousness becoming hazy. Clark, on the other hand, looked at the bizarre green-skinned creature before him in horror. Ah! Clark let out an incredulous scream. In the end, the green-skinned creature's gaping wound in the back of its head slowly healed under the repair of the desperation virus. Clark snapped back to reality, his formerly terrified face now adorned with a chilling intensity. Clearly, he now knew that his girlfriend had been swapped, yet he also found himself unconsciously relieved. The revealing Skrull Gravik also fully regained consciousness, sensing the residual genetic material in his mouth, and he quickly made his escape. However, all of this was in vain. In a mix of rage and relief, Clark soared into the air, quickly catching up to Gravik. Grabbing him by the back of his neck, Clark, who originally intended to strangle him and erase his existence, ground his teeth and coldly said, "Where is Lois?" Facing the furious Clark, Gravik, sporting a green bald head, felt the intense heat rising from his neck. However, to Clark, the son of the sun, this heat was nothing. Suppressing his anger, Clark asked again, "Where is Lois?" Gravik seemed to detect the killing intent in Clark's tone and slowly replied, "At the Skrull base." "Take me there." Clark yelled, tightening his grip on Gravik's neck, producing a sound of cracking bones. At the same time, his clothing slowly transformed into a black battle suit. It was a complete humiliation. Clark felt like he was about to explode. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied, Clark raised his hand and gripped Gravik's other arm, pulling it off with force. Simultaneously, the desperation virus within Gravik was reactivated, slowly growing a new arm. Thus, Gravik was willing to take Clark to the Skrull base. Back in the wooden house, Lien sensed a peculiar fluctuation. He looked up towards the source of the strange fluctuation. Then he saw Clark flying into the sky, dragging a green-skinned, bald man who was radiating heat. Are the Skrulls attempting to steal Kryptonian genes? Thinking of this, Lien glanced at the Flash, who was holding a watermelon in the field. At this moment, the Flash seemed to have an impulse to leave, but since Lien was present, he had to suppress his feelings and continue to pretend. Lien, still feeling agitated, took out the whip Jonathan Kent had given him and struck the Skrull disguised as the Flash with it. The powerful force caused him to bleed and cry out in pain, kneeling on the ground. Ah! The Flash's hand was broken at the root, and the shattered bone fragments flew out, causing the Skrull to lose the ability to maintain its disguise. However, thinking of this guy as his farming tool, Lien suppressed his urge to vent. Meanwhile, the reality stone flickered, and the Skrull's arm restored itself. The Skrull Species Collection Card 1. After ensuring that this marked slave continued to guard the melon field, Lien forcibly began to borrow power from the hellish dimension. Meanwhile, the Skrull threatened Clark with Louise's life to hand over his blood or face the consequences. However, they seemed to have forgotten that there were 3 individuals in this world they could not touch apart from their adoptive parents. It was Louise. These disgusting green-skinned creatures had accumulated numerous genes over the years of lurking, including those of Wolverine, Magneto, Professor X, and various other mutants. Their strength should not be underestimated. But now they had kicked a hard rock. The Skrull, mimicking Wolverine, held bone claws against Louise's back, seemingly needing this to feel secure. An enraged Clark directly entered superluminal speed, smashing through all the surrounding Skrulls. He then picked up Louise and turned to incinerate these beings with his heat vision. He burned them to ashes. Among them, the most difficult to kill was the Skrull with Wolverine's healing abilities. It took Clark merely 1/10 of a second. After all the Skrulls in this base turned to ash, Clark took Louise home and activated his super hearing, determined to find and eradicate all the Skrulls on Earth. These disgusting green creatures were intolerable. Thinking back to the events that had just occurred, Clark felt an overwhelming urge to destroy. After calming Louise, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was beneath the sun on Earth, listening intently to everything happening around him, prioritizing any information regarding the Skrulls. While Clark was ruthlessly slaughtering the Skrulls, Lien had forcefully borrowed power from the hellish dimension. This free power was consumed without remorse, could be squandered at will. Meanwhile, Dr. Otto also began preparing for the artificial sun experiment. Lien occasionally observed his progress. He did not want to miss this opportunity that felt like a strong premonition. Dark Dimension. Dormammu and Darkseid had been entangled for a long time, but neither could gain the upper hand. Darkseid's projection could be said to be equivalent to the complete form of a Dimension Lord. He and Dormammu fought fiercely within the Dark Dimension, but the Dark Dimension was Dormammu's domain, giving him a natural advantage. Moreover, it possessed endless energy. Could be said that unless a Rules Overlord or Darkseid's true form descended, no one could kill Dormammu, this Dimension Lord. Ultimately, the two overlords decided to compromise. Dormammu provided Darkseid with a locator anchor point for Earth. Darkseid left on his own. As Darkseid departed the dark dimension, Dormammu, whose face was riddled with wounds from the Omega beams, began a slow recovery. Darkseid, leaving the dark dimension, clutched his concave chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His orange eyes were filled with silence. The failure of the Desert Wolf was not his fault. The power existing on Earth was too terrifying. New York. Dr. Otto's artificial sun experiment. Lien stood behind Peter Parker, frowning as he watched Dr. Otto's operations. The octopus tentacles generated a special force field capable of interacting with the pure energy body attracted by the magnetic field. Lien was lost in thought as he focused on this small sun. The sun in my heart. He thought, shaking his head. No. 1,000,000 stars. Sentinel. The more he thought, the more Lien realized that this bizarre world still had many things yet to reveal. That's not right, murmured Lien, activating his supervision to observe the artificial sun emitting state. In this world, the presence of Tony Stark's arc reactor allowed Dr. Otto to consider more comprehensively. Thus, this time Dr. Otto did not fail. Therefore, there was no octopus doctor, the villain controlled by artificial intelligence. A stable sun. A small sun. The sun in my heart. The sun within me. Murmuring, Lien's brows furrowed tighter. I am filled with suns. As he spoke, Lien's eyes grew brighter. One body filled with suns. If every cell is a sun, then what is the power of 1,000,000 stars worth? He said, looking at his hand. The power of 1,000,000 stars is merely the strength of a fingertip. This is my opportunity. With that said, Lien, oblivious to his surroundings, reached out to touch the artificial sun created by Dr. Otto. The force field enveloping it meant he would not feel any heat. This layer of force field is like a cell membrane. Within the cells lies the sun, and each cell can simultaneously conduct energy. Then all I need to do is ignite my own sun, and I will become the sun god. The god who governs all suns. The murmurs lost in his own world caused Lien's cellular structure to emit a special frequency resonance. The energy emitted began to ignite the sun within his heart, then directed by his consciousness to all cells. A massive biological force field enveloped his body, causing the surrounding reality to distort. Now, because he had ignited the cellular suns, Lien's body began to generate gravity. The distorted space due to Lien's immense mass began to collapse. It could be said that Lien's surroundings were no different from a black hole, all mass reaching an incomprehensible scale of a super-celestial body. As the cellular suns gradually ignited, the biological force field surrounding Lien could no longer contain the gravity emanating from his body. Thus, the mass of Earth began to converge towards Lien. Next was the moon, then the Kryptonian fortress, and finally the sun. Kryptonian Fortress Academy of Sciences. The Kryptonian scientists said to Zod with grave expressions, "General, an unknown supergravitational source has appeared on Earth. If we do not evacuate the martial immortal Northern Crown Wall within 3 minutes, we will be torn apart by this ever-increasing immense gravity." Zod, hearing this, could hardly believe. What? We have to escape 100 billion light-years away in 3 minutes. What kind of joke is this? What he did not know was that at this moment within Lien, there were 100 trillion cellular suns being gradually ignited. The supergravity created by 100 trillion suns could be imagined. Within the light cone, nothing could escape. It could be said that if Lien successfully ignited all the cells within him, the gravitational force of his body would cover 1/10 the size of the observable universe. What kind of life form this power would create, only the heavens know. The gravitational source is still growing exponentially. There is no time left. The Kryptonian scientist pressed his hands on the golden experimental table, leaving 2 handprints, a testament to his inner turmoil and helpless despair. We cannot escape. As Krypton's newly appointed chief scientist, his strength was It is unimaginable that a gravitational force capable of covering 1/10 of the observable universe could emerge from a planet as insignificant as Earth. This is simply absurd. With the emergence of gravity, the space around Peter Parker was suddenly stretched. Everything nearby was being drawn in by Lien. However, these objects were torn into the smallest units of matter by the overwhelming gravity emanating from Lien before they could even touch him. Unlike the outside world, Lien remained immersed in his own art at that moment. As the cells within him gradually ignited from the inside out, Lien's figure began to slowly detach from the observable universe. Meanwhile, on the far side of the moon, a point of light emerged from a pitch-black area. Then a square-headed being walked from the virtual into the real world. He was the observer Watu, who never intervened in the course of the universe's development but merely recorded events that had never occurred before. For instance, the commotion caused by Lien had attracted him. He held a white book and began to describe everything about Lien's arrival in this world. When he reached the current state of Lien, it seemed as if some force was preventing him from continuing to record. Watu realized that from this day forth Lien had transcended the realm of mortals, entering the domain of gods, and he was a top-tier conceptual deity. He would become unobservable and would not be recorded by the universe. Simultaneously, he would unify. To unify means that the current Lien embodies the entirety of the past, present, and future. Everything he experienced would be immutable, and the outcomes he produced would become established reality. He would witness the celestial immortal North Crown's Great Wall becoming history, and if he did not intervene soon, he would be buried with it. At this moment, the people on Earth also felt that something was different. Everything was being attracted, even the people. Stark's Island Villa. J.R.V.I.S. alerted Tony Stark, who was engrossed in research, saying, "Sir, an unknown massive gravitational source has been detected. Stark Industries satellites are going off course. The moon is being drawn towards the Earth at a speed of kilometers per second, and the speed is increasing." What? Stark frowned. The moon? As Stark came to his senses, his eyes widened. Contact Lien quickly. Earth is facing disaster. Hurry. Hearing Stark's command, J.R.V.I.S. quickly dialed Lien's number, but it couldn't go through. "Sir, Mr. Lee is out of service area. Forget about him. Equip me with the neutron star. No. 198 Red Lotus armor. Sir, 198 has not been tested yet. There's no time, just deploy it directly." "Understood, sir." With that, Tony Stark smashed through the bulletproof glass. "Locate the source of gravity." "Sir, the gravitational source is in New York." As Tony Stark was about to fall, his nanotech armor enveloped his body and suddenly soared into the air. This armor was indeed his latest research achievement. As he accelerated, he reached 1/10 the speed of light, 2/10 the speed of light, 9/10 the speed of light, and still accelerating. The armor, inscribed with magical circuits, had reached a stage of transcending technology and moving toward divinity. All of this occurred in just a few seconds. The Iron Man flying oversaw Peter Parker, who was about to fall beside Lien, and the distorted space, and directly collided with him to push him out of the gravitational center. Stark did not forget to look back at the black hole behind him. Only after flying far away did he turn to Peter Parker and ask Peter what happened. "Mr. Stark." Before Peter Parker could finish, Stark interrupted in 5 words or less. "He is Mr. Lien." Hearing this, Tony Stark's pupils suddenly dilated. What? Why? He saw Dr. Otto's artificial son. J.R.V.I.S. Pull up the data on Dr. Otto's artificial son. "Understood, sir." The scene shifted. Darkseid, stepping out of the void, was drawn to a familiar orange-yellow sun. Mother box. Wait, why is the sun getting bigger? At this moment, Darkseid was situated between the sun and the Earth. Soon he noticed a faint gravitational pull and turned to look at Earth, his eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? At this point, half of the Earth had already been consumed by the gravity emitted by Lien. Moreover, the gravity was becoming stronger, and the rate at which the sun was being drawn in was increasing. Seeing this scene, Darkseid did not hesitate and leaped into the air, propelling his entire body against the gravity toward the sun. Darkseid intended to retrieve the mother box and leave immediately, for he already understood why this was happening. 2.5 minutes earlier, the Observer had warned the Fantastic Four of the impending destruction of Earth. At the same time, Mr. Fantastic quickly devised a method to save the planet using his brilliant mind. The only way to save Earth in such a short time was to have the Flash reverse time. While they were considering countermeasures, Stephen in Camartage glimpsed a fragment of the future through the Time Stone. The destruction of Earth was an established reality. The only way to save the celestial immortal North Crown's Great Wall was for Lien to break through, obtain the Time Stone, and then utilize the power of the Infinity Stones to restore everything. This was also the least costly option. As for Mr. Fantastic so-called time reversal, it would not work on Lien, for he had already reached the Trinity. Any consequences he caused could only be changed by himself. If others wanted to change them, they could only seek the eternal for their wishes. Thus Stephen faced his own death. Meanwhile Clark was slaughtering the Skrulls worldwide. Unless Clark transformed into the Golden Superman at that moment, he could not possibly escape from billions of light-years away within 2.5 minutes. The Flash's attempt to reverse time failed and resulted in his death. Mr. Fantastic despairingly gave up. At this moment Tony Stark, wearing the customizable armor in Neutron Star Red Lotus mode, was holding Spider-Man and his Pepper trying to escape the gravitational range. However, Peter Parker and Pepper in front of him gradually lost consciousness even with the protection of the secondary armor until they were disintegrated by the immense gravity. Stark felt powerless once again. Even though his armor could fly faster than light, he still could not protect the most important things. Thus he angrily turned back, flying towards the point of gravity, where Leon was located, simultaneously activating the superluminal mode. Yet due to the attraction of Leon's gravity, Stark entered a peculiar state. In this state he retained only his consciousness. As for everything else, he could sense nothing, because his entire armor and body were torn apart into the smallest units of matter in front of the massive gravitational point that Leon represented. Only a glowing gem remained in his mind. If Leon saw it, he would certainly recognize it as the Self-Stone, and Tony Stark's consciousness was the spirit of the Self-Stone. As Leon continued to illuminate the cells of the sun, the gravitational pull on his body increased exponentially. The Earth vanished. Then came the moon. In the Kryptonian fortress, Hulk gazed at Earth with a wise expression. He felt no anger, only clarity, for with Lien, he could return to his purest self. He no longer had to bear the fears and insults of Banner. He was simply his pure self. Meanwhile, deep within his soul, a door was attempting to open, but Hulk did not allow it. On the fortress, Hulk spread his arms and closed his eyes, feeling the pull of gravity. The Kryptonian fortress disappeared. Next it was the sun and the 8 planets. The Milky Way. The expansion of gravity was accelerating. In precisely 2.5 minutes, everything within the Northern Crown Great Wall of the Martial Immortal became blank. At the same time, all observable celestial bodies in the universe were being drawn by Lien's immense gravitational force. In the blank space, there existed a tiny point of light which upon closer inspection was the Sentinel with the power of 1,000,000 stars. He was still struggling. Although his strength was sufficient to break free from a black hole's gravity, Lien was no ordinary black hole. His body contained 100 trillion cells, and according to Lien's notion of the sun, those 100 trillion cells represented 100 trillion suns. A body composed of 100 trillion suns exerted such immense gravity that not even light could escape. Not even the so-called gods could resist. In the end, the power of 1,000,000 stars was still no match for Lien's 100 trillion suns. As all cells were illuminated and transformed into suns, Lien fully awakened from his seclusion. When he opened his eyes to the pitch-black universe, a hint of confusion flashed in his gaze, for the gravitational force emanating from him began to elevate him beyond the 3-dimensional realm. Everything around him was collapsing, expanding and then compressing. Moreover, he saw countless worms of various lengths. Upon closer inspection, Lien realized these so-called worms were actually individual life trajectories. From birth to death, each worm represented a person's lifespan, with one end being birth and the other death. Continuously depicted in the middle was the trajectory of a person's life. From birth to death, Lien could see the entire process at a glance. Silently observing all this, he realized these were projections left behind on Earth. They were remnants like black and white film images pulled and preserved by the gravity generated by Lien. While Leon was looking at all this, 2 beams of light suddenly caught his attention. With a wave of his hand, 2 gems appeared in his palm, one of which he recognized as the Time Stone. The other gem reminded him of Tony Stark. "Oh Tony, so you really are the Mind Stone. No wonder you could forge an arc reactor with a hammer." Looking at the 5 gems in his hand, plus the 2 he just acquired, Lien now possessed 7 Infinity Stones. With a thought, the 5 rings in his hand transformed into the Infinity Gauntlet through the Reality Stone. After embedding the Time Stone into the Infinity Gauntlet, Lien felt a unique energy surge through his body. Meanwhile, the Tony in his grip was also stirring restlessly. However, Lien knew what would happen if all 7 Infinity Stones fused. So, he did not intend to embed them all in the Infinity Gauntlet. Thus Lian began to issue commands to the Soul Stone with his mind, while allowing the Soul Stone to relay the message to the other stones. Finally, the Power Stone provided energy to the Reality Stone. Snap! Lian gently snapped his fingers. Everything torn apart by the gravitational force generated by his breakthrough was rapidly being remade. At the same time, Lian used the Infinity Stones to isolate himself from the universe, preventing the immense gravity from causing the universe to collapse. The original gray-white regained color. Lian returned from the four-dimensional realm back to the three-dimensional realm. It could be said that he had transcended the three-dimensional universe to become a four-dimensional being. Simultaneously, a higher dimension can lower itself, but for a lower dimension to rise it truly requires reaching a realm like Lian's. As everything around began to restore, the Mind Stone in Lian's hand seemed reluctant to return to its form as Tony Stark. It attempted to break free from Lian's grasp. Yet all was in vain. One stone could not overpower the other six. Thus it could only obediently return to its original position. Everything was remade. Lian returned to New York in front of Dr. Otto's artificial sun. Seeing everything come to a halt, Lian returned to his original position and gently snapped his fingers again. Snap! With a ripple, everything returned to its original form. Feeling the vast power within him akin to the universe, he directly activated the power of the 6 Infinity Stones to reach the Hell Dimension. Sensing the strong smell of sulfur around him, a mischievous glint appeared in Lian's eyes. Mephisto, I'm here. Little darling, I know you know I'm here. Come out quickly, I promise not to kill you. Lian's vengeance was not one to be ignored. It was a vengeance to be instigated before it was exacted. Mephisto felt a wave of fear in his heart. He hid deep within hell, watching Lian with confusion. He couldn't fathom why someone could enter hell while still alive and yet be so intimidating. Now Lian, with his toothy grin, was playing hide and seek with Mephisto. He was slowly tormenting Mephisto's mind. Otherwise, he would have already used the power of the Infinity Stones to summon Mephisto before him. Extending his finger, Lian gently flicked a volcano, causing intense pressure to part the dark red sky. The volcano vanished without a trace. If you don't come out soon, I'll tear this dimension apart. The more he spoke, the more ferocious Lian's expression became, displaying a rather vindictive dark humor. As he spoke, Lian stomped his foot on the ground. The originally steaming red earth began to crack and countless demonic faces emerged from the molten lava beneath. They were extremely grotesque. However, when they saw Lian, their original menacing forms quickly transformed into docile sheep beginning to bleat. Mephisto felt the pressure from Lian and reluctantly stepped out. Hi! Looking at this polite old man, Lian scoffed. Oh, is that you, Mephisto? How convenient, just returning. Ha ha! Mephisto touched his nose. You jest. Seeing Mephisto play the coward, Lian grinned widely. From now on I am the Lord of Hell and you are my servant. Saying this, Lian used the power of the Infinity Stones to conjure a contract that even deities had to obey. The terms of the contract were simple: whoever offers their true spirit must become Lian's servant, and if they dare to breach the contract, they will be completely obliterated by the Infinity Stones. Moreover, Lian could freely add various terms to this contract. After tossing the contract to Mephisto, Lian chuckled. Don't you enjoy signing contracts with others? Now it's your turn. Mephisto looked at the contract in his hand, uncertain of what to think. Watching the unmoving Mephisto, Lian's expression gradually became calm. He knew that someone who had reached the level of a Dimension Lord would certainly have their own dignity, so the so-called enslavement was merely to save Mephisto's face. If he agreed, it would be best, and if he refused, that would be even better. After all, Lian very much wanted to give this guy a good beating. Unwilling. Hearing this, Mephisto, who had come back to his senses, looked at Lian's calm eyes and gently nodded. Though he was cunning and cowardly, he could not become someone else's puppet. He had enslaved countless people and knew the feeling of powerlessness that came with being enslaved. Thus he would rather die. However, he was not without the power to fight back. Seeing Mephisto's appearance, Lian stopped speaking. A strong person needed to maintain their dignity. Therefore, he chose to fulfill him. Mephisto looked at Lian, a hint of a smile slowly appearing on his aged face. Then his skin began to crumble, and ultimately his entire body merged into the hellish magma. Immediately afterward, hell began to tremble, and the surface was forcibly pushed open by a tremendous force from the depths of the earth. A molten giant hand comparable in size to the sun broke through the surface and rushed towards Lien. Clearly Mephisto was using all his strength. Lien did not confront him heeding. Instead he wanted to see just how massive Mephisto's true form as the Lord of Hell actually was. The molten giant hand missed its target and quickly pushed against the ground, breaking through the depths of hell. A shoulder first emerged from the endless surface of hell, followed by a red-skinned demon face with a pair of menacing horns which were much larger than the demon's face. Sudden bone spikes extended outward. Countless agonized faces crying out in pain were densely packed all over them. These were the wicked souls that had fallen into hell. Lien was sent flying far away, catching a glimpse of Mephisto's upper body. He saw Mephisto's dark red skinless hands with thick muscle fibers taut supporting his body as he slowly stood up. At this moment Mephisto's size was comparable to the solar system. A single fist was the size of a sun. "Is this your complete form?" murmured Lien, his eyes growing ever brighter. Compared to Mephisto's demonic true form, Lien was as small as a speck of dust, yet Mephisto knew in his heart that this time he was doomed. However, he decided to die in a spectacular manner. Thus he launched a fierce attack on Lien. His giant hands, larger than two suns, came together and struck at Lien's location with the speed of light. The sound generated by the friction of the air distorted the world. If the power were any greater, it could shatter the void. Seeing Mephisto's movement, Lien's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's my turn to show off, haha." Lien then extended his finger above his head as the two fists larger than the sun struck down on his fingertip. The ground beneath Lien vanished into thin air. Even though his feet hadn't touched the ground, his body remained motionless. Yet the earth beneath him had disappeared without a trace. From above, hell looked as if a vast expanse of land had vanished into thin air. Boom! The next moment, the explosive pressure expanded rapidly outward, producing a deafening explosion. With one strike failing, Mephisto reacted at the speed of light, launching a knee strike at Lien. Lien merely smiled faintly, saying, "Do you think you can interrupt my show-off now?" Saying this, Lien bent over and threw a punch at Mephisto's ribcage, the force of which carried the might of 100 trillion suns, directly obliterating one of Mephisto's entire legs. The overwhelming solar power directly tore open a passage to reality in the dimensional walls of hell. The evil spirits and demons along the way were all shredded by its immense energy, letting out pitiful wails. Mephisto, bracing himself with one hand on the ground to avoid falling, looked at Lien with a shocked expression. He knew that Lien was strong, but the current Lien was far stronger than what he had seen back on Earth. He then recalled the inexplicable disappearance event that had recently occurred in the real world, and now he could confirm that this incident was inextricably linked to Lien. Lien, seeing Mephisto slowly stand up with one hand and one foot supporting himself, exclaimed in shock, "How can you be so strong?" After all, as the Lord of Hell, his status was exceedingly high. Facing Lien, a mere earthling, he could not possibly be so strong as to leave him with no chance. In response to Mephisto's question, Lien grinned. "I am not that strong. I am merely the god who commands all the suns in the universe. The sun god, the sun of the entire universe," murmured Mephisto, his face showing a dazed expression. He had never counted how many suns existed in the universe, but he knew that number was certainly vast. So vast that it could easily tear apart the dimensional walls of hell. Ignoring Mephisto's reaction, Lien pondered for a moment, then bent over, assuming a pose, as if about to unleash a wave. Once upon a time, as a child, he and his childhood friends loved to mimic these strange motions, striking poses they believed were cool. At the same time, he slowly began to speak. "Ha! Me! Ha! Me! Ha!" As his voice fell, a point of red light slowly appeared in the palm of Lien's hand, then rapidly expanded, gathering energy that contained 100 trillion suns. He then pushed it forward towards Mephisto. An orange energy ball instantly vanished, and when it reappeared, it was right in front of Mephisto's head. It squeezed, then obliterated before finally exploding. Boom! The demon head, larger than 10 suns, was instantly reduced to dust by this strike. The leg, having lost its torso, fell limply to the ground, creating a molten wave that resembled a gigantic tsunami. Did Mephisto die? Not at all. Within the Hell Dimension, everything was his body, and he was the will of the Hell Dimension. As long as the hell dimension was not completely destroyed, he would not truly perish. However, from the perspective of the crumbling dimensional walls, he had indeed suffered severe damage. Leon raised his hand, extending a finger, his eyes flashing with boredom. He had shown off as much as he wanted and played his part. And that was that. As a grain-sized light spot appeared at his fingertip and rapidly expanded into a crimson energy ball, he casually tossed it towards the sea of magma in the hell dimension. If this energy ball exploded deep within the hell dimension, the entire hell dimension would shatter. Just as the energy ball was about to touch the magma, a withered hand slowly emerged from the magma, catching the energy ball. Upon seeing this, Lien suddenly felt a surge of interest. A hand emerged from the magma, followed by an arm, and then an old man slowly rose from the magma. Upon seeing his appearance, Lien's interest quickly turned serious. This old man had white eyebrows, hair, and beard with no trace of energy fluctuations about him, resembling an old man sitting at the village head waiting for death. Yet he had caught the energy ball Lien released. This energy ball, though appearing small, contained enough energy to destroy the hell dimension. But now it was like a bubble gently punctured by the old man before him. Moreover, it did not stir or ripple. He merely raised his hand, and the damaged hell dimension flowed back through time and space. Then everything returned to normal. "Who are you?" Looking at the old man, Lien spoke in a serious tone. He knew this guy was definitely not Mephisto. "You can call me the Creator." The old man squinted his eyes and smiled at Lien, saying, "I've been observing you since you arrived in this world, and you are quite impressive." The Creator? Lien's expression turned serious clearly, having guessed the old man's true identity. But he was still afraid to admit it. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded in agreement with Lien's title. "You should leave now, as this universe still needs hell, so you cannot destroy it." As he spoke, the old man raised his hand and pressed down, causing Lien's body to suddenly disappear. Soon after, the old man vanished into thin air. Hell once again restored its original appearance as if nothing had changed. Severely injured and on the brink of death, Mephisto opened his eyes again, gazing at the familiar hell with disbelief. "I'm not dead." Meanwhile, in another location, Lien lay on a familiar hammock. He hadn't returned on his own, but was precisely teleported back by the old man. "Omniscient and omnipotent," Lien murmured, bitterly smiling. Even a god who controls all the suns in the universe could not harbor a single thought of resistance against the old man. This is truly despairing. Not realizing that the old man was indeed the omniscient Oa, Lien never expected that his simple desire to destroy hell would attract the attention of this comic book world. After all, this is above all things. Although he could control all the suns in the universe now, he still felt insignificant compared to the entirety of the universe. However, Lien believed that one day he would be able to face this guy directly. The power of 100 trillion suns pales in comparison to the concept of Oa. Truly, it is a conceptual existence. Mephisto was not dead. Hell's dimension had not been destroyed, and instead Leon was left feeling disheartened. Thus he took out a whip and cracked it a few times in the air. Hearing the sound of the whip slicing through the wind, the Electro knew to kneel before Lien, exposing his brown back. As the whip swung, Electro let out a joyful cry. It must be said that these guys had truly reached new heights in enduring the whip. Meanwhile, at a seaside villa, Tony Stark, restored by the power of the Infinity Stones, tightly embraced the figure in his arms. As the embodiment of the Mind Stone, he had clearly seen everything Lien had done. Moreover, he retained his memories. Originally, as the embodiment of the Mind Stone, he wanted to confront Lien about all of this, but Lien didn't give him a single chance. Instead, he directly used the Infinity Stones to revert time, but he got stuck in the process, which was incredibly frustrating. The scenes of Peppa being torn apart by gravity replayed endlessly in his mind. This was because Lien had not used the stone's power to reset the Mind Stone's memory. Perhaps because they were both stones, they shared the same status, which is why he couldn't revert the Infinity Stone's memory either. Now Tony Stark felt a suffocating pressure inside him. After comforting Peppa, he directly donned the latest suit of armor and activated the neutron star Crimson Lotus form. In this state, he was at his strongest, yet he couldn't even approach Lien. Thus he too went into a self-imposed isolation, just like facing Oa. Wearing the armor and drinking non-intoxicating alcohol, he had stopped drinking fine wine and instead became interested in industrial ethanol because it had a kick. It allowed him to feel the sensation of mild drunkenness again. After drinking a few bottles of industrial ethanol, he staggered toward Lien's location holding several bottles. In the Crimson Lotus form, Tony Stark sprinted at full speed, almost arriving in a second. When the slightly inebriated Tony Stark saw Lien whipping Electro, an inexplicable emotion flickered in his eyes. Burning with suppressed anger, he approached Lien and tossed a bottle of industrial ethanol at him, saying, "Lee, this is a great new discovery of mine. Swap the whip with me." While saying this, Tony Stark burped, casually snatching the whip from the stunned Lien's hands. Then Lien witnessed the unique talent exclusive to Caucasians. Crack, crack, crack. The whip was wielded by Tony Stark like an invisible curtain of lashes. Lien instinctively opened the industrial ethanol in his hand and took a sip. Gulp. The slight burning sensation made Lien intoxicated. Good wine. After downing a bottle of industrial ethanol in one go, Lien let out a long sigh of relief, although it didn't alleviate his gloomy mood. Seeing Tony Stark whip Electro online inexplicably lifted his spirits. At the same time, having vented his frustrations, Tony Stark tossed the whip aside, completely awake. After finishing the industrial ethanol, he moved slightly, fully metabolizing the residual ethanol in his body. Woohoo! Lee, did you buy this farming tool? The price doesn't matter, or what matters is that it makes me feel good. While saying this, Tony Stark looked at Lien. However, Lien appeared somewhat unhappy. He didn't know that Lien had been rendered self-isolated by an old man not long ago. What do you think? Tony rubbed his face vigorously. Are you selling it? Lien, being interrupted by Tony, relaxed a bit, saying, "Not for sale, it's not about price. You have to capture it yourself." Just then, the severely injured Electro seemed unable to hold on any longer and revealed his true form, a scene that Tony Stark happened to witness. Ward, and there's a hidden model. Tony seemed somewhat shocked. Is it still an alien? By the way, where did you get this? As he spoke, Tony Stark instructed Jarvis to start scanning this green-skinned fellow. Lien threw the glass bottle of industrial ethanol at the bald head of the fake Electro. Boom! The glass bottle shattered, and Lien slowly began. He delivered himself to my doorstep. He impersonated my Electro. These guys are Skrulls trying to get close to me to obtain my DNA and gain my abilities. However, they just failed. Saying this, Lien reached out and opened a portal based on the slave mark of the real Electro, pulling him out from the containment device. This one is the real deal. Meanwhile, Clark had also wiped out all the Skrulls he could find. Clark generally had no sympathy for aliens with odd appearances, let alone the fact that one of them had truly disgusted him. Thus, he was even more ruthless. In this way, all the Skrulls on Earth, except for this fainted one in front of Lien, were thoroughly slaughtered by Clark. Tony Stark looked at the device in Lien's hand, then turned to the Skrull beside him, his expression momentarily dazed. You mean these perfectly mimicking creatures would steal the genes of superpowered individuals? Lien nodded, adding, not just superpowered individuals, but also government leaders or wealthy tycoons. Pausing, Lien scrutinized Tony Stark and continued, take you for example. The technology of the Skrulls is quite advanced. They can absorb all the memories of the person they mimic, even down to behavioral habits and DNA. At first, even they cannot distinguish whether they are Skrulls or the individuals they are mimicking. Seeing the scrutinizing gaze from Lien, Tony Stark flared up like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Are you suspecting me? Tony Stark's reaction eased Lien's earlier displeasure. No, I verified it. You are the real deal. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark let out a sigh of relief. That's good. By the way, what did you do in Dr. Otto's solar experiment? Seeing the look in Tony Stark's eyes, Lien knew he retained his memories. Shrugging, Lien did not hide. I broke through. I accidentally destroyed 1/10 of the observable universe, and then restored it with the Infinity Gauntlet. As he spoke, Lien showcased the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand, which was embedded with 6 glowing stones. The Time Stone, which Lien had yet to return to Steven. This led to Steven now gazing at the empty eye of Agamotto with grave concern. Because in his current understanding he had no memory of the previous events, he thought the Time Stone had vanished for no reason. Without the Time Stone, the Sorcerer Supreme was left severely weakened. If Dormammu were to invade now, he might not be able to cope. Tony looked at the stones in Lien's hand, recalling his previous peculiar state. He seemed to have developed a special connection to these stones. So was I really turned into a golden stone? Lien nodded. There is a mind stone in your brain which is also your source of pride. In a way you could say you are the very consciousness born from the mind stone. Tony Stark silently stared at the infinity stone in Lien's hand. So I am the embodiment of a consciousness born from a stone becoming sentient. For Tony's interpretation, Lien smiled slightly. You could say that, oh, however, you are still you and the Mind Stone is also part of you. Originally lost in thought, Tony Stark felt a sense of relief at Lien's words. I thought my intelligence was granted by the Mind Stone, but it turns out I am the Mind Stone itself. Tony shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. Looks like I really have become a sentient stone. What's wrong? Don't you like your identity? Lien reached out and removed the time stone from his hand, then opened a portal in front of him, handing the time stone to Stephen. Stephen, who had been contemplating who had stolen the time stone, stood frozen in place upon seeing it handed to him. At the same time, Lien's voice came through. Thank you for your infinity stone, Stephen. As he spoke, the portal vanished before his eyes. Looking at the closed portal, Stark pondered for a moment and said, Since you are so powerful, why do you still look so troubled? Lien looked up at the sky and smiled helplessly. That's because I've seen a being that inspires no sense of resistance, just like how you see me now. Having this analogy, Stark also revealed the same bitterness that appeared on Lien's face. That does sound quite despairing. After countless days and nights, Tony Stark finally developed armor capable of shattering a planet with a single shot, but for someone like Lien, who could casually destroy 1/10 of the observable universe, it was nothing but a joke. Thus the two men struck up an awkward conversation, talking aimlessly. A man's topics of conversation usually revolve around power, wealth, and women. Conveniently, both of them lacked the first two, leaving only one topic, women. By the way, I seem to have never seen you with a girlfriend. Why is that? In response to Stark's question, Lien placed his hands behind his head, lying back on the hammock, causing him to sway slightly. Girlfriends. Too troublesome. Just as the two were discussing, a figure suddenly flew down from the sky. It was Clark, who was extremely furious. He shot a heat vision at the unconscious Skrull, his fierce heat energy melting a hole in the ground. By the end, there was nothing left of the Skrull. Lien did not stop this scene. Clark approached Lien after eliminating the Skrull. Uncle Lee, I killed that disgusting guy. It won't affect you, right? Lien waved his hand. It's fine. I was just leaving him for you. As for the earlier desire to find cannon fodder, he had lost any interest after his breakthrough. Now he simply wanted to relax. One must say the actions of the OAA had hit him hard. A god capable of controlling 1 trillion suns had no standing before the OAA. With a wave of his hand, he was sent back to the hammock. One could imagine that he was aware of every move Lien made upon arriving in this world. As for why he stopped Lien from destroying the Hell Dimension, it remained a mystery. Seeing Lien still as casual as he was in his childhood eased Clark's worry, and his facial expression gradually relaxed. One must know these disgusting beings had made him sick to the core. He now dared not explain to Lois. If Lois knew she had been played by a green-skinned creature, wouldn't that ruin their sweet romance? Thus Clark could only bury this secret deep in his heart. From then on, Clark kept a watchful eye, ensuring to confirm things whenever he became intimate with. The plans of these Skrulls were meticulous. Had it not been for Clark's initial inability to control himself, the Skrulls would have succeeded. At that moment, Clark's emotions were complex. He did not know if he was lucky or unfortunate. However, every time he went to the bathroom, he would think of that haunting nightmare. Lien noticed that Clark's mood seemed off and asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing Lien's inquiry, Clark forced a smile and replied, "Nothing." "Did you argue with Lois?" "No." Faced with Lien, Clark felt shy to speak of his embarrassing incident. Seeing Clark like this, Lien did not press further. "That's good." Tony Stark, glancing at Clark, felt a twinge of envy. The feeling of being cared for was something he lacked. However, thinking of Pepper's face, he smiled in relief. Everything seemed not so bad. Lien's lack of questioning allowed Clark to breathe a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, to cleanse himself, he waved farewell to Lien and shot off toward the sun. He needed to shed this layer of skin. Otherwise, he always felt he was letting Lois down. Watching Tony's departing figure, the cabin once again fell into tranquility. Lien enjoyed the gentle breeze, while the other Nico C awakened from his coma. He began to clean up the aftermath, filling the hollow created by Clark with dirt. Lien quietly watched this scene. Humans are strange. The harder you strike, the more loyal and self-aware these individuals with special circumstances become. On the other side, in the dark dimension, Dormammu watched as Darkseid departed, his eyes flickering with an unusual brilliance. He then projected his consciousness into the body of Darkseid, which he had kept stored. As his consciousness settled in, Dormammu opened his eyes, looking at his hands, his orange eyes gleaming with strange delight. One must know that in this universe there are not many bodies capable of carrying his consciousness. Fortunately, Darkseid's form was exceptionally perfect. A powerful physique, unmatched strength, and immense vitality. Wow! Dormammu, using Darkseid's body, gazed at his original form, and the two exchanged glances. For a period of time, Dormammu resembled a child who had just regained his body, familiarizing himself with his new form while marveling at Darkseid's physique. Such a powerful body could be casually discarded, which illustrated Darkseid's might. As the ruler of the six-dimensional universe, even what Darkseid casually discarded could leave Dormammu in awe. Once Dormammu had thoroughly mastered Darkseid's body, he flew towards the path Darkseid had taken. With his mastery of magic, Darkseid's body was like the wings of a tiger. When Dormammu in Darkseid's body arrived between the sun and earth, he gazed at the mesmerizing blue sphere before him, his eyes filled with enchantment. It was the essence of life. As Dormammu was entranced, a point of light suddenly magnified before his eyes. He unwittingly blocked Clark's path to the sun. Thus the two had a confrontation. When Clark saw the bald figure, he thought little of it and directly collided at light speed, sending Darkseid deep into the sun. At present, Clark's strength had reached a level that allowed him to enter the depths of the sun. Although he couldn't last long, it was still a promising start. Dormammu was dumbfounded. He had been admiring the beauty of Earth, but was suddenly knocked away by a point of light. However, he quickly stabilized himself. Currently, Dormammu could still wield magic. Thus, he didn't expose himself directly to the sun's core. When Clark collided with him, he had already activated a teleportation spell. Yet he couldn't help but marvel at how strong this body was. Even after falling into the plasma layer, he sustained minimal damage. It merely caused the skin to darken slightly, but it was nothing serious. While Clark was still within the sun, Dormammu returned to his original position. He wasn't there to fight. He had more important matters at hand, so he didn't intend to engage in a random match with this pure bystander. He had followers lurking in the shadows on Earth. Therefore, he needed to disguise himself. He decided to undergo a grotesque transformation of Darkseid's body. In the end, Dormammu transformed Darkseid's body into the likeness of Ancient One. It must be noted that he had countless grievances with Ancient One. Of course, one should commit misdeeds while looking like an enemy, and Dormammu thought the same. After using a magic spell to conceal his aura, he entered Earth. At this time, Clark's skin inside the sun was being burnt to a crisp, only to regenerate again. Clark could no longer sense the presence of that earlier figure. By the time he reacted, Dormammu had already vanished. Earth. Stephen looked at the warning magics, alert, a slight frown on his brow. The warning magic flickered, yet everything in the dark dimension remained routine. Dormammu wasn't going mad, and the responses from various temples were the same. The fluctuations of the warning magic were quite low. However, it indicated that Earth was indeed suffering from a dimensional invasion, albeit undetected by Earth. At that moment, in a certain tavern, Dormammu downed a pint of beer in one go and devoured an apple pie. Before him sat a flamboyantly dressed follower recounting the arrangements he had made in the shadows over the years. However, Dormammu merely nodded, continuing to eat without pause. He munched on the apple pie and beer, making a crunching sound. After finishing a barrel of beer and devouring 50 apple pies, he finally wiped his mouth with satisfaction. Who? Dormammu let out a long sigh of relief that was satisfying. After cleaning his mouth, Ancient One, who was actually Dormammu, stretched out his hand and suddenly grasped the head of the man in splendid attire. Then Dormammu directly entered his memories. As for these so-called followers, they were merely after wealth and longevity, so there was no need to take them too seriously. Once Dormammu grasped the general information about Earth, he still found nothing he sought. He saw not a trace of news regarding Lien. One could say these fellows were worthless. Thus Dormammu directly cursed worthless. While cursing, he gradually gave up on struggling. Earth was too astonishing. It was one thing for the poor to mutate, but the technology of the rich was similarly incredible. Not to mention the so-called superheroes on Earth were blooming everywhere. At the same time, there was a planetary fortress in the sky occupied by Kryptonians. Each of these fellows possessed the strength to destroy planets. Dormammu felt utterly exhausted. It was akin to facing the infinitely looping death of Steven. Disgusting. Thus Dormammu chose to give up entirely. He didn't want his hard-won matching body to be destroyed. Having stayed in that damned dark dimension for who knows how many years, he had long regretted it. There were just no regrets to be had. Hence he cherished this body exceptionally. Thus Dormammu became a bartender in this tavern, hearing all kinds of stories that made his daily life incredibly fulfilling. Until one day a guy clad in red leather carrying 2 swords and full of bravado initiated mental pollution against him. "Hey sir, give me a drink." Right? A cocktail, 1 cocktail. Have you heard? Deadpool pointed a finger, tapping on the bar. Superman from DC next door actually came to Marvel. But strangely, Superman didn't wear his underwear outside. I think someone must have taught him, otherwise it wouldn't be possible. Deadpool rambled on, acting as if he had seen through everything. Hearing this, Dormammu's mouth twitched. Clearly, he regarded Deadpool as a lunatic. Deadpool, however, paid no mind, instead picking a cherry from his cocktail, lifting his mask to reveal his pockmarked face, licking the cherry with his tongue. Lolulol. The impression was akin to a pervert violating someone else's gaze. The mental pollution emitted by Wade was no less than that of an evil sorcerer. Dormammu remained silent. He was a person with strong principles. Unlike Mephisto, he would play each role well. Dormammu looked at Deadpool, sensing the chaotic personalities within him constantly shifting. It made no sense at all. What a coincidence, you're bald too. Ha ha ha. Deadpool seemed to relish the moment, and with a crunch, he bit into a cherry, swallowing even the pit, continuing, "Bald heads are strong people. As far as I know, several big shots are bald. For example, myself." Dormammu's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and unable to hold back, he used magic to seal Deadpool's mouth shut. Woo-woo. Seeing Deadpool unable to speak, Dormammu let out a sigh of relief. He then picked up a cloth to wipe the bar counter. Just as Dormammu was enjoying a moment of peace, Deadpool pulled out a knife from behind him and sliced open his mouth, which had grown together. Phew! Deadpool let out a long breath, splattering some blood in front of Dormammu. The veins on Dormammu's forehead bulged. Seeing his appearance, Deadpool shrugged. "Sorry, my mouth grew together. And thanks for the drink." While saying this, he stole glances at the waitress. Vanessa's explosively sexy figure filled his masked eyes with longing. After all, Vanessa was his beloved. This time he came mainly to see Vanessa and to gather information about Francis. He wanted to find the guy who ruined his appearance and see if he could fix his face. Dormammu, seeing Deadpool's quiet demeanor, grit his teeth as he wiped the bloodstains off the table. If it weren't for the need to remain inconspicuous, a single dark spell could turn this chatterbox to dust. On the other side, Leon thought for a long time but still couldn't find any way to defeat Oa. Feeling a bit bored, he decided to take a walk. Coincidentally, upon entering the bar for the first time, he saw a flamboyant guy shaking his hips, and he was gazing intoxicatedly at a sexy bar dancer. The bartender next to him also gave off an intriguing vibe, but as long as he didn't provoke him, Leon generally wouldn't care what these guys wanted to do. So he approached the bartender and said, "A glass of vodka, no mixers, a big one." Saying this, Leon sat down at the bar and popped a few nuts into his mouth. Then, looking at Deadpool, he added, "If you like her, go for it boldly. What's the point of being timid?" Upon hearing Leon's sudden interjection, Dormammu's mouth twitched. To this chatterbox couldn't stop once he started. He was getting fed up. However, when Dormammu pushed the vodka towards Leon, he froze for a moment, then cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This familiar pestilence was right in front of him, yet he didn't expose himself. Why was, as Dormammu pondered, Deadpool turned around and upon seeing Leon instinctively said, "You're not from this world, are you?" Hearing Deadpool's words, Leon was taken aback. He knew Deadpool had extraordinary abilities, but he didn't expect him to recognize that he wasn't a local just by looking. Coming back to his senses, Leon nodded. That's right. Saying this, he downed the 99 proof vodka in one go. So you're the one who taught Superman to wear his underwear inside, right? Faced with Deadpool's tricky question, Leon didn't deny it. Yes. Then can you teach me how to win her back? Upon hearing this, Leon shrugged. If I were you, I would take off the mask and look her in the eye, telling her you like her. So simple. Deadpool looked incredulous, but his body showed no movement, clearly still unable to do it. These things sound easy to say, but when it comes to doing them, one always struggles with their inner conflicts. Yes, it's that simple. But just so you know, I've never had a girlfriend before. Saying this, Leon continued to the bartender disguised as Dormammu. Another one, please. He then reached for the nuts and resumed eating. Deadpool remained silent. Leon took the vodka again and downed it once more. What's wrong, not going? Seeing Deadpool make no move, Leon teased with a smile. If you don't muster up the courage, she won't be yours for long. Wade clearly wasn't ready yet. He shrank back. In response, Leon ignored him, and after finishing the nuts on his plate, he left behind $100 bill and walked out. Leon chose not to intervene with Deadpool. After leaving the bar, Dormammu let out a long sigh as he watched Leon's departing figure. At the same time, Deadpool chose to continue tracking Francis. He wanted to recover his best condition before reuniting with Vanessa. Leaving the bar, Leon wandered the streets of New York, where homeless people were everywhere in the dark night. Many thugs also eyed Leon hungrily. After all, while Leon appeared tall, he also looked quite wealthy. They were willing to fight for money. So when Leon walked into an alley, these thugs swarmed towards him. Leon unleashed a wave of intense heat, instantly eliminating these guys. As Leon walked out of the alley, a layer of glass-like crystal medium formed within it. This was caused by the surface melting due to the instantaneous high temperature. After clearing several blocks, Leon's previously displeased mood suddenly became clear. After venting, everything around him seemed to have a filter applied. Perfect. Just as Leon was immersed in his own artistry, a very tall black man frowned. With lips resembling black sausages and a nose like a tumor, he provided a striking visual impact. This man was Adam Bernard, just off work, also known as Captain Rancid. Initially, he had been disdainful of Nick Fury's words. However, when he saw Leon kill for simply being robbed by his fellow countrymen, he recalled what Nick Fury had said about how powerful Superman and Kryptonians truly were. He initially didn't want to get involved, but seeing Leon show no mercy towards his fellow countrymen, he glanced at his own skin color, and then at Leon's, his eyes suddenly shining with a flash of lightning. He felt a sense of imbalance within. Thus he thought of those who had discriminated against him. However, when he thought of his wife and children, the urge to act was suppressed. Leon returned to his senses and looked at the thug standing before him. Originally wanting to act, he stopped his movement. Regret flashed in Leon's eyes. Leon then lifted his foot and walked towards the open side. He still adhered to his principles. After all, as long as one didn't provoke him, he would hardly take action. Adam Bernard tightly clenched his fists and took a deep breath. He ultimately wasn't Leon, he had vulnerabilities. Leon did not deliberately provoke him. He still had some morals. The two brushed past each other. Their figures gradually faded away. At that moment, the shadow standing still picked up the flashing phone in his hand. Looking at the interface labeled Nick Fury, Adam Bernard ultimately chose to answer. I agree to your terms. As the collaboration between Lon Chi and S.H.I.E.L.D. commenced, these politicians set in motion a conspiracy against the superheroes. They first exaggerated the destructive power of these superheroes online and employed a spring and autumn style of writing to portray the outcomes they desired. This left the ignorant, blissfully indoctrinated masses unable to discern reality from fiction, merely following the trend online. However, they overlooked a harsh reality. They could not recognize their own strengths and weaknesses. Meanwhile, Tony Stark uncovered the truth behind his parents' deaths during an unexpected incident. When he encountered Captain America, Steve ultimately chose to lay down his shield and retreat into the forest with Bucky, while Tony Stark fell into despair. He even ignored the Congress' attempt to confiscate his Iron Man suit, growing increasingly disillusioned with the politicians on Capitol Hill. This also gave rise to a peculiar thought in him to replace these filthy politicians with a legion of perfect, flawless robots, sweeping them into the annals of history. Thus, Tony Stark began a deep dive into research, while negative remarks about superheroes it even reached a level of public disdain. Indeed, it was a surreal world. The media, acting as the government's mouthpiece, incessantly brainwashed the previously normal populace, causing even the most rational individuals to instinctively start observing. This was precisely what the power-hungry politicians needed. They feared not your neutrality but your alignment with any side. Such indifference was a deliberate means of control crafted by the politicians. As long as you remained divided, they would find a way to take you down one by one. With Lon Chi's involvement, SHIELD reignited the Avengers Initiative. However, only a few eccentric individuals chose to join, among them Lon Chi, a drug-addicted schizophrenic sentinel, and an Eternal named Icaris. Additionally, there was Carol, an old Avenger known as Captain Marvel. Together they formed a quartet of Avengers, primarily to mitigate the destruction caused by the government's handling of these supercriminals. In a bar, Dormammu found this scene quite entertaining. He particularly enjoyed those who would rush forward and inflict harm upon themselves. Alongside him was Mephisto from the Hell Dimension, looking to seize this opportunity to trick more souls into signing contracts with him. After all, the previous events in Hell left him deeply unsettled. After being obliterated by Lien, he felt an undeniable force lurking deep within Hell, and had it not been for the sudden intervention of another, he might have been supplanted. Now he had become exceedingly cautious. Whenever he sensed Lien nearby, he would hastily retreat to Hell to hide. He no longer provoked those he deemed dangerous, for the psychological scars left by Lien were very real. In New York Times Square, the screen displayed the brawl between Hulk and Abomination, albeit heavy. It also showcased the war involving the Venom symbiote along with a series of related incidents. Some paid protesters were continuously creating negative impressions. At this moment, Clark and Lois were present, with one holding a camera and the other a microphone, as Lois began broadcasting the events occurring in New York. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Planet Daily. Today's social media is ablaze with rumors of super individuals committing crimes, leading to intense discussions among the citizens. Let us interview a few individuals who have personally experienced the horrors of super individual crimes. After Lois spoke, Clark shifted the camera to focus on a middle-aged white man. The man on camera appeared destitute, his eyes filled with hatred. Sam gazed into the camera, suppressing his hatred as he spoke. That green-skinned big villain raised the car. I took out a loan for 3 years to buy and smashed it into the house. I took out a 30-year loan for injuring my wife in the process, and she was only 4 months pregnant. My child left me shortly after, and my wife bled out on the operating table, draining my entire savings. Because of these bastards, everything I had was destroyed. Destroyed. Listening to Sam's heart-wrenching roar on camera, those watching on television felt a deep empathy. Lois adjusted her glasses, her expression serious, as she asked, "What do you think the government should?" Sam waved his hand filled with needle marks. "These guys make it so I need tranquilizers to sleep, even briefly. I wish I could tear them apart and make them into meat paste to eat in wraps." Clark stood silently beside, holding the camera. He had witnessed Lien easily take down 2 green giants. Though the process did indeed result in the destruction of numerous cars and several buildings, the demolitions had nothing to do with Lien. Thus, the man's claims were not entirely unfounded, yet his expression did not clarify the roles of those involved. This very effect made Clark feel uneasy. Everything he said was true, yet not comprehensive, allowing it to resonate with so many. After all, empathy was at play. This was the terrifying essence of the spring and autumn style. It could portray a powerful figure as a mere pawn, while elevating an inconsequential character to a pivotal role in fate. This is the allure of journalism. Now Clark gradually understood why Lien preferred to bask in the moonlight at his farm rather than meddle in affairs. After all, acting does not guarantee good outcomes, but doing nothing does not assure bad ones either. Thus Clark chose to remain silent. He would simply be a lowly employee at a newspaper. As Lois' interviews progressed, everything began to shift. Yet, through certain top-notch writers at the broadcasting station, a few words could steer public perception towards uncontrollable directions. As the anti-hero events continued to unfold, Daredevil was captured. When the report stated that Daredevil was a blind lawyer, the crowd fell silent. Then came the Punisher, who was caught wielding a sledgehammer at a construction site. When this report emerged, once more the crowd remained silent. With the public silence, these politicians seemed to have uncovered the limits of these poor souls, and to avoid a backlash, they devised a scheme to require heroes without blemishes to register falling under government oversight, or otherwise they would be deemed supercriminals. With this scheme in place, Spider-Man Peter Parker had no choice but to remove his spider suit and return to normalcy. However, with the top-level pressure from the quartet of Avengers, society did not descend into chaos. After all, these four individuals were notoriously powerful and far harsher on crime. In such a suffocating atmosphere, the public gradually realized the problem. But it was too late. In the end, Iron Man Tony Stark had no choice but to add his name to the list under government scrutiny. Under Icarus' watchful gaze, Tony Stark signed his name, angrily slamming the pen down. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. If it weren't for knowing he couldn't defeat these guys, Tony Stark would have wanted to tear them apart. His eyes darkened with resolve. He needed to accelerate his AI government plan. At that time, everything would proceed according to the rules. Without these heartless politicians, the world would surely be much better off. A group of senators smirked mockingly as they watched Tony Stark leave. As the news of Tony Stark signing the regulatory agreement was reported with accompanying images by the Washington Post, everything seemed to be heading towards stability. However, the tension in the air was undeniably growing, resembling a situation that could explode at any moment. Lien wandered the streets of New York observing this scene. He knew it was the handiwork of the old men on Capitol Hill. After all, they would continuously attempt to weaken the populace to maintain their rule. Those who would have surrendered when robbed were now emboldened by these so-called superheroes. This was quite terrifying. Today they dared to resist thieves alongside superheroes. Tomorrow they would dare to hang these heartless politicians from streetlights. After all, people are inherently passionate. Although this can be dulled, if someone leads the charge, even the most destitute will join in the uproar. Though they were just a bunch of lowly scoundrels, it would not bode well for the old men in Capitol Hill. What puzzled Leon was why these four individuals would obey these heartless politicians. Despite being powerful to this extent, they were still controlled by worldly desires which he found incomprehensible. Having cleared some of the scum, Lien felt refreshed, and he didn't take these matters to heart, or to him it was merely a farce. In time, these individuals would fall apart. After all, possessing such power, they would instinctively resist constraints. Once those heartless politicians became reckless to a certain extent, they would lose themselves and be devoured by those very individuals. As more and more civilian heroes were captured, society fell into duality. The awakened individuals already knew the answer, yet they were powerless to change anything. Those indulging in the media's false and vacuous joyful education had also succumbed to exuberance. They still believed the world would welcome a bright tomorrow, unaware that this was merely the last flicker of a candle before it extinguished. When the remaining light faded, the world would plunge into darkness. But what did this have to do with Lien? Apart from that old man, he no longer regarded anyone else. Returning to the cabin, Lien was happy and decided to give the scum 100 consecutive draws. After finishing, he closed his eyes on the hammock. As he fell into a deep sleep, Habilong Lanchi, the Sentinel, and Carol arrived at the Kryptonian fortress. They requested an audience with the leader of Krypton. However, the leader, well-versed in the inherent wickedness of humanity, had Zod meet with these four powerful yet manipulated individuals. The existence of these individuals had long been recorded by Krypton's observation department. Furthermore, they were increasingly shocked. This Earth was simply terrifying. There was a chaotic array of bizarre phenomena, mad scientists, genetic mutations. An unexpected accident could create a unique super individual. This land seemed to have been bestowed with a special blessing by God. Originally impossible things now held a glimmer of opportunity. When Zod looked at these individuals, he was also profoundly astonished. Their strength was indeed formidable. In an unknown confrontation, Zod believed he could only take on one. However, on his own territory, Zod felt no fear. "Are you the leader of this fortress?" spoke Lanchi, glancing at the gray-haired Zod with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He thought that this so-called Kryptonian was also Caucasian. Therefore, his words unconsciously carried a tinge of prejudice. Zod frowned. "If you remain so rude, then I must ask you to leave." Seeing Zod's haughty demeanor, Lanchi recalled the faces of those white senators from not long ago. However, thinking of his children, he suppressed his emotions, saying, "I apologize, I lost my composure. I represent America to invite you to leave the solar system. Seeing the scum's condescending attitude, Zod gritted his teeth and stood up angrily. Show them out. Upon hearing this, Zod's aide Fiora flickered with uncertainty in her eyes before making a gesture to show them the way. Carol, who had intended to speak, was interrupted by the Sentinel. You have 3 days to leave the solar system, or otherwise I will destroy it in 3 days. This is not a request, it is an order. The Sentinel's arrogant demeanor infuriated Fiora, but Zod's gaze silenced her as he was still unsure if this was Lien's intention. Thus he needed to confirm. Carol opened her mouth but ultimately couldn't speak. Originally Carol thought she was strong, but compared to these three she felt a significant gap. So she said nothing more and directly returned to Earth to meet Nick Fury. The current Nick Fury appeared aged a far cry from the spirited man who once met Launchy. A lot had happened during this time. He had been dismissed by the Security Council. The current director was his former superior Pierce. Moreover, Nick Fury discovered that Pierce was actually a Hydra agent. He couldn't understand why a Hydra member would elevate him to the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he had long known that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated by Hydra, the previous cleansing hadn't been thorough. This is why this scene had unfolded. From Skrulls to Hydra, Nick Fury now felt utterly exhausted. Hydra was causing chaos and the heartless senators were frantically self-destructing. Fury, Earth is doomed. Carol glanced at the half-dead Nick Fury and bitterly said, "Those foolish senators have brought in a bunch of madmen. They keep provoking the Kryptonians. I think it's time for me to leave. Will you come with me?" Hearing Carol's words, Nick Furious, I twitched slightly. "I want leave. I can't let these madmen destroy Earth." Go find Superman. Have him help." As he spoke, the gravely injured Nick Fury struggled to raise his body, a sight that nearly moved Carol to tears. Thus Carol took a deep breath. Where is he? Kent Farm. That's his adoptive father's home. After this, Nick Fury's neck slumped and he fell into unconsciousness. After ensuring Nick Fury was settled, Carol left the safe house known only to herself and Nick Fury. After confirming Carol had left, Nick Fury cunningly opened his eyes. He quickly sat up and took out an earpiece. "Hill, how is the situation at S.H.I.E.L.D.? A crackling sound came from the earpiece, then Hill's voice rang out. "The situation is dire. Our agents, except for a few who were aware of the news and disguised themselves as Hydra agents, have all been eliminated. Hawkeye is dead, Natasha is captured, and Coulson is missing." After receiving this news, Nick Fury sat on the bed, his expression grim, and fell silent for a long time. Kent Farm. Lien, dressed like a cowboy, wandered on horseback, while Clark dug a hole with a special shovel for fence posts. His movements were swift, and before long a fence made of iron wire was erected. Recently, Jonathan's Kent Farm was undergoing expansion. In addition to growing corn, he also planned to raise some cattle. Lien had come this time to become a cowboy. Through practicing with the whip, he developed impressive skills. With his legs gripping the horse's belly, Lien chased after the calves, herding them back into the enclosure. Clark watched Lien's actions and chuckled softly. This Uncle Lee, to be honest, was quite childish. One moment he was a cowboy, the next he was wrestling with the calves. However, it looked rather fun. Thus another figure appeared in the farm wrestling with the calves. Due to their control over their strength, they wouldn't harm the little cows. On the contrary, they sparked the playful spirit in the calves. The two were thoroughly enjoying themselves with several young calves. As for what was happening outside, they seemed oblivious. While Lien and Clark continued their play, a golden arc streaked across the sky. After much inquiry, she finally found the Kent Farm mentioned by Nick Fury. When she saw Lien's face, she was momentarily stunned. It was he who had freed her from the prison on Krypton. But now he was playing in the mud with the calves. Was this the relaxed demeanor of a strong person? Carol's figure flickered, and all her energy was concealed. Clark's expression darkened. He absolutely despised anyone disturbing the peaceful life of his adoptive parents, which was why he had always hidden his identity. Yet now it was exposed. This was not a good thing. He could even imagine scenes of his adoptive parents being kidnapped by someone with ulterior motives to threaten him. So he let go of the calf, his figure flickering as he reached out and grabbed Carol by the neck. "How did you find this place?" Carol was lifted by him, with one hand, her face flashing red, but she suppressed the urge to resist and stared into Clark's crimson eyes. "I came to seek help. Can you let go of me first?" At this moment, Lien mounted his horse again, guiding the animal behind Clark and quietly watching. As soon as Clark loosened his grip, Carol fell to the ground, rubbing her neck. 5 clear finger marks appeared on it. If Clark had continued to apply pressure, Carol felt she might have died. "Speak up." Lien held the whip, slowly retracting it. "How did you find this place?" Without hesitation, Carol replied, "Nick Fury told me." Upon hearing this, Lien scoffed. "He doesn't dare to come personally to use you as a scapegoat. He's truly heartless." Realizing this, Carol bitterly smiled, recalling Nick Fury's unusual behavior. She never expected that her longtime comrade would scheme against her in such a manner. Ding, ding, ding. Just then Carol's phone rang, and Lien waved his hand, suddenly possessed. Without hesitation, Lien pressed the answer button. "This is Nick Fury. May I speak with Mr. Clark?" Clark turned his head to glance at Lien, his eyes flickering. Lien nodded at him reassuringly, and slowly said, "No, I'm Lien, Clark's neighbor. What do you need from him? The Earth is facing an unprecedented disaster and needs help. Are you willing to lend a hand?" Hearing this, Lien raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. "You know me. Your name is Lien. You arrived on Earth over a decade ago." Lien suddenly looked up at the sky, where a special satellite was clearly visible in orbit, and he could even see the lens adjusting its zoom. On the other side, Nick Fury held a phone, and in it appeared a face of Lien looking up at the sky. Nick Fury spoke with a humble tone, "Please extend your help to Earth. It should not be destroyed because of the mistakes of a few ungrateful individuals." Lien was taken aback by Nick Fury's attitude. In his impression, this guy was notoriously unscrupulous. Saving the world is what Superman should do. You should look for him instead. With that, Lien tossed the phone to Clark. Then he rode freely through the fields. Clark held the phone, turning to look at the wooden house. Inside were his adoptive parents. Although this matter was optional, if he chose not to act, it might affect Lois and his adoptive parents, Norm. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. "What is it?" He certainly knew everything. He just wanted to hear what this guy would say. Facing Clark's inquiry, Nick Fury fell silent. He knew that beings of such power could not tolerate deception. Thus he laid bare all his actions without a hint of concealment. Nearby, Carol gleamed with golden light, instantly triggering her dual star form, as if she were about to crush Nick Fury. However, when she heard that all Nick Fury had done was for Earth, Carol restrained her anger. After all, Nick Fury was also protecting a world that he had a stake in. Clark remained silent for a moment, a look of disbelief flashing across his face. "Your approach is quite extreme. Are you not afraid of it backfiring?" To this, Nick Fury did not reply, merely gazing at the projection of Lien on the phone. Simultaneously, as Nick Fury's gaze focused, the phone screen automatically zoomed in on the 5 infinity stones in Lien's hand. During his time on vacation in space, he had heard of the secrets of the infinity stones. Thus he knew that even if things went wrong, someone would catch him. This was the capital of his madness. He was serious about manipulating people's hearts. Eastern Europe. Wanda and Quicksilver, who had been on the run for a long time, watched the news reports. The television played a segment of Tony Stark signing a pen and throwing it. As emotions fluctuated, red energy began to emanate from Wanda's body. She tilted her head, staring intently at Tony Stark. This guy was the root cause of her family's ruin. Quicksilver quickly turned off the TV upon seeing her expression. As the screen went black, Quicksilver sighed in relief. Although he yearned for revenge, he also knew his own limitations. Therefore, everything had to be carefully planned. Under Quicksilver's comfort, Wanda returned to normal. Since escaping the Hydra laboratory, they had been wandering everywhere. Moreover, Wanda was still unfamiliar with her powers, and there were Hydra teams chasing after them, so they could only hide. However, now they were given an opportunity for revenge. That was to master their powers in a short time and then feign joining Hydra.